exclusive content. Sports Radio say here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
One snap for the Colts, 1 second left. Texans up 3, trying to hang on. Richardson out of the gun. Here's the snap. He steps to his left. Richardson in trouble. And Richardson's going to be sacked. Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter get him. The ball comes out. There's a scrum for it. Everybody's still chasing it. And Will ends up with it. Game over. Houston wins. Bye-bye Colts. 23-20 Texans. They sweep the season series for the second time ever and run their record to 6-2, a commanding lead in the AFC South.
It's huge, it's they're always a tough opponent. Divisional games are some of your hardest games. So when you can find a way to win, we clean up some things. We got a lot of other things to clean up as well. But I definitely know that we're a heck of a football team, and we just got to keep putting on film. And once we figure out the little kinks and things that we need to figure out, I think we're gonna be rolling.
C.J. Stroud talking about the win yesterday. Mark Vandermeer on the call. And one thing I've noticed, Seth, is that over the last 2 years, we get very few final. So takes a knee, and that'll do it. It's always, okay, here we go. Last snap of the game.
This is right. It all comes down. There's a whole lot of it all comes down to this.
It does. Yeah, there is.
I'm learning to embrace it.
You got to.
You gotta quit thinking about the future, everybody. Oh no, we might be. Who knows what's gonna exist after next Tuesday? If I'm to believe my social media account, it's all going to pot. So enjoy it now. 6-2.
6-2. 3-0 in the division. 5-0 in the conference. They've got the head-to-head over the Colts. This was a big win yesterday. We said going into this game on Sunday, this is a chance to take a stranglehold on the AFC South, and that's what they did. They're the number 2 seed in the AFC. This is record-wise, the Texans are in a fantastic spot, right? As good a spot as they've been in the history of their franchise. 6-2 overall, and they're 2 games up in the division with a tiebreaker. And they've got the really fun part of the schedule coming up now, with a lot of primetime games coming up.
A lot of primetime games, and as before the season, it never shakes out quite the way it looks in the preseason rankings. And the Jets right now do not look like what they were hoping the best version of themselves would be. They've got but they still have a defense that features a guy that concussed C.J. Stroud.
They do. They do.
Like Quinnen Williams still walks and breathes.
And C.J. Stroud mentioned that in the postgame.
Nothing the election is going to do about him.
You can't
vote him out of office. And your incumbent left guard, he's still possibly going to be there. We don't know.
Still a problem. Yeah. So a lot to dig in this Texans game. Look ahead to the Thursday night game coming up against the New York Jets and the way the schedule shakes out for the Texans. But I said going into the season, the first 8 games, I viewed that as a chunk of the schedule for the Texans, the most manageable part of the season for the Texans. And while they have sent us to the infirmary with heart trouble many, many times throughout these first 8 games, they are 6-2 right now.
This is the short-term concerns. Obviously, it's a short week. You've got an offensive lineman in Jared Patterson who stepped in and looked good on a touchdown drive. And
the only long touchdown drive of the day.
I thought I screwed up a name or something. Thank you. Jared Patterson comes in. They score a touchdown, except Jared Patterson gets a concussion. He sacrificed his brain for that touchdown.
Yeah.
And then immediately a Green came back in. Not Kendrick Green, but Kenyon Green went back out there. And I thought played better in the second half. They did some things to protect him a little bit. But, look, last year Juice Scruggs was playing left guard. He got bulldozed into C.J. Stroud, concussed C.J. Stroud. You still feel very uneasy about the left guard position. I don't think Patterson's going to play. I don't know if they try Kendrick Green as opposed to Kenyon Green. But this is there's some very real and literal and metaphorical headaches going up to New York facing that defense.
So as long as we're on this topic, because as we know, this game last season in New York was the one where C.J. Stroud got concussed by Quinnen Williams, as you pointed out. The big story for the Texans coming off of the Green Bay game was how C.J. Stroud was chased around all day long in that Green Bay game.
Yeah.
Pass protection didn't feel great. It felt better than Green Bay only because it couldn't have been worse than it was in Green Bay. How do you think they played? How do you feel about the way they're playing on the offensive line right now heading into Thursday?
I feel like they're still botching some of the simple things. The any kind of stunts or movement, there's just somebody being flummoxed. There's times where it's a tight. I mean, Sean, there was a play yesterday where Kate Stover, who did some really good things in the game, but Kate Stover and Tegan Catoriano are going to double team a defensive end. Neither of them even touched him. He ran free. He just decided to run around the obstruction, which was two pretty large human beings. Mm-hmm. And like we just still see so much of or too much of that. That's my biggest concern. And that's not the rail on Cade Stover or anything. He had some beautiful blocks in that game. Yeah. There's more. Kenyon Green is the one who looks the most physically inept right now. The offensive line as a unit is just still too disjointed, just not moving in sync with each other, not on the same page. That's my concern versus this Jets defense.
Yeah, the Texans are getting it done with defense, man. Like, they're 6-2, and all these games that have been so close at the end. The only one that I feel like was the offense kind of taking control and winning it in the end was the Jacksonville game in Week 4, and the defense needed to get 5 punts in the second half of that game to get the offense the ball enough times. I don't know that I can remember 2 straight home games where you've had a quarterback throw for 30% completion percentage.
I know.
And throwing a lot of passes. Yeah, Josh Allen was 9 for 30 in Week 5.
Mm-hmm.
And
Which
they come back
incredible.
They come back in Week 8.
Compared to what we saw yesterday.
And Anthony Richardson was 10 for 70 yards, and 69 of those yards came on one play.
People have had it with Anthony Richardson. I've searched long and wide to find an Indianapolis to find a Colts fan defending him taking himself out of the game yesterday. So for those of you who missed it, he just took himself out of the game.
He was tired.
He was tired.
He was like a receiver that just ran a deep route, and he's like tapping.
There's
his
a guy that you can see hasn't played a whole lot of actual quarterback in his career because he's been injured so much.
Yeah.
He played just about a dozen games in college.
Yeah.
The quarterback took himself out of the game because he was tired.
He was tired. Yeah. Brought it Joe. I was more nervous with.
Well,
Flacco.
so Joe Flacco had to come in and hand the ball off. Right.
On 3rd and 15. Yeah. Okay.
I loved Tiki Barber's reaction to that was hilarious.
I haven't seen it.
He was just. It was like any middle-aged guy trying not to grumble too much. He was like, "Oh, well, that's interesting."
It's interesting.
All right, I guess
quarterback tapping
that's
his
what the TikTok is about. I don't know. Okay.
The big story, one of the big stories coming out of this game, will be and is Stephon Diggs' injury. Stephon Diggs leaves the game in the second half yesterday. Didn't look good. Non-contact injury. We've got no news from the team on it. The tone of the people with the team right now doesn't make me optimistic. Just some of the things they're saying.
You find yourself reading into CJ's statements a bit much, like what level of prayers he's throwing out.
Yeah, because
it's like DEFCON level to his prayers.
Yeah. This felt like one is the really bad one, right? On DEFCON, DEFCON 1 is the worst.
Right, yeah,
this felt like a 2. It was up there for me. CJ's reaction.
And the CJ shout out would be a tib fib.
You
get some kind of Aiden Hutchinson.
Tank last year, man. Like Tank Dell last year. But
that wasn't when he got shot or when he broke his leg?
Broke his leg.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess it could be either.
He broke his leg, but it wasn't a nasty break.
No.
It wasn't sticking out.
Nobody's really sad for Tank.
That's true.
So the Diggs injury here, in the short term, and even if it isn't season-ending, I don't anticipate seeing him on Thursday.
It's hard with any Thursday night game. We've seen people come back from the concussion protocol for a Thursday night game. There was a quarterback that did a few years ago, and I'm uneasy about it.
Yeah.
There's nothing about me that wants to see like Patterson come back from a concussion.
Yeah,
Diggs. I'd be surprised.
I'd be surprised. So what does this look like now? What is at least for one game, what is a Diggs-less, Nico-less offense?
You brought this up. I mean, that final drive before the drive, it was just a really nice drive down into the red zone before the fumble. Yeah. They spread the ball around. Yeah. You got multiple people involved. We saw Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie show up. You know, Mechie's been we're getting an increasing diet of John Mechie in the last couple weeks. That final play against the Packers, if CJ had trusted his pass protection, enough to work through his reads. He had John Mechie in the end zone. He just, by that point in the game, CJ was just trying to get rid of the ball to the open receiver. But it's trite, but everybody else got to step up. You got to spread the ball around. You got to get your tight ends more involved. Was it yesterday we were talking about coming up? That can go die. That whole tradition. This is George Kittle
talking about?
Put that out there. He put that out there as a joke, and people latched onto it because people like you love this.
Oh, I do.
Ooh, it's National Donut Day.
I do. I've got a link to it at the top of our rundown.
I always Shetland Pony
check
Day.
What day. Well, I always feel like if it's a food that you get caloric immunity on that. Like there's no calories they count that day. I love National Donut Day. I eat 12 of them.
The American Heart Association would endorse that for the right amount.
Who are they? So the Texans beat the Colts yesterday, 23-20, heading to New York on a short week. I'd forgotten about this when CJ was doing his interview. Well, somebody asked him like, "Hey, so what do you think? What's your plan here for the short week?" And CJ's like, "I don't know. I've never had one of these before."
You know what? It's weird. It's there's a lot about Thursday night football that's difficult. You have the short turnaround. You're out there during warm-ups kind of reminding yourself, like, all right, I'm about to play an NFL football game.
Yeah.
There's large humans that are going to try to hurt me. Let's get going.
Yeah.
You got to really talk your way into it because the process is different. But it is kind of nice because the week leading up to it, it's short, but it's all mental. Yeah. You're out there, you're doing walkthroughs, jog-throughs. There's very little actual exertion, and you got a little mini bye week on the end of it.
Yeah, no, and they need it.
Yeah, you can pay your utility bills and everything. You got time.
Balance your checkbook. Yes. Yeah, no, it's good stuff. All right, so we got a lot to dig into with this Colts game. A lot of look ahead to do with the Jets as well. I am very curious what version of the New York Jets the Texans are getting on Thursday this week. After Sunday.
Like one from this past couple decades, or like the '90s Jets?
No.
Okay.
I mean the level of plugged-inness they have in this game. You know what I mean? The Jets. Yeah, I mean they're 2-6 and you lost to the Patriots.
Yeah.
Are you rallying the troops or are you just cashing things? Was this a dream?
There's gonna be like bulletin board material, but not for the Texans, but just for the New York media.
The game's a pick'em. It's a pick'em. Like, so the Vegas thinks that the Texans are getting a competitive version of the Jets here on Thursday night. So we'll see. We'll dig into that.
Or they think that they're getting the worst version of the Texans without Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins.
Or both. Yeah, or both. So we'll see about that. So let's do that. Let's dig into that. What version of the Jets are the Texans getting this week? We'll continue to take a look back at yesterday, what it means. What could Nick Caserio be shopping for at the trade deadline as well? Trade deadline's a week from tomorrow, and the Texans all of a sudden have needs that they probably weren't anticipating going into this week. So we'll do all of that coming up next. But first,
Zadok Jewelers. If you are popping the question, maybe you're thinking about doing it around the holidays.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
First down Texans at the Colts 14. Stroud under center. Handoff Mixon. Starts right, cuts left. 10, 5. Mixon still going. Takes on a defender and takes the ball into the end zone. Jones couldn't bring him down. Mixon has 6 for Houston, and they can tie the game with the extra point.
Mixon with a grown man run. Get off me. What a run by Joe Mixon. I am a fan.
What a call by Andre.
In his voice. Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon. He's got a synergistic effect.
Indeed.
These good players make other players better, and I feel like he brought up the bassist of bass voices in
Andre Ware. Yeah, that was good.
Good job, Joe Mixon.
That was a great call. Way to raise Andre Ware, as if Andre Ware needs to raise his game. He does not, but Joe Mixon brought out the best in Dre right there on that call. 14-yard touchdown run yesterday. That was the one sustained drive the Texans had that ended in 7 points yesterday. Joe Mixon going into the end zone. That was the only drive where Jarrett Patterson was in at left guard. He got concussed on that very play. I don't know that that's a coincidence. Jarrett, that they kind of locked things down on the offensive line a little bit when they swapped out Kendrick Green. But when this offense was moving yesterday, and when it's moved over the course of this season, it's been in the 4 games that Joe Mixon's been heavily involved in, and it's been with Mixon heavily involved. Even that drive towards the end of the game that ended with the botched pitch to Mixon, that drive, they were leaning on Mixon once they got across the 50-yard line. It was Mixon for 8, Mixon for 13, Mixon for 21. In the 4 games that he has started and finished, he has had over 100 yards in all of those games. And in my opinion, he has been their most valuable player in all those games.
You know why? Because he provides bumper lanes for the offensive line. They're not good at bowling and or blocking yet, and Joe Mixon makes them better. So there's just so many instances where 1 or 2 offensive linemen they just threw a gutter ball bowling go show. But
gutter ball works.
Yeah. So but Joe Mixon corrects it with a jump cut. He's got this Fred Taylor like jump cut that's just it's absurd. It doesn't look it looks like it shouldn't be physically possible by somebody his size. But he's able to dodge a lot of flack in the backfield and make something out of nothing. And then when the blocking is good, like it was on that play, multiple really good blocks on that play, including by the tight end. Then when he gets ahead of steam, him versus a defensive back, it's a foregone conclusion that he's going to bulldoze the dude.
Yeah, you saw it on that play.
Yeah.
He tossed the guy down. He was carrying the ball in his right arm and threw the guy down with his left arm.
It was that was impressive. The most impressive physical feat of the day was Anthony Richardson throwing off Foley Fatukasi.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Like an old coat.
Yeah.
I felt bad for Foley. Look, as a guy that's lost multiple sacks to Steve McNair just by his sheer massiveness and strength. Those ones hurt.
He wears your number too.
Yeah,
it's a tradition like no other.
They gotta wash that thing with bleach. they gotta get that thing, kill it with fire.
Dragon glass.
That jersey is retired.
Yes.
How many? The Texans don't retire jerseys except for one. Who? Seth Payne. Played here for a few years.
All the 91s, really. Yeah. So Mixon was great yesterday. D'Amico Ryans talks about the swarm mentality, and that's something that's really easy to see on defense and probably execute on defense. You can see swarming happening. Joe Mixon is a style of running, his style of leadership in that locker room, everything about him, like he feels like the quintessential D'Amico Ryans running.
No, and that's important. Like there's the swarm quotient is way higher on defense right now, and it's not just about overall performance. I think you look at the offensive line, and the character types on that offensive line need a guy like Joe Mixon, I think, because there's Laramie Tunsil calls everybody a dog. This guy's a dog. That guy's a dog. There's not a lot of actual genuine dogs on the offensive line. I feel like they're capable of being them. It's in there, but they need a little boost, and I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure Kenyon Green's the guy.
Yeah.
So, but Joe Mixon, The coolest thing about him was going into the tent while Patterson was in the tent to check on Patterson after he was injured.
Mixon went into the tent?
Yeah, Mixon went in to check on him.
Nice of him.
He treats he's like a good running backs and good quarterbacks do. They're always going to stick up for and have the offensive lines back.
Yeah,
and
that was
he's
cool.
old school in that regard.
That was cool, man. Hey, by the way, that Mixon play is your 5-hour energy, high-energy play of the game. 5-hour energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Yeah, so there you go.
I used to have a co-host, Sean, that would sip his 5-hour energy drink. Meltzer would get a lot of that. That was the thing that Landry and Meltzer fought about most. Was Meltzer
sipping the 5-hour
sipping a 5-hour energy drink over the course of 2 hours?
Over 2 hours?
Yeah,
that's not easy to do.
He's like it was a fine whiskey or something.
He's like one of those people that would survive on a peanut for like 2 days on sipping a 5-hour energy.
Yeah. Meltzer is a master of restraint. He'd eat half a dessert. He's like this. Like a dainty gentleman.
I don't get it. Yeah. I don't get it. So they're going to need a lot of mixing on Thursday this week against the Jets.
I can't find this tweet that I was.
You were looking for something.
Every good
there.
offensive line has like two absolute psychopaths. One guy who's overly intellectual and thinks too much.
Okay.
One guy that's a technician, and then one other character type. And I'm just looking for the two deranged psychopaths on that offensive line.
How many fashionistas are there on a good offensive line?
He didn't say. There's probably one of the category I can't think of was one of those things. Yeah, okay. I feel like there's a couple too many fashionistas. I feel like Shaq Mason is the deranged psychopath. I just don't know if he has it in him physically anymore to act on his psychopath.
Yeah, he's been here a year and a half. If it ain't coming out now, I don't know when it's going to come out. So we'll see what happens. So the Texans are returning to the scene of C.J. Stroud's concussion last year. This was one of those games. This is an interesting game to me on a couple of fronts. Obviously, the Jets are coming off of this loss to the New England Patriots, which is embarrassing. Team the Texans beat by 20 a couple weeks ago. It's a chance for the Texans to stack another win here in the AFC. As we outlined in the open, they are 6-2 right now. They're undefeated in the conference. They're undefeated in the division. Their only two losses are over in the NFC. They are set up as good as any team right now that if they get into a tussle in the standings with tiebreakers, they are set up really, really. Game is a chance for them to stack another AFC win against a team that's struggling right now. I am very curious what version of the Jets the Texans are getting. They're 2-6 on the season, and there is a ton of drama surrounding this team. They made the trade they fired their coach, hoping that would trigger something. It's triggered nothing. They traded for Davante Adams, hoping that would trigger something. It's triggered nothing. And now you're 2-6, and the math is just starting to math against you a little bit here.
Yeah.
So is their pride kicking in, or are they folding up their tents?
I don't know. I think the biggest thing is, as an organization, there's no way in hell they're going to trade for Davante Adams, have Aaron Rodgers on the roster, and be sellers at the trade deadline or anything.
Right. I don't anticipate that.
I think they're by any means possible. I think they got to scratch and claw their way into perhaps an historical comeback. But a lot of that starts on Thursday night, right before the trade deadline. What are we as a football team? And you've got a chance maybe for the second week in a row. I feel like you really threw a wrench into anything good that might happen in Indianapolis, especially with Anthony Richardson playing the way he did. If you want to take down an AFC opponent and just put a notch on your gun barrel, they're probably not going to use that on Amazon. You probably you could spoil their season with this one. You could put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, you could.
Even though the front office and everything might not acknowledge it, it's going to be really hard if Aaron Rodgers and Davante Adams don't start to show some real chemistry. Then that's pretty much it for the Jets.
It sounds weird to say this because they just lost Stephon Diggs yesterday to some sort of knee injury. Again, we don't know. There's a push notification waiting on my phone from somebody. We don't know the severity of the Stephon Diggs knee injury. Nico Collins, by rule, still has to miss one more game with his hamstring injury. All reports are he's coming along great. They need him on that Sunday night game against Detroit, especially if they don't have Diggs. And yet, compared to the Jets game from last year in Week 14, if you recall, that was the game right after Tank had broken his leg in Week 13. Obviously, Diggs wasn't on the team last year. And Nico Collins went out of that game during the first series. So, and Joe Mixon wasn't on this team. So, weirdly enough, in a season where they've lost Nico Collins to a hamstring injury for a period of time, Stephon Diggs might be done for the year with a knee injury, I would still argue that they're going into this Jets game with better weaponry than they had once Nico Collins went out of that game last year.
No, I think that's a very fair point. And you've got a lot more guys who just simply have time in the system, and but those are also all the things that led us to believe, like wow, this should be a high-powered passing attack this year. All of these things, plus the addition of Diggs and Mixon, obviously. You're going up against a Jets defense that my knee-jerk reaction is to say, hey, those guys are really good, and yet personnel-wise, performance-wise, they're not the same unit now that they were before.
No.
So you're my fear quotient for C.J. Stroud's health and personal safety would be a lot better, except that the one guy, Quinnen Williams, is right smack dab there. Yeah, and even if the defense as a total isn't performing the way they used to, look at those defensive tackles yesterday for Indianapolis. It looked downright illegal what they were doing to the left guard position. So that still remains a big factor.
Who was he lined up over when he concussed C.J. Stroud last year? What position was that? It was left guard, right?
Yeah, Quinnen Williams. G. Scruggs was playing left guard.
You just mentioned left guard. Yeah. I think that's where he was lined up. Yeah. Juice Scruggs was playing it last year.
Kendrick Green and why he didn't go in, that's the big curiosity. Kendrick Green he didn't look happy on the sideline.
Well,
I don't like to read people's body language.
I was wondering at the time. I mean, we were up in the press box watching it and speculating about it. We were all excited to see Patterson go in and equally excited to see Jared Patterson play well. He did his job. That's all you need to do. Left guard, just do your job. And then he goes out with a concussion, and that was the big question up in the press box. Like, okay, was this just a Kenyon needs to sit because he's not playing well. Jarrett's our second string guy, so now Jarrett's out. Kenyon goes back in, or is this we're putting anybody but Kenyon Green in at left guard right now? I would have liked to have seen Kendrick Green.
Yeah, we're putting anybody but Kendrick Green in.
No, I meant if they put Kendrick Green in, that means Kenyon, you ain't playing. Like anybody but you.
I'm looking forward to Al Michaels having. I just want Al to. He'll nail Kendrick Green and Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
And I'll just sit back in admiration because I botch it at least 3 times a week.
That's why he's the GOAT, man.
Yes, yeah, that's it. That's it, specifically.
That's why he's the GOAT.
So Kendrick Green, look, Kendrick Green is built like the fullback that they sometimes have him play. He's got stumpy arms. He's not tall. But you talk about that dog quotient, or how swarmy. He's very swarmy. Yeah. He plays his butt off. He does everything that an undersized offensive lineman need to do. Remember when he first got here? I was watching his Pittsburgh film when he was playing center, and I was like, well, look, I'm going to make a comparison. He's not there yet, but his avenue to being good is to be like Mark Stepnoski was. So Oilers fans remember Mark Stepnoski. Undersized, but really scrappy, just used his hips and technique really, really well. So he's got that scrappiness to him. But I think he's also a guy that offensive line coaches look at him and they think you don't have the length. This is the problem. Kenyon Green physiologically looks a lot better than Kendrick Green. He's got the long arms. But Kenyon Green chooses not to use his long arms.
That's a mistake, I think.
You've got these long arms, and they just might as well be flapping to the side. Yeah. You're letting defensive linemen who themselves have long arms just basically snatch you by the chest and just off with you. And there he goes.
Yep.
Or Kendrick Green would at least bite him as he went by.
He would
give him a bite on the thigh or something.
That's right. So Texans Jets Thursday night this week. We're going to look back at 7 a.m. at yesterday's game through the voice of Mark Vandermeer. We'll look at all the big plays from yesterday's win over the Colts. The Texans schedule gets crazy now. For a team that's basically been doing noon Sunday for 95% of the last 2 years, this thing turns into an acid trip this week, man.
Yeah.
Thursday Night Football Jets, followed by Sunday Night Football here, Detroit Lions, followed by Monday Night Football, Cowboys, and then you get kind of a couple division games and you're into that. 3 games in 11 days with the Dolphins here, the Chiefs on a Saturday, and then the Ravens on Christmas Day on a Wednesday. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready for it, Sean. I'm ready for the disruptions in sleep cycle. I'm ready to go to bed too excited and happy to sleep.
I know, man.
Potentially too angry and disturbed to sleep. Who knows?
Like 5 Christmases.
This will come of it. Very important, I know, to D'Amico Ryans. Yeah. Primetime games, good time for individual accolades. There you go. I was being sarcastic about D'Amico liking it. But MVP races, Defensive Player of the Year, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Which, nobody will claim to care about that stuff. But for us, it's fun.
It is fun.
It's fun to watch the players who can perform under the bright lights.
The closest one to getting that hardware right now is
Yeah.
Will Anderson. He's number 2 on the board for Defensive Player of the Year, and he came into the post-game show yesterday with me and Clint looking like a future Defensive Player of the Year.
I know. He looked like you said the schedule looks like an acid trip. He looks like a hardcore
dude.
He looks like one of those country singers from the 70s.
Yes.
Yeah.
Black cowboy hat, shades, leather jacket.
It looked like he'd seen some stuff. Yeah.
Oh, he was great.
And he got the championship belt.
Yeah, we got our belt picture with Will Anderson.
So Will's got 7.5 sacks. He went into yesterday 5th or 6th, tied with Max Crosby for 5th or 6th in the league on the sack board. I haven't checked it after yesterday's results.
Yeah.
But the big thing with Will is it's not just the sacks, it's the tackles for a loss, too. And Max Crosby, likewise, has a bunch of those. 2 defensive ends have some of the most tackles for a loss in the league. And it's so that energy. He's refined his technique. He's become more of a true edge rusher. Instead of a strong, fast guy that just goes real hard and tries to bull rush all the time, he's really refined his technique, and he's coming into his own. And now, over these last few weeks, I've started to feel more comfortable thinking, yeah, okay, this guy is a guy that can be in contention for All-Pro, Defensive Rookie of the Year, all those things.
You pointed it out. These guys that are in that conversation every year, those edge rushers that are in the Defensive Player of the Year conversation, they are good rookies, but not great as rookies.
Yeah.
They're guys that get 8 or 9 sacks. You're like, and Will had 7.5 last year through the whole season. He's got 7.5 now through 8 weeks.
It was one of the few times I said something shooting from the hip that I decided to fact check myself.
You were good.
And I was correct.
Yeah, it was awesome.
The fact checking wasn't miserable. Like the vast majority of the top sack producers in the past decade did not have double-digit sacks their rookie year.
That's right.
They would get high 7s, 8s, or 9s, and then their second year is when they would take off, much like it was with J.J. Watt.
Indeed. All right, headlines up next. We'll circle back to Texans and Colts. Some crazy stuff going on around the NFL yesterday, early window and late window. And in the Sunday night window, I know there's a lot of happy Houstonians based on the result of that game. So we'll get into all of that in headlines coming up next.
You're building your custom dream home. You know, one of the most important things is which builder you choose. Go to Kirk Home.
Together, let's drive.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
One snap for the Colts, 1 second left. Texans up 3, trying to hang on. Richardson out of the gun. Here's the snap. He steps to his left. Richardson in trouble. And Richardson's going to be sacked. Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter get him. The ball comes out. There's a scrum for it. Everybody's still chasing it. And Will ends up with it. Game over. Houston wins. Bye-bye Colts. 23-20 Texans. They sweep the season series for the second time ever and run their record to 6-2. A commanding lead in the AFC South.
It's huge, you know. It's they're always a tough opponent. Divisional games are some of your hardest games. So when you can find a way to win, we do. We clean up some things. We got a lot of other things to clean up as well. But I definitely know that we're a heck of a football team, and we got to keep putting on film. And once we figure out the little kinks and things that we need to figure out.
That was C.J. Stroud. Prior to that, Mark Vandermeer on the call. Texans win 23-25 long years. Mark Vandermeer has waited to say, bye-bye, Colts, from this building. That's the first time since 2019. A lot of streaks in this game.
First time the Texans have swept the Colts since 2016,
The old Brockaroo did it back in 2016.
Did Brock play in both those games?
He did indeed.
Good job, Brock.
He did indeed, yeah. That was the one thing. Remember, the one thing you couldn't do to Brock was knock him out of the game.
I know, he was so annoying. He was like damn Gumby. He could do anything you wanted to him.
Durable as hell, man.
Just stay right out there.
Durable as hell. But 2016, last time they swept the Colts. First time they've beaten the Colts at NRG Stadium since 2019. This is now 6 straight AFC South wins for the Houston Texans, and they're now 12-4 in one-score games under DeMeco Ryans, whose overall record as head coach of the Texans in the regular season is 16-9.
Yeah.
16 of the 25 games that DeMeco Ryans has been the head coach in have sounded like that at the end of the game. Have been coming down to the last 30 seconds or sometimes the last 0 seconds.
It's funny because I think, obviously, last year, when the expectations were different, I think there'd be very little skepticism and there would be no lack of enthusiasm over a 6-2 football team that had won a bunch of close games last year. Last year. And people would be pointing out, and I'd say, I know, but look at how far they've come.
They were picking second in the draft in April.
Yes, I would say I agree with every counter argument. I agree. But it's just the expectations are different this year, and this offense is a middling offense in a lot of regards, despite having some high-powered names on there. So that's where the frustration comes in. I do think that, in some ways, I feel almost guilty that I am not 100% full bore. Like I can't give the 100% stamp of authenticity on the defense just yet. And I'm really excited about the way they're playing and everything that they're doing. But part of it is just I want to.
What's holding you back?
I want to see. I just need more examples versus really good receiving cores and really good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And it's not like they played awfully versus Green Bay. They had a great game versus Josh Allen. Josh Allen was down as number 1 receiver and et cetera, et cetera. Didn't have Amari Cooper yet, but that was a really good performance. And I think why I'm guilty about it, why I feel guilty about it, is I think the defense is doing so many little things well and is a little bit of a no-name defense in a lot of regards. So it just doesn't feel the same. It doesn't feel the same as they're performing. But obviously, there's not a chance in hell they'd have this record without the defense being as good as it is.
Can I give you a stat that was just actually sent to me by the aforementioned Mark Vandermeer? He tweeted this. Vandy tweeted, lowest completion percentage with 30-plus attempts in a single game in the last 10 seasons.
Yeah.
The lowest 2 are Anthony Richardson yesterday. That's second lowest. The lowest one was Josh Allen 3 weeks ago.
The Josh Allen completion percentage.
That's legit.
That is something to be proud of. Richardson one is that it's like kind of like bragging to your buddies about bagging a woman that's been with a lot of your buddies. Anthony Richardson is not a good NFL quarterback.
Yeah, but 32% though, man, on 32 attempts. I know he's hovered around the 50, the 40s and the 50s.
True, they
held him to what I would imagine. Well, I can't even say I would imagine as a career low. I can certainly envision Anthony Richardson having a worse game than that. Well, but maybe with less than 30 attempts.
Okay, you know what? No, I'm all right. I'm glad Vandy
give it
said
to
that.
the defense. By God,
Anthony Richardson has been at or below 50% in 5 of the 6 games he's played this year.
Okay.
The only time he was above it was because he was 3 for 4 against the Steelers and got sent out. So every game that he's played meaningful snaps, he's been 50% or lower. The only time he was lower than the 2 times he played the Texans was versus the Dolphins. So they've got 2 of the, but 31 was the lowest.
Yeah.
So 2 of his 3 lowest completion percentages.
Okay. But he obviously had less than 30 attempts against the Dolphins. That was a game where he ran it like 14 times last week.
Yeah. He took himself out of the game because
Could
he
you
was
believe
tired yesterday.
Could you believe how little they ran him? Well, maybe they didn't run him because he was tired, I guess.
He's tired, and they can't run him every week. He's gonna get injured.
Yeah,
he was holding his wrist in that game. He took himself, dude. I don't know what I would do if my quarterback took himself out of a game because he was tired.
Because he was tired.
I don't.
In your chips,
everybody's looking around like nobody even knows how to process it.
Brutal.
Colts fans are. For a guy, everything, but your quarterback, the guy who's supposed to never leave the field, it's noteworthy if a guy willingly leaves the field so a different quarterback can come in or something. Took himself out because he was tired.
He was tired, yeah. Around the NFL, couple of, not all the results here, but the ones that probably matter to Texan fans. In the division yesterday, the Jags lose to the Packers 30-27. The Titans get rolled up by the Lions 52-14. The Lions, Jared Goff had 85 yards passing, and they scored 52 points in that game yesterday. Crazy. Yeah. Patriots beat the Jets, as we mentioned. That's the Texans' next opponent, the Jets, 25-22. How about the Browns with old J-Mo at quarterback? 29-25. They go over the 20-point mark. He goes over the 300-yard mark. He goes over the amount of prayer in the pregame and postgame interviews. Mm-hmm. We'll acknowledge him for that later.
The whole thing about Jameis, I'll tell you what. I'm going to confess to this. There's just something about a winner. All his post-game speeches, his pre-game speeches, I'm like, you know what? This guy's got charisma. I went from being so sick of Jameis Winston to like, you know what? He's put himself through the ringer and he's come out the other side, got himself clean a few years back, and he's a changed man. And just listen to him now.
He is a character, man. We'll hear from Jameis and acknowledge me at about 7:20-ish on the show. Other results last night. 30-24, the 49ers beat the Cowboys, so the Cowboys fall to 3-4 on the season. Hail Mary, that'll get acknowledged in the 7 o'clock hour. The end of that Washington game, a Washington and Chicago game that involved the top 2 picks in the draft, both of whom have been playing well, Daniels and Caleb Williams, and that game was boring as hell for like 55 minutes. Yeah. And then all hell broke loose. That game got on acid in the last 5 minutes of the game. Noah Brown
caught the Hail Mary.
Man. They could use Noah Brown.
Speaking of being on acid, that whole game yesterday, I was wondering. I was like, this is, all right, we're living in a simulation. What the hell's going on here? There's so many weird things in that game.
We'll get to all of it, man.
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
We'll get to all of it.
Are we in headlines right now?
Yeah, we're in headlines right now. That's why I'm sprinkling in some scores.
We had the NFL Films people in here for the first 2 segments, and I felt like Huckleberry Finn wearing a 3-piece suit. I was like,
you were fine.
These guys,
you had 2 really good segments.
They were just like, we want to talk.
Talking about?
They asked us to talk about a couple specific things, and I'm like, don't fence me in, buddy.
I thought we were amazing. It's all
good.
No,
I was good.
Yeah,
Huckleberry Finn can pour on the charm when he wants to.
He can.
I got to get back to walking around barefoot and.
Mm-hmm.
Using racial slurs,
looking for Becky Thatcher.
All my Huck Finns.
Yeah, all your Huck Finns.
I want to go back to a time when people were like Huckleberry Finn.
Kids, Mark Twain.
Yeah.
Yankees trail in the World Series of the Dodgers 2-0, and the Rockets lose to the Spurs on Saturday night. Rematch tonight in San Antonio. All right, those are your headlines for today. Up next, we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans, the locker room speech. How fired up does he get you? And we will go through yesterday's game, all the high and low points from yesterday's game through the voice of the Texans, Mark Vandermeer. We acknowledge at 7:20 on the show today. That is
as uncomfortable as I did early today about your retirement. So I felt uncomfortable just having.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, congrats, man. Congrats, man. Congrats. Give it up for yourselves. Hey, congrats. Hey, man, we talked about it starting on Wednesday, right? No strain, no game, right? You guys relentlessly went out, man, and showed to 1 second on the clock. It took everybody in this room. It took every strain to be relentless as possible to finish 1-0. All right, and that's what it takes every single week. All right, I love everybody in this room. Appreciate the effort from everybody. All right, support staff, coaches, players, everybody here, man. We do this thing together. Right, love the way we hunt together. And it'll always be about that. Team first every single time. Y'all with me? Sure. Hey, man, got another one Thursday. All right, got another one Thursday. Quick turnaround for us. We'll get the schedule to you guys. We'll be ready to go. But right now, I want everybody thinking about recovery. All right, rest, recover. Rest, recover. Let's rinse and repeat. Thursday night, we going to New York, baby.
Yeah, I love that D'Amico's excited about everything.
I think, he's the most. You know what? It's funny. We talk about who's a dog and who's not, DAWG.
Yeah.
D'Amico is also the most DOG-like. Like an actual dog in terms of temperament, I think.
Yeah.
You know, like, the guy that's like, he's always ready to go. He's always got a smile on his face. He'll throw, I'll play fetch with you. Of course I will right now. Let's do this. Let's have some fun with this life.
Do you think there's any planes that he gets on as a DOG dog and he's like, hey, wait a second. We're going to, you're going on vacation and taking me to the kennel.
Second, I thought I was going trick-or-treating, but we're going to play the Jets.
I recognize this route. We're going to play the Jets. No, he seems excited.
That would be Jack Easterby. If Jack Easterby would be around. He'd have D'Amico involved in all kinds of nefarious schemes, and D'Amico wouldn't even know it, you know?
Oh, man.
I think two things about that little clip. I got excited when he talked because obviously it's a play on no pain, no gain, but it's a better and more accurate way to frame it. D'Amico is a master of reframing things and getting guys to approach challenges a certain way. Yeah. Remember his second year as coordinator in San Francisco, they told a story during the playoffs about Lenore, the cornerback who was going to get targeted because he was playing opposite a much better cornerback.
Yep.
And D'Amico told him, like, look, you're going to get targeted more. You got to look at those as opportunities. Mm-hmm. Those are your chances to make plays. And Lenore ended up making some big plays in those playoffs because they were targeting him,
He's still a fixture on their team now.
So D'Amico's really good at that stuff. The other side of it, though, too, is in framing the challenge of playing on Thursday Night Football, there are a lot of things that suck about it. We had NFL Films in here filming some footage that they might use for like 6 seconds in the pregame. But
and the open, the big open that they do.
So I wasn't going to talk truly about the challenge of playing Thursday Night Football because a lot of it is just bogus BS that you have to...
You have to play Thursday.
This is the thing, Bezos. Yeah. You gotta. No, this is the thing that sucks and is stupid about it. It's that if you're injured, it's not just a matter of like, getting your energy back up and everything else. It's hard to get out there and play on an ankle that maybe you wouldn't have even practiced on a Thursday
right.
in a normal week.
Most weeks you'd be listed as limited on the practice report. You're getting ready to play an NFL game.
Right, and you're playing an actual game. But the timing of it is such, and I would imagine D'Amico is going to talk about this during the week. He talks about recovery being the most important thing. Yeah. You've got 4 days to recover, sleep, all those things. You can get a huge advantage over other teams. If they're not, and a team like the Jets, they're right at the point where some guys who are of a lower caliber of professionalism might start to let go of the rope a little bit.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, that's a good question by you that you asked earlier. So, I do think there's a huge advantage in having the right mindset, not on Thursday night because everybody's going to show up and play, but in your preparation, when you're tired, when your body doesn't feel right, the mental side of this, and then also getting, maybe normally on a Sunday night you go out and you have a few drinks with the fellas. Don't do that, obviously. This is a week where every night of sleep and the benefit you get from it is amplified that much more. So I think I like that part of D'Amico's preparation.
Yeah, I trust this team and I trust this coach in this situation. This should be fun, man. Jets on Thursday night. Let's dig into yesterday, though. So the Texans, they beat the Colts 23-20. Once again, there were junctures in this game where this game didn't have to be as close as it was. But
this game was on an acid trip.
There's
so many weird things that kept happening.
There were.
Fueled mostly by Anthony Richardson, but other weird stuff as well.
Well, there was a good play that Anthony Richardson had, and this is what got the Colts an early lead here in this game. This was Anthony Richardson getting nearly half of his passing yards yesterday on one play after a mix-up in the Texans secondary.
On 2nd and 9, Richardson calls for the ball. Here it is. Fakes the give, steps back deeper, wants to unload deep. He does. Downfield it goes, and Downs is wide open. Left side 35-30, left side 20. Touchdown. Josh Downs running free in the secondary and scoring for the Colts to give them the lead. A 69-yard touchdown pass.
How do you get that wide open?
Well,
illegal
Tell
pick.
him, Seth.
A rub.
Yeah.
When it's legal, it's called a rub.
Yeah.
I felt like the receiver that picked off Jalen
Petrie.
Petrie. I thought he altered his path a little bit, but it wasn't enough to be egregious.
I felt like Petrie kind of more ran into his teammate than anything else.
Yeah. That's what it was, huh?
Yeah.
So it was a clean rub that happens on those crossing routes.
I had to go back and watch it, but that's what I thought I saw the one time I watched that play right
now. That's where I got nervous because the old Anthony Richardson that would have missed that wide open wide receiver, Josh Downs. He can make the incredible circus throws.
That was early in the game.
Yeah. And look, and we'll get to when Jalen Petrie makes up for this play. But that's just the one area of some of the inexperience in the secondary that still pops up at times.
Yeah.
There's going to be a time where Jalen Petrie is a really smart player, but he's still young and is playing in this role for the first time. This amount of man coverage that he's playing. That's going to get better. I think that'll get better over the course of the season. He's doing a lot of really positive things.
It was just so frustrating because to that point, the Colts had scored over the course of the two games. They'd scored on the Texans 6 times.
Yeah.
4 touchdowns in the opener in week 1, and then a field goal and a touchdown yesterday to go up 10-3. Every single one of those drives included some 50, if not a touchdown of 50-plus yards. Even the field goal that they kicked in the first quarter of this game was set up by a 55-yard kickoff return.
Yeah.
So, all the things we're saying going into this game, the one thing I know that you and I kept listening first, just don't give up those big plays. Just don't give up. This team cannot put together, the Colts I'm talking about, 12-play, 82-yard drives by getting 8-yard chunks at a time.
No.
Unless
part of it is Anthony Richardson and Jonathan. Some of their big. You look at their big plays in this game, and they had way more runs than passes in the big. But those big passes were damaging.
Yeah.
Like Josh Downs down in the end zone at was it a Downs touchdown that was reversed and made 1 yard line? Yeah.
Yep.
So Downs specifically yesterday. Was
good player, man.
That could have been backbreaking, and it was one of those things where. Would they have been better with Joe Flacco in the game? I don't know. I can't figure Anthony Richardson out. I do not. He's a horrendous quarterback, but he's a terrifying running back.
Yeah.
And I think I was trying to figure out yesterday whether is Derrick Henry a better running back playing quarterback than Anthony Richardson? Is because Anthony Richardson is like a running back who's allowed to throw a bunch of halfback passes.
Oh, yeah, Henry plays wildcat.
Henry actually plays pretty well. He has every now and then he has a nice jump pass with touch. I feel like Derrick Henry could be better doing what Anthony Richardson's doing right now.
Be a fun experiment.
Than Anthony Richardson is.
Be a fun experiment. So the Texans go down 10-3 on that Josh Downs touchdown. I like this that they responded with a touchdown drive of their own. Now we should point out on this touchdown drive, Jared Patterson. Mm-hmm. And they were able to move the football down the field. 10 plays, 70 yards, 5 minutes and 46 seconds. This is what it's supposed to look like. And it ends with this Joe Mixon touchdown run.
First down Texans at the Colts 14. Stroud under center. Handoff Mixon. Starts right, cuts left. 10, 5. Mixon still going. Takes out a defender and takes the ball into the end zone. Jones couldn't bring him down. Mixon has 6 for Houston. And they can tie the game with the extra point.
Mixon with a grown man run. Get off me. What a run by Joe Mixon. I am a fan.
It is.
Trey was on a heater yesterday, man.
Mixon, my God. You talk about the heart and the soul of the team, old school running back, all of those things. He 100% makes the players around him better.
Yeah.
When you talk about MVPs of a team or a unit and what can they do, man, Mixon right now might be the MVP in terms of his ability to make guys around him better than they are.
Yeah.
And it's with the offensive line, they have a lot of plays where 4 guys are having a good rep and 1 guy's screwing up or 1 guy's getting blown into the backfield. And Joe Mixon turns a lot of those plays into positives or relative positives. Now, that play there was blocked up really well. You got a nice, I can't remember who the tight end was, but had a really nice kick-out block, cut block, I believe. And but then Joe Mixon just does it with grit getting into the end zone.
Yeah, it was a bit of everything on that run, so that was cool. Now comes the sequence at the end of the half, which ultimately this was the difference in the game. The Texans have a drive where they're looking to get points. They're doing their thing. They're kind of moving slow at the end of the half to make sure they're possessing the football. And unfortunately, they get to a 3rd and 8 at the Indianapolis 36. They're in field goal range. And CJ takes a sack. Can't take a sack there. That was one of the few mistakes I thought CJ. Now, the offensive line was not good, but you got to find a way to get rid of that football. CJ sacked, loses 9 yards. Now you're out of field goal range. Now you're punting. And you punt it back to the Colts, who get the ball on their own 5-yard line. So kudos to Tommy Townsend, who, similar to the end of the Buffalo game, after the Texans kind of botched some things around field goal range, Tommy Townsend, because that was the Buffalo game, was CJ throwing the intentional grounding.
Yeah.
So it's a similar situation to where you're in field goal range, you make a mistake, now you're out of field goal range. Tommy Townsend pins them down on the 5. Again, similar to the Josh Allen situation at the end of the game. I can justify letting Josh Allen throw the football at least once just to see if he gets you a play. I cannot justify Anthony Richardson throwing the football down inside his own 10-yard line. So here's what happened. 1st and 10 at the 5, and they run Jonathan Taylor on 1st down.
Yeah.
Clock's running. Neither team's using a timeout.
Right.
D'Amico seemed content to go into the locker room 10-10 at the half. Otherwise, he'd have been using a timeout there, I would imagine. 2nd and 3, they let Anthony Richardson throw the football with 39 seconds left, and it's damn near a pick 6 by Kamari Lassiter.
Mm-hmm.
So the very next one, just go locker room. Nope. You drop Anthony Richardson, the worst passer in football, back to throw on his own 12-yard line with under 30 seconds to go in the half, and here's what happens.
Richardson, empty backfield. He's in the gun. Here's the snap. Richardson looking, firing right side. It's picked off by Petrie. Petrie running across the 10 to his right, and he's stacked up inside the 8-yard line. Richardson coughs it up. Jalen Petrie with the INT. 1st and goal, Houston.
First and goal.
You know, the funny thing about that is Petrie's had some good examples this year of baiting guys. I thought he did a good job of in the Green Bay game. He kind of baited Jordan Love on what ended up being a Neville Hewitt interception, but it was his ability to disguise that was part of the things that created that. This is just Jalen Petrie being back in his zone where he'd started out. There were no deep routes, and Anthony, it's an empty backfield. I'm guessing Jalen Petrie is thinking, all right, this is a QB draw or something, except they didn't. There's no excuse for Shane Steichen calling this play with that quarterback, unless he's trying to get Anthony Richardson benched.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense. You've got a guy who's got a career. He's below 50% completion percentage right now. He's thrown more. Going into that game, he's thrown twice as many interceptions as touchdowns.
Seth.
And you put it completely in his passing hand.
He was 2 for 14 when he threw that interception.
Yeah.
2 for 14.
2 for 14, and yet, I mean, there was a while there where his QB rating was still over 100 when he was like 2 for 11 because of the long
81 yards.
Yeah, because they converted 2 third downs on the day. They were 2 for 14 or something on third downs.
Incredible.
It's crazy.
Incredible.
And yet I'm still scared of him. So Jalen Petrie, good job. That was just Jalen Petrie understood the situation, understood the route combo they were seeing, and he was in perfect position to jump that through sheer idiocy by Shane Steichen and Anthony Richardson.
Thank God. And then the very next play, here's what happened.
Stroud of the gun, first and goal at the 7-1 back. Mixon, bunch formation right. CJ to throw, looking. CJ steps up, fires right side of the end zone.
Yes!
Caught, touchdown, Houston, Tank Dell. The Texans take the lead.
It is homecoming weekend for the University of Houston. Only proper that Tank put one in the end zone.
There you go.
My only complaint about that was that they scored immediately, rendering the tight end, the timeouts that the Texans had saved.
Oh yeah,
moot. For perfect, I think there were Colts fans that actually wished the Texans had used all their timeouts, like with multiple attempts down there at point blank range, just to really drive the point home that y'all done screwed up. You are idiots. What the hell? Because Colts fans probably were hoping that Anthony Richardson would get benched at that point too.
Oh my God, yeah, they had to be, right? I mean, I know as a Texan fan coming out at halftime, so that touchdown put the Texans up 17-10. They handed the Texans, I say handed, that was a hell of a throw by C.J. Stroud.
John Harris weighing in. Richardson checked into that play.
Johnny was down there. He would know. Oh, my God.
Richardson.
Listen, man. So that they handed the Texans the opportunity for 7 points. C.J. Stroud took it. That was a hell of a throw to Tank Dell. And the Texans go in the locker room up 17-10. Game they win by 3 points. You give them 7 points at the end of the half right there. So let's get to a couple things in the second half here, and then we'll start acknowledging some people. The Texans, 17-10 at the half. They continued throughout the second half. They never trailed in the second half of this game. Once they took that 17-10 lead, they eventually made it 20-10. Colts would get a field goal to make it 20-13. Texans get the ball, and this was I don't know if this was the drive where Diggs got hurt, but it was definitely the play you're about to hear was after Diggs got hurt. And this is something the Texans may need with Stephon Diggs out and with Nico Collins out for at least one more game this Thursday. C.J. Stroud converting a huge play to John Mechie.
C.J. out of the gun. In the pocket, looking, now dancing to the right side, directing traffic, throws downfield, and caught by Mechie! Inside the 25, heads for the sideline. What a play to John Mechie to the 21-yard line. They cash in.
That was on a 2nd and 19. The Texans had 1st and 10 at the end of the third quarter at the Indianapolis 40. So they're in range to get another score, and they come off the sideline to begin the fourth quarter. And they get the 4-yard loss by Mixon was the last play of the third quarter. 2nd and 14, Tunsil gets a false start. Hadn't had one in a month. False there. 2nd and 19, that was the play. That Mechie caught that on 2nd and 19 to get them into the red zone.
And when CJ started scrambling, John Mechie was just sitting in the hook curl area there in the middle of the field with 2 defenders near him. Mm-hmm. CJ started scrambling to the sideline. CJ had 2 receivers downfield on the right sideline, and Mechie just comes over, gets open, uses that space, and CJ found him, and that was beautiful.
Good
that
to
was
see.
A nice scramble drill there. Yep. And him also, CJ having the presence of mind that as he's working towards the sideline, he's coming back across his body to see John Mechie coming open. That was real. That was the kind of stuff that didn't feel like would have happened in the preseason, where Mechie just didn't quite seem to be in the flow of things.
Yeah.
That was beautiful on that. It was just flat out scramble drill.
Yep, good chemistry right there. Now, the next series of downs ended with Mechie catching a negative 3-yard missile screen with Xavier Hutchinson as his blocker. I don't know if on a 3rd and 2, gotta have it play on the Indianapolis 13, I'm throwing a missile screen with my 2 most experienced guys catching and blocking.
With a guy up on the ball, and I just don't know.
I didn't get that.
Yeah,
you're pounding Mixon on that series. Mixon just got you. Mixon got you to 3rd and 2 on that series.
Sometimes the Texans have to rely on their offensive line to block, which, like every play. Yeah. And, hey, it is what it is. Yeah. There's other times where I fear that Bobby trusts his wide receivers as blockers a little too much.
Yeah. So that play, I didn't like that play call at all. Texans kick a field goal. They go 23 to put together a 70-yard drive. Josh Downs, a big part of that again. Initially a touchdown. It was reversed, and Jonathan Taylor walks in from 1 yard out. So now it's 23 to 20, and the Texans get the ball, and they're putting a good drive together. Ultimately, it was a 9-play, 52-yard drive that ended inside the Indianapolis 10-yard line because of, I believe we've got the play right here, because of this play right here.
CJ with the toss to Joe, and it's going to be a loss on the play. Is it a fumble?
It is.
It is a fumble. Adengbo take it down.
It was a turnover. However, the runner was down by contact.
All right, they're going to call him down by contact.
Okay, that highlight was truncated a little bit. They didn't play Mark. I'm assuming Mark doing a play-by-play of a would-be touchdown there by Odiengbo. Do I have his name right there?
Odiengbo, yes.
Odiengbo, yeah. That was a hell of a play. I mean, if that ball was pitched forward, it would have been an interception. It never hit the ground.
Oh, yeah, I know. You're right.
Yeah.
So good job, CJ. It's not an interception.
No,
it was. But I will say, I mean, this is part of the offensive line coming back to bite here too. It's that the play design and running it in that moment tricky. I mean, Juice Scruggs gets driven back into CJ enough that I feel like CJ's feet were a little messed up, and it ended up being not a perfect pitch, but also Joe Mixon had to alter his route because you've got a defensive lineman in his face immediately, blowing by Robert Woods. Tight end Rob Woods. It was too cute. It was ugly and disjointed. Yes, a little too cute.
Yeah,
a little too cute.
For that moment, it was too cute.
It's like Bobby in his oversized cap, where he looks a little too cute to be an offensive coordinator. Sometimes he looks a little too much like a teenager getting ready to go to his sophomore year of high school.
How were you with Bobby yesterday?
Not great, Jim. Not great.
I mean, the two plays we just talked about those are problematic, man.
They're problematic. There's some things in the run game that have worked well, and they're starting to get their feel for it. I think the tight ends, he's learning how to use his tight ends and what they can and can't do. So like that part of it is good. You're dealing with the absence of Nico Collins, and at the end of the game, Stephon Diggs. But there's a lot of the stuff that's going on the offense right now when it comes to pass protection with the offensive line, the tight ends, the running backs, that still just feels like they can't get the basics right. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, that comes back on the offensive coordinator. Whether it's too much complexity or not teaching the game plan right or whatever their keys are on specific plays, they're just not on the same page.
Yep.
And it compounds. And that's they're not dumb guys out there.
Yep.
They're not stupid. And whenever offensive linemen especially look stupid, when I know that they're not stupid, I go back to coaching. And something's not right here.
Quick text. Good morning. And by the way, the text is from the 5 Hour Energy fan line. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 16. Good morning. What do you think the plan is for Kenyon Green moving forward? This week, it's probably Kenyon Green again, only because I can't imagine Jared Patterson coming back from a concussion in 3 days.
Yeah. This defensive line, like the Jets defense, you fired a defensive-minded head coach who's had nothing but really good defenses going back to San Francisco. So for how many years now?
You essentially fired a good defensive coordinator while firing your head coach.
Right. So you fired Robert Saleh.
Makes no sense.
You changed the offensive coordinator, which Saleh wanted to do. But now the defense looks worse.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, there's been no spark offensively, even with the addition of Devontae Adams. That it looks like they've mangled this. But the Texans go up to New York as I thought that they were 1.5 point underdogs.
They
it's
were.
A pick 'em.
It opened as a pick 'em.
Okay.
Went to Jets -1. It's Texans -1 as of a half hour.
Oh, really?
Ago. Yeah. So that thing's floating through the zero.
Got some of the sharps are out there straddling this mofo.
Who knows, man? They don't have much time to analyze it. It's Thursday night. Got to get on it. All right, let's get to let's acknowledge some people. Let's get to acknowledge me. We acknowledge big performances from over the weekend. Hopefully, we get to all these. We'll do a few Texans here. Joe Mixon, we can acknowledge and just rapid fire this. We talked a lot about Mixon today.
He glared at me, everybody. If you couldn't see it on the YouTube channel or Twitch, he glared at me. He said, "Hopefully, we get through all these."
No, because I put too
Sean
many.
Sean gave me a warning glance.
That's not true.
Stern,
that's
yes,
a lie.
yes.
That's a flat out lie.
It's 100% true.
I put too many in here, but that's okay. We can talked about Mixon a ton today already.
No, I love Joe Mixon.
I do too.
Joe Mixon has got everything I want my future grandchild to play football like.
Yeah.
I want him if football is still legal by that point.
Yes. Fourth straight 100-yard game in games he started and finished for the team. If he starts and finishes a game, he gets 100 yards. It's a statistical fact. It's not an opinion. It's not conjecture. It's not fake news.
And it's not, man, there will never, ever be a debate about, is Mixon really that good, or is it just that he's running behind the 1990s Cowboys offensive line?
Yards over expected.
There will be there's not going to be any well, he was the recipient of a lot of good things around him.
Right.
He is the straw that mixes the drink in a lot of ways.
Indeed. I want to acknowledge C.J. Stroud.
Acknowledge me!
In going back and watching the condensed version of this game and just going back, looking at some of the numbers, and then just remembering how much he was running around again yesterday. It wasn't quite Packers game bad, but he was under a lot of pressure. I think that might have been – it sounds crazy to say because for C.J. it was just your garden variety, one touchdown pass, no interception, 285-yard game in the box score. And yet, if you watch that game, you know how much pressure he was under during that game, that he only took 2 sacks and threw no interceptions in that game. I think that was one of C.J. Stroud's better games as Texans quarterback yesterday.
He's had a few games this year where you look up at the box score and you realize, oh, wait, he did a good job because it doesn't look like quintessential vintage
every play.
And then you go back and you're right. When you start watching the end zone copy, you realize, wow, to get to 60+ percentage completion in this game, he had to do some pretty special things. The thing I worry about with CJ, and there's almost no correct way for him to handle this right now with the pass protection, is that you can pick out times in the last couple weeks where, if he had held onto the ball a little longer, he would have had Diggs. The play yesterday when he threw an out to Schultz and it was an errant throw and Diggs had his hands up in the air. Yeah, it was because Diggs was coming open and would have been wide open for a deep strike. Yeah. Except that CJ had pressure in his lap.
Yeah.
So he's got to find this balance now with inadequate pass protection where, look, you got to get rid of the ball more quickly. And Schultz is your read there. He's open. I'm not going to mess around with this. I'm going to get rid of the football. And that's a hard place to be as a quarterback because you gotta understand and accept. And he's doing this that you're going to miss out on some opportunities downfield.
Yep. Okay, let's skip ahead here. I want to quickly acknowledge the Texans secondary. Who held Anthony Richardson to the second lowest completion percentage of a quarterback throwing the ball 30 yards or more in the last 10 years. The only one lower was one the Texans secondary held Josh Allen to a few weeks ago. Jameis Winston, orator.
Yes, he's gone from annoying wannabe country preacher to now he is an orator.
He's an orator.
Now that he's a winner. Now that he's obviously better than Deshaun Watson. Now he's an orator.
And 24th, the Ravens. It's not like he went and beat the Panthers or something like that. He beat the Ravens yesterday. Threw for over 300 yards. This was Jameis Winston in the pregame yesterday.
Jameis, I can tell you're taking it all in right now. You're about to make your first start since 2022. Ken Dorsey said that he's been preaching to you to play smart but not conservative. What do you expect from yourself?
This is the day that the Lord has made. I will be glad and rejoice in it.
You're looking really focused right now. You told us this week that everyone inside this building believes that this is the time you guys can turn it around. What's been the message?
Unwavering faith. Ultimate belief, depending on the Lord. That's all we got.
You told me no nerves, just excitement and butterflies. Still feel that way?
Unwavering faith, ultimate belief, dependence on the Lord.
The message is clear, guys. Thank you, Jameis.
See, the sideline reporter finally got on his level at the end. She was asking it with a sideline kind of inflection, and
Jameis is like, "Don't make me use scripture to get passive aggressive on you, lady." I'm gonna say it with an increasingly menacing tone.
Okay,
so after the first one, he stared at the camera.
Yeah.
He said it into the camera. If they'd lost that game, this would have been. Or if he'd had a bad game.
Yeah.
I don't know. We might not have used that clip because it would have been a little bit sacrilegious.
Yeah, a little bit. But fortunately, he went out, won the game, and we got post-game James.
Yeah.
It's not often that you get another opportunity like you have just received in the NFL. What does it mean to lead these guys and what could be the start of what you said is something special.
Man, it's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got to quote, Eminem, he from Detroit, he right up the road, but man, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that the Lord provided me with this opportunity. I'm grateful for my teammates, my coaches, and these amazing fans.
Unbelievable performance today. Congratulations, Jameis.
Unbelievable performance in that post-game interview. The Lord and Eminem. The two people that inspired him.
Is that the white boy? Is that...
The white boy was Eminem. It wasn't a white boy and Eminem.
I want to thank two people, Eminem and some other cracker ass.
Jameis is a dream, man. He is a dream.
For somebody, Jameis is old. I keep thinking he's not a kid, obviously.
No.
He's a full-grown man.
No.
So good job, Jameis Winston.
Can Jameis and Eminem pray for Stephon Diggs' knee for us? Is there a quote that we can get out there to get Stephon Diggs' knee?
I don't even know
better
which
and all
celebrities I want to talk about until after the election's over.
Good call, Seth.
Everybody,
That's a good call.
I say, if I'm not either crushing Eminem or building him up, people are going to think they know my political beliefs.
Good
so
call.
I just take a hiatus from any celebrity for the next few days.
As long as we're talking about the gods, the football gods in this case, I feel like they were trolling us a little bit with this one yesterday, considering Nico Collins is out with a hamstring. Stephon Diggs goes down with who knows, maybe an ACL injury.
Yeah.
We don't know. No Hail Mary at the end of the here's what it sounded like. The end of the Washington-Chicago game yesterday. Chicago leads by 3, 15-12. Here was the final play of the game.
Bears at 8 deep, 4 of them at the goal line. They bring 3. Daniels backing up. He's just going to have to let one fly. Goes to the right side. Steps away from the defenders. Gives himself some time. Now steps up, fires. Heads towards the end zone. It is...
Good. Wow. I didn't know when they were going to say Noah Brown's name. Maybe never. That was Noah Brown catching that Hail Mary yesterday. The thing that made that got a lot of run from that Hail Mary, and I feel like you're watching it right now.
Yeah, the defensive back who
Tyreek Stevenson
had his back. Tyreek Stevenson had his back to the actual line of scrimmage as the snap, after the ball had already been snapped, taunting the crowd.
Taunting the Washington crowd.
Yeah. Which, I mean, ultimately, I don't think... This is kind of like an outfielder being mic'd in a Major League Baseball game. By the time the ball was thrown, Stevenson had been checked into the play and he knew which play was coming.
It's bad mojo, man.
But it's bad mojo.
Yeah.
And he ends up being one of the leapers there at the end.
Yeah.
This is relevant to this week's matchup for the Texans in that Aaron Rodgers is eerily and freakishly good at Hail Marys.
The Hail Mary master.
Yeah, he's got some of the most successful Hail Mary attempts. They have a history this season of allowing some big chunk plays in the passing game.
They do indeed.
So I'm not going to laugh too much at the misfortune of the Bears right this moment.
No. Well, Tyreek Stevenson, I will. That's just dumb.
Oh, yeah, Tyreek Stevenson couldn't keep his hands out of Texans' faces. Poke Nico Collins, give him the old Moe and Curly.
Yep.
In that game.
Yep, in the Sunday night
game. And then
game.
Nico destroyed him.
Yep. Had it coming to him, man. Good
job. Oh, good. I'm glad that was Tyreek Stevenson.
Yes. Marcel Reed.
Acknowledge me.
A little college football in here. Freshman, your Aggies, Seth.
Mm-hmm.
Big win over LSU.
That's right.
On Saturday night. I love seeing Brian Kelly angry, which is most of the time. Like even when he's winning, he's angry.
He's an angry fella.
Yeah, he's a coach of LSU who used to coach Notre Dame. But Marcel Reed, the freshman quarterback, who Kirk Herbstreit was turning it into like a Juan Soto. Hey, do you know Juan Soto is 21 years old?
Yeah.
Situation. Hey, do you know that Marcel Reed played with Kirk Herbstreit's son in Nashville?
Mm-hmm. Did he mention it over and over again?
Like 6 times after
really?
Reed came into the game. Yeah. Now, he was doing...
Was it relevant?
Yeah, it was. I mean, because Marcel Reed, to a lot of people watching that game, was probably an unknown. He's a freshman quarterback. But he came into that game, only threw 2 passes, but it was for 70 yards. It was the damage he did on the ground that really helped A&M get over the top in this game. Look, this is a game LSU led 17-7, and they lost 38-23. The Aggies outscored them 31-6 down the stretch. I mean, we are on a collision course. I don't have a dog in the fight, Texas and Texas A&M, but they are on a collision course right now, SEC title game.
Yeah.
And those tickets are already going for a ton.
Oh, boy, you wanted that rivalry back? Oh, my goodness.
It's back. Yeah, it's back. So that's pretty cool.
The state of Texas is back, Sean?
I don't know if you heard. State of Texas is football in the state of Texas is back. Yeah, it's big. I think this football thing's going to take hold here. I think it's got a shot.
We had one of those NFL Films guys that was in here. He's from Pennsylvania originally. Yeah. We were talking about like high school football in PA, and it's funny because it's big, but he was like he's like, but it's not. I mean, everybody always says it kind of it's not Texas.
It is pretty.
There's no
big,
place
though.
Quite like Texas. No, it's huge. It's huge, but the schools aren't as big in Pennsylvania.
Right.
Like they don't have these $20 million facilities necessarily.
Correct.
It's just nothing is like Texas high school football.
You're right about that. Hey, let's give away some tickets to some Texas college football this weekend. Kansas State coming to town to play the University of Houston. Big win for the Cougs this weekend. Caller number 5 is going to get on out to TDCU Stadium this weekend to see U of H and Kansas State. 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5 right now, and you are on your way. We're doing this all week, so keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610. Up next, we mentioned this earlier. Let's touch on this in the final segment before we hand things over to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris at 8 a.m. Texans Monday. The trade deadline's a week from tomorrow. Is Nick Caserio going to be shopping for some items maybe he wasn't expecting to be shopping for? Because that's coming up next. Now, if you're shopping for a grill, if you're shopping for an outdoor kitchen, if you are looking to take advantage of the great weather that we have by cooking some steaks or some burgers or whatever it may be in your backyard, maybe smoking a brisket, Texas Star Grill Shop is where you need to get to. I'm telling you right now, I was there last week when John Lopez and Reggie Atatula were out there doing their show, and the selection, I was just reminded, we're a Traeger household, so we're not in the grill market right now. We already got our Traeger from Texas Star Grill Shop, but you may be, and I'm telling you right now, the selection there is incredible. The folks there helping you out are so knowledgeable, and they've got just awesome deals going on all the time. The best grills at the best prices and all the supplies to go.
Kirkwood under the giant American flag. Your Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Man, tired. I ain't gonna lie. That was a lot of running right there, what I did. And I don't think I was going to be able to go that next play. So I just, just told saying I just needed a break right there.
Okay, so that was Anthony Richardson, who came out for one play.
Yeah.
Joe Flacco came in on a 3rd and long in Texans territory, handed
the
off,
ball off,
so he settled for a field goal there.
Yeah. He was tired.
He was
out of breath. On the broadcast, they mentioned he'd been rubbing his wrist earlier. Maybe he tapped his head, and you're wondering, like, does he have a concussion like he got in NRG Stadium last year? No, he was simply tired. This is something that I don't think any generation of people listening to right now who have watched football or have played football at high school, college, or the NFL, I'm guessing that they've never seen a quarterback remove himself from a game because he was tired.
Have you?
No.
No.
It doesn't. It is. And Tiki Barber on the broadcast, I had to go back and listen to how they handled it on the broadcast. And Tiki Barber, it sounded like he didn't quite know how to absorb that. My first thought was, well, clearly it can't be that. Right? Like, they're just not telling the truth yet. There's got to be more to it.
It'd be that.
He confirmed it because the team had said, no, he was just tired. That's an uncomfortable. Look, dude, that's the leader of your team. Pat McAfee, this is where I know Colts fans, Pat McAfee, when Pat McAfee throated endorsing Anthony Richardson, he said, I had never seen an NFL QB tap out while still being healthy until watching Anthony Richardson. The QB is your franchise. The message it sends is loud and influential. We are dudes who tap out when we're tired.
We're screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's really only one position group on the field that it's part of the culture of just getting a blow is defensive line.
Yeah.
Because the defensive line, you treat it like a hockey line almost. You're rotating guys in, and you'd rather have usually a backup with fresh legs is better than the starter who's gassed.
Yeah.
So it's no big deal. That's common. Quarterback is at the other end of the spectrum. You do not get taken out unless you've got some gadget. If you're a statue quarterback that has an athletic quarterback that can come in on short yardage or whatever, but you don't tap out because you're tired.
I think defensive line, and I think if you're a skill guy who just busted a long play.
Right, wide receivers too. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they
running
roll
backs,
in.
Yeah. So I think those are the only ones those are the only ones I can never remember seeing do it. Real quick, because
he did just by way of illustrating, he threw Foley Fatukasi off his back on that play.
That was impressive.
It was pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, that was
and then he ruined it.
Yeah.
It's like he painted the Mona Lisa and then took a dump on it. By just leaving after. Wow, what a play. Okay, I got to leave now.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm tie. Yeah.
Made me happy.
So I was happy to see Flacco come in that instance because he was coming off the bench cold, and they ended up handing the ball off. They didn't even let Flacco throw it. I thought at that point, honestly, you know what I thought, because it was 3rd and long, is that maybe they're doing some like sort of platoon thing where on obvious passing downs they're bringing in Joe Flacco.
Right.
I'm like, now that's kind of a smart thing. Yeah.
They've turned Shane Steichen into a plumb fool. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He's out there. It's like he's a highly trained sniper who all of a sudden they say, here, use a slingshot.
Yeah.
And it changes up his whole game, Yep. Because that's what he's got, a slingshot of a quarterback.
Yep.
Every now and then you hit your target.
That's right. Big week for Nick Caserio. He's the general manager and executive vice president of the Houston Texans. He comes on our show every few weeks. Yeah. Okay. You've talked to him before. Trade deadline is a week from tomorrow.
I'm just laughing at that because somehow that would get me to remember somebody that I hadn't. Trade deadline tomorrow, a week from tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah. Not a trade, but Nick has made a pickup that's already paid some dividends.
Devin White
looked pretty good yesterday.
He was on the field first, and then the first time I noticed him, they used him exactly how I think they thought they would use him early. They blitzed him, and Devin White is he's been inconsistent as a linebacker. People wonder, okay, what happened to him? Why isn't he this? Why isn't he that? He does a few things really, really well, and he shows up. Blitzing is one of them. inconsistent when it comes to all the other linebacking stuff, making reads, taking angles, in coverage, but he's incredibly athletic. So I think that he's the perfect guy for D'Amico to bring in, use it in specific situations, and then build from there. So I'm excited about him. Just for whatever it looks like for the rest of the season. I think they're going to use him in specific instances where he can do some good.
Is Nick shopping for wide receivers if Stephon Diggs is done for the year? Is he in on this?
You know what? It might be a window into exactly where Nico Collins is in his recovery.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. He will not have been activated.
Yeah, I mean,
when the trade deadline rolls around.
If Nico comes back, you've got Tank Dell, you've got Nico, you've got Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie and Robert Woods, and that's still a really formidable wide receiving group,
especially with this quarterback.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering if especially if they trade for a wide receiver and they don't go after a guard.
Yeah,
guard. It's weird. We're trying to figure out notable in-season offensive line trades.
Yeah.
And they're few and far between.
They are.
Because it's hard to just plug and play an offensive lineman, but I feel like anybody would be better than what they've got right now.
It doesn't have – Joel Bitonio's name got thrown around last week because the Browns are trading Amari Cooper, and they're going to be a seller probably, even though they won yesterday. They're probably going to sell off a few expensive pieces. It doesn't have to be Joel Bitonio.
No. Yeah, it can be anybody. And the nice thing about running a Kubiak-Shanahan system is that every one of them are different, but – the play calls have a certain language to them. The terminology is similar enough that I think a veteran offensive lineman can step in and be better than now that Patterson is concussed.
Yeah.
For right now, might be the better option. I guess I'm really intrigued by Patterson. I wish concussion, but also just to see him with more reps at left guard. He does some guard things better physically already. I can tell in one drive than Kenyon Green does. Yeah. It's just a matter of, all right, when teams get some film on him and they start knowing how to play against him, does he sustain it?
We got guys asking about Cooper Kupp on the text page. I don't think the Rams are trading Cooper Kupp. I think that win over the Vikings on Thursday took Cooper Kupp off the trade market.
Yeah.
Is my guess. And
Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua both being on the field.
Good.
Just, there's we can't trade away Cooper Kupp. We just got Cooper Kupp back.
Yeah. Right. So the two names that were floating around yesterday at wide receiver were Deontay Johnson of the Panthers and Christian Kirk of the Jags. My initial thing on Kirk was, well, the Jags aren't trading anybody to the Texans. Now it doesn't matter. Christian Kirk has a broken collarbone, so he's going to be out for a long time.
Thanks a lot, Christian Kirk.
Way to go break your collarbone. Deontay Johnson, I don't know if I'm into Deontay Johnson. He's been kind of a problem both places he's been so far.
So I guess the question there would be, okay, the Giants receiver that went to the Chiefs,
Kadarius Toney.
Yeah, thank you, Kadarius Toney, known for his tomfoolery. Well, he goes to the Chiefs for the back half of one season, and he shows up big time in the playoffs. I think for a half season, you don't worry as much about, is this guy a perfect fit for the swarm mentality?
Yeah, maybe. Your point's a good one. The trade deadline's going to happen likely before they activate Nico Collins.
Right.
So it'll be a really
that's the first Lions week, mind you.
Lions week, yeah.
You're going to face the Lions. Yep. I don't know. Depending on what they could get for some of these veteran wide receivers or guys that can be a headache every now and then. I don't know. Just having them on the field might be worth it.
We'll see. Trade deadline will be a big topic the next 8 days for the Texans. But for now, they're 6-2, 2 games up in the division. Life is good in the standings right now, man.
It is. It is.
All right. We will be handing things over to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies to you, white boy.
Thank you.
White boy from Connecticut.
Cracker McBuckets. Cracker McHot Take. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris are up next. Before we get to them, I want to tell you about Flight by Yingling. Boy, we had a great time out in West.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans Sport Station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
One snap for the Colts, 1 second left. Texans up 3, trying to hang on. Richardson out of the gun. Here's the snap. He steps to his left. Richardson in trouble. And Richardson's going to be sacked. Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter get him. The ball comes out. There's a scrum for it. Everybody's still chasing it. And Will ends up with it. Game over. Houston wins. Bye-bye Colts. 23-20 Texans. They sweep the season series for the second time ever and run their record to 6-2. A commanding lead in the AFC South.
Johnny's hearing that for the first time. You're hearing that final call for the first time.
Bye-bye, Colts.
Well, you know, I am not shy about this.
I know.
I am not shy about this. Good morning. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. I tweeted out the links.
Oh, man, that was awesome. That just made everything that much better.
Well, listen, this is, and I also tweeted out, and I'm not just promoting my tweeted. Look, I think it's still an acceptable verb. All right, we'll call the platform X, but you can use the verb tweeted instead of post, right? I didn't X it. I tweeted it on X. How's that? Is that acceptable, everybody?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it is.
You posted.
Anyway, in the pregame show out at the radio stage where Sean and Seth are set up, and they know. They know by now how I feel about the horseshoe. So they just said, go. Basically, Sean said something like that. It's game day with the Colts. Go. Go ahead, Mark.
You didn't need much push.
And I somebody videoed the rant, and I don't know if it was Austin or somebody out there, but I reposted that. So that's up there as well. I mean, you're playing the Colts. You are going to be in for it. And since when is a Colts game with the Texans pretty? All right? You cannot anticipate and expect a pretty victory over the Colts. You might expect your team to win, like a lot of people did. I was hoping they would win yesterday, of course. Did I expect them to win? I kind of did, but I always know what you get into with the Colts, which is weirdness, which you had plenty of yesterday, which is just a contentious environment where they get under your skin somehow, and in a way that other teams don't. And they've had this all-time success against the team. Now, I know D'Amico Ryans is doing very well against them. He's 3-1, my gosh, and some monumental victories, including last regular season finale. But the Texans beat them, and I knew that it wasn't going to be pretty. I anticipated that aspect of it, and I definitely saw that delivered yesterday because when Dayo Adengbo picks up that ball and runs it the other way, I'm thinking 2008 Gary Brackett, here we go, Rosencopter. It's another Colts horrifying moment. But he was down, and that changed the world right there. There were several change-the-world moments in the game, Johnny.
Oh, there's
Petrie's pick.
There's so many of them. I felt like the biggest two-play sequence of the game, it's 10-10, and the Colts got the ball backed up. And I know you're in your mind, you gotta go down for Andre's halftime, and you're trying to catch that.
Yeah, the Andre Johnson.
No,
thing.
It was
a whole other story.
It wasn't as if you weren't focused, but it was like we're all kind of anticipating that. And so the Colts were backed up. I can't remember the sequence, whether it was a Taylor run, then an incompletion, or the other way around. I think it was an incompletion on the first down because Kamari almost picked it off.
Yeah.
So the next play, we're thinking, okay, well, they'll run it.
Might have been second. Anyway, go on.
They end up getting to a 3rd and 3. And every week after the game, I read the quotes from the podium because I want to see what especially the opposing coaches and players say. So I'm flipping through the Richardson one, and Richardson is very – I'm trying to think of the right way of saying this. He's very defiant is not quite the word, but it's a little less than defiant. So he gets to that question about the interception, and he admits he changed the play call at the line of scrimmage. He killed whatever play they had and checked into basically an all hitch. Everybody hitching up, all 5 receivers hitching up at the sticks. He changed the play. Petrie picks it off, then turns into Stafford High School running back Jalen Petrie. The clock out trying to reverse field the whole time. And then the next play is a dime to Tank Dell.
So
and the place erupted.
So there were two notable audibles yesterday.
Yeah.
Where people are talking about offensive coordinator / head coach decisions.
Right, exactly.
But quarterbacks taking matters into their own hands.
Even on the Texans side. The Texans are up 20-13. They've driven down. Mechie makes that great catch. They're looking at a 3rd and 2. And there's about 13 minutes left. And look, you got points. I mean, Kaimi kicks that in his sleep. I mean, he's basically kicking extra points.
Yeah, but you want the big points.
You want the big points. And so I've seen and read a little bit about that particular play call. That was not on Bobby. That's a read from CJ.
So CJ
read
audibled.
that. So what happens was the Colts, in fact, I give CJ credit because CJ did the right thing. There were 9 guys in the box, and if you watch it closely, you can see CJ look at it, and I know he's considering it like, okay, I know I shouldn't run into this.
Okay.
So he's got an option to throw it out to Mechie or Hutch, who's ever over there, and all he's got is a 2-on-2. So if he throws it out to one of them, if the front guy makes a block, boom, that's an easy first down. But here's the thing about, discussing offensive coordinators, play callers, etc. Do you know who really made the call?
Yeah.
Because Bobby called the play, but CJ's got options off it. And CJ actually did the right thing. Now, it's not where you kill the play, but he actually had the option to throw it out to Mechie. And the thing is, if X makes the block, and he put X block at first down, and it's great. And it's the right thing. CJ did the right thing.
It just felt like the timing was off, right?
Yeah,
and the block, whatever.
The block just needed to be made.
Yeah,
X just had to make the block because Mechie can make the playoff.
That never happens with this offense where if there's one block made, it's a completely different situation.
I mean, imagine being in Indy and Jim Bob Cooter, the offensive coordinator, or Shane, whoever calls plays, is getting skewered for that. And then there's Richardson going, nah, I killed the play at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, but they should. All right. You're right. Player taking matters into his own hands, Richardson.
Right.
However, the instruction should also be, whatever you do, we're not throwing this football. You want a quarterback draw that ball?
I agree with you.
Fine. We take a loss,
I agree.
fine. But the clock runs, we get out of the half, and, we're in a tie game situation.
Right.
That was 2nd down, the last sort of near pick, right? And then Petrie, beautiful.
That was
my
so good.
gosh, his first pick since 2022. Then you have the immediate payoff with CJ going to Tank Dell. And on that note, here's CJ talking about Tank Dell and how well he did in this game and needs to continue to do that because getting thinner by the day at wide receiver. Let's hear what CJ had to say.
I think, he had a great mindset coming into the week, just getting better, owning his ops, and I thought he did a great job of that. He ran a lot of good routes today, and, me and him are, really close, and we just, want to feed off one another, and it was good, just to get our mojo back going, and I'm just super proud of him and, what he's been able to do. And, he's going to have to really step up big for us.
On the post-game show, and I made a mental note. I want to hear that cut this morning. And before I ran the cut, I'm thinking, why did I want to hear this cut again? Mojo. Johnny Mojo. And we're going to talk about this with D'Amico today because there was a time in this game yesterday where it was 10-3, and we mentioned it on the air. It felt, not that the team was down, but something was off. They weren't playing D'Amico ball. Where was the joy? Where was the passion? Not that they didn't bring the intensity, but it just felt off. And it didn't feel like they were, he wants the team to play in his image. And they weren't doing that. But that play got them going. That got the mojo back, the whole thing. And I felt like the spirit returned. The thing that we've been enjoying so much of these past couple of years with this D'Amico Ryan, C.J. Stroud era, it just happened again. And can they continue to live like this? Look, they win some, they lose some. They win more than they lose. They lost last week to Green Bay at the buzzer, right? They lost a very close game. They won a close game here. They beat Buffalo in a close game. Jacksonville, I don't have to go down the list here. They've all been close, except for the Patriots game. And it's really enjoyable for the fans. Man, you come to NRG Stadium, consult your Texans ticket representative and your cardiologist because this is what you're in for, a down-to-the-wire situation. But I felt like the spirit returned. They in the second half, look, it wasn't perfect at all, obviously, with the fumble, with the Mixon situation and the Dio Adengbo situation. But they got all the errors, and at the end, they won the game.
When you guys said that, I was like, man, from 8 floors up, that's really observant, because I was thinking the exact same thing.
You're right near the bench.
Right. That after you guys said that next defensive drive, I saw the defense start to play with that joy, that verve again. You could see it on the defense. And it all of a sudden kind of turned into, okay, now the defense is playing with some of that. Can we get the offense there? When Tank made that catch, and from that point forward, it wasn't as if it was perfect. Well, it definitely was not. Didn't get that 3rd and 2 on that drive that we just talked about. Fumble. But you could see a little bit more juice. You could see a little bit more joy. More of the handshakes. It takes like 8 minutes when guys come out from warm-ups to get all their handshakes done before they start running some routes on air. But that really started to return. And then I thought, interestingly enough, and I don't – this is the only way I gauge it. I mean, I've got pretty good headphones on, so I can still hear the crowd. But after Tang made that touchdown, that's the loudest I've heard for a touchdown this year. That was the loudest. For that play.
Particular touchdown.
That touchdown for Tank was the loudest I've heard all year, up until Daniil's sack that took Richardson back to the goal line. The place went berserk. It was really cool to just watch the North go nuts. And I think part of it was they thought it might have been a safety, because Richardson was trying to hang on, and Daniil kind of snatched him and kind of threw him into the end zone. He got forward progress to the 1 or the 2 or whatever it was. But the Dell touchdown kind of sent everybody off. Like, okay, it was like that triggered a switch in some sense. Now, like I said, it didn't result in a perfectly played second half, but the protection was better. Dudes made plays. X made that diving catch. Mechie makes the catch across the middle in the deep over route. Guys just started making plays at that point, and then it was like Joe Mixon got powered up, and it was like, here I go.
Yeah.
And he just, Mark, I don't know where this team would be without Joe Mixon.
Well,
that
100
dude
plus
is
again.
running his guts out.
100 plus again. He's 3rd in the league in yards per game. He was last week. He is this week. So he maintains that. Now, Barkley goes tonight, but Barkley's ahead of him, so it doesn't matter. And again, these things don't really matter, but it's just fun to point out. Will Anderson, another sack, and was all over the place, and recovers the fumble on the last play of the game. Will Anderson Jr. is tied for 3rd in the league in sacks. So he is taking it to another level in year 2, and this is a guy who won Defensive Rookie of the Year last year. And he's got Daniil on the other side, who erupted yesterday, a couple of sacks, and pressures all throughout the season. To have those guys at end is phenomenal. Devin White plays. Devin White could be the Derek Barnett of 2024. Not obviously different position group, but a player who has some pedigree in this league, and he's available, and you get him, and he's happy to be here, and he sees what this team is all about, and he loves it.
He fits right in.
Oh, man. Well, what about when you get everybody back?
I know. Well, again,
Luxury
like yesterday,
problem.
Yesterday, there was kind of a rotation between Neville, Hanson, and Devin. Mostly it was Neville and Jake, and then Neville and Devin. But the fact that you could do all that, when you got the 3rd down, the first time that Devin went on the field, I was like, okay, I think it was a 3rd down, I believe. And I was like, okay, he's going to spy on Richardson. I'll be damned. He's spying on Richardson. But that's the exact thing you need. You got a dude that runs 4.4.
So that's what,
with some nasty. And but then they came back the next drive. He doesn't spy. He blitzes. He rushes. And he got his hands on Richardson a couple of times. Now, I don't know if he got credit for any pressures or anything like that. But can I interest you in some numbers?
Yeah.
How about this? This is how I put it in Harris Hits. The Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson Jr. combination pass rush is living up to every single ounce of hype that was generated after Hunter signed to play in his hometown of Houston. Because when we thought about Daniil Hunter joining the Texans, in our mind we went to, ooh, that could be really fun.
Sure.
Right. They combined for 10 tackles, 3 sacks, 3 TFLs, 4 quarterback hurries, and 1 fumble recovery.
Yeah, and ask the offense that they're playing against how it is to deal with those guys.
Yeah.
What do you think the Jets are feeling right now? And by the way, can I start something on this? The Jets, I'm hearing too much. Oh, the Jets, yeah, that'll be fine. Lost the Patriots. So what? The Texans lost to the Carolina Panthers last year. It happens. I know the Jets are not having the year they want, but to me, this is their last house on the left.
Absolutely.
All right, they're 2-6. They lose this one Thursday night. It's over. It's over. You get a 7th loss. There's 0 margin of error. So you're done. So if they win this one, and they were probably thinking this yesterday, they win that one, they're 3-5. It feels so different to be 3-5 as opposed to 2-6.
Right.
I know it's one game, but there's just something about it. But this is the real, push them over the cliff game if you get it. So whatever they have, and I said this yesterday about the Colts, whatever their best version of themselves can be, you're going to get that. The best effort anyway.
Yep.
You're going to get that yesterday because that was their Super Bowl, and now they're 4-4, and you and I were talking about how they're going to handle the rest of their season. The Jets, look, I know that highly dysfunctional, fired the head coach, obviously a bad move. You just changed the coordinator, which they did anyway. Leave Saleh there to run the defense, which he's really good at, and let him be the head coach because you think the replacement is any better at being the head coach? How's that working out for you 0-3 since the firing? Anyway, you're going to get their last stand in their building, prime time. I know it's a short week for everybody, but whatever it is, you're going to get it. Rodgers has a lot of pride. I have a lot of theories about how things are going up there and how the people in the locker room might feel, but I don't know. They're just theories because we're on the outside looking in. This is not an easy game. That's my point. People are acting like this is a layup. Now, I'd love it to be. I'd love it to be a 3-touchdown win. You cruise to the finish. Prime time party, freaking phenomenal. But I don't anticipate that because I think you're going to get the best version of the Gotham Green.
Yeah, absolutely. And all I know is when I've been on the field for Aaron Rodgers games against the Texans, they've not gone well. There was the relaxed game back in 2016. He's in the snow. He's got a hamstring. Oh, he can't run. He runs and
still moves out of the pocket, throws a big pass to Randall Cobb.
Jordy Nelson for a touchdown over Charles James.
Didn't he throw 3 in that game?
Yeah, he threw a bunch of them. But anyways, so look, if there's one guy we're not going to take for granted now, I will say.
What did he throw, 6 in the primetime game in 2012, which was the Texans' best season ever?
I will say this, though.
Yeah.
After all the quarterbacks you faced, he's probably the least mobile.
That's good.
And, to merge the two discussions we just started with Daniil and Will.
That's good. I like this.
And now Aaron Rodgers. So
this
the
is
DBs have got to be smart with this because what's Rodgers going to do? Quick game, 1, 2, 3, throw. He knows I got to get rid of this football. I guarantee he's sitting in meetings right now going, I got to get rid of this football.
Because look at Richardson yesterday. There were times when guys are on him, and he's a tree.
He had Foley, 315 pounds.
He shook him off.
Just shook him off.
So if Foley's on Rodgers like that, I'm thinking Rodgers going down.
Is going to break him?
Yeah.
Physically.
This could be good, but there are a lot of things that you have to deal with. No Stephon Diggs in all likelihood.
Yep.
Any report on him yet? Any
I've
leakage?
Not seen
nothing?
Rappaport did one on Good Morning Football, but he just...
Yeah, he just tried to make it sound like news, but it was old news.
Yeah, but it wasn't. There was no news to it. It was just, this happened yesterday on the world.
We live here, and we don't know. So
yeah, we don't know.
That's it.
Let me give you a couple of numbers. I thought this was
before you get to that. Let's get to your D'Amico.
Okay, let's get to D'Amico.
Because we got a lot of things to get to.
I can save the numbers. Let's get to D'Amico.
Save some of the numbers.
This is good. D'Amico's got
you and D'Amico always have this nice little powwow after the game. Am I allowed to say powwow? After the game, and here's Johnny with the head coach.
All right, Coach, there are a lot of different ways that we can start this one, but I'm going to just go 40,000-foot view. You're 6-2 after 8 games. How's it feel?
And feels awesome. It's the first time hearing that, 6-2, but, man, a lot of work has went into that. Our guys we're playing winning football. Right, it doesn't matter how it looks. Like when you finish with a win, they're tough every week in this league. I'm very proud of our guys for right now at this point in the season being 6-2. Very proud of them.
And building off of that, coming off a tough loss. Yeah. How tough is that as a coach? Hey, you come off a tough loss on the road where you felt like you could have had it, but you walk out of there with a loss. How tough is it to then regroup to get ready for a division opponent back here at this building where they really have kind of owned the series for the last few years?
Yeah, it's twofold. It is tough, right? Starting off, how do you get guys up for it, because guys are feeling down, because everybody's feeling like at some point they let the team down to lose a game that was so close. So guys are down, but they're also excited about the next one. So it's trying to find that balance, trying to keep guys encouraged and enthused about, hey, let's move on, let's get to the next one, and let's just focus on us. Like, we can't do anything about the one we lost and finishing the week 1-0. And guys took that mentality this week. I told them it was going to be hard. They know our team inside and out. We know them. They're a really good team, and it was going to be hard. Our guys accepted that challenge, and we finished the right way.
You mentioned it to me at halftime, and we've talked about this a little bit before, complementary football. Offense gets stopped, but Tommy punts him down to the 5. And then Jalen comes up with the pick. Next play, CJ hits Tank for the touchdown. I don't know that you can ever say a 3-play sequence is the deciding factor in the game. It felt like that was the deciding factor in the game, Coach, getting that 7 before the half.
Yeah, that was huge in the game. Really felt like we really want to get points before the half. And, for us to kind of stall out there, it's like, this is going to be tight. But Jalen, man, what a play. What a punt by Tommy. Jalen with the interception. And then for our offense to go score, we got to get more of that. Us moving forward, I'd like to see us play even better, the complementary football aspect of getting turnovers, scoring off of turnovers, or really swinging the field position and offense finding a way to score touchdowns.
Coach, every game that Joe Mixon has started and finished, he's gone for over 100 yards this year. And I heard that's maybe some sort of record in the NFL. I don't know what it is going to a new team, but every game that he has started and finished, he's gone for over 100. What has he done for the identity of your offense being part of it?
The identity is physicality, right? And that's what Joe brings. He brings a physical mindset. It doesn't matter. He stays that it's a relentlessness about him that, hey, give me the ball, even though I may get stopped. Just keep forward. At some point, they're going to break. And I know defenders don't want to keep tackling Joe. He's a tough guy to bring down. But he does bring that, he brings that swag to our offense that we need. We need to be tougher and run the football. That's what you have to do to win games, and Joe brings that. It's just we got to get everybody else around them to keep feeling that from Joe. They need to feel it, and they need to go out and even press forward more.
I want to finish with your quarterback, C.J. Stroud. First half, he was able to get a little bit, but it was in the second half where you could tell he was getting frustrated maybe a little bit in the first half, obviously coming off the Green Bay game, but then the second half, he got good protection, he got dialed in, he made some key throws, especially with Steph out of the game. What did you think of the way number 7 played today?
Yeah, man, 7 was unbelievable. It doesn't look like it, but, I'm so proud of him from what happened last week. He took some hits, and he let it get to him, which is understandable. Today, he took some hits as well. We don't want to get our quarterback hit, but he kept going after it, right? He stayed in the pocket. He made his progression. When he had to move, he moved. And, I love the play by him and Steph on the sideline. For him, just improvising, getting a scramble play, it was big for him. So he just continues to grow, continue to learn from his mistakes. We can still do a better job of helping him, up front. But I love the way he just stayed the course, made the right reads, got the ball to the guys who were open, and the guys who were open, they stepped up and made big catches for him.
Okay, last one. It is Andre Johnson Hall of Fame ring day, and there were a lot of former players here, a lot of your former teammates. I know how good will it be to see some of those guys after this game and celebrate this win?
Oh, yeah, it's always great. And I get the opportunity to see some of our former players, seeing Arian Foster here and Travis, and, of course, Andre is, all the accolades he's getting, all the honors he's getting, that's the guy who definitely deserves it. Nobody better than Andre. So it's a cool moment for me to look back and see guys, and they talk about some of the old games we had, but it's, I'm proud of Andre for all that he's done for, this organization and all that he stands for and represents. So it couldn't be a better guy to receive all these honors.
All right, Coach, we'll be talking a lot in the next few days. We're going to New York on Wednesday. Congratulations, heck of a win.
All right, thanks, man. See you in New York.
D'Amico Ryans, just a ball of energy. I got to love it. Johnny, at the half, as you know, it's funny, with the Petrie pick, I was thinking that the Colts might hand off, run some clock. Right. That might be it. And I was getting ready to head for the elevator because we're all the way on the 8th floor. The coach's booth is right next to ours. I got to take the elevator with the coaches. Otherwise, I'm going to be late for the halftime ceremony out on the field to give Andre or be part of that presentation where Andre gets his Hall of Fame ring. And the coaches are not headlined. They're not going to wait for me at the elevator, right? They know I'm coming because we pre-arranged this. So they're willing to have me, accept that I'm going to be in the elevator with them, and they might be talking about the game or whatever, but they're not waiting. Oh, Vandermeer needs to. No. They're going to go to the locker room, and then they go right back up, and that's how this works. It happens for every game, but once a year, I end up in the elevator with them. So I'm thinking, okay, they're going to run out the clock, and all of a sudden, Petrie pick. And I'm thinking, well, I know that coaches aren't leaving the booth just yet because we got the ball.
That's right.
We scored the touchdown, whatever. I head for the elevator, and you and Dre called a few of the plays, a little bit of action. Sounded a little too good. We're going to talk about that with Andre Weir coming up here. Little too good. But I'm in the elevator with the coaches, and, I want to just say, hi, guys, how's it going? Man, that was quite a pick by Petrie, and wow, tanked down. But you had to just zip-lock it. It's funny. You wouldn't know if we were ahead by 20, down by 20. The seriousness level is so palpable.
And, when we see – like Nick, for example, like when Nick comes in here, we laugh and joke for the interview. Then we do the interview. We kind of laugh and joke on the way out, whatever. When I see Nick on Sunday, when I do like our pregame interview, what's up? Shake hands, do the interview. Good luck. Right.
Oh yeah, it's game face.
Like
all
total
the way, all the
way.
Like
I mean, I don't even mess with it. Like I know, even if he says something sort of joking to me, I'm just kind of like, okay.
Oh yeah,
like,
you got
game face, like totally the entire time. And then that's why there's such this release of a lot of times relief, just like, oh, okay, man, it was like we didn't lose that. It's like this feeling of sometimes I wish there was a little bit more joy in wins, kind of, because there's such a release. There's so much stress and pressure.
It's emotionally exhausting, but in such a good way. You got to leave the stadium thinking,
winning is so great. Can you imagine what's going on in Washington today?
Oh yeah, we'll talk about that. Let's get Andre in here next. We're presented by Houston Methodist. Many of us in Houston should be for everybody. Primary care physicians are available through Houston Methodist, helping you manage through illnesses, chronic conditions, whatever the case may be. For more information on a primary care physician through Houston Methodist, log on to houstonmethodist.org/PCG. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital,
I mean, the loss.
Like every game was a blowout.
A blowout loss. What am I missing here?
Broncos, Monday night.
Broncos. Oh, the Brock Thrumble.
The Thrumble.
Yeah, and boy, that game has a name, huh? The Thrumble. It's the Thrumble game.
It does.
But Brock had that 99-yard passing game where they won at Jacksonville. That was the first road victory.
That was a win.
So I don't want to compare
There
this.
was Mexico City. That was a close game, though.
It was a close game, but Derek Carr looked otherworldly in that
awesome
game
that night.
Like, you compare seasons to see this whole D'Amico era. You can compare certain things. Fine, go ahead and do it. But there's really nothing like it. You know, we can go 2012 in some cases. This is not quite like 2012.
No, it's not going to be 100% analogous.
Deep into the Gary Kubiak era, and you'd finally gotten everything together.
Yeah.
This is year 2. That's why I get a little edgy when people are so particular about certain things. When you're sitting here at 6-2, we're only in year 2 of this era.
Right.
And I know you'd love to think they've just put everything together and it's exactly the way they envision it. No, it's not. I'm sure that D'Amico Ryans would like to see, in fact, he's very honest about it, would like to see certain things done a whole lot better than they are. But they're winning.
Yeah.
And you'd rather learn while winning than the other way around. So let's see if they can continue to do that.
Okay, you ready for my numbers?
Do it.
Okay, so the 4 games at Energy Stadium, it got me thinking this after yesterday because Richardson was 10 of 32. And I was like, wait a second. The last game we played at NRG was against Josh Allen and the Bills.
Yeah.
He was 9 of 30. I was like, man, doing the math, like move to 1, carry the 2. Like, last 2 quarterbacks at Energy Stadium have completed 19 of 51 passes.
Yeah.
That is a whopping 37.2%. And they've been sacked a total of 7 times.
Yeah.
Then they got me thinking a little bit more. In the 4 games at NRG Stadium.
Okay, in the 4 games played at home.
So that's the Bears.
Right.
The Jags, the Bills,
yeah,
and yesterday the Colts. So that's Trevor Lawrence, Anthony Richardson, Caleb Williams, Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks are a combined 60 of 132. I'll do the math for you. That's a 45% completion rate.
Yeah, so you're saying opposing quarterbacks at home, 45% completion rate.
162 yards per game average, and quarterbacks are sacked on average 3.5 sacks in those 4 games.
Yet, these are all close games.
They're all close games.
A little too close.
No, I asked you this. It was kind of a trick question, but in a sense, who's thrown for the most yards of those 4? And you think, well, probably Josh Allen, right? No, Josh Allen's thrown for the least.
And I said Trevor Lawrence.
And you said Trevor Lawrence. He's thrown for the second least. Richardson threw for the most, 175. It didn't feel that way, but he hit those couple of deep balls.
Yeah, that helps.
Williams, for 174, but he was sacked 7 times. They sacked Caleb Williams and Richardson 12 times combined. Allen threw for 131 with a 30% completion rate. Trevor Lawrence threw for 169 and a 54% completion rate.
Just terrible.
This is what is...
It's amazing.
Wow.
But when they get everything together on offense, and look, when I say that, get everything together, become more fluid, more proficient.
Yeah.
You know, second half yesterday wasn't exactly an offensive juggernaut scoring-wise. We all know that.
But it felt smoother.
Between the 20s, it felt much better.
Yeah.
They just didn't punch it in the end zone. You want to see the drive finish to where they fumbled, obviously, because when Mixon has that big run to get him goal to go, you're thinking, all right, let's rock, and then it doesn't happen. It was goal to go, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was goal to go.
You mentioned those 2 quarterbacks, though, and I tweeted this out because the NFL sends out little research emails.
Yeah.
Lowest completion percentage with 30-plus attempts in the last 10 years. In the last 10 years, Josh Allen, 30%, Anthony Richardson, 31%. In the last decade, the Texans have 1 and 2.
The last 2 weeks at home.
Yes.
The last 2 games at home.
That's how good this has been.
Yeah.
And one of these guys is Josh Allen. Now, Anthony Richardson, sub 50%. He's like, hold my beer. I'll show you sub 50%.
Yeah, I'll show you sub 50%.
All right, let's get to Andre Weir joining us now, Texans Monday. Good morning, Dre. All right, so yesterday they put it together at the buzzer again. It wasn't quite at the buzzer kind of stuff, but you had to make that stop on the Hail Mary attempt because we saw what happened in Washington. These things do get completed from time to time. You actually posed for a photo with a guy who has the most famous one in history on Friday night at Boston College, Doug Flutie. But overall, what were your thoughts leaving the building as the Texans ran their record to 6-2?
I just like the scrappiness in the team. You know, when you're not – obviously things weren't flowing early in the first half the way they wanted them to, especially from a protection standpoint. But they were able to go in at halftime, get some things fixed, worked on, patched up, and they came back out in the second half and really took care of business. So people don't realize it's hard to win games in the NFL. There's a lot of parity. Anytime, any Sunday, Monday, Thursday, it could happen. And so when you win a game, don't pick at it. Just win it and accept it, and let's get ready for the next one.
So, Dre, what are you thinking when Dayo Adengbo is running with that ball up the sideline in the fourth quarter?
Oh, I thought this was it. I thought it was over. And, did Joe touch him? Who knows? The way it's ruled, it was ruled. But I thought, even after watching the replay, I thought that, there's some trouble on the other side of this for sure. So, it was nerve-wracking a little bit when he's running down the sideline. You have that oh no kind of feeling. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Joe Mixon, your thoughts? You said on the air you're a fan, and the guy is really I hesitate to say carrying things offensively, but he's a huge part of it. He's been amazing.
No, he is.
For this
he's about it. And the importance to this offense cannot be measured, especially now with you have two injured receivers. I'm not sure what the prognosis is for Diggs, but you got another week, I think, with Nico out, and then now who knows what's going on with Diggs. I thought Tank Dell stepped up tremendously yesterday, and that he would step up, and he did exactly that. So you cannot underestimate what Joe Mixon is doing or has done for this offense the last 3 weeks. When was the last time we've had a guy rush for 100 yards 3 weeks in a row?
It's been a while.
It's been a long time.
It has to be Arian. I'm going to look it up.
It has to be Arian Foster, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's a chance that Lamar did it, but I don't think so. So I'm going to look this up.
If he did, it was like 30 carries for 101 like every week because Lamar would just grind it out, unfortunately, because it probably wasn't used the way that he should have been. But from that standpoint, Dre, and you kind of mentioned it as you were describing kind of your feelings about leaving the building yesterday. It almost felt like you were talking a little bit about CJ and how he played. First half, pressure is still getting back there. And I thought it was imperative that he stay calm, stay cool, because that's got to be frustrating. I mean, you know what that's like. You're back there, you're taking your drop, and all of a sudden you've got defensive linemen all over you. How are you supposed to get rid of this football? The offense in the second half, it felt like the protection was a little bit better. He got rid of the football. He still took some hits. I guarantee he's going to be sore today. What were your overall thoughts about how CJ played yesterday?
I thought it was a scrappy performance. I mean, I keep using that word scrappy because that's what it was. I mean, you're talking basically playing to the last snap of the game, so to speak. So I just thought yesterday when you have the amount of pass rush that the Colts were able to produce in the first half, and get to CJ and hit him. Even when the ball was coming out, he was being contacted. And even then, if he weren't being contacted, it was close enough to where you can't step into a throw comfortably. You can't extend your arm and make a throw comfortably because they're so close. That in and of itself is frustrating. And so when you start to go down that road, that's when the frustration starts to set in because you cannot play the position the way you would normally play it.
What do you think here, short week, Andre? This is quick recovery time.
I hate these.
You're the road
I
team.
hate them.
Okay.
I hate them with all.
Be honest.
With every. Well, I'll be honest. I can't stand it. You preach player safety. You set rules for player safety within a game, but how about player recovery so that you don't get hurt. And Sunday, Thursday is too fast. I mean, these guys aren't robot wind 'em up and let's let them run into each other and have some fun watching. It's not what it's about. You were fine going Sunday to Sunday in my opinion. Sunday to Sunday, Sunday to Monday, but Sunday to Thursday is very, very dangerous.
That being said, you're required to play on Thursday night. So what do you think about getting their bodies ready and being the road team in this situation against a team that is reeling right now? They're 2-6, but they still have a lot of talent. And I felt like, and I said this in the first segment, this is their last house on the left. You go 2-7, it's over. But you still have a glimmer of hope here if you can get this one on Thursday, if you're the Jets, and you can take it from there.
I just feel like the Jets are going to go on a run. They've got too much talent. I just don't know, when you have veteran players like Adams and Rodgers and a couple of others, do they stay plugged in knowing that you got 6 losses and you got to basically win them all to have a chance to get in the playoffs or where you want to be seated when the playoffs start. It seems next to impossible, but they can do it. It's if they stay healthy and they start to put it together. It's a lot of talent on that team, which is why I think everyone's so frustrated with it. Thursday will be, they've got a great running back in Breece Hall. They've got great receivers, 2 of them, as a matter of fact. They've got a tight end that is, serviceable. So when you start looking at this, really get after you. So you can't go in there looking at a 2-6 team. There have been some adjustments made and across the board, play callers and coaches, things of that sort. So they're still figuring it out. When they do, the Jets can be dangerous. They can spoil a lot of team seasons going forward once they get it figured out.
I'm glad you said what you said. Too many people are thinking this is a layup, and it needed to be said that this is a tough game indeed.
I mean, every game in the NFL is going to be tough in some way, shape, or form, especially when you face – and I don't even care with the ghost of Aaron Rodgers or whatever. It's Aaron freaking Rodgers.
Yeah.
And you haven't beaten him since 2008. So in that vein, you got to show up and take care of your business. Okay. I want both y'all's takes on this because there was kind of an odd moment in the third quarter of the game yesterday.
Yeah.
Where Richardson shakes off Foley Fatukasi. He runs down. He ends up getting tackled by Jake Hansen. Okay. So the next play, Joe Flacco goes in at quarterback.
Yeah, we were wondering what's going on.
Okay. So after the game, I want both y'all's thoughts on this.
I think I know where you're going.
Yeah. Anthony Richardson says this. I was tired. I ain't going to lie. That was a lot of running right there. I didn't think I was going to be able to go that next play, so I just told Shane Steichen, I just needed a break right there. So somebody tweeted that, and then Trey Wingo says, the fact that he doesn't even comprehend how bad of a look this is actually worse than him saying it. What do you think of what he said? And this has been, are you kidding me? I mean, like, incredulous that he would even come out of the game. What do y'all think of that, Dre?
Cannot have said it better or been quoted better myself. I mean, when you have no clue, and he has no clue that that's a bad look, that you're not supposed to say that. It's like, chewing gum in church. When I was growing up, you don't chew gum in church. You don't do it. And this is one of those that you don't ever say it out loud kind of deal. And he did. And even the interception before halftime, that's been mulled over if he checked to that play from another play. And so when you start doing stuff like this, I bet you every coach on that staff, once they heard it, was ticked off. And then they're ticked off when they have to go all the way back and watch him check out of a play into another that basically cost them the game. You love to say, or coaches love to say that, not one play cost the game. Yeah, it did. That interception by Petrie was the difference in the game yesterday. And it's a big enough play where somebody needs to stand up and say it. And, it's one of those. But he has no clue right now. And I think it's just, I'm going to get to play the way I want to play, nobody can do anything about it kind of attitude, and
Exactly.
that's dangerous. Yep. That's dangerous in Indianapolis.
It's absolutely dead on, Dre. It's almost like, yeah, I know I'm the guy.
Right.
So what do you do about it? What do you do about it?
These Gen Zers with their entitlement. It's bad.
Exactly right.
Well, when Flacco came in, I thought, well, let's see. This has got to be an injury because
Exactly.
And the other thing is he handed off. I thought they wouldn't bring in Flacco because, all right, this is an obvious pass situation, so let's bring in Joe. Kind of like the Texans would bring in Jeff Driscoll in an obvious run situation a couple of years ago. Wait a minute. You're bringing in Flacco to throw the football? What's Anthony Richardson here for? You drafted him to throw the football, among other things. I get it. But I don't know where they go from here, Dre. Quickly on this. They're 4-4 now. They got to play him, right? Because you have to see whatever the ceiling is, however close to his ceiling you can get with the remainder of this season. Because otherwise, what else are you going to do? You can't build around Joe Flacco. You might be able to ride the Joe Flacco train for a while, but you don't want to build around him because he's that old. What do you think of them?
And as you're setting up that question, I'm sitting here thinking, what do you do with him? Because you're still in it, so to speak. 2 games back now of the division. What do you do? That's a great question, and one that, I know they're frustrated with it. He's completing, 40-something% of his passes on the season, and he doesn't seem to care. He's just throwing lob shot after lob shot. This is the way I play. I think he was quoted as saying that I read last night, this is how I play. Back in the 70s when we all start watching the game and loving the game, where they were pushing the ball down the field vertically, it was a different time. If you completed 55% of your passes back then, you were legit. But that was a different era and a different game. Today's game, guys are completing 65-70% because it's become a check down league. And you can't get those going, and your play caller can't get you, settled in before you start throwing the lob shot after lob shot. I think he threw 3 in a row down the left sideline at one point. And it's just not the way to play the position. But I don't know if anyone's told him that in Indianapolis, that this is not the way you go about doing things. You don't take yourself out of the game because you're tired. You don't check out of a play at halftime because, we call that play because we don't trust you right now yet in your career. And yet you check it, and this is what happens. There's some hard conversations that need to take place involving Anthony Richardson and the coaching staff. But I would not hesitate to put Flacco in to save the season if that's what needs to be done. And I think it needs to be done to send a message.
Dre,
I don't know that he's the best, out of the 2 of them, who gives them the best chance to win. That conversation's getting ready to be had. And if they make the move to Flacco, that's exactly what would be the reason.
Well, I think they know. And that's another option for them.
Know that they do anything about it yet.
They have a pretty good team. And if they just hang in there on offense, they have Jonathan Taylor, one of the best backs in the league. They can do some things.
How do you feel if you had to force Buckner?
If they don't turn it over, the amount of times that they're turning it over, they're going to win a lot of games because you're right. That's a good football team. They got some health, some guys back from IR yesterday that, they can do some things.
Johnny brought up the Texans beat Aaron Rodgers in 2008. That was his first year of a starter. I'm old enough to know that 2008 was a long time ago, all right? I don't want to admit it. That was 16 years ago. I was 20 years old. So were you,
Seemed
Dre,
like yesterday,
when we called that game when the Texans won at Green Bay, beating Aaron Rodgers. However, he entered the league in 2005. The same year Travis Johnson did, all right? I'm not poking fun at Travis.
No, I know.
Travis always says they should have drafted Aaron Rodgers instead of me. He's pretty funny. But we love Travis. We wouldn't have you around, Travis, to be the wonderful Texans legend and ambassador that you are. So I'm glad we drafted Travis Johnson. Besides, now we have C.J. Stroud, so it's all fine.
It's all good.
But, Dre, Aaron Rodgers is 40 years old. At some point, do you start thinking, why am I doing this? I got enough money. I have enough yachts to water ski behind. What am I doing taking this beating? When does that enter his head if it hasn't already?
Why isn't this receiver in the spot he should be in?
Yeah.
And those types of he looks like it's starting to go that route on the sideline every time they flash a camera on him. You can see the frustration of why, and I would imagine that Aaron Rodgers is sort of a perfectionist. The reason why he's had the amount of success that he's had.
Sure.
He expects you to know how to do your job, and when you're not doing it properly, that's frustrating for him. Yeah, I think he's also frustrated with being contacted the amount of times that he's being contacted because the offensive line has sprung some leaks here and there at times, and so that's frustrating for him. I don't know that he's going, much longer than the past this year. Maybe one more year if he can get what he wants from a roster standpoint. I just don't see it going past next year, though, at all.
But hang on. So you're him. You go into next year. Who's the coach? What are we going to do now?
Well, he's going to pick it.
Exactly.
He's going to pick. So you're
picking the coach.
chained to him for another year, and he's going to make all these decisions that worked out swimmingly in the first place, by the way. Wow. That's amazing.
He's going to be the coach.
And the other thing about him being he's going to turn 41 in a month. All right, early December, so a little over a month.
Right.
So by the time we play him on Halloween, it's like 32 days until he turns 41 years old. And here's the other thing. So Brady, I think it just skews everybody's thinking that this can happen. You can play beyond 40. Yeah, it's easy. You just do it. Tom Brady, and he looked so young. He still does. Brady, Aaron Rodgers kind of looks like an old guy back there. Now, he might have knowledge for years. He knows everything about what's going on the football field, but doesn't mean the body can do it. So I find it interesting. When does their, as you would say, Dre, the can of quit, when do they crack that sucker open? Take the can opener.
Yeah.
Thursday night, baby.
I don't know because they basically given him everything he wanted. They gave him his play caller for a while. They've given him a receiver. They've traded to give him a receiver that he's comfortable with. So as long as he continues to get what he wants, why wouldn't you stay and play? It's not your fault, according that's kind of the attitude. I'm doing what I need to do. There's other reasons why we're not winning, and I'm not a part of that conversation yet. But as long as he's getting what he wants, why the heck wouldn't he stay and continue to play?
All right, so what do you have going on in college this week? Because every week you get this amazing game, a comeback, a down-to-the-wire game. These Friday night games have been terrific. And now we play Thursday, so you got to hoof it to some locale to do a game Friday night, right?
Yep, I do. Friday Night Mayhem is what we've titled it, and it's been a lot of fun. Fans should tune in because we have had some outstanding games. I think the last 4 have gone down to the final play, which is sick. I mean, in and of itself. And you think, just when you think it can't get any better, it seems to get better. This week, I hope when you bring these two teams together, it produces a magical game in South Florida going to Florida Atlantic. But, I'll get to visit with Tom Herman a little bit. I like what South Florida has done. They took Alabama in the first half of that one. They were leading Bama on the road, all right, in Tuscaloosa. So, we say, and I don't really like looking at records because any two teams can produce a game and styles make fights and all of that stuff. So hopefully this Friday night, these two make magic when they meet on the gridiron.
I got to say something, both of you guys. This Big Ten Pac-10 alliance, which is now the Big Ten, it's so weird every week, but strange. I kind of like it. I kind of like
what, Rutgers versus USC.
I don't like
Big Ten game on Friday night.
I don't like Rutgers. Okay, leave Rutgers shouldn't even be in the Big Ten.
Rutgers should be in the Big East.
Why did they go get Syracuse or something like that? Or Boston College? Why get Rutgers? I don't even understand this. I think Syracuse.
Man, the way the Big Ten did the Pac-12 was just cold-blooded. I mean, you thought they were in it together for eternity. They were having all these meetings, leaving different conferences out of it, and so on and so forth. And then all of a sudden, they start gobbling up teams from the Big. This is two conferences that have have had a Rose Bowl alliance and a partnership forever. Yep. And then you just swallowed them up like they were nothing. That was just, I still think about whole. It's a gangster
We love
move.
you. We love you so much. We're gonna own you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how we're gonna play this.
Has a very Gordon Gekko feel to it.
Yeah.
In some sense, Gordon Gekko takes over college football.
They're swimming trying to find teams. San Diego State's rumored to be one. Boise State rumored to be another. To try, and now they're swallowing up the Mountain West.
Yeah, there's not enough
teams to hang on. So it's just one of those, and I don't think they're ever going to be a power conference again. But they are certainly. It's not from their lack of trying, that's for sure.
I think the Big 12 still had enough meat there, and what they've added has been really interesting. Some of the bigger names, some decent names out of the Big 12.
I can
Pac-12, to say the least.
I can honestly tell you guys, I thought at the time it would be the Big 12 that got swallowed up and not the Pac-12. The way that they were secretly meeting and things of this sort and going about their business, Pac-12 were part of those meetings because they were in it with the Big Ten. And then all of a sudden when it starts to shake out, and that's what good leadership will do for you. Brett Yormark, who's the commissioner of the Big 12, is unbelievable in his vision and the plan that he has for the Big 12 and how he's executed it is unreal. They're in three different time zones for sure that stretch across the country. And they're going to be around, whereas the Pac-12 just kind of sat on their hands. They were 10 lead the way, and all of a sudden they got gobbled up.
Yeah,
it's like petting a snake, man. You're going to get bit if you do it long enough, and they did it.
Utah's Mountain Time?
I think Utah's Mountain Time.
I've been told Mountain Time's the best time zone to be a sports fan. Everything's done kind of early-ish.
Brett Yormark understands business. If you don't understand business in college sports anymore, you're screwed. You're done.
It's pro sports.
He not only understands business, Johnny. He understands how to relate to a younger audience as well. And they're pulling in fans left and right. He just knows how to do the job. And, man, anybody that's looking in terms of the conferences and how to advance college football, he needs to be a part of those conversations because he's been magical since taking over as commissioner.
Dre, thanks a lot for the time. We'll see you on the charter.
Appreciate it, guys. I'll see you Wednesday.
All right, Andre Ware joining us. Next up, we'll reset. Texans, what is the task at hand against the Jets? How did yesterday look as we zoom in on certain things? What about the layup or the layout of the AFC right now? How's that looking with some interesting results from the action yesterday? It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Texans and SLB Texans Stats Challenge for our 9th consecutive year. This program is designed to help 6th grade students learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math fun for everyone. Last year, over 340 teachers and 4,500 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com. Go Texans.
It's football season, and you know what that means. Time for tailgating and grilling. Texas Star Grill Shop is your headquarters for everything barbecue, grilling, and smoking. Step up your game with incredible deals during the Napoleon Grills truckload sale. Whether you're tailgating at the stadium or grilling in your backyard, Napoleon Grills deliver the performance and precision you need. Experience the perfect sear, consistent heat, and innovative features only Napoleon can offer. Texas Star Grill Shop, where you'll find the best grills at the best prices. TexasStarGrillShop.com.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient.
888-2390 to learn more. Now, more Texans Monday.
Richardson, empty backfield. He's in the gun. Here's the snap. Richardson looking, firing right side. It's picked off by Petrie. Petrie running across the 10 to his right, and he's stacked up inside the 8-yard line. Richardson coughs it up. Jalen Petrie with the INT. First and goal, Houston.
Game changer right there as Tank Dell's in the end zone. A pass off the arm of C.J. Stroud. Next moment, and the Texans are, well, they were in the game, but they're right back tied with the Colts going into halftime. So that was cool. Wait a minute. It was 10-10 at that point. Hang on a second.
It was 10-10 at that
10-10.
point.
I'm sorry.
Yep, 10-10.
All right. This is
Touchdown
a lack
made
of
it
sleep.
17-10.
That's all that is. But, yeah, they take the lead right there. I said it. I think I say it in the touchdown call. Benny, play the touchdown call when they throw the ball to Tank Dell in the end zone.
Stroud of the gun, first and goal at the 7, one back, Mixon, bunch formation right, CJ to throw, looking, CJ steps up, fires right side of the end zone.
Yes!
Caught, touchdown, Houston, Tank Dell, the Texans take the lead.
Beautiful to Tank Dell. All right, he needs to step up. Everybody does. It's a short week. I don't know who's in, who's out, but after every game, there are always a couple of surprises. I didn't know that guy was shaken up or banged up or whatever. Remember every week this season when we look at that Wednesday injury report and it's who didn't practice, and you're wondering, is this going to continue? Are they going to practice on Thursday? Because Thursday tells you a lot. And then you get that Thursday report, you're thinking, okay, so-and-so came back, or, oh, this guy didn't, or whatever the case is. Last week you had the weird situation with Henry. I guess it's not that weird, but he practiced Wednesday, did not practice Thursday.
Correct.
So whatever concussion test they gave him after Wednesday, sit out Thursday. He was back Friday, but I guess whatever they needed to see after Friday, they didn't get to see, and he didn't play yesterday. Maybe he plays Thursday. I don't know. I'm not going to predict anything at this point because who knows?
Yeah.
But it's safe to say Stephon Diggs is not playing Thursday, and we don't know how long.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure no matter what we end up hearing, and I've kind of been checking X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it.
See something, yeah. And we're here in the building. We haven't seen him yet, so
yeah,
we haven't seen a lot of people yet. I mean, I don't know what time they're coming in today. I got to think it's a little bit later. Pretty full day once they get in here because they're going to do some kind of version of practice today.
Right.
There will be an open locker room today, so you're going to get plenty of media coverage of what happens with the Texans. We'll have a full D'Amico Ryan show. We're going to have Nick on the show on Wednesday. So you get a ton of coverage here leading up to the Thursday night game. But, Johnny, take inventory at receiver for me here.
Okay.
Because no Nico. He's got to sit out at least one more game on IR. You got Tank Dell. You have Robert Woods. How good was it to see Robert Woods back in action?
And punt returning, too. He was really good. He had some good punt returns. That was awesome. He made the big catch in the first half when we were going north to south, left to right. He had that catch.
Well, you know he can do these things.
Yes, and that's why you call him Reliable Robert. I mean, he is Mr. Reliable. I mean, CJ likes throwing to him because playbook says you be right here. At this particular moment, he is there at that particular moment. Even if it may not, when CJ releases the ball, he may not be quite there, but he's going to be there. So you got Tank, you got Robert, you got the young guns, as I call them. You got Mechie and you've got X. Those are the four you've got.
Nice time for Mechie to start coming around.
That's right. It needed to. Now, if there's a lesson from last year's game against the Jets, if there's any lesson to take out of this, because Nico got hurt on the second or third play of the game. So they were playing with Noah Brown. We'll talk about him a little bit later. You were playing with Mechie, X, and I feel like there was one other receiver. I can't remember at that point. But those guys, I think, had kind of Jets because DJ Reed and Sauce Gardner just beat the hell out of people. They grab, they push, they hold. It's a physical fist fight against them. It is not, well, I'm going to run this route and I'm going to turn and look and the ball's going to be there. It is, you're fighting these guys off of you all game long. And you're hoping you get a call here, a call there. But in that game, you weren't getting any calls. And even when you got the ball on your hands, they're punching, swiping, pushing you down to the ground after they knock it away from you. This is as physical a battle as you can have against DBs.
Okay.
Because they want to beat you the hell up. So that's where you have to step up. You have to step up the man's game right there. When you catch the ball, you protect it, you get upfield, away you go. The previous low for CJ passing-wise came in that game. Now, obviously, he didn't play much in the fourth quarter because he got knocked out.
91 yards.
But he didn't have a great day that day because there were times where receivers were not doing the things they thought they were. They thought they were clear from the defender, so they would just kind of put their hands out and think that was it. Like, you got to go snatch the football. You've got to do those things against these guys, or you will not have success in the passing game. You just won't. I don't care if they're 2-6, 6-2, 0-8, 85-3. It doesn't matter. These guys want to get in the brawl with you and fight.
And guess what? Zach Wilson threw for 300 yards in that game.
Right. He did.
And the Texans defense, the lineup they
Yep.
got Will and Grenard on the edges, Malik and Sheldon inside. Yep. You have Cashman playing against his former team. He wanted to do something.
Yep.
Stingley and Nelson played. Jimmy Ward was healthy for that game. Jalen Petrie played in that game. So even with all that,
you broke in the fourth quarter. You remember it was 14-6?
Yeah, it was close. You're right.
But the fourth quarter, you broke.
Okay.
You just couldn't get enough done offensively.
Cold, rainy. What's the weather like on Thursday? I know you checked it.
I know I have. It's supposed to be 68 at kickoff.
Wow.
Yeah, but, I mean, you know how that weather can change.
Yeah, New England's temperature did not match how it really felt.
Right.
But it won't be like it was last year in December in New York and rainy and miserable and all that and cold.
It is showing kickoff is at 7:15. It is showing 71 degrees.
I was
clear,
sick
no
for that Jet
precipitation.
game. I was sick the night before. I'm in my hotel room, like
Everybody.
shivering, chills,
I remember
fever. I would, I'm one of those shivering numbers where you like you put 10 blankets. I was like calling the front desk for extra blankets.
Yep.
2 hours later, I'm sweating. It's just like that. Is
The whole
one of those.
The whole
fever-
weekend was kind of like that.
Yeah.
There was you talked about earlier, talking about playing with joy and that earlier in this game. It didn't feel like they were doing that against the Colts. That entire trip felt like that. It felt like there was no joy in this trip. Like, I remember walking on the field. We were coming off the loss or the win of the Broncos, but we lost Tank. Guys were wearing Tank Dell T-shirts.
Yeah.
Now we're coming off of this, and maybe we've lost Diggs. We don't know. But
are we going to have Diggs T-shirts?
I don't know. But last year, in that when you step into that house against them, it doesn't matter what the record is. Quinnen Williams is going to try and knock CJ out again, I can promise you.
Seth and Sean were talking about would somebody open up a can of quit? Who would?
Yeah.
And Seth mentioned, this will say something about the professionalism of certain players because certain guys who aren't as professional as others might start, he used the term, letting go of the rope.
Right.
And I thought, all right, that's pretty well put right there. So we'll see if that happens. All right, coming up, let's talk about more of what they have to work with in the pass-catching category Thursday night. But let's not forget about what happened yesterday because that was special to sweep the Colts for only the second time in the history of the franchise. And then we'll get the general in here in about 20 minutes. It's Texans Monday.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swagger. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experience, and a tip because Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game. Whether you're cheering on the Texans at home or away, Ticketmaster has you covered. With Ticketmaster's interactive seat map, you'll get a 360-degree preview of your seat so you can make sure you have the best view of those pivotal plays. Plus, the Ticketmaster app makes it easy to sell or transfer tickets if your plans change. And mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Houston Texans.
NRG Stadium will be packed this Houston Texans season as our 2024 season tickets have sold out. If you're not a Texans season ticket member, why not? Join our priority list for the 2025 season and be the first to know when tickets become available next year. Plus, you'll have incredible benefits like front-of-the-line access to 2024 playoff tickets and last-minute Texans tickets, a one-time 15% discount to use at the Texans team shop in NRG Stadium, and more. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. Just in case you've ever wondered what a subtle ocean breeze tastes like. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Alcohol Volume 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Team Club. The partnership provides food to the local community and is run by Team Club members and Chevron volunteers. Together, we're helping make Houston
Now, more Texans Monday. Persist.
At the Colts 14, Stroud under center. Handoff, Mixon, starts right, cuts left, 10, 5, Mixon still going, takes out a defender, and takes the ball into the end zone. Jones couldn't bring him down. Mixon has 6 for Houston, and they can tie the game with the extra point.
Mixon with a grown man run. Get off me. What a run by Joe Mixon. I am a fan.
All right, Aaron Raybold, our engineer, has video rolling in the booth, and I tweeted out the video of us in the booth during that play. So you can see Andre and I reacting to the touchdown by Joe Mixon, and thank goodness for him. 3rd in the league in rushing yardage, average per game. That's a big stat right there. And he's the first player in history to get 4 of his first 5 games with 100 yards plus a touchdown. So there's a little bit of a parlay element to that.
Okay.
But in NFL history, I'm trying to go through the Lamar Miller and Carlos Hyde stats to see if anybody else has had 3 consecutive 100-plus since Arian Foster did it. And I'm not even positive. I'm sure Arian did it. I don't even have to look that up. He definitely did that at some point. Had 3 consecutive 100-plus yard games. Come on. Yep. Come on. He did that. And he was in the building yesterday.
Yeah, Arian was in the building. It was awesome. Yeah, it was really cool. You know, Arian had the bespectacled look on. He had the kind of black horn rim glasses on, so sometimes he kind of goes incognito.
I bumped into Arian several times over the years. Yeah. It's always a joy to see him.
It was good to see him back, man.
Yeah,
it was really, really cool. I mean, see all these guys back yesterday.
One of the most beloved. I saw so
Marcus.
many.
Yep.
On Saturday, we had rehearsal for the halftime thing. So if you saw the halftime thing with Andre Johnson, we rehearsed that, not with everybody, but Andre was there, and the president of the Hall of Fame was there, Jim Porter, and the Texans legends were there. Not every single one of them, but a ton of them were there. So it was just great. And we took a group photo of them and Andre afterwards, and I said, I'm getting one. I'm getting in there. So I said to Jordan, our photographer, hold it. Wait. I got in there, and I got one of me in there. And my 11-year-old son, Liam, was in there,
that's
too.
awesome.
So that's pretty good.
Very, very cool.
Vanderkid, too, was in there for a little bit of a taste of the legend status of being on the field at that moment. And I told him, I said, people would pay big bucks for this. He said, how much? And he started to slip into his New York accent. Hey, let's make a deal here. I'm like, stop it, okay? You're 11. Stop making a deal.
11. Stop making deals. No, it's the best way to do it.
All right, we're going to get McClain in here in a moment. But how about this yesterday? The Ravens lost to the Browns, 31-27. Wait, no, I've got a different score here. Well, whatever.
29-24.
All right, 29. I got to get back. I got to get my mind right. Get back.
I think that's right.
The regular. Yeah, all right. So Jameis Winston plays, and all of a sudden it's a whole lot better. Yeah, 5-point win, 29-24. You got to look around the league every week, people, just to figure out the perspective. You can't just look at the Houston Texans and say, oh, they're not doing this right, they're not doing that right, but they're winning games.
Yep.
And that's all that really matters. You got to play better down the stretch. You absolutely have to. But what was everybody talking about last week? Patrick Mahomes, he's terrible in the touchdown-to-interception ratio. He's sub-2. What did he do yesterday? 2 touchdowns and 1 pick. He's getting a little better, folks.
Yep.
Even NFL Memes had that joke post, breaking, Chiefs decide to stay with Patrick Mahomes. This is last week.
Yeah.
After he posted a not-so-hot start to the season. Yet they're undefeated. They know that he's got to... the passing attack has to get it together. Kelsey had his first touchdown yesterday. 10 catches, 90 yards, and a score. He had
Did the Swifties go absolutely nuts?
He had, I don't know, but he had a vintage Kelsey game yesterday. We're going to see these guys in December at their place. I don't know if we're going to see too many more of these, Johnny. We're going to see some.
Too many more of what?
Vintage Kelsey performances like that. I don't think we're going to see as many.
I just hope it doesn't happen.
I don't think this is like, oh, Kelsey's back. I think Kelsey's been in the league a long time. After a while, things kind of fade away. After a decade plus, most guys, it's not quite what they were.
Maybe hard to make this declaration now.
All right.
Well, I'll ask you. Is he the greatest tight end of all time? It's tough.
The football purists would say, how's the blocking?
Right.
That kind of stuff.
The all-around stuff.
You tell me, because Tony Gonzalez,
Gronk.
I can't believe Antonio Gates has to wait so long to get into the
When Gronk was healthy.
Yeah, Gronk.
Gronk was the best tight end there ever was because he could crush you at the line of scrimmage, and then he could run down the seam and beat linebackers, or he'd line up by the Super Bowl against the Seahawks. A.J. Wright just ran right by him and threw a fade route to him.
Yeah.
And he caught it for a touchdown, and it was a big moment in that game.
He also had the greatest quarterback ever playing with him.
That's right. And
that helps.
You could say the same about Kelsey right now, but I don't think there will be this
Kelsey
big
put up a lot of numbers with Alex Smith.
That's true. I find it fascinating, though. For some reason, I don't get People Magazine, but I get People Magazine emails. And so it's all the cover story stuff, all the stories and all these headlines. So it's interesting because almost every other week there's a Travis Kelce story. Because he's connected to her.
It's worked out well for him, hasn't it?
It's unreal.
It's worked out
They just got $100 million for their damn podcast. I mean,
for the
ridiculous.
Kelce Brothers podcast?
Yeah, the New Heights podcast.
$100 million. Oh,
$100 million.
They and that Call Her Daddy girl got $100 million.
Yes.
Girl. Alex Cooper, I believe her name is.
I mean, all right.
All right, great.
Good. I mean, good on them, but okay. So, anyways, the point being,
$100 million.
I don't know whether, I mean, look, Chiefs stayed undefeated. They went to, again, division game yesterday.
Yeah.
It was tough. It was 20-13, and the Raiders, I think, had missed a field goal to cut it within 4. So they got the ball back after the interception. Trayvon Murray caught one like the 3-yard line. Mahomes threw it from out of his end zone. Intercept, they got the ball at the 3. They score, they tie it, changes the whole complexion of the game.
Yeah.
Chiefs stop them 4 and out. And then Mahomes goes on and scores, and then I think that you just look around this league, and it is one-score games everywhere you look. Cleveland by 5. And by the way, I got to say this. I didn't see this news, Mark, until yesterday. I didn't know this. I knew Jim was sick. I didn't know Jim Donovan had passed away.
The voice of the Cleveland Browns for many years.
I didn't know that.
Very sad.
In the locker room.
Incredibly sad.
Have you seen Stefanski's locker room? You got to go see it.
I have not seen that. I saw the setup they had at Jim's seat.
And here's the other
in the
thing.
Stadium.
Here's the other thing about it, too, is when I watched it, I knew he was going to say something about Jim. But when you listened to what Stefanski was saying,
right,
it tells you everything.
Okay.
Everything.
I'm going to watch that.
Yeah, go check that out. But we won by 3. Packers won by 3. Cardinals by 1. Patriots by 3. Falcons by 5. Every game is close to this damn league. The Chiefs are undefeated, and I don't think they've had more than one score win.
Right, and they have the top seed, obviously, currently. We got a long way to go, but it's always worth mentioning. They're 7-0, Texans 6-2. And Buffalo 6-2. Obviously, you beat them head-to-head. Steelers go tonight against the Giants. They can go 6-2, but I think you have the tiebreaker over them. Last week, the Texans were ahead of them.
Yeah, we're the 2
in
seed
these
right now.
meaningless, I say meaningless at this point, standings. But it's fun to follow. Ravens not down a peg because of the loss to the Cleveland Browns yesterday. They're 5-3, tied with the Broncos, who actually have the tiebreaker over the Ravens. Weird stuff. All right, let's get the general in here. John McClain next as we break down yesterday and everything else going on around the NFL. It's Texans Monday.
More on the way.
Cancer is never just cancer. It affects your entire body. At Houston
Here's the snap. He steps to his left. Richardson in trouble. And Richardson's going to be sacked. Game over. Bye-bye, Colts. 23-20 Texans.
It's a team-first mentality. Like, it doesn't matter who makes the play. It doesn't matter who gets the credit. It's about the entire team, and today it took everyone.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Texans trying to dodge the bullet after the turnover. 3rd down and 15. Richardson shotgun from the Colts 13-yard line, one back. Here's the snap. Richardson in the pocket. Richardson in trouble. He's sacked by Danielle Hunter inside the 5. Takes him into the goal line area, but they're going to mark him outside the goal line. What a sack and a big time. And the clock runs with 2:10 to go.
That was big. Obviously, they have to withstand the final Hail Mary attempt in order to win the game. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. John McClain joins us now on the line. General, good morning. Let's start with the defense here. Second in the league in total defense. That's not the biggest stat in the world, but it's nice. And pressuring the quarterback, better team, doing it on a consistent basis. Your thoughts? Good morning.
Well, it's good morning. It's because they lead the league in pressure rates, according to Next Gen Stats, of 43.8%. They had 60% pressure rate against Anthony Richardson. And I thought one of the most interesting stats to me was that the Colts had 11 tackles for loss. That's why Joe Mixon had over 100 yards rushing. The team ended up with 96. When you have that many tackles for loss, that means your offensive line is getting beat. And, you know, the week before at Green Bay, it was about the mental part, you know, not being able to adjust to the stunts and picking up blitzes. In this game, they got beat physically. The Jets have a really good defensive line. And now the Jets are like a wounded animal with 5 losses in a row. So I think the defense has been fantastic, especially considering the injuries. Yes, they gave up 105 yards to Taylor, but, you know, they did a great job in that first game, and they did a number on Anthony Richardson. And that 2 completions in the first half, I think that was the worst percentage, 13.8% since 1991 for a quarterback with at least 15 attempts. So they're getting after it. Danielle Hunter, he was an animal. He just destroyed. And that's great to see because, you know, I don't know off the top of my head, but I can't imagine there's a better pair of defensive ends right now playing than the Texans have in Hunter and Anderson. And we talked about that last year when it was Anderson and Grenard. Grenard couldn't stay healthy. But the offense, Mixon had another 100-yard game and Stroud threw for 285. But if I had to pick a side of the ball that won this game, it would be the defense.
General, make this one easy. Joe Mixon, go.
Best trade in the NFL during the offseason. Nick Caserio to get him for 7. We've talked about this before. For whatever reason, the Bengals were going to cut Mixon, even though he had 12 touchdowns last year and he had over 1,400 yards rushing and receiving. So instead of letting him be cut and become a free agent, and it really probably gone to whoever gave him the most money, Caserio gives him a 7, and the Bengals running game is awful. And I bet you when they lose a game like they did yesterday, where they just get crushed at home with no running game, people up there are wondering now, why did we get rid of Joe Mixon just like in Nashville? Tell me again why we got rid of Derrick Henry. But that trade for Caserio, of all the deals he made, of course, Watson's going to be number 1, but man, Mixon too, right?
I mean, Mixon's just amazing. We talked about it with Andre. Is he carrying the team? Is he not carrying the team? It looks like he's carrying the team, but you still have C.J. Stroud pulling the trigger, and he's playing well. General, what about pass protection? How can they get better at it in a hurry? Kenyon Green leaves the game. Patterson comes in. Patterson has to leave the game. They've got a short week now to get ready for the Jets. Jets have guys who can get after the quarterback. Thoughts?
I thought sure they were going to put in Kendrick Green, but they put Kenyon back in, and he did block better. You know, they gave up 2 sacks for the week before. Usually the Indy gets them for more than 2, but that was because of Stroud mostly, him throwing balls on the run. That play he threw to John Mechie for, 26 yards, 28 yards? I can't remember. Boy, that may have been the best pass of the day, even better than the touchdown pass to Tank Dell, who did a great job leaping in the back of the end zone. And it was good to see Mechie getting to play, although you don't want to see it because it meant Stephon Diggs was hurt. But I thought Stroud, 285 yards. Body slow. We talked about this pregame, using a pass to set up the run. And he threw a lot of short passes, taking what they would give him. He was accurate. And, of course, he was flushed out of the pocket. Now, you guys would have seen this. I didn't see it. That the bad pitch to Mixon was because one of the offensive linemen got blown up to him as he was pitching. Did y'all see that?
No, here's what happened, General. It was a toss crack. So on toss crack, whenever it's Nico Collins in the game, Nico is the one that cracks on the defensive end. But there's no Nico in that situation, so it was Robert Woods. So it ended up being Robert going against Dayo Adengbo, which is a definite not good.
Because somebody went out, Titus went out wide.
That's toss crack. You're going to crack with the receiver on the defensive end and crash him down, and then Titus pulls around
What's
to lead block.
Stover supposed to do? Because he was kind of trailing.
He leads up on whoever he can get inside.
So they just didn't get a body on.
Well, they had a body. It was just a smaller body.
Yeah.
It's the biggest wide receiver body you have. You think about it. Other
Woods
than maybe
right now?
X. Yeah, Woods is the big. And so he had – it was a tough spot to put Robert in on that play, and Deo just blew it up. So, what can you do about it? It happens. But, the Texans had a couple opportunities down inside the red zone. One they had to set up for a field goal, then they had to fumble. Really could have made this game, 37-20 or 37-17. But it didn't turn out that way. So now it's the Jets, General, and it's a short week. And we all talk about this, the short week. You can't put a whole heck of a lot in. You don't know who's banged up. Obviously, we don't know the status of Steph. We're pretty sure 99.99% we're not seeing him on Thursday. I think it would be a minor miracle if we did. What are your thoughts about facing the Jets, especially after they lost yesterday to the Patriots late? But this team, the Texans, facing the Jets on Thursday.
The short week is better for the Jets than the Texans because they need to move on quick because they are just getting crucified to lose to New England, a quote-unquote soft team. And Aaron Rodgers, his stats look good, but, man, I can't wait to see what Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter can do to him. And, Tim Settle has been a revelation. He's already tied his career high in sacks. Did he come back in a game after he got hurt?
He did.
I can't remember.
Yep, he did.
And so I'm still amazed. I'm not going to doubt D'Amico defensive personnel decisions anymore. I thought it was a big mistake to get rid of both defensive tackles, to let Rankins go and to trade Collins when you're coming off a career record in sacks, and they combined for 11. But he brought in the 2 new ones, Falatasi and Settle, and both of them have played really well. And I can't wait to see because the Jets' offensive line is porous. And with Rodgers, you go from Anthony Richardson, who's a threat to run every time and break tackles, to Aaron Rodgers, who wants to stay in the pocket. And I can't wait to see what they can do against them. And I don't know what you do on the protection. I've said this now. I want to see more of Xavier Hutchinson. He made a big catch 2 weeks ago. He made a big catch yesterday. They've gone to more 2 and 3 tight ends. Quatoriano is getting to play a lot, blocking, but maybe they're going to have to go to max protect and send out 2 receivers, keep the tight ends in, keep the back end, because what they're doing right now is not working. and most of the plays are because of Stroud, not because of the protection. And when they do get good protection, it's a thing of beauty.
General, how bad is it in Tennessee right now? The Lions, my gosh, put up 52 on them. The Lions have put up more than 30 in their last 4 games. In fact, 3 of them more than 40. Yesterday, more than 50. You get the picture. And they really didn't have to do much on offense in order to get to 52. So thoughts on Tennessee, because you're not seeing any signs of progress here whatsoever. I know it's still relatively early in the Callahan era, but this is not the start that they dreamed about.
They're going backward. And after the way the Browns played with Jameis Winston and they beat the Ravens, Bill Callahan, Brian's son, may wished he was still in Cleveland and not coaching, trying to help his son. At one point, I believe Detroit had 5 touchdowns and less than 20 yards passing. It was amazing what they were able to do. You know, they're going to be let me see how I can put this gently. Fun to watch when they come in here 10 days after the Jets game. And Jared Goff threw for 85 yards. He threw for a yard less than C.J. Stroud threw for in Green Bay, but he had 3 touchdowns and a 129 rating. Dallas, and they're so physical. But the Titans are just pathetic. They went with Mason Rudolph. You don't know how much longer they'll keep Will Levis out. They say he's hurt, but they're just terrible. And I'm wondering, you know, Mike Vrabel, when Vrabel was the head coach, you guys know this, they were capable of pulling upsets. They were capable of beating anybody, anytime. The Texans owe Mike Vrabel a debt of gratitude because they went to Jacksonville last year with nothing to play in that last game. And if Jacksonville won the division, and the Texans were a wild card. And they beat the Jaguars, and that helped get the Texans a home game in the playoffs to beat Cleveland. And now Vrabel is an advisor coaching for the Browns, and I'm sure for the first time this year he feels good. But it's amazing to me how bad the Titans are right now, and it's obvious they're going to need a quarterback. And this is not going to be 225 is not going to be a good year to get a rookie quarterback based on what it looks like the draft is going to be.
That's exactly right. Good luck with Shedeur Sanders, everybody.
What about Ward?
He's fun, but he's really fun, and he's going to throw some picks. He is going to throw some picks. He does some wild stuff,
He
man.
does.
But he is fun to watch. Wherever he goes, it's going to be fun to watch. Speaking of wild and fun to watch at times, General, I know the leash can't be as short as he's out next week, but what do you think, Anthony Richardson?
If you want to win, you play Joe Flacco. And sometimes when young quarterbacks play, it's not good for him. He's getting killed on all the shows this morning for tapping out on that one play. And Flacco came in and handed the ball off. I don't know why they didn't let him throw the ball, but he's just getting killed. And his accuracy is getting worse. And except on that last drive, when he ran for 26 yards, he stayed in bounds, took off 20 seconds on the clock. And that's what happens when you take a guy that only started 13 games in college. You're going to have a lot of ups and downs. Unfortunately for the Colts, fortunately for the Texans, he's having more downs right now. And I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for him now because he's so young, he's energetic, he's enthusiastic, he's tough. Why they had him throwing all those deep balls in the first half made no sense. Why Shane Steichen threw the ball at the end of the first half, that was on him because Jalen Petre's interception set up the touchdown pass from Stroud to Dell, and that was 7, and they won by 3. So that one was on Steichen, and he didn't have a good answer afterward about why he did that, other than we were trying to score. Everybody watching, everybody in the stadium knew it was stupid strategy, and it backfired.
General, great to visit with you. We'll catch up later in the week. Thanks so much.
You guys, very much as always.
Smoking hot players of the game coming up, and we'll set you up for the rest of the day. It's an interesting week. a short week as the Texans will take on the Jets at the Meadowlands Thursday night. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Ashley is proud to present the Kickoff.
Richardson being chased down, and Will Anderson Jr. has another sack on his resume. Richardson chopped down by Will Jr.
All right. Will Anderson Jr.
is good.
Yeah, this just in. All right, 7.5 sacks on the year. He's tied for third in the league right now. We got a long way to go, and that's an awesome start for him as we hit the halfway point at halftime Thursday night.
Yeah.
This is the 9th game. There's 17 games. Mm-hmm. 8.5 games, halfway point of the season, Thursday night at the Meadowlands, halftime. Good. Smoking hot players of the game, Will Anderson certainly one of them, along with Danielle Hunter, the bookend defensive end. Outstanding performance for them yesterday, harassing Anthony Richardson. One thing that gives me a lot of hope for Thursday night is this. They were all over Richardson. Foley had him, but he lost him because Richardson is just a big, strong, tree trunk guy. I mean, he's just going to get away from you. You got to bring friends if you're going to bring him down. You know, what was the one where he threw it and the knee was down? They looked at it.
Yeah, that was Settle's sack. They gave that to Tim.
Yeah, that was Tim. Yep. And we're going to have Tim on the show tomorrow night at 6, by the way. Who's played really well for this team. So they gave Settle the sack. That was cool. But the fact that Richardson still had the strength to get the ball off at all, and you could see it. This is ultimate hot girl syndrome with drafting Anthony Richardson. He's so hot. He's so. What is this on my board, by the way?
I don't know. I'm
on
watching
YouTube,
the board behind you. It's like some movie credits with Patricia Clarkson.
All right, well, I'm hoping that it wasn't anything bad.
No, I don't think it was.
We're on YouTube, and I don't want, oh, by the way, guys, the
TV
whatever movie is on behind you.
Dirk Diggler.
I swear. Yeah, exactly. I swear. We were watching that.
This thing just changes.
No, it does.
It just goes off.
I think it hears a high-pitched noise, or it senses it, and it starts to fire off something else. It should be a Texans.
I'll give you my smoking hot player of the game.
Okay.
I think times we shortchange CJ when we start talking about players of the game. I think CJ played second half in particular. I thought he played really well.
I think there's a narrative out there. I don't know if I'd even call it that, but there's a tendency to undervalue what he does for this football team.
That's exactly right.
I
want to make sure we don't.
I feel so comfortable with him out
Absolutely.
there. I know that it's not always perfect, but there's a difference between not always perfect and some of the quarterback play you're seeing around the NFL from guys who are supposedly good.
Yeah.
And it looks horrible. C.J. Stroud plays like a 5-year veteran.
Yep.
You know, with the situation up front, obviously it's not to their liking. You know, the evidence is they pulled Kenyon Green, they put Patterson in, they had to put Kenyon back in because Patterson got hurt, got concussed. So they clearly are wanting to make some changes up there and get it done right. We'll see what they do. Now, it's a short week. You can't reinvent the wheel from Sunday to Thursday. After this, they get the mini-bye.
Right.
And as I ranted about in hour number 1, don't underestimate the Jets. I said last week, this is why you got to listen to us. Don't underestimate the Colts. Oh, the Colts. They beat, who they beat last week? Miami. Hapless Miami without Tua. They beat them by 6. They stink. Listen, the Colts have a lot of good players on that team, and I knew a Texans-Colts matchup, it's always going to have that friction.
Buckner came back. Taylor came back. Speed came back. All these dudes came back.
Right. Exactly. Downs didn't play in the first matchup, and look what he did yesterday. And so we knew it was going to be tough. And the Jets are going to be blowout in favor of the Texans. Thank you very much. I'll take it every single time. All right, limited time left in this program. In the Loop is coming up next as Reggie and John will break down everything they saw and talk about the short week heading into the Jets game. Later on today, the D'Amico Ryans program at 5 o'clock. Head coach, we're going to visit with him today. We'll share all of that with you. And big week here on Texans Radio. Wednesday night, Nick Caserio. Tomorrow night, Tim Settle. Among other things, a GOAT talk with Gary Kubiak and Andre Johnson. It's going to be awesome. That'll be tomorrow night as well. Andre getting his ring yesterday. That's going to do it. Texans winners. They are 6-2 headed for the Big Apple on Thursday night. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every move.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
One snap for the Colts, 1 second left. Texans up 3, trying to hang on. Richardson out of the gun. Here's the snap. He steps to his left. Richardson in trouble. And Richardson's going to be sacked. Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter get him. The ball comes out. There's a scrum for it. Everybody's still chasing it. And Will ends up with it. Game over. Houston wins. Bye-bye, Colts.
Bye-bye, Colts, indeed. It's a reaction. In fact, let me start that again. It's a victory.
Yes, it is.
Reaction Monday in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez. You have Figgy Fig. He has been activated. He is dressed out, and he is playing on this Victory Reaction Monday. That's right. That's right. List. He is back in there, and of course I'm Reginald Atatula hanging out with you. Texans get a 23-20 victory. See, we knew they'd win. 3 points. I don't know if that was what I anticipated, but they got the victory that we anticipated. 6-2 are your Houston Texans, and always get involved with the program. 713 is the number, the 5-hour energy fan line. That is the text line to get at us. The YouTube and Twitch both active for you as well, and all of those places are the place to let us know if you feel better about the Texans after a 23-20 victory over the Indianapolis Colts. They go ahead and go from what was a 1-game lead and possibly was a tie at the top of first place to what is in effect a 3-game lead, right? You sweep the Colts for the second time in franchise history. And in addition to that, right, you get a win at home against the Colts, which you had not done in, I believe, about 5 years, if I remember correctly. And like I said, you get what is in effect a 3-game lead because you have the 2-game lead, plus the Colts now obviously have lost the season series, so they don't have a tiebreaker. They would need to win more games than you in order to win.
And that ain't happening.
It feels like this was the day that you won the AFC South.
Yeah.
It might be a little presumptuous, but it feels like this was the day you won the AFC South. You got another victory, as you know, you're stacking wins. Do you feel better about this team, John?
See, the way you laid that out, it would point me to say, yeah, man.
See, that's what I'm trying to do. Positivity.
Yeah, man.
You see, I'm not saying no.
I'm working on it. You better not say no. But why are you going to hit me with such a tough question right out of the chute here? Do you feel better now about this team? What a great question.
Thanks, man.
Because
thought of it myself.
713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in, or on YouTube or Twitch. Because that's got a lot of levels to it. The way you laid it out, absolutely you have to feel better. You got the division. The division is going to be won. But there are some things that we're going to dig in today. Short week, so work fast this week.
That's right.
Work fast, Figgy. Work fast, Reggie. Because we got a lot to cover by Thursday when they go to New York to face the Jets. But yeah, by a smidge, I feel better because obviously you got the win, you got the division, you've got a defense, and boy, are we going to dig in on this because I think the defense it's the calling card right now.
Oh, absolutely.
It's the calling card for this squad.
I'll go a step further.
Yeah.
I looked at this. I looked during the course of this game, and you could say that this was like a late time to make this realization, considering everything that we've seen. I think I turned to Brandon Scott, who typically sits to my right, and I was like, okay, so the defensive line is 100% the best part of this team.
If not the cornerbacks.
I'd still go defensive line.
I probably would.
I was like, defensive line is 100%. I mean, this was a dude in Anthony Richardson that presents and continues to present issues when it comes to corralling him, bringing him down. Big, strong dude. And very early in that, you see Will Anderson Jr. Bring that big old Maloof down, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. Like these guys can do it whenever, right? Like they have established themselves as pressure getters. Now they also have gotten into their sack era of the season because they're stacking up.
Sounds like an album.
That's right. They're stacking up these the sacks where they're actually hitting the quarterback. They're affecting quarterbacks, and that helps the entirety of the defense. And then there was a couple of times at the end of the game where this game was, again, a lot closer than it should have been. And you're constantly just going, hey, roll this defense out and let's see if they can stop them. And they come up with more than you can expect.
Yeah, they calling it is the defense. It's not maybe what we expected, but it is, and you take it because that is a way to win games like this when it is ugly. That said, things that make you maybe not feel better.
Okay.
There are a number of them, and that's why it's one of those. That's why it's such a good question, because you're thinking, okay, I feel better overall. But the offensive line is still a huge issue and got injured with a player that stepped in and maybe could have been a little bit of a difference maker there. There are still injury concerns, major injury concerns that we're going to be monitoring this year. There are still disjointed, maybe is the best word, lapses on offense. There is still being in a close game against a really bad team with a quarterback playing one of his worst games ever. Now, maybe that's a credit to the defense because quarterbacks in Houston have had a very hard time being successful. Just go down the list. So, yes, I feel better, but yes, there are a lot of things to clean up, as D'Amico Ryans might say.
Yeah, and I know that I was actually, I don't remember what exactly I was looking at, but in watching it, I was looking at the YouTube and the comments on the side, and somebody was like, the last thing I want to hear this week is we have things to clean up.
Well,
right. This felt like the opportunity in a get-right game to have or an opportunity to have a get-right game and show up and, do all of the things that you wanted to do right. And what's funny about that is in that alternate universe where the Texans do all of the things. Okay, how much of that is the opponent, right, that you're facing off against, and how much of that is sustainable and all those things. But you didn't even get to that point. Yeah. I mean, one of the things that we were talking about going into this as a show was the fact that the Colts defensive line did not generate a lot of pressure on quarterbacks. And it was like, okay, this is an opportunity for your offensive line to show up and have some level of protection. And early on, that was not the case. And, of course, you have Buck in this game, DeForest Buckner. And, he presented a little bit of a shift for that Colts defense, right? He has more pass rush to him. But Odeyingbo has been there as well, and he is also applying pressure in this on C.J. Stroud to a degree that honestly is probably higher than he had at any other point in the season as well. So, you have your quarterback under pressure against a Colts team that had no business having pressure.
Not a good defense.
No.
Buck or no buck. And for your quarterback in this game at home when, the crowd is on your side and presumably in certain instances helping you and quiet when it needs to be quiet, although we'll talk about that maybe. You give up 50, I believe it's 57% of the time that he dropped back, 52, 57, something like that, that he was under pressure. That ain't great, man.
No.
That ain't great.
But, okay, and this is where I have to try and make sure that I, thread the needle because we're starting to get to the place where we're looking at the negatives of it, but then I can come back around to some of the positives of it, and I believe that this is highlight number 13, Fig, if you could have this for me, because it feels like offensively, I don't know that it's like they're going to have a great run game, but apparently you could just make the entire offense out of Joe Mixon.
Second down and a long 8 here for Houston with Stroud in the shotgun set. Mixon to his right, 2 receivers stacked. Wide side, right cuts left, 10, 5, Mixon. Handoff, Mixon, starts right, cuts left, 10, 5, Mixon still going. Takes out a defender and takes the ball into the end zone. Jones couldn't bring him down. Mixon has 6 for Houston, and they can tie the game with the extra point.
Mixon with a grown man run.
That's right.
Get off me.
That's right.
Boy,
what a run by Joe Mixon.
Incredible.
I am a fan.
Us too, Andre.
I am a fan too.
And that was your 5-hour energy, high energy play of the game. 5-hour energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. And during the course of this game, early on, they're throwing the ball to Joe Mixon out of the backfield. He's giving you explosive runs. He's bringing the pain to everybody on the field, including Tank Dell if they're in his way, right? Joe Mixon. It seems like no matter if you're blocking it up particularly well or what have you, Joe Mixon is going to make things happen. What an incredible offseason addition.
Vision, power, the ability to explode into the hole. He's the MVP of this team, at least the offense, to this point in the season because of what he can do on there. Now let's talk about why this was such a good win. Because you can talk about the nitpicks, and we will. You can talk about some of the things that make you want to sort of wring your hands when you're asked a question, better about his team. But the good things to me were, and I feel like, and here's another cliche coming up. I feel like it was really kind of a culture win because let's look at what happened here. Despite it all, you had 2 starting linebackers out. You had a starting safety out, and dude stepped up. The old next man up mentality was in big play right there. Kenyon Green was awful, got benched. Jarrett Patterson came in, and you saw immediately. Now he got hurt, but you saw immediately what could happen there. Diggs went down, and almost immediately Tank Dell flipped a switch.
Yeah,
immediately.
Yeah.
Not only that, but then you got appearances from Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie. So the thing that D'Amico Ryans has been saying, all along, this is the culture, the swarm, all this other thing. It was on the field. It was on the field. To have those guys step up. Hey, Eric Murray, come on down. That was a guy that stepped in and made plays. So there are things to feel good about with this squad, no doubt about it.
And yet still, you win a game by 3 whole points. That's the thing, is no matter which way I cut it, I keep coming back to this feeling where it's not a word, it's not a specific answer. It's just
Yeah.
And that's a win. That's a win that clearly has big stakes and ramifications in division standings, right? It's yet another just general win. Put you close to AFC, which is, a great place to be. You're in effect, you're still battling for the potential of a bye.
Yeah.
When you say it like that, it kind of sounds insane, but the process of it, right? I know some people will call it style points, but I feel like that kind of eludes what I'm ultimately getting to. Style points is one thing. That makes it seem as though I'm talking about, I need the flash and whatever. I need to feel good about it. No. I'm talking about the process, right? The process is the thing that you can use as a predictor of future success. And the process can be so squirrely, especially on offense, like defense. As you mentioned, even with men down, they're still making some things shake. Yeah, there's some opportunities over the top that Anthony Richardson just can't hit. But, look, there's going to be weaknesses in everything, but they've done a good job of continuing to maintain and get better, right? Special teams has handled up on theirs. Offense is the place where it just feels like it's not coming together, and that's the place that felt like it was supposed to be your tip of the spear as a team. And so with the question of, do you feel better about this team after this game, I can't say yes.
You can't.
I can't say I feel particularly worse though. It's just it's just in this weird nebulous place where they got the win, but they didn't do it in a spectacular fashion against a Colts team that they probably should have won in spectacular fashion.
Let me make you feel a little better, Texans fans. Figgy, I think you'll have my back on this because we're talking about, it was kind of ugly. Yes, there were warts, and yes, this and that, and I'm not sure if I feel better. But out of 10 times, how many times would a previous Texans team have lost that game? 9? 8?
Yeah, 8.
I thought 8.
Yeah.
That's why I said this was really, overall, by a smidge, it shows you how this team is built different. I'm not going to hit the bell because I think 2 is my limit per segment, but Reggie just did.
You're welcome.
But it is put together different. It is about how they play, about these guys, these backups, starters out. Diggs goes out. Man, all of a sudden Tank Dell, Xavier Hutchinson, and John Mechie are involved and contributing. That Mechie catch was enormous. That one down the field to the right, on the right side of the scrimmage. Look, I think at least 8 out of 10 times previous Texans teams lose that game, and that's why you should feel pretty good, but don't ignore some of the things that are out there.
I think it's a good feeling winning these type of games too, because once you get in the playoff, everything ain't gonna be a blowout.
Right,
you're gonna have some of these games where you're gonna have to grind it out like that, but sometimes it's still a little troubling because I feel like they should be better than this.
They should be. No, you're not wrong. They should be.
And they build themselves.
Yeah.
It's interesting though, because like I know that it could be easy to look and say, oh man, there you guys being negative. It feels like this has been the tenor in the locker room again for these guys, where they know that there's still meat on the bone with this team, and I think people are starting to get tired of, we need to clean it up. It's like, when are you going to get to that meat on the bone, or is that just going to be left?
It's week 8, man.
It's damn near midway.
We going to week 9.
But I don't feel like we're being negative. I feel like we're being like I think there are a lot of positives here that we have just lined up.
Yeah, you can still be a good team and still critique this team like this, because if you look at the Chiefs are undefeated.
Yeah.
And they still complaining about the Chiefs like they didn't just win a Super Bowl.
Right.
And haven't lost a game this year.
Now, am I also missing part of this, which is it feels good to just beat the Colts, no matter how you do it, because the Colts themselves are a team that need to be humbled at any given point.
Boy, ask Mark Vandermeer. We can all argue about who your biggest rival is, what team you hate the most.
He hate the Colts more than anybody.
He hates the Colts.
He hate the Colts more than the Titans.
Anyone I've ever
the Jags.
seen. Yes, he hates the Colts, and probably with good reason. But no, I don't feel like it's negative. I think it's like, okay, it's also the standard, right? The standard is different.
That's part of it.
The standard is different, and if you're a rising team, if this were the case last year, this exact same season happened last year, we'd be like, man, look at him. Look at him getting it done.
Yeah, rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
Probably nobody expected this team to win anything. But this year, man, they went all out.
The standard has changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they have declared themselves in some ways as being Super Bowl contenders, as trying to be Super Bowl contenders. We look at them in that vein. And look, I don't know that game held up the Super Bowl standard. However, it was indeed a win. They moved to 6-2, like with a record of a Super Bowl contender. And maybe a blessing in disguise in some ways is that you have a very quick turn really on that. You immediately have to get back into your game planning and game prep and move for Thursday when you face off against the New York Jets at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. On Halloween, in fact.
Halloween.
You don't want that to be a spooky occasion. Just getting going on a Victory Reaction Monday, where we're still trying to figure out exactly how we feel about the Texans' 23-20 victory.
Did we figure anything out?
Nope. It was just it's just the beginnings of what'll be a 4-hour therapy session on trying to untangle the emotions that the Texans have established for us here. In what a victory that feels possibly Pyrrhic. We'll talk about that later in the program. But coming up next on In the Loop, we got to get into the OG's passive thoughts. What were the things that you figured and you saw and you thought about during the course of this victory? We'll talk about it next.
The Texans took control of the AFC South with a 23-20 win over the Colts, thanks in large Your Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's first down Texans from the Houston 22. Empty backfield after motion. CJ in the gun. Here's pressure. CJ over the middle. Schultz this time. 30, 35. Both hands on the ball as he backpedals his way across the 37. Brought down at the 38-yard line. 16 yards. Move the sticks.
It's a tight end kind of drive, isn't it?
Yeah, man, on National Tight Ends Day, called very early and often, Dalton Schultz had a connection with CJ in the course of the 23-20 victory over the Colts. And from the text line, the 5-hour energy fan line, that is, the 832, they said, man, 6-2, and they beat the Colts, and T.Y. Hilton didn't show up to suddenly gain 200 yards. It was a good day. All right.
This is true.
I think that's, I understand. Division games get wily, especially AFC South games. It's just weird, And so maybe that was ultimately what it is. I don't know. Maybe you'll be able to tell me in OG's passing thoughts.
Let's get to them, and let's start with that one. It was very clear from
just not going to let Figgy play the intro?
You don't like your intro, man?
That's crazy,
I love
bro.
my
No, he doesn't.
You know what?
He was giving me hell last week. You remember that?
We could do it without the intro.
No, hell no. Hell no.
Go ahead and start it, man. Go ahead and start it.
I'm not saying a word till I hear the intro.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
Did you used to do that because of like AFC South games? Is that what happened? You just go in and
then just that. Who doesn't love that intro? I'm blaming Figgy's food poisoning for all the little miscommunications that are happening, if they happen. But let's start with what you heard coming into the segment. It was clear from the literal first play offensively, Bobby Slowick had a different approach. First two plays were passes to Joe Mixon.
One of them looked intentional. The other one looked like a check down, but still.
Yeah, but still, in the mix there. And then tight ends were a huge part of things, and that's something that we talked about last week. And the middle of the field was a huge part of the focus. So last week when, D'Amico Ryans was talking about everything's on the table, this clearly was one of the things. Like the approach, the quicker approach.
Yeah.
Help C.J. Stroud, get Joe Mixon and some of the tight ends involved in the passing game. That was, to me, abundantly clear.
Yeah, it definitely felt like there was one point I turned to Seth and I was like, it just feels like they're doing a better job of when a blitz comes, replacing the blitz, throwing right where that blitz came from, which is the general basic philosophy on throwing against the blitz is, hey, where that man is blitzing from, they're not going to be able to fully cover.
Yeah.
And so if you have a route in that space, throw there.
Yeah.
And it feels like, I don't know, maybe I'm just not recalling and I'll need to go and do the legwork of looking it up. But Seth seemed to agree, which would, I imagine I'm leaning on also his, kind of memory in that it did not feel like they were doing that nearly as much. And that felt like one of those easy answers to help you when that pressure comes.
So it was a close game, but, definite, attempt there by Bobby Slowick and successfully. In large part to do that. All right, another passing thought here. Can't ignore this because it was really, really, really cool. It was Andre Johnson ring day.
Yes, it was. And
from the very beginning, the parking lot, I'm sure you felt it as well, people with their Andre gear on. The halftime ceremony was fantastic. I thought it was a huge, nice touch to unveil. I didn't know this was coming. The Hall of Fame logo.
Yeah, next to the ring, next to his name on the Ring of Honor.
Next to his name on the Ring of Honor, and even better, every player who could possibly come back and be a part of that came back,
including the headliner for me.
Yes, sir. I was going there. Go ahead.
No, you deserve the honor.
Arian Foster.
Yeah,
Arian came back, and I know for a fact there was a little bit of work behind the scenes to get him come back, but it just kind of shows you how big of a player Andre Johnson was. Arian Foster said
how well respected
and how well respected.
Yeah, man. It felt like I saw some of the video tributes, and it's just like, oh, wow, they're getting anybody and everybody to be able to say good things about Andre Johnson, because how could you not?
Yeah. And maybe it's a start of something for Arian Foster, sort of rebuilding that relationship, maybe ultimately getting in the Ring of Honor himself where he belongs.
100%.
And the only thing was, I kind of felt bad for Seth. Like
that he was stuck up in the press box sitting next to us.
He's up there with us jamokes, Seth should have been down there.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, they're good friends. They played together. I mean, I kind of felt bad for Seth.
Yeah, but, there he was at halftime, chowing on a meatball instead of being on that.
He had work to do.
Honestly,
I think he actually was happier being up in the press box.
I don't know. I would have wanted to be down there.
Okay, I also think that Seth would be one to justify it in his mind.
Yeah.
Like, if he was down there, he would also been happy down there.
Yeah. That said about Bobby Slowick, CJ Stroud was just a little off.
Yes.
He was a little off. And that might lead to a bigger question if we continue to see this. We sort of broached the subject last week. All this pressure that he's getting. Again, 50-something%, even yesterday, under pressure. Is he maybe getting, rattled is too strong a word, but is he maybe trying to overcompensate, on some of his throws and scrambles and things like that?
Yeah, that is absolutely a question that flashed through my mind at some point. Is just, is he being sped up artificially? Because,
that's a better way to put it.
Because of a lack of trust, really, right? I don't know that he would put it in those terms, but I think that would be the way that you have to diagnose it, is that he does not trust his offensive line to hold up for the full amount of time that's necessary. And of course, that is probably being reasonable. Like, okay, if I know that they have not done that to a high degree, I should not expect them to do that. But that is something that you would hope that a quarterback could depend on, is his offensive line to give him enough time to go through the progressions that he needs to and find the right outlet. Yeah. And unfortunately, sometimes it also feels like it's also limiting some of his view and his scope on the field at times.
Put a pin in that, because it was – He made some plays, obviously, but he also sped up a little bit, as you put it. I'm asking you guys, this is a very serious question. I'm not trying to be dramatic or whatever. Had Jarrett Patterson not gotten hurt, would we have ever heard from Kenyon Green again?
Well, you think they're locking him in like a dungeon or something? What you mean?
No, I mean, I think he would have been, if Jarrett Patterson had not gotten hurt and played the rest of the season.
It felt like that was a pretty big shift in that moment, especially because, and we'll talk more about this, it feels like this team is slow to make shifts. And so by the time they made a change, it was just abundantly clear. I mean,
he was unplayable.
Kenyon Green had gotten whooped.
He was unplayable.
And I try and say these things respectfully and with some level of, dignity, I guess, with the players. But, he was just out there he was getting his lunch taken from him.
And run plays, too, which on occasion he's been better. Or I should say, by and large, he's been better on run plays, but he was getting whooped on those as well. I mean, that might have been
too. Some of those instances he was getting beaten in an instant. That's even bigger of a problem. Like, it's one thing if you get beat eventually, right?
Yeah.
The idea that you're losing that battle instantly is something that you can't have, and it was to the point where they just had to get him off the field.
Yeah. Another one for you here. Joe Mixon, and you heard the highlight already, but he's not just a bad dude. I think he's the best running back already that this team has had since Arian Foster.
Yes.
Maybe the second best running back ever in the franchise's history. That's not overstating it, is it?
I don't think so in the moment.
I mean,
he's really good.
He was so good.
He's like, I'll do it whether you do stuff in front of me or not. I will make this work. And of course, it helps when these guys are there. I felt like there was moments where the offensive line was blocking it up better. There was periods of time where they got into the spaces, including when Jarrett Patterson was in for that 10-play drive or what have you.
Yeah.
All right. But there was other moments, and he just takes whatever you got, and he's like, I'm gonna put some on top. Right. Yeah. He is that friend that's like, hey man, here's my part, no matter what. Right. Like, you had a party. Here's a little bill to help with the expenses. He's always adding in.
Yeah, that's awesome. Anthony Richardson is bad. Like, he's just bad. I know it's still relatively early.
There's so much raw ability.
He's just bad. But here's where I'm going with my passing thought.
Okay.
I don't care. I get on one level, if you are just completely gassed and there is just nothing left in the tank, and you're somewhat of a successful quarterback in that game, I kind of get taking yourself out because you're tired. but ain't no way he should have taken himself out because he was tired. In that moment, in a crucial moment, just hunch over, take some deep breaths, take your time, milk the clock, run the play. He took himself out of a game in a critical moment because he was tired.
That feels so unprecedented.
Yes. He was tired.
Yeah,
and that was, I guess, was it a fourth down play or a third down play?
It was a third.
Yeah, third down
play where they bring in Flacco to hand the ball off.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I guess in theory, maybe that was what Steichen wanted to do in that moment anyways, because
it's like 3rd and 15.
Don't take yourself out.
Like Flacco, if they need to throw the football, they would let him throw the football.
Y'all want players to be honest.
I know, and I can appreciate
that's
that.
honesty right there.
But when you, I guess my bigger point is, especially when you're playing so badly, like if you're having a good game and whatever, it's a close game, it's like I need to accept it a little more. But he's looking awful, and then he gets out of the game because
now players
tired.
About to start lying again. They about to start lying to us now.
You're not wrong. The problem is, just because you're honest does not exempt you from us then analyzing what you said. And, yeah, I think I'm with you. I'm just not willing to go that hard on it because ultimately the thing that I'm still standing with is, hey, man, how about be better about like it's just he is going to repair the cautionary tale of taking the traits guy. Right? Yep. Everybody is chasing traits guy because Josh Allen, after 2 years of being bad, found his way into being a really good quarterback behind the traits.
Yeah.
And so all these general managers and all their hubris comes back to the fore where they're like, oh, we got coaches that can fix that.
Yeah.
As long as you put them traits down. And Anthony
Josh
Richardson,
Allen was the exception.
He is traits guy. Yeah, but the exception, that'd get some people hemmed up.
I said it before the draft, Figgy. Anybody, you know how I felt about Anthony Richardson before the draft. I did not like him coming into the game, into the NFL. I gave him some benefit of the doubt because of those traits. But you throw 51% in college, that's not an NFL quarterback. Another couple for you here real quick. When healthy, I think we need to start giving this secondary a lot more credit, including the safeties. First of all, Kamar Lassiter, 3 passes defensed. Eric Murray, 3 passes defensed. Derek Stingley didn't get thrown out very much, but had a pass defensed on a very crucial play. I think we need to start like saying, oh, they need help at safety, only, which I've done, and they might still need some help. But that was quite the performance. I get it, Anthony Richardson was bad, but that was quite the performance.
Yeah, and they did not get hurt by some of the deep shots that were available, but I always find myself kind of trying to, trying to balance it out by understanding that, hey, man, defense in particular, playing secondary in a league like this, you're going to get got in some ways. Like you're not going to be perfect. And so holding them to a standard of perfection might be a little high in that way. But, yeah, no, they handle themselves really well. I think the question ends up being, like, do you have the depth?
Yeah.
That is the question that seems like it's always been there because Kamar Lassiter back great. You see the hand, the ball placement or his ability to get his hand between wide receiver's hands and knock the ball out. It seems like he is picture perfect in those instances. But what happens when he's not there is what you've seen, right? And what happens if obviously Jimmy Ward has not been there, and so you've had Eric Murray step up, a fantastic game for him. You have Kalen Bullock out there, playing at a high level. MJ Stewart slides in and he handles his own, I think, for a very short period of time. But, what depth-wise, I think, is more the question. At the top end, these guys are doing what they need to do, as helped by the front line, making sure to speed that quarterback.
One more for you here. Given that Figgy pointed this out, the Texans are playing a lot of close games. You've pointed it out. Given that the Texans are playing so many close games, would you put Kaimi Fairbairn as a top 5 player down the stretch on this team?
Ooh, I might need to actually take the time to think about that.
They're playing a lot of close games. If he doesn't hit those field goals,
I was about to say he might be top 3.
Fairbairn, top 5 player on this team, going the rest of the way.
He's up there. He's absolutely
up there.
Easy top 5.
Yeah,
easy top 5. Yeah, I think, and then you start having a conversation about top 3, and some of it is like you could tell that everybody on the team trusts in him, and believes to the point.
It's not even a second thought.
To the point where there might be a little too trustworthy of him, and not necessarily going and trying to do some other things. But no, he's absolutely. It was weird when he missed a 50-plus yard field goal.
Yeah.
It's to that level. That is a lot of respect that is paid to Kaimi Fairbairn, and it's earned.
Yeah, and I think if you're playing a lot of close games like this, let's say this is the identity of this team, playing close games, you need that brother right there.
You got to have it. Got to have it. He might be top 5. Hell, he might be top 3.
Oh boy, I just had I appreciate the idea that, oh man, he's going to be good in those big moments, but the idea that the identity of this team would be playing close games is not. I don't like that.
Kicking field goals, baby.
I don't like that for my cardiovascular health.
Cardiac kids.
Yeah. I immediately thought, let me go contact my doctor.
You got to sit on your hands every game.
All right. Speaking about loyalty, as we're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Our question of the day: is being too loyal a bad thing? Let us know. 713-572. That's a 5-Hour Energy fan line. We'll discuss that next.
After a massive 23-20 win over Indy, the Texans don't have much time to celebrate with a quick turnaround ahead.
Grills and outdoor kitchens at the best price. Texas Star Grill Shop.
It's a Shop as John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a Texans Victory Reaction Monday. 23-20 was the score in favor of your Texans at NRG Stadium over the disliked Indianapolis Colts. And the question is being too loyal a bad thing? And there's a lot of different places that you could take this, obviously. And, of course, we appreciate you taking to all those places on the 5-hour energy fan line, which is 713-572-4610. But it feels like for me, during the course of this game, I started seeing the particular loyalty of this team show up in a few places.
Yeah.
One of those I think that was the most obvious was when we were all sitting up there in the press box and talking about Kenyon Green early in this game. It feels like, oh man, this has gotten to an untenable place.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of thankfully, soon thereafter, the Texans make a switch and Jared Patterson comes in. Now we all know how that ultimately goes. He ends up playing really well on that drive. They go score and Jared Patterson is injured. He gets a concussion and he leaves the game. And Kenyon Green has to return to that position. However, it made me stop and think, man, they really stuck to Kenyon Green in that situation, and he's had a rough season all the way across. Like, he's had ups and downs, and it started in a place where it's like, okay, this is better than what it had previously been, and it almost feels like it's devolved in some bit. But first of all, do you agree with the assessment that maybe the Texans can be loyal possibly to a fault?
I think we have so many examples of that happening. And I think it's one of the, in a sense, it's kind of admirable. They know their players better than anybody else. Obviously, they have confidence in what they've done and how they coach them. But there comes a point where it's obvious to everyone you can't stay loyal. It's having an adverse effect. I think Kenyon Green is the best example lately, but the latest example before that wasn't very long ago. I mean, Dameon Pierce last year.
Yeah,
we're pulling out our hair. Like it was so obvious that Devin Singletary was the better running back 2 or 3 games in at the most. But it took him 6 or 7 games to really make the pull the plug and make Devin Singletary the guy. They were loyal to Dameon Pierce, and Dameon Pierce has had his moments here and there. But how many carries did he have yesterday?
Yeah, 4 snaps. I don't recall.
He had 1 carry.
Yeah, the carries. Yeah,
1 carry for 4 yards.
There you go.
Yeah,
4 yards a carry, baby. Let's go.
So yeah, I think, and we can expand this to other things if they've been too loyal. I don't know if where else you can maybe be where it took them a while to realize that wasn't going to happen. But there are instances where they've been far too loyal to a fault.
Yeah, from the 832 on the 5-hour energy fan line, I think misplaced loyalty is the problem. Being loyal to a specific player over the team always ends badly. And I do wonder, because I always say when it comes to loyalty that loyalty in sports is overrated or it's maybe overstated, especially when we talk about from the player's perspective. It's like, oh man, the player's not loyal. When I think the teams, it's in the team's incentive structure to maybe not be nearly as loyal as you would hope in certain circumstances. And kudos to the Texans that it seems like in certain circumstances they're pretty loyal and committed to Emma's action. That you do wonder, is there a negative effect on the other side? And so I kind of thought of it from that perspective with Kenyon, but I wonder if some of these other things fit in. Like, one of the things I was thinking about is Bobby Slowick's attachment to his wide receivers and their ability to block, because it feels like he has a level of belief, maybe not loyalty, but a level of belief in their ability to block consistently, as evidenced by that 3rd and 2, where you're trying to you need to pick this up and you throw one of these screens, these wide receiver screens out. That's was it to Mechie that's supposed to be blocked up by Hutchinson, and Xavier Hutchinson
just got blown up.
He just gets blown up, right? Yeah. And we've seen that kind of effect many a times where you kind of have these wide receiver screens, or you have it's one of the things we talked about with all these condensed formations with these wide receivers, because you're believing being capable of jumping into this run game and blocking to the higher level. And you've seen that not work in various moments for their faults and for not their faults. Sometimes it's just there's more guys in here. Yeah. Other times you have Tank Dell running into Joe Mixon in the hole because it's not working the way it's supposed to. So I do wonder if sometimes there's a level of belief, if not loyalty, that also goes a little too far in that way.
Yeah, no, that's fair. What about tight ends playing fullback, tight ends blocking out of the backfield? I think they're starting to see a shift on that, and then maybe because they brought in Troy Hairston.
I don't know that he got run.
He didn't get any run blocking yesterday, but are they starting to realize, okay, maybe that's not the best plan for us with the tight ends blocking? But it's something. I mean, it's not just unique to the Texans. Very loyal to some of these attributes, some of these players. And some of these philosophies that they have offensively.
Now, one of the other ones that I was thinking about, and you can tell me if I'm just going too far at this, because C.J. Stroud is a dude who I think we all appreciate. We try and give him as much deference as possible because at times we can take him for granted. However, it felt like during the course of this game, like I like how he locks in with players sometimes, but it feels like he might have a little bit too much loyalty. Again, doesn't feel like the right word, but he might lock in a little too much. Today, or yesterday rather, somehow I didn't turn the day. Yesterday it felt like Dalton Schultz was that guy, where he got real locked in with Dalton Schultz. And it came to a head at one point where he's booting out to his right. There's Dalton Schultz on the sideline. He tries to throw it to him. Dalton Schultz covered, jump ball on the sideline. And you look at that play and streaking across the middle of the field, damn near uncovered, because he's got a good step and a half, maybe 2 steps on the defensive back that's covering him. Is Tank Dell a guy who you imagine there's a good connection with? But it feels like in a particular game, he gets locked in. And if I was thinking back just kind of anecdotally to the rest of the season, Nico Collins has been that guy where it feels like if there's any level of question as to like what the progression is, Nico Collins is where he is looking, right? And I understand there's quarterbacks have their defaults in some ways and they have their safety blankets, but it almost feels like it can get too far of a point where maybe CJ is locked in, and maybe that's also a necessity because of the pressure that he's been seeing. Yeah. But it does feel like he's getting to that place a little bit.
No, and maybe that's a product of having to scramble, having to extend plays, and that's just something that he falls back on. Let me ask you this, though, because I don't know if this is loyalty or what, but were they too loyal to Jalen Petrie at safety? They really tried to shoehorn him in for a couple of years, although they made the change now, and he can make some plays on the run, against the run, but sometimes in coverage it can be pretty ugly.
I wonder if that's more of just one of those things where you see enough, you're like, I know this will work. It's not even like a loyalty thing. It's like, I know this will work. I have to figure it out.
I was saying the confidence they have. I said it at the very beginning. The confidence they have in what they're doing. Yeah.
Right. They just had to figure it out. And I think they have to some point. Man, if he could just gain 20 pounds,
put him at linebacker, baby.
He's just a linebacker.
He is.
All the time. He's just a linebacker. He's solid at coverage. Like he'd be a really great coverage linebacker.
Oh, for sure.
Right. He's not an incredible coverage nickelback. But yeah, man. Like, I don't know. And I think that all fits together it comes back to that question of the day. I don't know if it's inherently a bad thing. I think you just have to be you have to refine the timeline on when you decide to shift away from the thinking that you've had.
And draft picks automatically get more loyalty just because they're draft picks. So Jalen Petrie was going to get every benefit of the doubt until he moved to nickel. Obviously, Damian Pierce was going to get every benefit of the doubt and still seems to be occasionally, although only had the one carry yesterday. Kenyon Green, number 15 overall pick, is going to get the benefit of the doubt.
John Mechie.
With Reggie before the show, I think you could argue John Mechie, but there are obviously so many extenuating circumstances from knee to cancer to everything else. But I think you could probably argue that.
But ultimately, do you think that it's ended up it's maybe more of a negative, or does it trend towards negative for this Texas team? Because I think for the most part it's cool, except the Kenyon Green one is the one where it really is feeling like it's pushing the boundary. Yeah. And of course, they got to that point where they ultimately did sit him down. It just you were unlucky in seeing that injury pop up for Jared Patterson on that very first drive. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. 1 hour down, 3 to go on this Victory Reaction Monday. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, get a taste for some of the other things that happened in the National Football League on National Tight Ends Day, where they were showing out, not just Dalton Schultz. We'll talk about that and more next.
Monday Night Football. Station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and Reginald Atatula hanging out with you on a Victory Reaction Monday. Texas went 23-20. We're trying to get through all of that, figure out our emotions on this Monday. But let's take a break from the Texans and talk about the rest of the NFL and going around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Got extra game day tickets? Turn them into cash with Quick Assist. Download Quick Assist from your app store today to find H-Town fans looking for seats. QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. All right. So National Tight Ends Day. First of all, are you familiar with this? You weren't familiar with
idea.
It? By looking at keisters. I don't know. No, I have no idea. I have no idea what the celebration is besides just watching football. So this unofficial holiday was started by the Niners and George Kittle.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, there was an instance where somebody was just cooking for the Niners, and the quarterback was like, "What is it, National Tight Ends Day?" And George Kittle was like, "Yeah, it is."
It absolutely
And so
is.
they have established that the last week or the fourth weekend in October is National Tight Ends Day.
Well, they celebrated.
They sure did. 16 touchdowns by 14 tight ends, 177 total receptions. A couple of tight ends picked up a 2-touchdown situation, but this is the most touchdowns on this made-up occasion in the 6 years that it's happened. It seems like tight ends, man, having a good time.
Including Schultz, Dalton Schultz, nice little effort, especially in the first half, but nice little effort yesterday. I guess it works because tight ends. Travis Kelce got his first touchdown of the year on National Tight Ends Day.
Yeah, early in that game too.
Yeah.
He was locked. Kittle added in. Mark Andrews made sure. I do wonder, now that it has become a thing, at least around the NFL, do you think that this could be like self-fulfilling prophecy where you come into this weekend, hey man, make sure your safeties or your linebackers are on your P's and Q's because they're trying to find that tight end.
I mean, quarterbacks are human too. I think quarterbacks might even look that way a little more. Who knows? I mean, it's definitely on the table that it could be self-fulfilling, so to speak.
Well,
yeah.
Very thankful because Dalton Schultz needed that game, didn't he?
Well, we were wondering about Dalton Schultz and came up with a couple of big plays.
Yeah, early and often. 6 targets, 4 receptions, 52 yards for Dalton Schultz.
Mm-hmm.
It was solid performance for your Texans. And shout out to all the tight ends out there and all the people that appreciate them. And I hope that your fantasy team benefited from that, from one of those.
I think so, a little bit.
Who's your fantasy tight end? Nobody cares about your tight end except for this very moment.
What's his name at Buffalo?
Dalton Knox?
No, not Knox. The other one. Kincaid. Dalton Kincaid. Yeah, Dalton Kincaid. I think he got one.
Dawson Knox. See, I went.
No, Dalton Kincaid got a touchdown. I think he got a touchdown.
There you go. Congratulations. Hope everybody.
We all celebrate.
I didn't do anything special for tight end day, so I guess I don't know. Do I need to make up for that today?
What's the meal? What do tight ends?
What do tight ends do?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what the special thing is for tight ends. All right, so not a tight end, a wide receiver got to have a special moment yesterday with a crazy ending in Washington. It was the Commanders, it was Bears, and it came down to the very end. It was a tight game, and ultimately a Hail Mary gets thrown up by Jaden Daniels. It's tipped, and it's caught by none other than Noah Brown to allow the Commanders to get an 18-15 victory over the Chicago Bears. What were your emotions in that moment when you saw Noah Brown coming up clutch once again for a football?
First of all, shout out to Noah Brown. I mean, that was big time. And I thought it was it's hard to say, it was Hail Mary.
I don't think that there are. I don't know. Do
it's hard to say.
Executed Hail Marys exist?
But everything that you want to happen on a perfectly executed Hail Mary happened. And you'll hear this in my confessions in about an hour and 20 minutes as well. A lot has been made of Tyreek Stevenson sort of, celebrating the win. Off to the
literally
side.
the ball is snapped.
Yeah, he's got his back,
and his back is to the play. He's out here jawing with fans. He turns around because Jane Daniels.
Oh snap! He goes.
Jane Daniels obviously taking time to let his wide receivers get down there. Stevenson turns around, gets back to play, and ultimately is the man who tips the ball that goes backward.
Yeah,
and is caught by Noah Brown. Is that fair or foul? I need to ask.
That's my confession. I'll give it to you right now. I don't think that play. I think it still would have been tipped. Now, maybe it wouldn't have been tipped the exact same way, but it still would have been tipped because everybody behind his hand had their hands the same place.
Yeah.
So it could have easily, he's getting destroyed as well he should, just for the celebration part. But then he snapped and he went over there and tipped the ball. Someone else was going to tip that ball.
But see, the thing is, if let's say he tipped the ball down and pretty much won the game.
Yeah.
Then that would have looked fly.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, I was talking smack to the crowd, came in,
went over and made a play.
Down. Yeah. But
it's like that one street ball hooper who went and took a puff of the hookah on the sideline and then got the ball in, and then went and dunked it.
Yeah, hookah Doncic.
Yeah, that would have been incredible, and yet it wasn't. So
that was kind of like that Nick Young moment. Turned around like, hey, and he missed it. Yeah, that's all it was.
Swaggy P.
Yeah.
In fact, now Tyquan Stevenson, Swaggy T at this point. And I mean, we don't really got a lot of love for him around these parts either, because he was out here acting a full week too, wasn't he?
Yep.
And so was he actually the player that actually called? He was the hip drop guy, wasn't he?
Stevenson?
Was it Tyquan?
Oh, Tyquan.
Stevenson? Yeah.
It might have been. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, so hold that.
You know what? It was.
Yeah,
it was.
He could hold that. Now, earlier, Payne and Pendergast were talking about this, and they alluded to how this now brings up a point of focus again for the Texans as they head into a short week, because there is one person in particular who seems to be unreasonably good at Hail Mary.
Yes, it is.
And that is Aaron Rodgers. That is something that you might have to pay attention to with the Jets, should you come to that perspective. But another thing that you have to pay attention to that goes against the Jets is that in the course of their game this week, Jets became the first team since 2013 to do a thing in particular, which was call all 3 timeouts in the first quarter.
How?
They're in such a bad. That's coaching.
Is Nathaniel Hackett actually the head coach?
That is an interim coach that is just out here doing things.
Yeah.
So I fully anticipate the Texans having the coaching advantage on Thursday.
For sure. But short week in New York, now they're really up. They're a mess. I mean, they are an absolute mess. There's nothing going right for the Jets. I anticipate an easy, given short week, sort of bounce back game for the Texans, but that doesn't mean it's not going to be close.
No, and the one thing I always have a little concern about with these Thursday games is that the road team has an even shorter week.
Hard time. And
so those are usually tougher, but it makes me feel better seeing that the Jets out here squandering whatever things that they have available to them coaching-wise. Shout out to, was it Jeff Ulbrich? His name. Shout out to you calling all those timeouts in the first quarter. First of all, I was surprised that somebody had the wherewithal to go into the archives and find when was the last time someone did that. And I was also surprised to see that it really doesn't happen ever.
2013.
Over a decade ago.
God almighty. And they actually, they actually were like in total control and then just completely collapsed. Not total control, but in control. And then completely collapsed. It's a mess with the Jets right now.
Yeah, I saw Damian Woody on Get Up talking about it and saying it's over for them. The Aaron Rodgers era is over. And I was like, damn, grand opening, grand closing, huh?
Yeah.
Man.
Well, yeah.
Well, don't close before the Texans get a win.
How's that Devontae Adams thing working out?
Well,
I told you that wasn't going to do nothing, man. That wasn't going to fix nothing.
And when Figgy says it, he is indeed right. Yeah. All right, some other things around the NFL. Jameis Winston doing things.
God love that man. God love that man.
He's unintentionally funny, but it's also getting to a point where I do wonder if I just am starting to not like him at all.
I'm liking him more.
Before the game, Jameis Winston was interviewed, and he had this to say.
Jameis, I can tell you're taking it all in right now. You're about to make your first start since 2022. Catching you to play smart but not conservative. What do you expect from yourself?
This is the day that the Lord has made. I will be glad and rejoice in him.
You're looking really focused right now. You told us this week that everyone inside this building believes that this is the time you guys can turn it around. What's been the message?
Unwavering faith, ultimate belief, depending on the Lord. That's all we got.
You told me no nerves, just excitement and butterflies. Still feel that way?
Unwavering faith, ultimate belief, dependence on the Lord.
The message is clear, guys. Thank you, Jameis.
Why is he like this?
I shouldn't have knew they was going to win that game, man.
The funniest part about Jameis Winston is it's not an act.
He's dead serious.
It's not putting on.
He's dead serious.
Yes, man. Yes.
So like, it's not like he's just a little corny.
It's him.
I don't say that because like the religious aspect of it, it's just this is like it all feels so like overwrought, and contrived. Except it's not. It's absolutely.
It's the eyes. It's his eyes.
It is. He's just like it's unbelievable.
I can't unsee this. I think it was a Browns player tweeted and said every time he's in the huddle and he's calling the play, look like he about to tell a secret.
Hey guys, did you hear? Here's where we're running.
All right, here's the play.
I gotta know if he's a preacher's kid because he definitely speaks like he is.
He didn't he get his license to
I don't know.
I think
a minister.
I think so. Where he can actually marry people.
You ain't got to be pastor to be able to do that.
But he seemed like he's into it though.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I just thought about it. Please don't invite me to no weddings that Jameis Winston's officiating.
I think
be awesome.
I think he did officiate somebody's wedding.
Please
it would be awesome.
I think it's online somewhere. I think if you search, I think you can find it.
Oh man, I can't imagine what that's like.
And by the way, a lot better than Deshaun Watson.
At football, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%. A lot better than Deshaun Watson. Like, oh my gosh, he had to watch Deshaun.
It's like, oh, they actually had a chance to win.
He's going through his progressions. He's looking off receivers. He's putting the ball where it needs to be.
Yeah, I mean, he threw 33 touchdowns in a season one time. Like, you can't forget that was a thing.
I will say he should have had like 4 interceptions, though, man.
That's Jameis Winston for you.
I know, but Baltimore just dropping the ball.
Yeah.
Man.
How about after the game?
After the Browns somehow secure a 29-24 victory, including a Jameis Winston game-winning drive. This was Jameis.
Not often that you get another opportunity like you have just received in the NFL. What does it mean to lead these guys, and what could be the start of what you said is something special moving forward?
Man, it's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got a quote, Eminem, he from Detroit, he right up the road, but man, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that the Lord provided me with this opportunity. I'm grateful for my teammates, my coaches, and these amazing fans.
Unbelievable performance today. Congratulations, Jameis.
Him. He goes from the Bible to Eminem.
I like how he said, like, oh, it's a white boy that you probably never heard of.
That's exactly how
Eminem.
That's exactly how damn near every preacher would set that up, right? And there's one white boy once said, right? Like that's exactly.
You might not know him.
I'm certain
it was a boxer by the name of Cassius Clay.
You might know him as Muhammad Ali, right?
No, we all know.
I suppose y'all never heard of Cassius Clay.
Actually, we did. We have.
Jameis. Also, of all people to quote, Eminem, huh?
Yeah.
Like, just he's such a unique individual, and that's the nicest way that
he's
I can
the best.
say it.
Yeah.
Got to protect Jameis at all costs.
I don't think we have to do all that. We'll check in every once in a while, but protect him might be a little bit much.
How is Cleveland lucking up on these two great type of, moment type of quarterbacks, though?
Mm-hmm.
Because they had this moment with Joe Flacco where everybody got Flacco fever. Now everybody love Jameis. Everybody got the Jameis Winston's fever now.
Well, how much of that is lucking up and how much of that is like creating a juxtaposition where anything is better than Deshaun Watson?
Well, that too.
Yeah.
But they've been, Flacco, we'll see him on Jameis, but Flacco played, man.
Yeah.
He played.
I mean, Jameis will play up until he don't.
But these two is just so lovable, though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that could mean because of who they had.
Who was not lovable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to Jameis Winston. Always giving us content or something to talk about. We don't have this. However, Sunday Night Football, the Dallas Cowboys were throttled pretty heavily after a third quarter that the Niners really got into.
Kind of turned it up.
Really turned it up. And this is against a walking mash unit of the San Francisco Niners team. First of all, Deebo Samuel not only plays in this game, but plays well in this game after having pneumonia during the course of this week. What chances 1 to 10 that you're showing up to work that week to play football?
After pneumonia?
Yeah. Because my answer is very low. It's incredibly low.
0.5.
I just keep looking at this and I'm like, football players are different.
They're from a different planet. I've told you before.
They are incredibly different.
Yeah.
Later in this segment, or later in the show rather, we will get into what happened after the game, in which the Cowboys players are apparently taking after their team owner and lashing out at the media because Trayvon Diggs after the game saw a tweet that questioned his vigor in playing defensive football and going for a tackle, and he went and he left the locker room fully dressed, right, still in his uniform. Only thing he didn't have was his helmet, and he went and accosted that media member, talked to that man about why he would impugn his good name.
Yes.
And we'll get you the audio later in the show. But yes,
how did he put it?
Things are not going great. Things are not going great for the Cowboys, who fell to the Niners. They are 3-4. Funny enough, they're in a bad way. So they're struggling a little bit, which right about on time for here in a few weeks.
McCaffrey coming back?
Yeah, McCaffrey is coming back for he went to Germany. It looks like that got things together for him. Niners trending in the right direction themselves as well.
Yeah.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL here in the loop. Coming up next, was this a Pyrrhic victory? Did they just, even in getting a win, did they take too many losses in the course of this? We'll talk about that next.
Yeah, let's talk about Low T Center right now.
610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston sports leader. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetua.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a Victory Reaction Monday. And because your Texans win 23-20 at NRG Stadium versus the hated Indianapolis Colts to widen their lead in the AFC South back out to 2 and get them to 6-2 on the season. It was a hard-fought victory. It was a tight game and a week, in fact, a slate where there was a lot of tight games this week. Funny enough, right? There was, I think, coming down to a point where, at the end of this game, where there was six. It's
been the way it's been all year long.
And that slate, a lot of close games.
Yeah.
So obviously, you have to take some level of pride in getting that win. But there was a point during this game where seeing dudes go down, and I asked, is this going to be a Pyrrhic victory for this Texans team? Now, I know not everybody is, like, super familiar with that term, but, like, ever since I first heard it, like, I never forget it. A Pyrrhic victory being one that inflicts such a devastating toll.
Was it worth it, basically?
That it's you have to ask, that question, was it worth it? And I kind of want to go through and talk about some of the things that you lost in the course of trying to get this win. And first and foremost, you have to think about Stephon Diggs.
No, that's at the time.
No, he is not.
He is not alone. Yes, so to answer your question, absolutely. Now, you still take it. I think
you gotta get the win.
I think by definition, and you would probably know this before I would, but a Pyrrhic victory means you'd give up the victory if you could change the result.
I had not even thought about it to that level.
But I wouldn't change the result. But, yeah, I mean, Stephon Diggs to the point where, and who would have figured that this would even be a conversation because of the depth they seem to have at the position, because of, the supreme talent that we all thought they have and had at the position. You got to start thinking about another receiver. I'm not saying I'm advocating it.
Like acquiring one as we near the trade deadline
maybe not
in a week
top
or two?
Of the line, but I mean, Robert Woods came in. What do you have? 2 catches and made some plays. Tank Dell stepped up. Xavier Hutchinson even made some plays. Even John Mechie made some plays. But if he is gone, and by the way, we're monitoring that. We'll let you know.
Yeah, I think he's supposed to have an MRI today.
Yeah,
and we have not heard anything further beyond that as of yet.
So we'll let you know if it is something that is long term. Obviously nobody around here hopes that it is, but it didn't look good. The 3 worst words in sports: non-contact injury.
Yeah,
or them. I think you have to kind of kick the tires, look around, do what Nick Caserio does well, and find that value somewhere that could maybe just bolster. I mean, again, in any other circumstance, you'd be saying, okay, you have some depth. They still do have some depth. But again, we talked about this in the first and second segments. They do have a different standard right now.
Yeah.
They are reaching different goals.
I'm interested that there's so many people that are immediately going to, you need to go get a wide receiver, because I thought that was the whole point of having this level of depth that you do. Especially seeing a little bit of a confidence booster for me, seeing Mechie come in and immediately finding some level of connection with CJ there. I mean, obviously Mechie had some. Hutchinson had a catch, funny enough, for 19 yards, which matches his jersey number. Robert Woods is a guy that is very experienced in this league that I think you have a lot of trust in. Like, those are 3 guys that I imagine that you'd be cool running out there as 3 wide receivers a lot of teams would be happy with, in addition to the fact that you still have Tank Dell, and oddly enough, and I don't know if it's like a cruel joke enough, right? Once Nico Collins is not available for you and Diggs is lost to injury in the course of this game, Tank Dell, you see him start to tick up in his looks and in his catches in a way that it feels like he's not been able to do. Like, so it's almost like, hey, those guys are out of the way. Now
does he step in?
Now Tank can flourish again. But it feels like you have enough pieces to still get this thing done. I thought that was the whole point of being 7 deep at wide receiver.
No, it was. And again, I'm not necessarily advocating, they got to get another receiver. What I'm saying is you got to look. You got to see what's out there, because it definitely, with the standard you have, with maybe some of the uncertainty, yes, Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, made some plays. Is that something that you can absolutely count on? Is Tank Dell absolutely going to step right in and be a number 1? So you got that happening too. So maybe Nico makes it a little easier to stay with the depth that you have. But what Stephon Diggs did was consistently give you 5 catches.
100%.
Like consistently give you at least 5 catches. No less than 5 catches in any game this year. 5, 5, 6, 6, and 5 in his games. That's pretty significant. That's not off the charts, but that's pretty significant to have that consistency.
Yeah, and it was important to have a guy that you trusted at any given time to throw the football to.
Mm-hmm.
I do wonder if you feel confident enough when Nico Collins is available to come back off of IR. It seems like we've gotten, I think Aaron Wilson was reporting that he is working towards, and it feels like he will be back ready once he's available off of, to be activated off IR. Does the idea that having Nico Collins and then Tank Dell, a starting lineup, kind of a wide receiving core that you ran with last year and that you were very happy about, is that sufficient enough, or would you still be like, I might need another guy? Because I feel like that might just be the luxury of having a lot of wide receivers, getting us to a place where we feel like you constantly need to have that many wide receivers.
No, I'm with you. And you just said, the question is, we might need another wide receiver. They might feel, hey, we get Nico back, we're good.
Yeah, I think that's where I lean towards, especially seeing as it felt like you were making the whole offense out of Nico Collins to begin with, right? If you have Nico and Tank Dell going in a certain way, I think that's plenty. Also, with the guys that that Mechie you can get the ball to Mechie in certain instances. You can get the ball to Hutchinson, and especially Robert Woods, who is really like a constant. You drop him in, and it's like, that's the point of the depth. But that wasn't the only loss that you have. And I know we'll talk about, Stephon Diggs is on a 1-year deal, depending on like what the results of that MRI are, and what the injury designation or a diagnosis ends up being.
Yeah.
We'll have more conversations to have there. Offensive line is an interesting one because Jared Patterson gets injured in this one. He gets a concussion. And so that all but takes him out of, the possibility
this week for sure
of playing against the Jets.
Yeah.
Right? It felt like you had found something offensive line-wise. Now, it was one drive, and I think Seth made him mention this earlier this morning that I had not given enough time to think about, which is what happens if now teams look at him and are able to break him down, and then is he going to be the left guard that fixes this for the rest of the season, or was that just a quick fix for the time being, and then you would still need to find some more adjustments or what have you. But I thought that was a really tough loss as you seemed to finally get to the point where you were like, okay, Kenyon Green can't be in. We feel confident enough to move away from this number one or this first round pick that we had.
Yeah.
Finally okay to put Jared Patterson in there, and it clicks, and then you lose it instantly. I thought that was going to be a real huge turning point for this Texas team on the season.
Yeah, for this game, this victory, as we put it at the top of this, it was very, very costly. But it's not just this game because, Kenyon Green is – it seems like the book has already been written on him, at least for this season. Like, it's not happening. We thought we saw some signs earlier. So now where do you go? They put Kenyon. He got blown up the first 2 plays back in, but he progressively, incrementally better over the course of the game, or enough, good enough to get it done. But then who else is there? Kendrick Green? I don't know about Kendrick Green.
And that's a question we're going to have is like, what do you actually do in that left guard spot? Because it seems like you've already admitted to yourself that, hey, Kenyon Green is not getting it done to the level necessary.
Yeah.
Is this, I understand in that game you just throw him back out there because, obviously if Patterson wasn't there, that's probably your next best option. But moving forward, is that something where you do need to lean and look at what Kendrick Green can give you there? Or do you start playing musical chairs? What are the questions there? That's a conversation to be had. During the course of this, right, you had Kalen Bullock leave the game with a shoulder. Like, where does that take your mind to? Because I know that Kalen Bullock has been huge for what you're doing safety wise. He has the most, or he's tied for the most interceptions for rookies in the league, and he has been incredible as your deepest safety. And you lost it for, I don't know what we have injury-wise on him. I don't imagine that it's going to be a major one, but that started me thinking about the depth conversation that we had.
Yeah.
Is that anything that came to mind for you?
A little bit, but I'm right there with you in terms of, that's one where we have to see, not going to be a whole lot of practices per se this week that we're going to be able to see if he's on the field or not. This is basically a Thursday for a game week, which means you're kind of late in the process. So they're sort of expediting some stuff. The fact that it's a short week would make me want to lean like he's he may not Thursday because it is a short week, but I don't think it's necessarily, quote, serious. But it's serious this week. You obviously can't afford to go up to New York and lose to that team.
So with those three kind of injury things that happened, and maybe something else, did I miss anything else when the course?
Well, just the lingering ones, which wasn't in this game, but the lingering ones, got to see how they respond.
Yeah,
Toa and Al-Shaair, we don't really know the extent of his injury. But yeah, those are the things that you have to look at as well.
And then Christian Harris still being kind of nowhere to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
How do you see this possibly affecting the next game? Because I feel like in football, when we talk about Pyrrhic victories, it's really about, does this now affect other ones? And because of this quick turnaround that you have on Thursday, how do you feel that these affects these? Because for me, wide receiver, I think that hurts, but I think you'll be able to manage it. Kalen Bullock, I think he'll thug it out ultimately, and we'll see what it looks like. It's the offensive line one that really raises eyebrows for me. But in some ways, you're back to where you were prior when it comes to Kenyon Green. It's not optimal, right? Because he has been getting beat relatively consistently, but it is where you were before.
Yeah, because it's safe to say Jared Patterson is not going to play this week on a short week with concussion protocol. Kenyon Green has not improved. Kendrick Green, as we talked about, I don't know how much confidence you have in him. And oh, by the way, it really wasn't like a sterling effort at the other positions along the offensive line.
No, but I think they've stabilized to the point where it's kind of consistently what it is. It's not consistently great, but it's consistently what it is, and I think that you can kind of work off of that in the middle that's letting guys fly at your quarterback pretty quickly.
Exactly.
So yeah, I funny enough, in talking through it, I do not believe it was a Pyrrhic victory, but we honestly haven't gotten the full extent
the Diggs thing
of what the injury is. Yeah, so we're waiting on news on Stephon Diggs, who it really was just planting that right foot in the ground. And
I watched it so many times, I didn't see anything twist or turn. It just kind of went out.
And those are the ones that are the scariest, right?
Yeah.
If there's some level of knock, maybe you say that, oh man, there's a bruise or something like that. No, there's no,
nope.
No idea of a bruise. So, like, best case scenario is what? Like, there's some level of meniscus issue. Worst case scenario, you're talking about an ACL or MCL, like, tear to where you're losing the rest of the season, if not other parts of the year. So, yeah, we'll watch that space. But really something that the Texans are going to have to navigate over the course of this week, clearly, as they're finishing out like that 3-game and really tight span week, but then also as the season progresses moving forward. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the Rockets getting a perplexing loss this weekend and Lopez's favorite player going to play tonight. We'll talk about that and more next.
The Texans took control.
our grill shop.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And we'll start with this. With one of the biggest college football games of the weekend, A&M LSU, and A&M came out on top. You have a Mike Elko showing up and showing out, getting a big-time win and taking the top of the SEC for themselves, A&M does.
Ball coach is about the best way you can put it. It's a lot of the same players. He got some he got some transfers like everybody does, but that was quite the impressive performance by the Aggies. So because you talk about loyalty and all this other stuff, and Connor Wegman, and frankly, I was wrong on Wegman. I've seen him make some throws that were just spectacular, but he just doesn't do it enough. And lo and behold, Elko says, "No, we're going to go with Marcel Reed. We're going to go with the freshman and see what he can do." And they just poured it on offensively, of course, with Marcel Reed, but defensively, that is a very well-coached defense.
And that was the thing that you knew you were going to get. Elko, obviously, previously defensive coordinator at A&M before he went off to Duke to become a head coach. And one thing that follows him around is a good, well-coached defense, and that was what was necessary against LSU. LSU not a particularly good defense themselves, and I guess it's Marcel Reed's show at this point.
It's his. You could see him kind of taking ownership, right?
Yeah, especially against with Colin Klein offense. He wants kind of that mobile quarterback, and so it seems like it fits better with what they're trying to do there. So shout out to A&M, and shout out to Mike Elko, who also in the post-game presser gave you a little bit of spice with the substance of the win. 38-28 victory for A&M, and he said, this is a real program. It's not fake. It's not a politician running this program, talking fast and BSing everybody. This is a real program, and for all the recruits out there, this is a real place.
Well, let's hear from Mike Elko, because I don't know if there's much you can point to other than one Jimbo.
We're very honest. We're very open. And this is a real program. It's not fake. It's not a politician fast and BS and everybody. This is a real program. And for all the recruits out there, this is a real place. And if you want to be really good at football, this is a really good place to be.
They had a lot of recruits there.
They had 100. And they had like almost 100 recruits there. They got 3 commitments after the game.
Yeah, I bet they did.
You don't want somebody all up in the videos.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Death row.
And when he said talking fast, it's kind of hard to deny who he's talking about.
No, for sure. I thought for a moment, because this is the tough thing about it, right? If you're talking recruiting, he's not recruiting against Jimbo, but I guess he's recruiting against the legacy of Jimbo, A&M. But I thought if you're talking about direct recruits, that could also in some ways fit against Brian Kelly, right? Who is...
That's fair.
I mean, look, people don't seem to like him, right? And then maybe the idea of, not
a bad point.
Not being real.
There were some LSU guys there.
And particularly against that LSU team that you're facing off against, an LSU team that does not hurt for recruiting, right? I was like, maybe that could be it, but no, it's easy to very much focus the attention on Jimbo, who did not fit any of those things that Mike Elko said.
That was a direct hit.
Shout out to A&M getting a victory. We'll talk more college football tomorrow on College Football on a Tuesday. Some other things that happened. The Rockets, after getting a big win on Friday, like against the Grizzlies, they looked like they looked commanding. They looked dominant. They got good offense. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And I've settled into what I think this Rocket season is going to be, which is a development exercise in development, up and down as they went to San Antonio. And they ultimately clawed it back to make it close. They had a run towards the end, but this was not a good showing for the Rockets. Chiefly with your got paid last week and who is supposed to be what this thing runs around. Alperen Sengun only gets 22 minutes in this thing, 6 points. He just thoroughly was not, he's not good on the night. Not even close to being good on the night.
And again, shout out to Ime Udoka, because he made it very clear.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say he played his best game in general anyway, so more so a combination of both. Sloppy at times, and the pace that we were playing with didn't look like it kept up with it, and so it was that, and a combination of the guys we got out there that brought that energy and upped our defensive intensity as well.
I actually thought this was a great day for Udoka. They lost the game. They clawed back. I think they were down 20-22, something like that. got in it. But to be able to do that, he's basically saying, I don't care if you make $185 million. I don't care if you make $185,000. The old standard is not. You're not living up to it.
Yeah.
You know?
And I think with a team that's this young, I think it makes it a little bit easier to have that perspective, but it's also all that much more important to do that. And, Alperen Şengün, he will have to step up to the challenge. Thinking about this team, like they need that veteran calm so much. Fred VanVleet can only do so much of that. I think that this is where and it's weird to kind of talk about a backup center like this, but I think that once you have Steven Adams playing consistently for this team, once he's back actually on the court when they're playing these games, I think that he'll be helpful in that regard.
I totally agree.
As of right now, you needed your big center in that situation to play well, and he didn't give you much against a Wemby-led San Antonio Spurs. The Rockets are 1-2. They'll circle back and play that same team tomorrow, I believe, if I remember correctly. So there you go. Some other things that are popping. The World Series, we had a couple of good ones this weekend.
You like walk-off grand slam?
I love a walk-off grand slam. Like, you got that. But then Shohei Ohtani was dealing with the shoulder injury. We get a little bit of a confirmation that he will play tonight. After we were not sure.
Separated.
A separated shoulder is a significant thing to deal with. I know that for me, I would not be at work, and I just talk on the radio. Talk less of having to swing that bat. But Shohei Ohtani will play in Game 3, where the Dodgers are looking to really put this thing out of reach.
Yeah, I honestly, he's talk about physical freaks. I know anything is possible with him, but boy, that is a big ask. If you just separated your shoulder, apparently he's going to go through his routine, be ready to play as best he can. That is a huge ask for Ohtani to be able to carry the load with a separated shoulder.
Yeah, and obviously a separated shoulder might kind of limit what he's capable of doing. What is Aaron Judge's excuse? He has been really, really bad this postseason. 150 batting average.
Strikeouts.
Strikeout percentage is like, I don't know if it's damn near doubled. Like he had, during the season, his strikeout percentage was 24%, and doubled is too much, but 38% strikeout percentage this postseason. In this postseason, it's just been really bad.
He's been
for
awful.
Aaron Judge.
He's been really, really bad. He has. I'm sure you saw this. Making more strikeouts in just those World Series games compared to someone like some of the other players, specifically Astros, that have fewer than that in all their World Series games. I mean, it's vexing, and the Yankees are gonna just pile on if it doesn't change.
Yeah. If anybody is still interested in any of these World Series games, they have been fun, but it's been other names that have been doing it, especially outside of Aaron Judge. They go again tonight. It is more baseball on a Monday night, and you still rooting for these Dodgers, right?
Well, I was rooting for Ohtani.
Let's go Dodgers! Let's go. That's all this is for. That's all this is about.
The only reason we brought it up. You're happy for Ohtani if he gets it done, Figgy. You know you are.
I don't care that much, man.
Rockets game is tonight. Thank you for reminding me, because that was Saturday. For some reason, I have not turned the day.
It's been a lot of sports, man.
I keep thinking it's Sunday. I don't know what, and I mean, why would I be on air on Sunday? But for some reason, I keep sliding back. Yes, the Rockets game is tonight.
There's a lot of sports coming on today, too, man.
Oh, this is the Equinox, right?
Yep. You got NBA action.
Yeah.
You got NFL action.
Correct.
You got World Series,
that
which
is
is
right.
baseball, and you got some NHL.
Yeah, I saw Adam Schefter, of all people.
The Sports Equinox for all four major American sports are playing at the same time.
Yeah.
All right, so this man is not playing anymore. His name is Dwayne Wade. He is retired. And was this yesterday as well?
Yes.
Because apparently none of my days are right. Yesterday, he had a statue unveiled in Miami, which makes sense. I mean, that's the greatest player in their history of the franchise. No. Like, they might not even
make a Cavs legend, right?
I don't even know if they're going to make a bobblehead of Dwayne Wade in Cleveland. But, yes, they build a statue of Dwayne Wade, except is it of Dwayne Wade? Why
do people do this?
Why are we so bad at statues? Like, why are statues so hard?
I feel like they're doing this on purpose at this point, man.
I mean, it's insulting.
Like, why are statues so hard? Because I can't remember the last statue that was made that actually...
I got it right in front of me.
That actually fully made it looked like the player. Oh, the Ed Reed bust.
Ed Reed. Was
that first time, though? Because I feel like sometimes they do this. They try it the first time. They don't get it right, and then they revise it to make it better. I can't remember if Ed Reed was good.
I saw this morning. and I completely agree. There are people who do these statues perfectly. And somebody tweeted, whoever did the Ed Reed's Hall of Fame bust should be the person that they hire to do all statues. Yes. I mean, because it's like, even Dwayne Wade was like, I don't know if he was kidding or half kidding or whatever, but he's like, who is that guy?
Yeah. I think he tried to play it off almost like like it's so wild I can't imagine myself. I couldn't have imagined myself in this place, but really you could see it all over his face. That he was like, this looks terrible.
Who was the last one that just didn't look anything like it?
I always think of the Cristiano Ronaldo bust that looked scary as hell.
That's it. Yeah.
That's one of those. It just feels like the Jordan statue they say is good. I can't recall exactly how it was, but yeah, it's rare, and it really shouldn't be, considering the amount of time that these things have as a run up usually, and then just how important these things usually are. You would imagine that they take a lot of time in making sure that the detail of that person's face comes through and it really looks like them, and yet still
it shouldn't be this hard. It really shouldn't. There are people who do a fantastic job, emulating the look. And statues are supposed to last forever, like forever and ever. And I don't know if I'd want that one up there forever or not.
I feel like they trolling at this point.
I'm telling
because it's getting a lot of run on social media.
Some say Michelangelo built better statues. Sure. Actually, did Michelangelo sculpt?
Yes.
Okay.
Michelangelo's David and all those other ones.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. I was thinking about the Ninja
art if you want. Let's
Very
talk
good.
art.
I'm not. I don't have the depth. There's a lot of places that I imagine I have a level of depth to go conversationally with you. Art is not one of them, so I'm not going to.
You went pretty far right there.
346. Allen Iverson statue was also bad. Yeah, the little one that they did outside of the Sixers.
Yeah.
Kobe statue looks more like Kevin Garnett. Yeah, probably. Yeah, text in your favorite ugly statues. We can get that in here as well in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's get back into the Texans conversation. Let's get some love to all the players that played well in this 23-20 victory over the Colts. Who hooped? Next on In the Loop.
D&M Auto Leasing right now.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, man, it's a victory reaction Monday. 23-20 was the score for your Texans over the Colts at NRG Stadium. It was good to be back home after a couple of weeks on the road. Good to see the smiling faces of Texas fans. Good to see a game where the visitors did not really descend upon NRG as well.
That too. Because it's been an ongoing theme for a while.
Yeah, I made note of it to you during the game or before the game, and I was like, it doesn't feel like there's that many Colts fans here. And that was a nice thing, is just to see that a game is largely Texans fans there to celebrate. And
Did they get there early?
No. Let's be honest.
We can move on.
About that.
We ain't got to talk about it.
People were real excited, real hyped for the Andre Johnson ring ceremony.
We can move on.
Real excited for that. I don't have nothing to say about that.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it is.
And
it has been.
Maybe not the hoop in some ways, but let's talk about who hooped on this in this victory. That, look, should not have been nearly as close as it was. There's a lot of things, but this is not the time for the nitpick. The nitpick is coming up at 1 p.m. here in Lou. Right now, let's be happy about this. So let us know on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610, who you believe hooped. And I would like to start with this gentleman on the defense, because the defense really did what they needed to do. And it feels like every week there's one dude who's everywhere. This week, Eric Murray was the man who was everywhere. And when I say everywhere, I mean everywhere.
2 passes defensed on the first drive, I believe.
Correct.
And 3 passes defensed altogether. Made some big plays. I think he was out of sorts on one play, but that's going to happen. You know, he got pushed out of the play, you know, sort of a pick play or whatever. But he absolutely, and this goes back to, you know, the whole culture thing I was talking about. You're worried about who's going to step up, you know, when safeties are out and all this other stuff. Didn't miss a beat. I still think that their safeties could use some help, but man, that was you couldn't come up with better timing for him. I'm gonna say this one, and I think we're traipsing into territory of taking them for granted, which is a great thing when you can take them for granted. I'm going to combine Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter.
Let's do it.
I'm telling you.
Yes.
You've got the bookends that you hope to get, and they are starting to ramp up, you know, getting home. 16 pressures combined, 3 sacks combined,
that's
12 hurries combined. Good. We're like, oh, hey, they had 3 sacks. No, man. Like we're almost taking them for granted.
That was the thing. Yeah. This was going to be the next thing for me, so I'm glad you stepped right in and mentioned it. Man, I told you during the course of this game, I turned to Brandon Scott and I'm like, best unit on the team by far is this defensive line. Obviously, largely because Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter get after quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And that was a thing that I had already in this game coming into this. We had that conversation. I was like, I think I am letting go of the expectation that they need to hit the quarterback. Just keep them corralled.
Yeah.
But they applied pressure. They hit the quarterback. And they got physical on him. Now, of course, it's another thing now where you need to bring him down, because that is a tough, to do that with. But, like, they got it back there and they hit him. Now, they did allow him to escape a little bit more than I cared to.
But 12 hurries.
Cared to see, but a lot of hurries made it a tough on him. And there was a couple of instances where it was very evident that them touching him made him not throw the ball, or throw the ball even worse than he typically would, because he had some really bad throws, Anthony Richardson. But yeah, no, this defensive line continues to be that level of good, and there's stats to back it up, right? And this is per Will Kunkel of Fox 26. No quarterback has thrown for more than 175 yards in Houston this season. Caleb Williams had 174. Trevor Lawrence had 169. 131 for Josh Allen, and 175 for Anthony Richardson. And a lot of that, big plays, pass plays. 10 for 32, Anthony Richardson. And a lot of that, again, some really good pass breakups and plays on the back end.
You've got your bookends. You've got your bookends. And at one point I turned to you, I think it was Will Anderson's first sack. I said, think about Anthony Richardson. He is so big, so fast, so strong, but so is Will Anderson. Like, Will Anderson chased him down from behind, and it wasn't even close. I mean, just wrapped him up, took him down.
I mean, again, I highlighted it earlier. I mentioned it earlier. The idea that you can go into these late situations, less than 2 minutes. It's only a 3-point lead, and in theory, a team only has to go about 40 yards to get themselves in field goal position, and that is real treacherous territory. That defense is on the field, and you don't feel a level of impending doom or dread. You're like, nah, they can handle this. And they did. Twice. Yeah. Twice, because you went offensively, and this is not the nitpick time, but you went offensively, and basically we're just like, we're going to try and take those timeouts and give you the ball back. Yeah. That's all you did on that drive. And it did not matter because you give the ball back, you're like, the defense, once again, will stand on their head. And what do?
They did.
Stand on their head.
They absolutely
Salute to those fellas on the front line of that defense. And I guess salute to the fellas on the back line of the defense. I talked about Eric Murray. Also, Kamari Lassiter, thanks for coming back, dog.
Oh, that was going to be another one of mine.
We missed you quite a bit, buddy.
From training camp, I'm like, the ball skills. This guy just knows how to get to the ball. Boy, did he. Because he was actually beat on one and still broke up the play. It was an underthrow, but he still broke it up. Kamari Lassiter with 3, passes defensed, and just finds a way to break things up. He was fantastic. And Derek Stingley had one, wasn't really thrown at as much, which would be understandable. Yeah. But Lassiter stepped up.
There was one throw that I was so
yeah, it was.
Like I think honestly on that play, Stingley might have gotten like the slight, like a fingernail on the ball, but it still landed in A.D. Mitchell's hands. Thankfully, he just didn't get both feet down.
Yeah.
But yeah, thankfully, you got a lot of hooping on that defense. Would you like to? Is there anybody else defensively that you want to salute, at least in the hoop category, before we get into like an honorable mention version of the hooped?
Like I said, Lassiter and the defensive ends were it for me, big time. Oh, and of course, for all the ups and downs of Jalen Petrie, huge play.
Yes.
Enormous play.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the coverage is, especially when he gets to cover in zone. Like when he gets to cover in a way where he's looking back at the quarterback as he covers. He feints a little bit and kind of baits Anthony Richardson and throwing a pass, and he goes and gets it. That's the second week that we've seen him do, or we've seen guys on this defense do that exact same thing.
Yeah.
When he gets to play downhill, he is so fun to watch play football.
He's in the right spot.
And even in just like more man coverage, he played pretty well. Now there was that one kind of screen play down the field where he gets picked off, and that goes for the Josh Downs touchdown.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I blame him for that situation. He seemed to be...
He got knocked down.
About a half step off of that wide receiver, which, look, I always feel for cornerbacks when they have to cover a wide receiver all the way across the field. That's one of the most impossible things to do, right?
Yeah.
So staying about a half step on it was about what you could ask for, and then he gets screened off. That's tough. I don't know how much I can knock him for that.
Yeah.
But, like, Jalen Petrie has played really well, especially when he gets to play to his strengths. Going and hitting, coming downhill, making tackles. He made an incredible tackle on Jonathan Taylor in
that
open space.
Yes.
Like, he deserves a lot of credit in this game.
To be called a hooper in this one, no doubt. Offensively, I mean, well, let's not bury the lead. I mean, Joe Mixon is just a ridiculous. He's just ridiculous.
You can build the entire offense out of Joe Mixon.
He's the MVP of the offense right now,
without question.
Right?
Without question.
I mean, C.J. Stroud does his thing. But I don't know where they are without Joe Mixon doing what he's doing.
Right, and it seems like they're doing better at like involving him a little bit in the pass game as well. And maybe that's just like reactionary. Maybe that's a little being too close to this particular game as opposed to the others. But this dude is incredible. Block it up or not. And if you block it up, I'll give you even more. Like he plays, and if he starts and finishes a game, it's 100 yards counted. That is not something to be scoffed at by any stretch of the imagination.
No, and he absolutely, with Arian Foster in the building, he's not built like Arian Foster. Normally doesn't have the style of running that Arian Foster had, but on that touchdown run with the high step and the spin and the way he hit that hole, kind of looked like Arian Foster on the big touchdown run that tied it at 10.
Yeah.
Even though his body type is different. It's
so strong.
Kind of looked like that. Another one for me. Boy, this was a relief. Just an absolute, like when Stephon Diggs went down, I'm like, well, everybody was, but
correct.
I'm like, where's it going to come from? Tank Dell, it's like they flipped a switch. Like all of a sudden, okay, I'll start playing, and stepping into that role. I thought Tank Dell really, really stepped up at the perfect time.
I also would like to give some love to Dalton Schultz in this because on National Tight End Day, it felt like there was a real connection with him and CJ. And I don't know exactly how to quantify or qualify it because, I mean, it was a 4-catch, 52-yard day. Like, I don't know how, and maybe my brain has just been skewed from seeing Nico Collins constantly put up like 135,000 yards a game, right? But it feels like Dalton Schultz at 52 was like, okay, it's solid, but on the field, it felt different. It felt like, the warm comfort blanket that is a tight end for a quarterback was reestablished in a way for CJ. And that felt like it meant something in the course of this game. So shout out to Dalton Schultz finding that space again where on a big national tight end holiday, he delivered in a way that it felt like he was kind of sliding away from.
Yeah, and that ties in with another one, which I think some people might argue with this, that he hooped. I think he did. And that would be Bobby Slowick. Not everything.
Yeah, that's a tough one. You're not going to sell me quite on that.
Hold on. Not everything.
What game was you watching?
Yeah, well, this one. But
here goes Lopez.
And
I'm changing it. I'm turning.
Let me explain it. His approach to start the game was exactly what this team needed. I'm not saying he had a great game overall, but Joe Mixon
need to put down the pipe.
2 passes.
That's crazy.
2 pass attempts to him right out of the chute. You mentioned Dalton Schultz. We needed Dalton Schultz. They got Dalton Schultz. Cade Stover had a couple of catches. And then what was the big issue? You had in recent game, I forget which one, might have been the last one, where you had like one receiver basically with catches. You had with catches in this game. So I'm not saying that, look, give him the game ball. What I'm saying is his approach changed. Everything was on the table, and I think part of what was on the table is we got to start spreading this thing around. We got to start looking at the middle of the field, tight ends, backside of the backfield, and they did that.
Also, they did some really fun split zone blocking stuff. And I mean, they've used some of it, but I think that he might have found a better situation running wise for the blocking scheme. It felt like, again, there were pockets where they blocked up really well. Now, of course, there were other pockets where it was really, really bad, especially like pass protection-wise still. But I think that you found a little bit of something interesting there blocking-wise. And it felt like there was more instances where they actually spread these things out. I think that, well, I don't know, I don't want to give us too much credit ourselves, but whether it was us or whether it was just like people talking about it or even just self-scout, because obviously there's plenty of people in that building capable of diagnosing football, right? I think that they looked at it and they took a good look and they realized, okay, these condensed formations might not be helping us nearly as much.
That's what I'm saying.
Spread it out a little bit more. So, yeah, I think there was some adjustment.
He had a different approach. Not all was successful for 4 quarters. We know that. But 5 different receivers, 2 different tight ends, Joe Mixon out of the backfield. It was and the different formations and such. It was absolutely an adjustment he made that ultimately worked.
Some honorable mentions here. I want to make sure we've already talked about it a little bit. Salute Patterson, who comes in and immediately the run game or the game in just general offensively looks a little bit different.
It was their best drive of the game.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. That drive was the best drive of the game because Patterson comes in 11. Little hope that this offensive line, once they get to that place, is going to be in a much better place. Now, of course, how much of that is the teams have not seen Jared Patterson in order to really attack him in a big way or maybe did not expect him to be there. But you saw Gus Bradley get to a point where he identified number 76 as the mark. They're putting overloads over there. They're hitting him with stunts because they know he's not going to hold up. For that one drive where they go down and they score, that was not the case on Jared Patterson's side. Salute, man.
And maybe not in the category of absolutely hooped, but in the context of where he's been all year, got to give it to John Mechie. I gave up on the John Mechie game.
That's right.
I gave up. I was like,
you jumping back on?
No, I'm not jumping back on necessarily. But 3 big catches, 1 really big catch.
Hear that? He's not on, but he's not on. Okay. He's hanging off the back.
I can see it from here, but I'm not necessarily hopping on. That was a big play he made, and 3 catches, 29 yards for John Mechie, stepping in when they needed a receiver.
Yeah, I thought that I was really happy for the most part with most of these guys when they stepped in. Robert Woods came in and looked like he gave what exactly you expect. What does the game look like with all these guys when that is the game plan going in? I still feel good. Like, I understand I would much rather have Stephon Diggs out there, but depending on what we hear from the MRI that it seems like he is getting today, right? Depending on what we hear, I'm still good with this wide receiving core as is. I know some people are like, go get Adam Thielen on a Panthers team that is woeful and is not going anywhere.
No.
I don't know that I appreciate that better. I don't know that I like Robert Woods or what John Mechie gives you. That's the depth that you have, and I think that's the reason why you have it.
And one more, even though he didn't carry the ball but once, how about old Dameon Pierce on those returns?
That's a great point.
Had a 45-yarder, had another decent return. You got to give it to Dameon Pierce, and maybe that's his role ultimately. That's what he did well last year. It's what he's doing well. He did well yesterday. Got to give it to Dameon Pierce.
But flipping the field matters in such a big way. Like that big return is super useful. And I mean, shout out to the dynamic return in general. We got a little bit more juice out of
Colts had one
in this game. Now, of course, again, you didn't want it to be that way, right? You don't want the Colts to be able to do all that. Yeah. But I feel like the dynamic return might be ticking up just a little bit.
Yeah.
Does that make you
across
hopeful
the league? I think.
Yeah. Does that make you hopeful at all?
Yeah. I mean, I've had high expectations for it, but we'll see.
All right.
Trending nicely.
Anybody else? Is there anybody that you saw in the course of this game that you're like, hey man, these boys not giving the credit?
Nah, I think y'all gave everybody the credit, man.
Some love on the 5-hour energy fan line for the 713 for Hutchinson. Seems like he has a big catch consistently. Okay. And that's going to be useful as they continue to go forward. 832, I liked what I saw out of Cade Stover. Stover had a play where he put his hand in the dirt where it should have been like a 2-yard play, and he turned into like a 14-yard play.
Yeah.
So shout out to Cade Stover getting involved there. Toriano and Stover felt like they were in quite a bit with some of those 12 personnel looks to probably run block more than anything.
That's that approach that changed.
Yeah, definitely did. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a Reaction Monday. Brought to you by Shoppers John Deere. Coming up next, it's about that time for us to get some lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
These are my confessions.
All right, you want the football one first or the one that kind of proves that I'm a horrible person?
Let's start with the football one first.
Okay.
Because I plan on spending a lot of time talking about the other one.
About me being a horrible
That's
person?
That's correct.
All right. I honestly don't. Okay, the Commanders, Hail Mary is all over the news, was all over the news
Your
yesterday.
favorite football team.
It was the Commanders?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
You love you some Jaden Daniels.
I do love a play by him. I honestly, Tyreek Stevenson is getting destroyed for just, turning to the crowd, having his back to the play, getting, sort of snapping into the play, getting over there, tipping the ball up, and the Commanders ultimately win the game on that play.
What? Also, I didn't get a chance to watch that game clearly. 18-15 sounds like a relatively miserable score.
That's not a, what do you call it, scoregami?
That's a great point. I did not do my due diligence.
I don't know if that's a scoregami or not. It might not be. Anyway,
I'm looking it up.
Here's my confession. I don't know if that play would have been any different if Stevenson had just continued to mock the crowd. Like, that play was, it's hard to say, perfectly executed, Hail Mary. But as Hail Marys go, that's what you want to happen. A group of players in front, offensive and defensive. The ball pops up, and another receiver, in this case former Texan Noah Brown, catches a touchdown. There were hands going up exactly where Stevenson's hand was. I'm not sure it would have been any different. He's just getting destroyed because of how he did before the play.
Yeah, but that's a reminder that
it is.
Appearances matter in this.
Yeah, I think that's the whole point. Like, him mocking the crowd and losing the game.
But I don't know if the play would have been any different.
Yeah, I don't even think it's about him actually patting the ball down.
It's what he did.
Yeah, I think because if he, let's say he did knock the ball down or the ball get knocked down, he gonna look like a legend.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got to go over here and knock the ball down.
Yeah, y'all about to lose. Like, hey, hold on, I'll get back to y'all in a
Right,
minute.
exactly. I gotta do something real quick. Let me come back.
Yeah. That would have been legendary.
Yeah,
it really truly would have.
Yeah, but if it don't work out like that, you're gonna
get mocked.
Yeah, you should get roasted.
Yeah. How many times in life does the way that we view something entirely depend on just did it work?
The ultimate outcome. Yeah.
Yep.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So we just did Who Hooped, and I'd like to pretend that I did this intentionally, but I did forget. But I have to confess, I owe Devin White an apology.
Yeah.
Because y'all heard me on Friday and last week when Devin White was signed to these Texas team. I was like, man, I don't know, man. Like, we saw him be really good in Tampa. I know that he's got a lot of athleticism, but he hadn't been good, playing the run necessarily. And then he goes to Philadelphia, don't get no snaps, gets, kicked out of there, although I know that there's a claim that there's some politics involved there.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I just don't know. I don't think that they'll utilize him that much. He played 50% of the defensive snaps. He played half of the defensive snaps, and he played with some gusto.
Yeah, he did.
Right? He got downhill, and he applied some pressure. He made some tackles. Like, hey, man, my bad, Devin White. I'm sorry for trying to put you out of the league at the age of 26.
Damn near had a sack, too.
That's on me. Yeah, he sure did.
That's on me, too, because I should have brought him up in Who Hooped as well.
So I apologize, Devin White.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm alive, man. Alive. Didn't think I was going to be here, man.
I still had a little doubt, so I feel bad about that.
No, you don't.
Not real bad. I said a little bad.
Nah, so I was out last week. Actually had food poisoning.
Mm-hmm.
So, but this is my confession right here, man. I don't know if I'm kind of looking at my wife a little funny, man, because she actually cooked. So,
does she not cook often?
No, she cook all the time.
Yeah,
She's a great cook.
Yeah.
But now I'm sitting here thinking, like, man,
You're doubting it.
I'm gonna be looking over her shoulder now. Like, is that cooked all the way? I'm like, did you wash your hands?
Show me the cutting board.
Yeah,
That's right.
I'm like, let's make sure this sanitized.
Was
and
that
all this
seafood on that cutting board before you made it?
Hold on, real quick. Let me go get my meat thermometer. Real quick.
Exactly.
Hey, I'm a little nervous now, man.
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous. Now, she haven't cooked anything since.
Yeah.
And honestly, I haven't really ate since.
Do you know what's weird about that, Figgy? Like, if you got it at a restaurant, that's an easy fix.
Yeah.
Mentally, you just can't. Like, I know Chipotle is a good place. Chipotle. I know it's a good place.
Chipotle.
That's right. I'm just not in a place, and it's been over a year now, probably a year and a half. I got bad food poisoning at Chipotle, and I just can't go back. You can't do that with her.
Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, that's the tough part, man.
I ain't going back to your meals.
And this is the even crazier part. She didn't get sick.
Yeah.
I'm the only one got sick. So she didn't want to go to her food.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, maybe it's something else you had. Or her care, and they was like, yeah, you could get it. It's possible you could have got it, and she didn't. Maybe it was in the portion you had, and all that stuff.
Man, that's a tough. You're in a tough spot.
Mentally, I'm just like, man,
it's about to be a lot of date nights coming up.
Yeah.
Oh no, don't worry about cooking, baby.
Yeah. Or I'm gonna have to. I was telling somebody I'm gonna have to point somewhere else. Like, look over there. Throw the food over my
Swap
shoulder.
the plates. Swap the plates right quick.
Wrap it in your napkin.
Or go. I'm gonna take the trash out, run over to Burger King real quick and get something. Like, I'm gonna have to figure some stuff out.
I want updates periodically because you are in a bad spot.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad for
mentally.
She's a really good cook, man.
Yeah.
And I think, and this wasn't her. I don't think this was her fault.
Something happened.
Yeah, but mentally, I'm just like, man, I don't want you to cook.
I think that highlights how easy it can be for just one time to get sick, which is why I always have a little bit of judgment. A little bit of judgment for the people that are like, I got food poisoning one time from this one restaurant, so I'm never going back. I'm like, that doesn't mean they nasty. It just means that one time.
Like I just said, I know Chipotle is good,
Yeah.
and I know eventually I'll go back. I'm just not every time.
You're not ready.
Every time I go by, I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, like I'm low key thinking about becoming a vegan at this point. Like, I don't even want none of that, man.
Then the beans gonna get you.
Give me these sauteed crackers.
Saltine crackers.
I eat this for the rest of my life.
Oh man.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to give a little bit of a backstory here. I teased it on. The confession is, it actually is, I think it's kind of backfiring on me.
Of course it is.
But so
who could have foreseen such things?
Just so y'all know, I am not a prank type of person. In fact, most pranks to me are kind of silly and mean. That being said, so we had some last week, I think over last weekend, not this past one, but last weekend, we found out there was some crawling around in our attic. Called the guy over, and apparently we had at least a couple of rats come into our attic. Well, my wife freaked the bleep out. The guy said, don't worry, the rats aren't going to come into your house. Just a couple of areas that I saw. We're going to put cameras up. We're going to take care of the rats. We're going to seal everything back up. You're going to be good to go by next week. I think he's supposed to come tomorrow, in fact, to finish all the cameras are already up and the traps and all that. But anyway, so she freaked out. She says, I'm going to stay at a hotel. I said, no, you're not going to. You heard the man. They're not going to come in. She was freaking out about rats in our attic.
As she should.
As she probably should have. So I went to Amazon and bought a rubber rat.
Oh, you did all of this.
Right.
Now, I thought it was going to be a spur of the moment thing.
No, this is premeditated.
Yes,
and while you're premeditating it, who advised against this?
You did.
There we go.
Sean Pendergast did. Pretty much everyone I told.
Correct.
Advised against it. And keep in mind, I don't normally do this, but I thought it'd be the top.
Look at you.
So,
at this slime ball.
Thank you. Thank you, Cal. So, Saturday morning, we're sitting on the porch drinking coffee, chatting, and I kind of sneak into the bathroom and set a rat in the bathroom because eventually she's going to take a shower.
Oh, man.
So this was the long game here, man.
Wait, so you were thinking we're going to get her while she's taking a shower while her feet are wet?
Yeah.
And while she's in the slippery?
Yeah.
So did you think about all that potential?
Yeah.
And you still did it?
All right, so It took about 45 minutes, but ultimately she went into the bathroom.
What?
What the f*** is that? You sorry.
What happened?
She was at least 45 minutes before she stopped shaking.
Wow.
What about John? What happened? What?
Yeah, right. He's trying to play dumb like she don't already know.
And I recorded it, by the way. I forgot to tell you I was going to record it, and I did. So a lot of things to unwrap here on that. Number one, it was really funny, but she was shook for about 45 minutes.
Okay.
And now she took the rap. So every time I open a drawer, I open a cabinet, I get a pan out of the pantry or something.
He gonna be there.
I'm kind of wondering about the rat. So I don't know if it was the smartest decision, but I did laugh.
You better hope your belongings ain't on the curb when you get home.
Exactly. And you know what? John's supposed to be out there with the people on Sunday because, we doing the HEB tailgate of the game. We supposed to be out there with the tailgate saying what's up to the folks.
And I texted
He had told me on Friday.
Yeah.
I'm going to be out there with you. We gonna see the people.
Yeah.
I get a text Sunday morning. I'm taking Jan to breakfast. I'm not gonna be up there. I'm like, oh, he done messed up.
I did. I done messed up.
So yeah, you messed this up and you deserved it. You deserved it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Thankfully, Lopez had that confession right before mine, so maybe I'll sound just a little bit like a jerk. Mm-hmm. But after the game, where the Texans went 23-20 over the Colts, and further solidify themselves atop the AFC South, I was listening to the postgame show.
Yeah.
Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner doing the Lord's work, breaking down the game, talking to folks, and they had Will Anderson Jr. on the postgame show as their interview.
Had cowboy hats, didn't he?
He had a cowboy hat. They got a picture with him holding the WWE title belt thing. So before in setting up that Will Anderson Jr. was on, Sean Pendergast said this, and I repeat, the reigning defending defensive rookie of the year. And I got to confess, it gnaws me up whenever people talk about titles and say that they are defending, like you're defending champion or whatever.
You can't win it.
You're not defending it. Nobody can take that off you, right? Like that's like a boxing thing, right? Where you have the title, you're defending it, because if you don't, then somebody else. Nobody's taking away from the Kansas City Chiefs.
This makes me so happy.
Nobody's taking the 2023
perfect together, man.
Nobody's taking that from the Chiefs, right? Like they're not the defending.
I can't stop smiling.
They're the reigning champions. They're still the champions until somebody else wins the championship.
I'm sitting here thinking, like, who would think of something like this? Oh, John Lopez.
Okay, and so that's real. That's pretty pedantic. I understand that, but here's the thing, and love you, Pendergast.
Yes,
but even it's not a transferring title, but even if it was, you can't defend Rookie of the Year.
That's what I'm saying.
He's not a rookie anymore.
Oh, goodness, man. Y'all are the same person.
Right.
Hey, don't ask Lopez about the first annual.
That's funny.
First annual.
Ain't no such thing.
Yeah, but remember, with all of that said, with all the pedantics that I have talked about, Lopez knew his wife didn't like rats and gave her and put a rat out there to trick her. So I'm still not.
Everybody's gonna point to me. I'll be the bad guy for the day.
That's right.
But boy, it was funny.
I don't know.
Until it wasn't.
Man, I thought I was gonna be the bad guy for not wanting to eat my wife's cooking.
No, that was
buddy, you got this.
He's taking all the bullets for all of us. We appreciate you.
That being said, I am kind of welling up with pride over what Reggie just said. So.
It gnaws at me. You could be the reigning champion. You're not really defending. It's not really a title fence.
Yeah.
It's not how that happens.
Yeah.
All right. That's our lunchtime confessions, where we all confess to various levels of scumbaggery. Obviously won by John Lopez.
Man, I'm getting destroyed.
He's a winner in that regard.
I'm getting destroyed.
Appreciate you hanging out with us on a victory reaction Monday. There's a laugh. Listen to the joy. Listen to the joy in his wife's
John!
Out there giggling like Ernie. Look at that.
And I laughed and I laughed.
What?
Yeah.
Huh? What?
Yeah.
Huh? Like, you know what you did.
You know exactly what you did. You're not slick.
What happened?
Yeah. Coming up next, let's go around the AFC South, see what else is happening around this woeful division that the Texans are running away with. We'll talk about that and more next.
Chapa's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. The 5-hour Energy Fan text line is 713-572-4610, but our friend Tyler Milliner, he gets to hit us directly on our phones. And his text said, sounds like Lopez is about to find some food poisoning.
Pretty much.
So, yeah.
Pretty much.
You about to be out probably Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday due to food poisoning.
Yep.
You might be in the hospital.
Oh, it's going to get ugly, I know.
And
sometimes you just got to make sure people are still alive.
Do you?
You do.
Do you, though?
You need a reminder
in this particular way?
That you are alive.
By the way,
you're going to find some rat poison in your food.
Right. You might find some rat, honestly. If we're going to be completely honest. You might just find some rat in your food.
Eat this.
Yeah,
what is it? Tastes like chicken.
I'm not going to say what I just thought out loud. Let's go around the AFC South here in the loop and talk about some of the other teams that were involved on this Sunday. It's a pick your poison. Not good choice of words there, I guess. Choose your own adventure, as always. Where in the AFC South would you like to go, Fonz?
Oh, we got to start with the one that was right here, man. Anthony Richardson is bad. The Texans deserve a lot of credit because they made a lot of quarterbacks look bad. But he looked. I mean, I told you, and I still believe this. I think it could have been an entirely different game if they had switched quarterbacks at halftime.
I don't disagree. Do the Colts win this game if Joe Flacco plays?
I was praying they didn't.
Yes.
I was just like, please don't be so bad where you got to switch.
You and Sean Pendergast, I believe, also was in that same place.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Lopez said that he was, and he made that clear when we were sitting next to each other in the press box. No, I mean, there was some pretty easy passes that if you make that they had an opportunity to really make it tough on the Texans, particularly with how the Texans kind of spun their wheels in the course of this game.
Yeah.
At some points, you could maybe look at this game and say maybe the Texans didn't win it and that the Colts lost it. And that is the frustration that exists with the Texans for me.
Sure.
They won a close game, don't get me wrong, but the Colts, in large part because early on in this game, they were throwing the damn football with Anthony Richardson when probably the thing that they do the best is running the football with Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson as well. Jonathan Taylor, yet another instance of him showing himself to be a very good running back, 105 yards on 20 carries, and he had that big, long 28-yard rush as well with the touchdown. But yeah, another kind of uneven game. Apparently, Shane Steichen he really waited to run the football. But rather than going into the half tied, then starting the third quarter with the ball, because remember, the Texans decided to take the football to establish, a flow in the game or maybe make a statement. Throwing the ball with Anthony Richardson, he almost throws an interception. They line it back up. He throws the football again, and that's when Jalen Petrie gets an interception. Because remember, on the other side, Kamari Lassiter almost got a pick play before, and that allows the Texans to score and have a 17-0 lead at the half. Whereas, score then, and then they come back, and then they score after 3 and out. They score after half to then have a 17-0 to score.
Yeah, and the other part of this with the Colts is that's the only even squint your eyes kind of threat to the Texans.
Correct.
Because and now you beat them twice, so you've got that tiebreaker, and you got a 2-game lead. I mean, there's no shot anybody can catch the Texans. But I get it, total collapse, all that. I'm talking about realistically, no shot.
Sure. Which, God bless him. Thanks to Shane Steichen. And also thanks to Anthony Richardson, obviously for the poor passing, but then also maybe for a possible lack of mental toughness. During the course of this game, late in this game, there's a third down, and Anthony Richardson, you imagine his ability to run the football would be helpful. And yet still, you look down and, oh no, that is Joe Flacco on the field. Anthony Richardson, why did that happen?
Man, tired. I ain't gonna lie. That was a lot of running right there that I did, and I don't think I was gonna be able to go that next play. So I just, just was saying I just needed a break right there.
I totally get it, but it's just an awful, awful thing to do in that moment. That's a crucial moment in the game for them. Trying to get in and really trying to get back into it. Could have taken a lead and all that, and you're tapping out. Like certain times, players just get gassed and they need to tap out. The running backs a lot of times do that. Wide receivers a lot of times do that.
Defensive line is going to rotate quite a bit. You mentioned wide receivers are one of those places that will rotate.
Quarterbacks don't do that. I mean, just hunch over, catch
unless you're
your breath.
looking for a particular skill set.
Well,
and maybe you would have said that if Flacco threw the ball in that instance, I could go, maybe I could see it, but he goes and hands it off, right?
Yeah.
Even in that instance where it's just a simple handoff, Anthony Richardson makes that handoff more dangerous because he can pull it.
Right. It affects the defense, and a lot of commentary, on social media, of course, about this, and the one that really resonates with me is like you're the franchise quarterback, ostensibly, and you're begging out of a game in that moment. Just the messaging that it sends to everybody, just awful.
Have a quarterback ever did that?
I don't know.
Not that I could think of. And honestly, owning up to it is another level. I think you're right, Figgy. Like we clamor for honesty. These are the types of things that make them be less honest, because we're going to react in this way, hearing that you willingly took yourself off the field when there was not an injury concern or anything like that.
No, I'm just curious because, like, I was wondering how normal of a thing that is. I know we'll never get that.
At the quarterback position, it's rare.
Yeah, because you see wide receivers and all that stuff go out because of that. But I wonder how honest. Like, I wonder how many times that actually happened when a quarterback is really tired.
I can't think of it, but I can't.
Or
think
do
of
they
another.
just cover it up?
That's what I'm saying.
And it feels like it's a place where you could cover it up, especially if you're just going to hand the football off on that play, right? That is a quick 5 seconds of play, and then you have another 40 seconds until you run the next one.
Because I'm sure he ain't the first quarterback that been tired.
Heck no.
So I wonder how often do that actually happen.
Well, he was running like a running back on that drive, so I don't know. To give him a little bit of grace, what is not any level of grace is their 4-4 record now. The Colts, 2 games behind the Texans. In fact, it's kind of in effect 3, because they have lost the tiebreaker with your Texans now. And it's not going to get any easier for them, as next week, Sunday Night Football, somehow, some way, they will face off against the Minnesota Vikings at US Bank Stadium in Minneapolis. So best of luck.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, y'all got that.
Yeah.
All right. Elsewhere around the AFC South, we have between the Jaguars and the Titans. Where would you like to go?
Let's go with the Jaguars here. Had a chance, and obviously Jordan Love hurt. Out of the game.
Yeah.
Even ineffective when he was tried to stay in the game because of a groin injury, and still couldn't get it done.
Yeah, Jordan Love leaves this game in the third quarter. It is a 27-27 game, and with 2 seconds left, your old friend, Brandon McManus, in fact, their old friend, he was previously a Jaguar before he was released after having some allegations of being, misdeeds on the team plane when it came to some of their flight attendants. Those have been cleared up. He signs with the Packers. He's kicking for him, and he kicks the game winner to have the Green Bay Packers win 30-27 over the Jaguars. They are now 2-6, and that's sick in a different way. 6 starter injuries for the Jaguars in this game. Gabe Davis, Brian Thomas Jr., Christian Kirk all get injured from wide receivers. The 2 guards, Brandon Scherf and Ezra Cleveland, get hurt, and a cornerback, Ronald Darby, gets hurt. And the big one of those 6, Christian Kirk. Collarbone injuries, expected to miss the rest of the season per Adam Schefter. And that's tough because they had already started talking about him being a potential trade chip.
Yeah.
All right. That's a dude that they signed a couple seasons ago. But, I mean, look, that could have been an opportunity to get some draft capital back or something. Not going to be able to do that now that he's lost for the season. So
you're looking at these teams.
That gets worse for them.
Yeah, you're looking at these teams, and you're we haven't gotten to the Titans yet, and you're wondering, do they have a future, like an immediate future? I know everybody can draft and build and all that. Like, what's the Colts' future? What's the Jacksonville Jaguars' future? I mean, realistically.
I mean, the future. You've signed up for Trevor Lawrence,
That's
so you
what I
imagine
mean.
that at some point. Once you sign up that guy on the second deal, you imagine that he starts taking on more of the load. But even without more of the load, he has not been particularly great. That's tough for them. And I guess you keep looking at Trent Baalke like, oh, this is it, huh?
Yeah.
More power to you. They face off next weekend in the midday slate against the Philadelphia Eagles in Philadelphia. So that's at 3:05. Yeah. It's not easy for the AFC South. It is not easy for the AFC South. All right, and then finally the Tennessee Titans. They're 1-6 after losing. Actually, losing is not enough. They got smacked by the Detroit Lions in Detroit, 52-14. 38 unscored with 14:22 left in the second quarter. That was the last time they got on the board.
Yeah.
With damn near the entirety of the second quarter ahead of them. They turned in for the night, and that allowed the Detroit Lions to go crazy. This was a fun stat that I was kind of relaying to the guys in the press box during the course of this game. The Lions had more return yards than total net offensive yards. 262 total return yards between punt returns and kick returns compared to 225 yards from scrimmage. The Titans had 415 total yards themselves, but still were not able to do anything offensively. If you're looking for some level of good for the Titans, Tony Pollard rushed for 94 yards on 20 carries, but Mason Rudolph threw 2 interceptions, so much for that steady hand away from Will Levis. And Calvin Ridley and Okonkwo, the tight end, fumbled in this game. So 4 turnovers for them. And so, the Titans in a terrible place themselves after getting smoked by the Lions. They'll face off next against the New England Patriots.
All right, well, that's a little more manageable, but 52-14. And I looked at this game at the point spread, and it was Lions by 11.5. And I actually told a buddy of mine, I was like, that's a little much. That's an awful big number. Who wants to bet on a team that's favored by 11.5 points? Well, they could have quadrupled that. And
That's right.
Still covered.
And you know what's the fun part about this? I think the Lions are becoming the team that dances on people's graves.
Big time.
They did this to they did this to Cowboys. Now, of course, a lot more sinisterly so. I think that there was more intent there. Yeah. I do wonder, is this just going to be who the Lions are? Because they're clearly they have the capability of being really good, but then also Campbell.
I don't know if it's running up the score or just. I
say that with no judgment, mind you.
Yeah, no, I get it, but they just pour it on people, and they're really that good. They really are. Their last 5 games, I mean, they 42 points, 47, 31, 52, last 4 games. Good gracious,
a lot of points.
That's a lot of points.
So while I laugh at the Titans' misfortune, they will be coming to town. That's your next home game. Once you fly out to New Jersey on Thursday, not next Sunday, but the Sunday after, you will on Sunday Night Football be welcoming those same Lions. And this is exactly why I am so tortured by the Texans' offense not being themselves, or at least what we believe them to be capable of, because a team like the Lions will come in and not only will they beat you, they'll dance on your grave.
They trying to embarrass folks.
Exactly.
Half 100.
Exactly.
I mean, like I said, 40-something, 40-something, 50-something.
Yeah, you're going to see an offensive lineman in the slot
and they
messing around with them.
Run the ball. Boy, they can run the ball.
Yeah, so it's going to be very important for this Texans team. Now, they'll have the kind of the mini bye week as well.
Yeah, the long weekend.
That'll help. But before they get there, they got to take on the Jets this Thursday. In fact, funny enough, I will be out watching this Jets game on Halloween in spring. Buffalo Wild Wings in spring is where the watch party will be if you want to hang out with myself, Reginald Adesula, and watch this particular game against the Jets. All right, but you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, you know what we got to do. It's a Victory Monday. And let's nick a little bit more on this Texans 23-20 victory. We'll do that next.
The Texans took control of the AFC South with a 23-20 win over the Colts, thanks in large part to the defense shutting down Anthony Richardson.
Multiple times we had pressure on them, so it's credit goes to our D-line, the way they got after it up front. Daniil, Will, Settle, everybody was in on the action of applying pressure on the quarterback.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, John Lopez got a lot of apologizing to do, which I don't think he can even make up for at this point. From the 281, John's over here trying to kill his wife with a rubber rat. What's that life insurance payout look like, my guy?
It was funny.
I don't know. There might have been ulterior motives. I can't. We haven't ruled all of those things out. Speaking of not being able to rule some things out, D'Amico Ryan's coach of the Texans, apparently speaking in front of the assembled media, said that the Texans are still evaluating to see where Stephon Diggs is. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah.
It ain't great.
Right, because I'm like,
yeah.
I thought that's what the medical staff was. I thought we could get to the answers pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Like an MRI should probably give us an idea. So the idea that there's not a definitive, like, hey, this is what it is, I think probably good in some ways, that it's like, hey, it's not that, oh, yeah, that's clearly a tear and boom, we move on to the next. It's not as clean as, okay, well, there's nothing there. He's good. We just need to figure it out. But I think I lean towards that this is positive news. Does that sound right?
I don't.
Here? Okay.
I don't.
Okay.
And not to be, Debbie Downer or whatever.
No, please.
Still evaluating damn near 24 hours later, something. You know something.
Yeah. But I think that
But they're waiting for the MRI.
Yeah, they probably trying to look through every avenue to make sure.
That in my mind says he's not like he's, probably not feeling good, obviously, that the knee doesn't feel great, but you're still looking for like something that would be the real cause of that pain and that injury. And it seems like if you've not been able to figure it out just yet, maybe it's like, all right, well, maybe he's just dealing with pain and we have to work with that. So I don't know. We'll keep looking. That's all speculation. Reckless speculation here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Also, I think we got to go to the phone. Someone was calling in, weigh in on this Texans victory. Lamont, what you got?
Hey, what's the deal, fellas? Say, man, I know that the offensive line does not look good right now, but and I don't want the Texans to get mad. Texans fans to get mad at me right now. What I think that's happening right now with all of these defenses playing Deshaun Watson, not Deshaun Watson, C.J. Stroud, a little bit more different. We got to go all the way back to the offseason. We got to go all the way back to the offseason when we thought it was cute. When he was going into the banter with and especially with the team that they just played, he had some issues with them. I just want to know from you guys, do C.J. Stroud go into the next offseason still talking all of that mad crap? What's even more bad about it, you talk a lot of mad crap. It's one thing to talk crap. If you got a solid offensive line, you was talking a whole bunch of mad crap this offseason, and your offensive line looks like wet toilet paper. And so, I don't have a problem with talking crap. One thing I'm trying to say is, I think in a lot of these defenses playing them a little bit more aggressive right now. We're seeing things right now back to the what was the boy named before? We're seeing that level of aggression going at the quarterback right now. In other words, what I'm saying is, I'm thinking the offensive line sucks, but he's a walking bulletin board, man, because he put a lot of stuff out there in the off season, and thinking the chickens are coming on the roost right now. But
all right, Lamont, you're breaking up. You're breaking up there, but I'm not.
We get the gist of it.
I'm not putting that at CJ for talking, man. Like I understand what you're going at. Is, hey, man, you're putting the battery in the defense back. The battery is already there from CJ having an incredible first year, and the Texans now being widely regarded as one of those teams. They're up there, and
I think you can maybe nitpick that. Is what we were talking about in the last segment.
It fits right in.
You can maybe nitpick that, and I'm not going to say you're crazy, but I also feel like I want C.J. Stroud to be C.J. Stroud. And that's what he is.
Yeah.
That's the kind of guy he is.
That's part of the competition of it all.
It's how he plays. It's how he wires himself and gets himself going. But, again, when you're struggling and the offensive line is bad, and he's not necessarily struggling, but, collectively, that's the kind of things that people can point back to. I just don't think I want him to change.
No, yeah, I mean that's a dude being confident, but also to some degree, like Lamont talking about the idea that CJ in the offseason, talking big and talking the trash that he does as he's, kind of a trash talker. Now you're seeing those chickens come home to roost with teams coming against you. I don't think that's NFL. Let me say it like this: NFL quarterbacks, I do think they think about that, right? Like that's part of why we get coach speak, and that's why we get like the driest responses from quarterbacks that are established in this, is because they know everything you say is either going to be twisted by the media or there's other players around the league.
But they got to be true to himself.
They do. All right.
Speaking of nitpick,
let's nitpick some more on a Victory Monday. What are the things that, even though you got a victory, what are some of the things that we need to acknowledge in the course of this? And Lopez, I think that obviously one of those things is we talked about Kenyon Green, but it wasn't just Kenyon Green.
I just feel like, Kenyon Green, everybody else should really be thankful that Kenyon Green was so awful in terms of the blowback they're getting, the criticism they're getting. Laramie Tunsil had a very high grade. Laramie Tunsil graded highly on the offensive line. Drugs that I saw earlier in the year and thought that he would be. It's not necessarily his fault. The pitch that ended up being a returned pitch that was overturned. But he did step back and step on C.J. Stroud's foot as he was spinning, and he pitched that, so it might have affected it. But he also, the bigger thing is, he wasn't getting to the second level and sealing guys the way that he normally had. It was a lot of Joe Mixon doing that. He didn't stink, but it's not just Kenyon Green. I feel like we know that Shaq has been somewhat uneven as well, and when you're pressured on 57% of your dropbacks, it's not just one guy.
No, it is not.
Yeah.
I think that some of this is an indictment of the line in general that I don't have super high expectations generally. Like I expect them to be some level of porous. Just like give it be a relative consistent level of porous and one that I can anticipate as opposed to immediate getting beat immediately off the line,
right,
a la Kenyon Green versus Buckner or Odeyingbo, right? Like don't do that. Let's do something that's a little bit more consistent. Speaking on that line, though, one of the things that Bobby Slowick talked about that I found really interesting when he did talk on Thursday, we revisited on Friday. We need to get to the offense. We need to get to the line, get to the huddle sooner, right? So that you can get up and you can diagnose pass protection and diagnose what you're doing here. So you give yourself the best opportunity to be successful. Hey, man. It felt like they were getting up there late again, right? Especially once you got into the second half. I know that Clint turned over and talked to me about it's fine. Well, they were up until they weren't, right? So like did the emphasis fade after a half?
God, you and I didn't even talk about this. And so I went out into the stands after the first half or into the third quarter, and there was a point where the play clock was right in front of me. I was in one end zone, and dude, I saw at least 3 or 4 plays where it was 10 seconds remaining on the clock when they broke the huddle, 9. I saw an 8. That's not what you want. You're breaking the huddle or getting to the line, I should say, at 8 or 9 seconds. That's exactly, kind of reverting to your bad habits.
Right, and I think those are the things that are, again, and I don't want you to bring up the thing that you said in response to the last time I brought this up, because Wade Smith caught it, and I don't think we can do this again, right? But it feels like there's holes in the boat, and you're trying to plug them. You're playing whack-a-mole, right, with this offensive line. So many times you fix one issue or you address one issue and another one pops up.
Yeah.
The whole idea is that these needs to be full-on repairs where you fix that issue and you don't worry about it again.
Yeah.
But it feels like, all right, well, now we've gotten to where we're getting up there. We're breaking the huddle with time. But once we start paying attention over here, let's over here. That pops back up. That can't be the case.
Yeah.
It can't be that.
No, I really want to say it.
No, don't do that.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's a common expression.
Okay, then why are you hesitating to say it?
Because you're putting pressure on me now.
Because you know better. Because you know better.
Don't say it.
Don't do that.
So like, there's a lot of holes.
Yeah,
and you're trying to
don't do it. I see you really wanted it.
I really want to, but I'm not.
There's been a lot of conversation about, like, obviously trade deadline's coming up. Wide receiver, you have Stephon Diggs come up with an injury. People are like, oh, trade for a wide receiver. I think you have depth there. The place where it would be most beneficial is to trade for an offensive lineman.
How?
That's the question I could keep asking.
How?
Like, now, Nick Caserio, don't be me, right? Go and look. I am not very optimistic that you're going to find a team that has a guard worth trading for that's going to be willing to trade them to you, right? I just don't think that that's something that teams have readily available. It's just, I got extra guards in the tuck, right? Let's just go to the guard store. I don't think that exists.
I don't think you can do that. All right, so here's another nitpick for me. And, if we're under the impression that the Texans are, one of the things that we're being so nitpicky about is because we have higher standard now.
Yes,
it's a team. Even though they're 6-2, like this 6-2 last year, we would have been doing backflips. I mean, not literally, obviously, in my case, but part of the reason is you have different standards. So maybe this is too much of a nitpick, but is it possible that a big return is going to come and haunt this team? They've given up 2 or 3, right? That's maybe fair. 30 yards here.
If there's any place to put this is the segment to put that.
Like they had another big return that they gave up yesterday, and I'm like, okay, so if you get in, we're acknowledging it's going to be a close game. We're acknowledging that Kaimi Fairbairn is a top 5 player going down the stretch and rely on him. Well, then you have to also acknowledge you can't give up a big return. Can't do it.
Yeah.
Because if it's going to be a close game, that could be something that haunts you.
Yeah, I think Frank Ross has a couple of things to pay attention to if we're going to all the way nitpick. It seems like now, as you Lopez have angered our guy Tommy Townsend, and he is just booming the ball. I think he's been a couple of times where it feels like he's outkicked the coverage.
We did once last week and once yesterday.
Yeah, so those are the 2 times I'm thinking about where it feels like, okay, now we're booming the ball a little too much. You want to get distance, and of course, in this instance, it sounds like he's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. But you have to find the right range on that to where you're getting good distance, but you're also not giving that returner an opportunity to get up to speed and mess up your coverage.
Yeah.
So I do think that is there if we're talking about some real nitpicks. Some other nitpicks again. I have already come out on a whack saying that I believe this defensive line to be the single best unit on this team, bar none. However, in this game in particular, knowing Anthony Richardson, I think that they left a lot more opportunities for Anthony Richardson to break and run. I don't think they contained him as well as it feels like they did in week 1. I felt like there was more opportunities for him to break and run in this game than I was happy with.
Yeah.
And he picked up some big yards in that way as well.
No, I think you're right, and I absolutely agree with that. I feel like, part of it was we were talking about just contain him. It kind of like it's almost as if they started out that way, and then they didn't think he was going to run as much, and so they started kind of closing the. Last one for me, and it's not a nitpick. I think it's just more of an acknowledgement that maybe we had too high of an expectation. Danico Autry is still trying to find his feet a little bit. Still trying to, get into the form that we were hoping to get. He had 45% of the snaps yesterday and didn't stand out, in any particular way.
This is a nitpick for me, and I would love to hear some of, what, I don't know, maybe Matt Burke, and although it's kind of unfortunate, I don't think the coordinators are going to talk this week because of the short week.
Right.
They were running a lot of man defense, especially early on in this game. And it feels like, particularly with the offense and the big-time playmakers, or like the speed, rather, that they have, right? That's the real thing that the wide receivers pose a challenge, or the challenge that they pose to your Texans team, is that they can run by you. With some guys that are not necessarily the speediest in coverage for the Texans, having these guys in man so often with the single high safety, I mean, maybe that allows you to obviously get some, blitzes and kind of pressure up front. But I was like, I didn't really love that idea, and that's what allowed them to, get that rub route that, gets Jalen Petrie off, and then now you have Josh Downs booty butt naked open down the left side of the field for an easy touchdown. It felt like they would put their guys in their secondary in a lot of situations where they're covering man up. And I didn't know that they needed to do it to the extent that they did.
I don't disagree. You mentioned that to me when we were watching the game. But I also, that's actually more of an Anthony Richardson thing, that they didn't think Anthony Richardson could, pick them apart.
It's possible.
But
I figure, if you don't believe that they could pick you apart, we're going to go ahead and too high. And then if
just watch him running.
If you can keep hitting your receiver in these
Face
spots
forward.
in the zone,
Yeah.
and now we can break on the football, right? Like if we don't trust you to, or if we don't believe that you can actually beat us with the arm, we're going to make you throw the ball more often as opposed to like these big shots and see if you can actually beat us that way. And the fact of the matter is, at this point in his career, Anthony Richardson can't. Now, I ain't no defensive coordinator, so maybe there's a good reason behind it. I wanted to leave that available, but I was kind of shocked by how much.
It was a lot early on, especially.
Yeah. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's a nitpick, but it's because there's a big-time victory, 23-20, that gives the Texans an effective 3-game lead over the Colts in the AFC South, and really, I don't want to say salts away the division, but really gives them a solid lead to the point where
salts away
you can really focus on being the best team as possible as opposed to necessarily focusing on the division hardly at all. But right here in the loop, at about this time, we got to hand it over to Fig, especially now that he's back. Fig, what we got in the mixtape?
Yeah, man. So I want to play the game that's kind of sweeping the nation. Is that taking it too far?
Oh.
I got a couple stories from the weekend, and I'm gonna give you all the stories. And I want to know, did they take it too far?
Okay.
All right, let's find out if they took it too far.
As long as I'm not mentioned. All right, let's talk about Low T Center.
He did.
Let's talk about Low T Center. Guys, if
Have you heard? Your favorite sports talk in town is live on YouTube and Twitch every weekday. Just load up your phone or smart device, follow our channel, crank up the stream, and enjoy. Energized by 5 Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Hopefully everyone had a good weekend, because I sure didn't. I was throwing up. I felt like a kid in college that was drinking all night, just throwing up at the toilet, man. It was rough for me, but I hope everybody else had a good weekend. I want to play this funny, I don't want to call it a game, but I got a couple stories from this weekend, and I want to know if these folks actually. So, Sunday Night Football, Dallas were facing 49ers. And look, the Cowboys got kind of cooked. Mm-hmm. And I'm just saying that to be nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But Mike Leslie, a reporter at WFAA in Dallas, tweeted during this Cowboys game. I think he retweeted a video of Trayvon Diggs. And he tweeted and said, "What is Trayvon Diggs doing on this play?"
Yeah.
And it was the play where George Kittle got all the way down to the 1 yard line.
Yeah.
Here is Trayvon Diggs. He has some words to say about this young man and his tweet.
Took from that? Out of that whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. You can't do nothing that I do. You can't go out there and do nothing. Stay in your lane, buddy. Stop playing me, bro.
Just asking a question, Trayvon. I mean, I'm happy to have you answer the question.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took for that? That's what you got from that whole play, that's what you got from that?
I'm asking. We can talk about it more. What were you doing?
Now, let me remind y'all what he tweeted. He tweeted, "What is Trayvon Diggs doing on this play?"
Yeah, so the play,
I think that was it.
Yeah.
I don't think it was nothing extra. He ain't put no sauce on it.
No, but I mean, it's the implication behind it. So on the play, Trayvon Diggs he's on right side corner, so his wide receiver goes, and it's kind of like there's a wheel route that comes out behind it with a call, and then he's going up the sideline. He has man responsibilities there, so he is paying attention to the man that he is running with. Then he sees Kittle. Then he turns, and he is the second closest man, but you can see him kind of slow up a little bit. I think that's ultimately what we're getting at. And then he when he realizes, oh, that guy's not getting to him, he puts it in another gear, tries to go and tag George Kittle. So in some ways, you can either think that Leslie is asking, why didn't he do anything about that? And I imagine that might be one of the things that Diggs is thinking about, like, hey, how can you not see that wasn't my responsibility? Or he might be talking about, yo, why is Trayvon Diggs throttling down when the play's still going?
Right.
And at which point Trayvon is mad at him basically impugning his character, especially because around them parts, they be worrying about if Trayvon Diggs is willing to go and tackle, get his nose dirty, those types of things. So it's like, oh, here's another time it's Trayvon not getting after it, which I'm sure Trayvon is not trying to hear. But ultimately, the big thing about this for me, Lopez, is that their owners break it bad with actually that's more important. Whatever I was gonna say. Hey, let's talk about D's nuts. Not never is that not funny. That is funny every single time.
It's just so every funny time. Because I seen him going after the reporter first.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, oh, this reporter must have been calling his game out. It must
see, that's the point, Figgy. That's the most important thing.
He didn't went all the way. You don't know ball and all this other stuff.
How is this any different from any city, anywhere, whether it's reporters, but you say saying sarcastically or critically, you know, what is player X doing on this play? Happens every week, everywhere. And to be that, like, all of a sudden, I think he just felt bad that he got caught out.
I think that there's the team owners out here breaking bad with the media, so now they can break bad with the media.
Yeah.
However, if you're going to break bad with the media, Throw a D's nut choke in there. I'll laugh every time. I'm good with it. Like I'm not gonna moralize about, oh man, take the criticism. Talk about these nuts. Yeah, you're right. You know what? Hilarious. I'm with it.
Hey, they having a rough season, so I think everybody kind of a little frustrated over there. So yeah, man. Did this person take it too far? I'm sticking with football on this one. So Kalen Saunders for the Saints had some things to say to Emmanuel Acho because of that play where Nathan Shepard made on Justin Herbert, where he kind of twisted his leg. Looked like he was trying to break his leg off.
Yeah. He called it a gator roll.
Yeah. So Acho tweeted, this play was dirty as hell, just blatantly trying to injure Justin Herbert. No place in the game for this. Absolute trash.
Correct.
Trash.
Yeah.
And Kalen responded to this. If you actually watch the play, you see that he hit him right before Justin underhand flipped the ball to the RB to avoid the sack. He thinking Herbert still has the ball. STFU with that lame ass.
Yeah, I agree.
Did he take it too far?
Well, yeah. First of all,
that was a dirty play.
Yeah, I mean, first of all that extra stuff.
Yeah.
Right. In that tweet was doing a lot. But yes, it
starting off calling somebody a hoe.
Yeah. You started with
hoe.
You started
if you actually watch the play.
that one also, if you actually watch the play, is like, oh, okay.
Yes.
You question.
So I wasn't watching the play from the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we all got eyes. He was wilding.
It was a dirty play.
Like, is that his man's or something? He jumped.
See the offensive lineman come in?
He jumped up in defense in a way where, like, hey man, that's indefensible. He was out here
need
trying
some
to
offensive lineman like that.
Yeah. That guy wasn't having it.
I need people in my life just in general like that.
Yeah, I need some bodyguards like that.
Is it bad that I thought about last week when we were talking about the lineman not coming to C.J. Stroud's defense?
I thought about it too.
Because that man, he jumped right in there. And not only did he hit him to the point where Justin Herbert had to come get. All right, that's enough.
He came out the screen.
He
wasn't even in the frame. He just came out. Whoosh.
He's gonna get a nice watch out of the deal at the end of the
salute to him.
season.
Hey, Justin need to take care of that man
Rolex,
right there.
something like that.
All right, is this going too far?
Yes.
You already know where I'm going.
Yes, I do.
So a man exposes his sister's secret OnlyFans account to her fiance just weeks before the wedding. So let me break this story down.
Mm-hmm.
So he began. He mentioned this on Reddit.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people like to vent out on Reddit for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
So he my sister Amy is getting married next month to Tom. They've been together for 3 years and seems perfect for each other. Tom, a bit more traditional, comes from a conservative family. Last week I was hanging out with my buddy Mike. He was scrolling through OnlyFans and suddenly goes, "Dude, isn't this your sister?"
What?
I looked and said, "Holy bleep, it was Amy. She's been running this account for over a year, posting pretty explicit stuff." I was stunned. Amy has always been a good girl of the family, he continued. The man confronted his sister, who begged him not to tell Tom. So she broke down and admitted everything. She started to, I guess she started it to pay off student loans, but she kept it going because the money was so good.
Mm-hmm.
She begged me not to tell Tom, saying she'll stop and delete everything. Here's the thing. Tom's talked before about how he could never be with somebody who does sex work.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't even like it when Amy wears revealing clothes. I gave Amy a week to come clean. She didn't. Now the wedding is in 2 weeks, and I can't shake that feeling that Tom's walking into a marriage built on lies, the man explained. So he decided to tell Tom, who was left devastated and ultimately called off the wedding. So the man continues to say how everyone's mad at me. Amy's a mess, saying I ruined her life. Our parents think I should have kept my mouth shut, but the whole situation is just effed. I feel like bleep, but also Tom deserved to know.
So here's the thing. That's his sister.
Yeah.
That's his sister. And I said, yes, he went too far. I mean, obviously a lot of people in that situation would want to know, but that's on her to tell him. That's on her to tell him, I think.
So you think he did the right thing?
I think he did the wrong thing.
I think morally, I see where you do it. I don't know that I could have done it though, right? Like, because here's the thing. That's the type of situation that you get into where you are doing the right thing, and depending on how that person responds, they might not be happy about you doing the right thing. Tom is the instance where I'm talking about, like, because it seems like there was a genuine bond towards Tom where he was like, nah, this dude deserves to know. And especially because, like, hey, that would have definitely caused some issues down the line, right? But I just don't know that I can have myself in people's business like that. However, with all that being said, the part of this story that I really took issue with, scrolling OnlyFans, my boy.
Yeah.
So you and your homeboy were sitting together, hanging out, and he was scrolling OnlyFans. What do y'all do when y'all are hanging out? Why is that something that's
he said it like it was Instagram?
Yeah, he was like, yeah, man, he was just scrolling OnlyFans together at the same time.
Together and scroll OnlyFans.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Is this Amy?
Yeah. It's a little dicey. I mean, because first of all, the other thing I shouldn't say first of all, like if he was that conservative and didn't even want her to dress like in revealing clothes, and she's doing OnlyFans, probably wasn't going to work out.
Yeah, that
probably wasn't going to work.
I think that's probably why I was like, yo, let him know right now, save them some time.
Yeah.
But also, that's not my business to be in.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would have. I definitely would have had to talk with her, be like, nah, that ain't cool, man.
And it seems like you did.
Yeah. I did my part.
Yeah.
Like, that's on y'all. That's y'all business.
Yeah, you take it from here.
Yeah, they ain't got nothing on me. Sometimes being truthful makes everything worse.
Yeah.
All right, this is the last thing right here. So KFC wants you to fall asleep to the sound of fried chicken. Have you heard about this?
Have not.
No.
So KFC teamed up with a sleep company called Hatch for a new white noise sound, and that sound is chicken being fried. People think it sounds like rain, so I want to give it a test right here. First of all, I want to see if they're taking it too far with this, but I want to give it a test to see if you could go to sleep to the sound of frying chicken.
Absolutely.
It's just white noise.
It's not the smell of frying chicken.
It's the sound of fried chicken.
I used to use a white noise machine, but now that we're kind of close to a highway where I live, you kind of hear the cars going by, and it's very soothing at a distance, White noise machines are really cool. They work.
If that's something that you need, is kind of that kind of draw. I mean, that when it comes to like Foley, you know how they make sound for. They use the sound of fried chicken for rain. Like that is something that they actually.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So like, this falls right in.
This would work.
I just don't get why KFC is always so involved in these bits instead of just like doing good food.
Hey, they hanging on by a thread.
They are.
Man.
They
it's
really
just always
are.
some crazy bit that they doing.
And they used to be strong, man.
Man, they were top notch.
They were strong.
They were top notch, man. Now they got to do bits like this now. But
I have no problem with this. I think it's pretty cool. Okay. Like I said, not the smell. The smell would keep me up all night. The sound.
All right.
Yeah, I can't sleep to white noise, man. It got to be so quiet.
I liked it.
I can't sleep with the TV on. I can't do none of that.
I had the ocean.
Quiet.
I had the ocean.
I can't even do that.
That was pretty sweet.
All right. That's the mixtape. You get it at 1:20 every weekday right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, we're getting ready to hand off to our guys, Clint and Ron, in the drive. We'll get you set up for that next.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, appreciate you hanging out with us on a Victory Reaction Monday. We're getting ready to let the guys of the drive take over. But before we do that, you've got to hear from the head coach of your Houston Texans talking to the assembled media.
Stephon Diggs and severity of the injury.
For Diggs, we're still
Is there anything good about, or any advantage about playing on Thursday? I've never really heard coaches and players speak glowingly about it. Is there any advantage or positive to it?
Yeah, I think the positive with playing on Thursday is it's a short week, so you get to flush whatever happened. You flush it out even quicker than the previous week. And then I think the best part about Thursday is just getting the extended weekend off. So that'll be, everybody is looking forward to a little off time. So that'll be the best part about it.
Coach, after going back and watching the tape, what were some of the things that you all can fix on the offensive side of the ball in the second half?
For our offense, I thought, overall, and we ran the ball well. Joe had over 100 yards rushing. He's continues to show up big time for us in the run game. The way our guys blocked up front in the run game, and the way they, not only the front, but our tight ends, our receivers, everybody involved. Guys did a really good job of working to stay attached and finish there. In our passing game, thought we had a lot of really good reps in the passing game. CJ was able to make a lot of plays and go through his progression. Full field read. So he's only able to do that with good protection. So we had a lot of great reps from all of our guys.
Without picks for any time, how important will it be for Dell to continue to improve and do things for your team?
What I love about our game last week is, what you saw is multiple guys stepping up, making plays. About our team is different guys, whether it's Hutch, Mitch, Dalton, everybody, Rob. It's just a lot of different guys stepping up and making plays, and that's what we'll continue to see.
What goes into the decision to reinsert Kenyon when Jarrett gets hurt, and what part of the evaluation of that decision was Kendrick agreeing?
Jarrett did a really nice job when he went in and had some good plays. Unfortunately, he was out. Then Kenyon was back in. There was no overthinking it. Kenyon got a lot of reps throughout the week, and he was the guy to go in, and he has a lot of good reps as well. A lot of people want to, focus on the bad. Everybody has bad reps here or there. We can all focus on that, or we can look at the positive. I think he has some really good plays as well.
So, did you feel like you all made strides in the pass protection, or where do you stand on that?
I think when CJ is able to throw for as much as he threw for and make the plays he's able to make, of course, guys did a good job in the passing game. And look, everybody wants to talk about the pass blocking and all those things. Our guys did a good job, and overall we've had a lot of good reps in the passing game. So let's talk about those good reps that we've had.
Is Jarrett in the concussion protocol?
Jarrett is in the concussion protocol.
What are some of the challenges that the Jets present?
Well, one thing about the Jets is they have playmakers all across the field, right? A lot of playmakers, a lot of veteran guys who have been successful in this league for a while. So you look at their offer position with Wilson, with Adams, it's a tough match for us, right? So we have to be on our guys. You got to play sticky in coverage versus guys. And also the running back position, they got two backs, young back and Allen, and also Breece Hall, explosive players, right? Explosive physical backs that can make plays all across their defenses. They've been a top 10 defense for a while, so it's a tough matchup and one we're really excited about, looking forward to.
You have a sideline view, a great view of Danielle and Will when they're on the field together. What do you see from them, just, them two being so destructive?
What I see from both of those guys is, wrecking havoc, right? They can have constant pressure on whoever we play. It doesn't matter. They're able to generate pressure. It doesn't always result in sacks, but it results in incomplete passes. It results in, inaccurate passes that our DBs are able to, force PBUs and make interceptions on the ball because of how those guys are rushing, how they're speeding the quarterback up. To have a great defense, you have to have really good front. And our guys have gotten better each week, and I'm very pleased with where they are, and they've been the reason why we're playing really good defense.
A couple of players both yesterday and again today, defensive players credited the coaching staff for some creativity and basically the play you called on the Hail Mary. You kind of have a philosophy of whatever you can do to prevent the pass even being made.
Yeah, my philosophy is put our players in position so they can go make plays. It's not about those guys, and there in that last play it's about Will, Daniil, and their effort and how they, got after the quarterback to force him to not even be able to throw the football. Like, it's about those guys and, just who they are, and not only as players but as people. Like, they represent all the right things. They're all about the right stuff, the effort, right, the strain, the relentlessness that they show each and every snap. Like, that's why they make a lot of plays for us.
What strides are you seeing from Jalen Petrie as far as coverage? And
Jalen has continued to do really good things for us in coverage. He's been locked in the past couple of weeks, really on the details and fundamentals of his job and what we're asking him to do. And, it's no play better than the play that he made for the interception there before the end of half. He's just in his technique, eyes in the right spot, playing the right technique, and big plays happen when you just lock in on the small details, and that's what the small detail. I know we mention it a lot and talk about it a lot, but that's what it looks like. And it's maybe boring to some people, but to me, that's how you make the plays. It's not the wild plays. It's just being consistent in who you are, consistent in your play, and you make the big plays when that happens.
You guys have handled game plan against Aaron Rodgers going back to your 49ers days. What have you seen from him since he's been in a Jets jersey versus maybe years past?
Yeah, man, I haven't spent much time going back thinking about, the 49er days with Aaron Rodgers. We'll get into more of that, after see where they are right now as an offense and what he's been doing with the Jets.
How do you guys go about young, like Henry, obviously you guys pulled him, put him back in the game. What's kind of the process of when you're coaching him, not beating him down too much to where he can completely lose his confidence? If he loses confidence, you just completely lose a player. But coach him in a way to where he can still have that confidence to eventually get out that road. What's kind of that balance where now you're not overcoaching him versus trying to get him on track to play to the capable abilities that he does have?
For all of our players, when it comes to coaching, it's all about just being positive and uplifting guys and trying to help them as best we can with techniques, fundamentals, try to help our guys to go out and play their best. And it's always encouragement from everyone, right? But as we all know, we are all still in the business. We have to get our job done. And no matter what position you play, no matter, what's your role, like, you have to go out and get your job done, and you have to play to the best of your ability. So we'll keep encouraging, we'll keep uplifting our guys. Everything about here and what we do is about positive energy, and that's who I am, that's what I represent, and that won't change.
This matchup, the one where you decided to receive the ball to start the game versus defer, which I feel like you typically do?
Yeah, for this one, it's just a decision I made to get us started, right? I felt like our offense, I wanted those guys to go out. I wanted CJ to touch the ball first and get us started, move down the field and get us some points. And, Damian started us off right with the explosive kick return. That was one of our keys to victory, of getting an explosive in the return game. So Damian starting the game off that way in our offense, down get points. That was what I envisioned when I took the football.
Positive things with pressure and protection. CJ didn't have his best game against the Packers, but then improved against a lot of pressure yesterday. Just where did you see him improve when he was facing a lot of pressure?
I thought CJ did a really good job of just having command in the pocket, having command of the entire offense. Like, when, again, we talk about the pressure. Yeah, those guys make plays too. Some good designs by their defense. Coach Bradley did a good job of designing some rushes that were effective, but we also did a good job of handling it. CJ did an awesome job of commanding the pocket, stepping up in the pocket, 2 hands on the ball, going through all of his progressions, taking the check down when the check down was there, hitting his hot answers when his hot answers were there. He was just in complete control the entire game, and he didn't get flustered at all. He led in a positive way. He had great spirits, upbeat the entire game, and when CJ is playing that way, our team is in a really good spot. All right, thank you.
There you go. Head coach D'Amico Ryans talked to Assemble Media after 23-24. I mean, on the day after, because he obviously talked after yesterday. But what did you find interesting? Because I know for me, hearing the reinforcement of the way that they are going to handle Kenyon Green, because he was asked specifically about that, that is a decision that they're going to have to make very quickly as they turn around to Thursday night football in New York, or in New Jersey, really, against the Jets. How are they going to make that decision? Obviously made the decision to pull Kenyon Green. Encouraging, uplifting remains the story and the topic, and I don't know if that gives me any insight into like how they'll make that decision. Obviously, not necessarily just with this Thursday game, but going forward. But it seems like they're still going to have some belief and some trust in Kenyon Green.
I hear you, and I don't think you're wrong, but I also feel like they understand they're kind of just in a bad spot. Period, at least for this week.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do? What could you conceivably do?
Because Jared Patterson is in the concussion protocol. He did confirm that.
And Kendrick Green with a D, I don't know what the confidence level is there. So it's almost like he's answering, kind of that whole thing of, well, it wasn't all bad. It wasn't all bad.
He almost explicitly said that early on in his, the idea that, it wasn't all bad. And in order
they're going to hang their hat on the good. Well, okay. Jets play some defense too, So, but they're also, what else can they do?
I mean, especially once you've established that is the tone and tenor that you use, right? Going and deviating from that would shift a lot of things, right? You do have to kind of keep that energy the same, I guess, in some ways. It'll be fascinating to see.
And as you've said, you can't just go to the offensive lineman store.
No, you cannot.
Man,
how helpful would it be?
That
if
would
there
be
was
really
an offensive
cool.
lineman store, though, because not only would that mean that you could go get another one, you could also maybe make some returns, right? Like, what's the return policy on this offensive lineman?
Yeah,
right. I got my receipt. You know what I mean? Like that would be also be.
Let me get a left guard.
Yeah.
Let me get a right guard.
Can I try that?
Yeah. You're the guy that goes to Baskin Robbins and gets the flavor, huh?
How much you want for that left tackle?
Yeah. I definitely want the guard, okay? But I kind of want to try that center. It might be better than
All right, so I really need the tackle, but I'm going to put the center on layaway right quick. I'll be back in about a month to pay that one off. No, that would be helpful. But, that's going to be a very interesting thing to watch over the course of this, is not just this game, because I think the decision is made a little easier for them with Patterson being the concussion protocol. He's not playing. Yeah. He's not playing on Thursday. But now in a couple of weeks when you face off against the Lions,
might have a different story.
That'll be a really interesting thing to watch.
Yeah.
We're welcoming in our guys from The Drive, Clint and Ron, as they're getting ready to take over for their portion of the Victory Reaction Monday. Fellas, how we doing?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Got a dub. Them Hogs got a dub. Them Aggies got a
true.
dub. Yeah. Jayhawks, not so much.
They were close.
Game.
They were close though.
Yeah.
We had a little interstate rivalry here with me being a K-State fan, you being a Kansas fan.
Yeah, man. Just games keep coming the same way.
Yeah.
How you gonna blow it in the fourth?
Yeah.
They've had the lead all 6 of their losses in the fourth quarter.
I didn't know that. Holy.
That's tough. Hey, Jalen Daniels was
No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
He's been the reason. He's blown everyone.
No, he wasn't.
Nah,
he was making it tough on K-State though with his legs.
Until it was 3:40 left.
That's right.
Second down and 10.
No, he wasn't. You take that out of your mouth.
Basketball season coming here soon, though.
Seriously, the college. I don't want to spend too much, but the college version of on the field. I want to specify this: on the field of Deshaun Watson. You know how you don't hear from the guy that played here, the guy who played at Kansas, and when Texas and Oklahoma was in the conference. The preseason offensive player of the year.
Yeah.
I don't
Different
understand
guy.
who that person is. There is a Jameis Winston somewhere on that roster. Maybe given. Anyway.
Well, yeah, Jason Bean ain't in. He went to the league. Varying different excitements college-wise. I'm interested to see what the level of excitements are NFL-wise with this Texas team. And you got 4 hours to break that down with these fine fellas. 3 hours. Damn, I'm always trying to squeeze a little bit extra. Y'all not going to run overtime? No overtime for you?
Nah, D'Amico. We got D'Amico, the coach's show, baby.
That's true. That's who you want to hear. But you want to hear these fine fellas for the next 3 hours. 3 hours here on Sports Radio 610. And Luke, we're done. About to hand it off to these fine fellas. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And for the next 3 hours, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. And this text line now, This 5-hour energy fan line, 5-hour energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. Every time we got to say this text line, boy, that is built for me to mess up.
Hey, they better pay double.
That is built for me to blow that.
That better came with a little extra bread right there. That tagline.
I didn't hear the horns blowing and the Mad Dog pouring coming into this one, man.
Oh, it's coming.
Come on, Chief.
It's coming.
Come on, Chief. Ron was nervous about that read right there.
The length of it, man. You got your 12-word to texter, baby.
Hey, I'm looking for the product. Where's the 5-hour energy product?
They're right behind you, baby.
I mean, are those for the taking or what? Can we have one? I mean, what we got to do? Can we have one?
Stay in the fan. It's sugar-free.
Let me get a taste of that right
there.
there.
I'll take one. I know.
Stay in the fan. Let me see what they're talking about. What flavor they're talking about?
Hey, it's for all those fans out there, baby.
Yeah,
for all those fans out there.
Hey, I mean,
you know you're the real one. You gonna pop it up?
Well, damn, they sure enough seal this thing. I tell you what, I ain't Tyler or nothing. I ain't trying to blow my. I ain't trying to just do 800 of these things.
Yeah, let's see.
But I tell you what, I have kept them in business.
That fan fuel, baby.
I bought my fair share.
Stay in the fan, baby.
Ooh, that's got a good scent to it. Stan, you all right? Stan the fan.
They created it for the fans.
You're a Texan fan today, son.
Oh yeah, they created that thing. Go ahead and get you one. Get you a new flavor. It's a new flavor for the fan.
Yeah, that's got a good taste to it.
Football super fan.
That's got a good taste to it.
We see you.
I don't know what that is though.
We see you in there.
What do you think that is? Did you try it?
I haven't tried it yet.
Tyler, try that and tell me what flavor you think Stan actually is. It's the first man I've ever tried his flavor, but Stan the fan. I'm not real sure what that flavor is, but it's good, tasty, and always 5-hour energy will get me that energy pop that I need.
They'll get it for you. They'll get it for you. But thank you, Stan the man. It is a reaction Monday as you see Tyler. Little 1 week off, but he has his Victory Monday shirt on.
He's had a long weekend. He's got a lot on his mind or something.
No?
Or he lost some bets or something. You been betting the Yankees or something?
Hell no. I'm good. I'm fired up. Tex win, Victory Monday, Mad Dog Monday.
You know, that's a damn
LFG.
That is a damn good point. You got Texans and the Aggies. I mean, that's the biggest win since Johnny Manziel beat Saban in Alabama.
You ain't lying.
Absolutely.
You ain't lying.
Is it?
Absolutely. They've been waiting on that damn win for 100 years. Are you kidding me?
That was a big one.
They went to the Orange Bowl.
And Elko
won the Orange Bowl.
I don't give a damn.
They won the Orange Bowl. I'm sorry.
The Orange Bowl, all of a sudden bowl games are big now?
I'm just saying, it's the biggest bowl game they've ever won.
That is the biggest win since Johnny Manziel put
7-1-3-5-7-2-4-16. Is that the biggest win? They won it. Who else did they beat that year?
It don't matter.
They won one game. They lost one game.
It don't matter.
They were the number 5 team in the country. They won an orange ring. They got rings. They won an Orange Bowl.
That was the biggest win since Johnny Manziel beat Saban.
It's a big one. That was a huge win at Kyle Field Saturday night.
Just because you keep saying it doesn't mean it's
I'm just telling you. I don't know.
I take it from A&M fans.
I've been very, very, very.
They're in the driver's seat.
I've been very invested in this A&M program since Jimbo got the gig.
I mean,
really before that with the SEC Network with my man up there, with Kev up there, with Summy up there. But I've paid as close attention to the A&M program as I have the damn Arkansas program. That's the biggest win. That was huge, Tyler.
Yeah.
Holy
yes, sir.
cow! And then Elko put his hog on the table after the press
just started
conference.
recruiting.
I love him.
Did you hear him? Did you hear him?
I heard.
No, you didn't hear him, or you'd be good. You'd be good and turned on over there. You didn't hear him, did you?
I must didn't hear that.
My man said this is a real program. This isn't some politician up here talking fast and what did he say?
it was definitely a shot at old Jimbo.
I didn't hear him say that.
I'm talking about, and it was no doubt who he was talking about. Anyway, yeah, that was big, man. Woo, boy, Tyler, I don't know how you ain't good and turned on today.
Oh,
That's where I was going with this. That's where I was going with this, Ron. That's where I was going with
this. Biggest regular season win. Someone texted.
Well, you ain't been nowhere in the postseason. What the hell are we talking about?
They won an Orange Bowl. The disrespect that Kellen Mond gets around this city and on this show.
I mean, we're wanting playoffs, so we're wanting playoffs.
You know what? We beat Texas in the Cotton Bowl my senior year. Beat the hell out of them. Big win.
Huge.
It pales in comparison to when we beat Tennessee when they were number 1 in the country in the regular season. Pales in comparison. I'm just talking about I'm talking about for the program itself.
I would say, Clint, if you weren't on the team, I would disagree with you.
No. I'm talking about for the program itself, Ron. This fan base has been. I mean, just in a just jonesing.
We've been through it, man.
Jonesing for a victory that you can sink your teeth into and say, we're back. We're here. The Aggies are for real in the SEC. They're for real in the college football playoff race down the hunt here. They're leading they're undefeated in SEC play.
Only one, by the way.
That's what I'm saying. That's how big that game was.
People are texting in the home game against LSU.
No,
the overtime game.
Hell, good game. Are you kidding me?
Just tell you. There was way more on the line.
When was the last time there was an opportunity? Let me. When was the last time there was an opportunity, boys? Where Georgia wasn't undefeated, wasn't in the conversation. Alabama wasn't undefeated, was in the conversation. And A&M beats LSU to be the only undefeated team in the SEC. It's few and far between. And here we are.
Since the war.
Here we are. And really, now back to that schedule y'all got. You don't have Alabama or Georgia on the schedule. Hell, you wish you had Alabama on the schedule right now, given what they're doing. But you don't have Alabama or Georgia. I'm telling you, man, this thing is shaping up. That was big. And not only that, the statement and the way in which they won that game, Tyler, was unbelievably convincing. Mm-hmm. That was big boy SEC football. There's not but about 5 or 6 programs that I've seen that out of in my time.
Third biggest win.
Feel like I just went to the men's clinic because
third biggest win.
Y'all are crazy.
No, I'm hyped, dude. They're in the driver's seat. The Aggies are in the driver's seat right now.
This Mad Dog 2020 goes to the Texans and the Aggies.
This is to the Texans. They're 6-2. I'm sorry. And this one, to me, is for you, Kellen Mond. The disrespect that you get. People just act like your season didn't exist.
It existed, and we love what you did for us here, Kellen, but we're on to bigger and better things.
Kellen was big. That was blase, relatively speaking.
We're trying to get in this 12-team playoff, son.
Go year 1?
Let's go.
What is that? Is that 8-1?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Was it 8-1?
Sean's
thought it was 7.
Freaking Irish.
8-1, and with the exception of the quarterback position.
I don't think y'all played 9 games. I think it's 7.
1 or 8. We've had a bye week. So
all I know
it's week 9 in college football. It's week, so it's 7-1. So y'all have had a bye too?
Yeah, we've won 7 in a row, and we've had the bye.
Woo! 7 in a row, and they should. We'll get to A&M a little bit later because they should be. They should be favored in the rest of their games, including
where I was going with that is why ain't he in here with there's a glimmer in his eye and he's half turned on in there. He's been moping around for damn 2 hours.
He
now.
doesn't believe.
Texans won. Aggies.
He doesn't quite. He feels like the other shoes.
Got free 5-hour energy. Stand the man staring you in the damn face. What else
you know what I think it is? By the way, he lost. Barely lost. Lost the Mad Dog player picks. He had Stephon Diggs. Tank Dell slid in with that touchdown. The only thing that was a saving grace. As Will was dominant, but he drops. We're all in a 4-2 tie right now. To be honest with you, now with that turn of events, and I am clearly in the driver's seat because I have more guys to use.
Do you? I feel like I use Steph Diggs the right way.
You did. I'm just saying. You got to be done with Steph. I think you.
There's a good chance Steph is done. I don't know if you heard.
I don't believe that. By the way, do you have D'Amico? And look, D'Amico Ryan spoke. You heard it just a bit ago on In the Loop, and of course, as you know, D'Amico, he's gonna be straight up with you, and he's gonna give you everything you need to know. And this is what he had to say when he was asked about the latest on his number one, arguably Stephon Diggs.
For Diggs, we're still evaluating to see where he is.
Oh, that's it.
That's it. That's full cut.
Thought he might.
That's full cut.
Diggs, we're still evaluating to see where he is.
Yep, that's it.
For some reason in my mind, I thought he was going to get up there like Coach Herman Boone from Remember the Titans when they lost Gary Bertier. You can't replace Gary Bertier. You just can't. Gary Bertier, heart and soul of this team. You can't replace Gary Bertier. But we'll do the best that we can. But that's all I say. Just still evaluate. But still evaluating it. And you may have used him the right way. But that is the latest. That will be something, Clint, we are going to be following today, tomorrow. He never returned back in the game. And you know, as I know, Clint, the non-contact or the scary ones where no one touches you and you just go down, those are the ones that are concerning. But that's one we're going to be keeping our eye on and watching the rest of the way. All right, Clint, we know that you are out right now at this point on, hey, Super Bowl contender with the Texans. We established that last week. They need to do something against a team for you to a credible team for you to get there.
Well, I mean,
I'm just saying a credible team for you to get there.
Yeah,
but I don't think the Colts would be that. But they're now 6-2.
The Colts or the performance. Let's be completely honest.
I was going to say, and the people can jump in on the text line on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans text line. And those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this as well. Clint, where are you at now? How are you feeling about the Texans? I'll be honest with you, the AFC, the Ravens, had some sort of crazy loss yesterday to Jameis Winston and the Browns. And the Jets, they go down to the Patriots, your next opponent. How are you feeling? Of course, the Chiefs are 7-0 as they beat the Raiders. But how are you feeling about the Texans now in the AFC?
Yeah, look, I've got no movement. I've got Kansas City and Baltimore, two teams that I believe have earned the right to to Kansas City maybe not playing their best ball all year long, but they are undefeated. That's self-explanatory. And then Baltimore, who's sitting at 5-3, so the record's not as good. They have slipped up a little bit. They did get a little bit of a slow start, if I remember correctly. But Baltimore is just a different animal for me right now with what they bring to the table on both sides of the football. But I've got Kansas City and Baltimore, and there's a good-sized gap between the Tier 2 teams.
Even
Tier
with the
1
Baltimore loss yesterday?
Yes, yep, There's a nice-sized gap between those being the Tier 1 teams in the AFC and the Tier 2 teams in the AFC. Now, I do think the Texans fit squarely in there with Buffalo and Pittsburgh. And I think those are your three Tier 2 teams for me right now. If I'm really getting picky, those are my three Tier 2 teams in the AFC are right there with those two teams. Even though I think we've probably seen better football from those two teams all year long than we had the Texans. It's hard to argue the head-to-head with Buffalo.
Yeah,
obviously, winning that game, I can't put Buffalo ahead of the Texans.
Now, they are different when you add Amari Cooper.
Well, yeah, and you can go back and watch some of the games before the Texans game, and they played some really, really good football. Now, again, the head-to-head matchup, I can't put Buffalo ahead of them, but I can damn sure put them in the same tiers. So, and Pittsburgh with Russ at the helm, the small sample size we've seen was impressive now.
He's got the Giants tonight. If he keeps playing like that, yeah, I'm with you. I
got him Tier 2 in the AFC, Rod.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I almost think the Chiefs may be in a tier of their own.
So that Baltimore loss hit you a little bit, huh?
Well, I mean, it's just the second one. It's they lost to the Raiders. They lost to the Raiders and the Browns. And I don't know. And the Chiefs beat them. And we'll see, and we'll see how Hopkins gets involved with that team there. But I don't know how you all feel, and I'm just going to be honest. I've long stopped with the battle in my mind. I felt worse about the Texans after they won that game yesterday than I did when they lost last.
Yeah, you were pretty positive after the Green Bay game.
Well, listen. I thought Green Bay on the road, a legit good football team. Hell, they were able to finish off the Jags, and Love got hurt again, and they finished the game with their backup, who we don't know if he could throw or not. But then he comes up with a huge throw to get them in position to win the game. But I feel like Green Bay's a really good football team. I'd say at the very least a borderline Super Bowl contender in the NFC. I can easily see them in the NFC Championship game. They were almost there last year, and they've gotten better. But that was a really good football team on the road, and you were handcuffed even more than you were yesterday. You didn't have Kamari Lassiter in that game. You didn't have the ability to go to Devin White in that game. And they fought, and they stayed with it, and, they lost at the buzzer. Clint, the Indianapolis Colts, they're not a good football team.
Not at all.
I mean, I'm not saying they're the Panthers, but they feel like, the Cardinals. They feel like teams like that. They're the Jags. They're all right. They're all right, but they're not a good football team. And not only are they not a good football team, like I could sit and say, boy, this was a tight one, Clint, because Anthony Richardson just found a day where he put it together, Clint, and just did the scary things. Oh man, my man was 10 for 32.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just missing multiple receivers. Not only the deep ones streaking down the field open, but he's missing just easy throws to Josh down, 15-yard pickups, and who knows if, they break a tackle. He was just terrible. Shane Steichen, I don't know what the hell he was thinking. I mean, he comes out the first 6 plays of the game are throws. Just throws. The first 11 plays were 9 throws and 2 carries to Jonathan Taylor. I don't know what he was doing. But so to me, that was a bit alarming. That was different. That's not a good football team. And you were at home coming off of last week's debacle, which it felt like that's how people around here took the Green Bay game, as a debacle. And you felt like this would be one they would come out after hearing all the stuff they heard all week. We know they heard it because CJ brought it up on Wednesday. And then you came out and it looked like that. So I don't know, man. That was I don't know.
A little different look when you can't protect against the Indianapolis Colts. Can't protect the quarterback. That was a painful watch. The plan, relatively speaking, was a painful watch. 2 different occasions. Yeah, Ron. I think it was, to me. My needle's not moved because it's exactly how I felt after the Green Bay game. Like this is not. This is not moved because of a worse team, like a worse. This is exactly what I expected. I knew the problem was dire up front. That's not a we're close. That's not a quick fix. Hey, everything's fine. We'll fix it. That's not what that is. It's either. So.
It's. I don't know, man. Hey, they're 6-2, and it's better to be 6-2 with some of these issues, but it is hard to not look at it and like for me, like I ain't gonna lie to you. I said it. You said you thought it was gonna look like this. I thought we would see a real bounce back performance offensively, and I think they were helped by Anthony Richardson's stupidity to change the play at the end of the half and throw a pick to Jalen Petrie that really set the game. I think they were. I mean, my man tapped out of the game because he got tired. Like a lot
of running in that series, man.
For me, the Green Bay game was like, boy, they really hung in there, man. And they played against, and Jordan Love was playing ball pretty well. They played yesterday. It was like they're in a dogfight, and they just had so many things that the Colts just did to themselves that helped you win. All right, let's get to one of the big stories here, and we'll let you hear the coach, D'Amico Ryans, talk about Kenyon Green. But obviously, Kenyon Green was set down but had to come right back in because of injury. Do you think this that the Texans should be done with Kenyon Green as a starter this year? Do you think that should be finished, him as a starter? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys, multiple locations.
on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shoppa's John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Reaction Monday. Someone here said I was just logged into Twitch and I'm blindsided by Ron's blonde bandit. This thing's been blind for a minute.
I mean, it's been a minute. You've been a minute
Hell,
since.
thanks for staying with us.
Go. Internet been down?
Good.
We can relate. We can relate.
Yeah, we can relate right now. Out here, flying blind right here, baby. Flying blind.
I'm telling you, man, it looks good on you, bub.
Yeah. All right. Let's look at the Kenyon Green situation. Because now there's some people texting in. There you goes. That you guys are so negative. Okay. All right.
Well, then buckle up because I don't have a lot of good things to say about Kenyon Green this segment.
I wonder how we can positively spin this for some of you.
And he's an Aggie, dude.
Some of you guys Clint, we looked at it. Clearly, there was a plan. Clearly, we found out who the guy was that was having the confusions with this. Because not only did we see it on the field, but Buddy got 3 series, Clint, and he was gone. He was out.
Damn head at, dude?
And then they score a touchdown, and on the touchdown run, Jaret Patterson finds himself in concussion protocol. I'd imagine he's not going to be ready to go by Thursday, Clint, if he's in concussion protocol and misses the rest of the game. Bring Kenyon Green right back in. And we were up in the press box looking down, and we were thinking, does Kendrick Green get in before Kenyon Green? Is there somebody, like, are they, like, as if it's that bad, it just looked like pure confusion. But they went with Kenyon Green, and I guess my thought to you and folks is, should they be done with Kenyon Green starting right now unless there is just a rash of injuries and you got no choice? Like, I think Kenyon Green should probably start before moving Titus to guard, but do you think they should be potentially done with Kenyon Green as a starter this year?
Oh man, that's a tougher question than one might think. Your options at guard are obviously limited. I mean, what they did Sunday was a knee-jerk reaction, emergency. We've got to do something because Kenyon Green's getting his ass whooped by DeForest Buckner.
He's just so confused.
And Grover but like him being confused because everybody across this offensive line has been confused over the last couple of weeks. And Kenyon cannot be. There's no way his communication that all of that is dependent on Kenyon Green's ability or inability to communicate. Now, I think this was in the moment. We don't have an answer for DeForest Buckner. No matter what we do, he's getting his ass whooped. So let's try somebody else. And Patterson for one series fared a little bit better. But the reality of it is Patterson is too light an ass to be a guard. He's a center. So that what we saw Sunday.
You don't think that's sustainable?
That's not the answer. It was for a series, and the fact that they went out there and had some success is going to lead people to believe that could be the answer, even if it's a week from now when Patterson gets back. I'm going to tell you what the answer is. If Patterson being in the lineup is the answer, Patterson is at center, and Juice Scruggs goes to left guard. The only problem with that, because that to me that would solve more of your communication issue than just replacing Kenyon Green. The problem with that is Juice has struggled at center, not quite the way that I bet he's struggled as much as Kenyon Green. It just hasn't looked as like Kenyon when he's struggling. It is bad. I mean, he's chasing guys around the top of Laramie Tunsil. I mean, he's getting turned sideways immediately. But let's be honest. I mean, Juice has had a rough time the last few weeks as well. And so back to the question, though. If you're going to bench Kenyon Green, Jaret Patterson's not the long-term answer. If you're going to bench Kenyon Green, it's
Is there an answer?
Juice Scruggs to guard, Patterson to center.
Is Kendrick Green a better option?
No, neither are. Now, better option, I'm not privy to the information of like how lost Kenyon Green is. Like, is this a communication issue from the mouthpiece, or is there a break in the line somewhere? Is the center making a call and Laramie's out there waiting on Kenyon to give him hey, are we going to fan this thing? Are you going to kick out to that rush end, or are you going to come down here and help me with this detail? There's a break in that line of communication right there with Kenyon. It appears to me that that's a much broader communication issue. This thing isn't just a Kenyon Green problem. But if you're going to bench Kenyon Green, and it's going to be so we can have better communication and we at least know who we have, and now we have a better chance of picking it up, Jaret Patterson at center is the answer, not at guard.
Yeah, to me, I was almost surprised they put him right back in, because to me, I think he has physically gotten beat on some occasions, just like you said with Juice, because Grover on one run play I can remember particularly just drove through Juice Scruggs to cause like a 3 or 4 yard loss. But to me, it just looks like in his mind, in Kenyon Green's mind is confusion. Like in my mind, I feel like Kenyon walks up to the line of scrimmage and he's like this. Oh, okay. All right. Here we go. All right. There's 90 in front of me. No. He's shaded over.
Fast.
Okay, it's a 44. 44 is me. Okay, if 90 goes over here, all right, I'm gonna help Laramie over here. Oh God, but what if they twist? They stun. All right.
Yeah.
It feels like that's what's going on to him every time he walks, and then he doesn't. Oh God, do I get? Oh, let me help. And then all of a sudden, he ends up helping the one thing Laramie doesn't need help with. Is the pass rush from 50 whoever to come in, and then he just immediately rushes over, and it's just like he has said 27 things in his head in between the clap from break to walk to the line. I mean, he seems like his anxiety has to be up.
Yeah.
He seems like he is anxious, and I mean it is like that's to me. I'm like, man, he's just going. He's got too much stuff in his head where he doesn't know where to go.
If you had another guard, like true guard, which Broker maybe, is it Broker? Is that the kid's name? Broker. He may be the answer at guard. But the bigger thing here, the question at hand is it's not Patterson.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back with our 5-hour high energy play of the game, as well as some things around the league, including. Was that really on the Bears, or did Washington just make an amazing play? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, First Service Credit Union, y'all. They're inviting you to win a Generac generator. Boy, you can.
exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Team Stroud under center. Handoff Mixon. Starts right, cuts left. 10, 5. Mixon still going. Takes out a defender and takes the ball into the end zone. Jones couldn't bring him down. Mixon has 6 for Houston, and they can tie the game with the extra point.
Mixon with a grown man run. Get off me. What a run by Joe Mixon. I am a fan.
Yeah, you. If you weren't a fan of that run, I don't know what to. I don't care if you're rooting for him or not. If you ain't a fan of that run, I don't know. Boy, he did not get touched, or he would not go down. Sean Pendergast, we were up there. He said, "Look at him. He is a beast. He's still standing up in the end zone."
Wow.
Yeah, there's Joe Mixon who had another big impact in this game. Didn't get quite to 100.
He did. He ended up getting over it.
Did he get over it?
They took the when they tossed it and fumbled it. They subtracted that 7 yards off of it. Well, they took that off and ended up giving it to CJ. Said he never possessed the ball, so he got his 7 yards back. So he actucally went for 102. So he did. I love
Joe Mixon, and he got it back there. Yeah, because I did see.
They took it away. I same thing. Because I was hoping he'd get to 100 again to make it every game that he started and finished with the Texans so far. He's over 100. But I didn't realize that either until Pendergast told me last night about midway through the damn post-game show.
Yeah, so good for him, man. That was our 5-hour high energy play of the game. And 5-hour energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans.
Can I give you a couple of honorable mentions here? A couple of honorable mention 5-hour energy, high energy plays of the game?
Yeah.
The Jalen Petrie pick. It's even better now that we know that Anthony Richardson decided to go against his coach's will and throw the ball instead of just run the call that was played, or the play that was called.
Did you hear that,
which
Tyler?
Was a run. Tyler, did you hear this?
Anthony Richardson, he changed that play.
Yeah,
that was a rough post-game presser for Anthony Richardson. He changed the play and decided to throw it and throws a pick and gives away 7 points in a game that you lost by 3. And literally, that's a situation where you gave away 7 points because there's you never know how the game would have unfolded otherwise. No, the half ended like that. There was no more.
They were having the ball.
Yeah, there was nothing else that could happen. You gave them 7 points, and to come out and say that you changed that play, and then also I've never seen a quarterback tap his helmet and come out of the game because he's tired.
That's something.
To
right
admit
there.
that I don't know how. By the way, Shane Steichen, for the Colts fans out there, anybody that gives a rip, hell, as Texans fans, you probably care because you caused this. But your team caused this. But the Steichen has announced that everything is being evaluated, including the starting quarterback position. So they may we may have ran Anthony Richardson smooth up out of a starting quarterback spot.
Like at that point, because if you remember, it goes 7-yard carry at the end of the half by Jonathan Taylor. And then he drops back and throws like a hitch or something that Kamari Lassiter was not.
If he throws it accurate, Kamari Lassiter would have picked it.
And going in. And you're imagining that, because we were sitting up there, Shane, what is he doing?
Yeah.
You would imagine he just said, hey, man, let's call a run here. Let's roll out here. Is there at some point you're like this is not one you can change?
It's called a run it play, but there's clearly,
because also it happened later with the Texans with CJ where he
looked like he pulled it and threw the screen.
No, he did. Yeah, John
down.
Harris said he did. He said he changed. He looked up there and saw the box, changed it, and threw the screen.
Pulled it.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I think here's the deal. I don't have no problem with CJ doing it. I trust CJ. CJ's
especially
earned
at
the
that
right
point
to
in
do
the
it.
line.
Like
the game.
The problem with Anthony Richardson at this point is there's no method to the madness. Like there should be a very clear, and maybe look, I've never coached. I've been on the other end of it. And I had Joe Ferguson, who played 19 years in the NFL, and I had Wade Wilson, who played over 19 years in the league. The two most tenured quarterbacks in the league at the time, I think. And So maybe those two guys were just over. But, like, I never took the field run. Like, in a drive. Like, I never took the field without a really good idea of, hey, man, we're backed up here. We're going to run this thing on first down.
That's the
nothing funny here. I never took the field not without a really good grasp on what the coaches wanted, whether it was right or wrong. What the coaches wanted, like that was just egregious, man. This is where Shane Steichen's a better coach than me, a better person. Hell,
you would have pulled him.
I would have pulled him, absolutely. 100% I'd have pulled him. But right now, today, like, it wouldn't have took Anthony Richardson telling everybody that you change the play. Like, if somebody you'd
have came right out.
Oh, we're talking about, like, that's a fire. Like, if you're the owner and you see that, I'm firing you. If you're the head coach, I'm firing you. What are you doing? You're giving away points. You kidding me? Like that is egregious. In those kind of situations, when players do stupid stuff like that, I would have no problem saying, hey, man.
There's a true argument that sequence cost the Colts to be tied for first place today.
Yeah. Ron, you can go back to the last scramble that you and I were talking about. I said we sat right there and said, man, one throw, one scramble could change this thing in the field goal range and be a tie ball game. We got bonus football, right? He goes out there and scrambles, and instead of stepping out of bounds, he dives back inside to go get another 4 yards. Clock keeps running. Like, he clearly is not. It's not just can he process and how they're using him in the offense. There's clearly total disconnect with him and what they're doing offensively. But that interception with Jalen Petrie's one being talked about that could very easily be our 5-hour high energy play of the game. Also, this one's not being talked about. I think this was huge. The opening kickoff that Dameon Pierce took back to damn near midfield.
Yeah.
Huge.
Coming out of a game where you couldn't protect your quarterback, your offense stunk, and now you're in a position where now I don't like the decision.
I was going to say, you won the coin toss, and you chose to.
You chose to take the football.
He said he wanted to get the ball in CJ's hands early.
Which I didn't like that either. And then you go out there, you get a good return, and you throw the football 12 of the first 16 snaps to the point where you get your left guard ends up getting benched. But I don't like what they did offensively, but that return to start the game in a game that was as big as this one, that was a big time play. Not as big as a turnover, not as impressive as a Joe Mixon touchdown, but that could have been on the short list of plays of the game as well.
Yeah, no, I think those definitely could be. If we were in Washington, I think we'd know what would be the 5-hour high energy play of the game.
Yes.
That play is being talked about so much and for so many reasons. And obviously Tyreek Stevenson he had one of the dumbest and he has since, if you missed it right before the snap, he's the deep guy in the end zone. It's back turned to the play, just going back and forth, talking trash with fans, and the play has started. My man, my man Jason Goff, who's done a lot of radio in Chicago and does stuff for the Ringer. He just has a video of a photo of him with his back and Daniels.
Yeah. Did you see the actual video that somebody posted?
I've seen it. I've seen it.
I mean, he's staring at the sideline. He's talking to people that are in the stands on about the 10-yard line with his back to the entire field.
But in his defense, he got there.
Yeah, he tipped the ball to Washington.
He got there in time.
Noah Brown.
But he tipped it to Noah Brown. I heard Rex Ryan today on Get Up was about to have I've been there before. He was about to have a heart attack damn near on this thing about how the Bears screwed this up from a coaching perspective and a preparation perspective. I don't know, man. I watched it. Even though Stevenson was doing that silliness, and as I said, he apologized. He said to Chicago and my teammates, my apologies for the lack of awareness and focus this game. The game ain't over until zeros hit the clock. Can't take anything for granted. Notes taken. Improvement will happen. But I still looked at it, Clinton, just thought, man, this was just some luck. And, like, Washington just Noah Brown happened to be in the right spot at the right time.
Well, but they're coached. I mean, they're coached offensively to be in a certain position. They're coached offensively. Nobody's trying to catch the football in the scrum. They're coached to tip it. If it's defense, players are coached to box out to some degree. And I don't know what his job was. I'm going to assume it wasn't jump and high point and tip the ball to the receiver.
Well, what's his name? What's the coach's name? Used to be the Colts defensive coordinator.
I know you're talking about George McAfee sometimes.
Oh God, he was a
head coach, wasn't he?
He's the head coach.
Yeah.
No, he was the D coordinator. He's the head coach right now. He's the Colts coach. What's his name? What is the Colts head coach? It's a bad name.
Right now?
Yeah.
It's Shane Steichen.
I'm not the Colts. I'm sorry. The Bears.
Eberflus.
Eberflus. Yeah.
Okay, got you. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a Dr. Seuss character.
Eberflus walked up there and he was saying, I think he said Stevenson's supposed to be the one guy to knock it down.
Right.
But he just tipped it. And I still, even though he was doing that silliness, to me it was more of a man Washington just, we're in right position, but it was a hell of a play made.
Yeah.
I don't think if Stevenson did that 10 more times
that they'd catch it.
That they would catch it in something, and it was just.
I tell you what, it's a bad look when it happens.
It's a horrible.
Guess what your boy was doing right before he fumbled against Tennessee?
What?
Talking trash to people in the stands.
That's
I'll never do it again till it is completely over.
I don't know if you got any stands to talk any trash to people.
That's a good point. That's what I'll put it to you this way. At that moment moving forward, I told myself I would never do it again. I still had a little bit of football left to play.
Your sports career.
Yeah, I wish maybe if I had some stands to talk trash to, I would.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we do it every Monday. What was your grade for C.J. Stroud? 25 of 37, 280 on no turnovers in this game. What's your grade for C.J. Stroud? We'll discuss that day.
All right, fellas. Clint Stoerner here for Low T Center.
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. On Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is a Victory Monday. It is a Reaction Monday. It is a Mad Dog Monday. Okay. It is all of those things. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see the Victory Monday shirt that Tyler has on as he's rocking and rolling. By the way, short week, man. They got to turn the page, baby. They got a game on Thursday at the Jets, who just continue to look pathetic as they lose to the Patriots. And Lord knows we just saw that Patriots team. I think they end up losing to Jacoby Brissett.
When I came out of the darkness,
they had to stop Jacoby Brissett from scoring a game-winning touchdown, and they could not get it done with Jacoby Brissett and those receivers that we saw a couple of weeks back. So that's who you got next on the short week, though, but I'm sure you probably may see the best. This got to be the last stand for the Jets, the best that the Jets may put out. So a lot to get to there. But we do this every week, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. I see some people already. And I am stood corrected on this. As you just said, they didn't give Joe Mixon those yards, that 7-yard loss that was on that fumble where whose heart was in their ass by that point when that cat ran that thing all the way back and they finally said it was he was down by contact. But on that it was a 7-yard loss because he didn't have control of it. So that fumble does go to C.J. Stroud. So C.J. Stroud did have one turnover technically in this game on that pitch fumble. But what was the grade for Stroud? He was 25 of 37, 285 yards. He threw one touchdown at the end of the half to Tank Dell. No picks and that one fumble. What's your grade? I see somebody coming in, Clint, at B+ on the text line. What was your grade for CJ Stroud?
I'm straight out with a B. And here's
really?
Yeah, here's why.
Let me hear this because I'm about to change my mind.
Well, look, I think there's his ability to do what he didn't do last game, which is stay composed, stay poised in the situation early in that ball game when he was getting the hell beat out of him. I don't know how many times they ended up hitting him, but it was ugly in the first half. And so holding, keeping your composure, keeping your poise there, I think was a big plus. He stood in there and made 2 or 3 big time throws in a game where they needed him. They needed him most. So he did well there. But where my minuses are, the pressure starting to get to him. I can vividly remember 2, if not 3 throws we've seen C.J. Stroud hit, and
I know the one on Dalton Schultz on a third down.
There was one over to his left that was a wide receiver. I can't remember who it was, who he overthrew. I think it was Xavier Hutchinson maybe. But I know there was 2, maybe 3, where it's clear the pressure's getting to him. Now, I don't blame him for it, but there's still minuses in the grade on the report card here. There's still a minus there. So when I look at those 2 things, they really equal each other out for me. They kind of cancel each other out. But then you go the errant pitch with the game in hand. At that point,
you thought that pitch was his fault?
Yeah.
When you looked at it?
Yeah. I mean, look. I mean, here's the deal. It was Bobby's fault. To be honest with you, like, again, this may be a bit of a stretch, but I'll go ahead and say it. Like, that's a situation where the game's at as a whole, where when that play comes in, at some point C.J. Stroud's going to go, no, we're not pitching the ball.
What's wrong with that play? Because that's how they
pitching it.
That's how they ended the game. They ended the game against the Colts the last time with
right. I'm not saying you're not going to fumble it every time you pitch it, but you're pitching it into, and if I remember correctly, you're asking a wide receiver or a tight end to block an edge rusher who ends up, I think, making the play. And so the whole thing is just a CF. It's not. You're running the ball really effectively downhill inside. Hand the football off inside. Don't pitch it. Don't because what can happen, it's not what happens. It may happen 10 times, and 9 of the first 9 times it works. Still pitching the football in a situation in a football game where it makes no sense to take that risk. Whatever the reward is at the end of that play is not worth the risk of an errant toss or a running back not catching it or a defensive end getting in the mix. If it's bobbled at all the way that we saw it, there's just the reward is not worth the risk whatsoever, especially when you've been chopping inside. Turn around and hand it off to him, and let's keep this thing moving. So I think at some point in time, to me, I'd like to see C.J. Stroud say, "No, we're gonna run it. Even if you want to run outside zone, okay, run outside zone. Let's hand it to him. Let's not run toss zone when in that situation late in the ball game going in. Let's not. The only thing you could do there is turn the football over to not ultimately win the ball game, and you did it. You damn near gave.
Play call there over the execution.
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't like it, and because that issue there, I'm going to give him a B.
So I'll have to look at the toss again. I guess maybe I didn't. I guess I maybe didn't really look and see how who that was on or where the toss was. Because for me, Tyler and Clint, I came in. I was sitting there at an A-.
Okay.
With him, with that, some of the throws. I think the Colts tricked him a bit when he got out of that 3rd and 2 run and threw the screen. I think the line image a little bit, which will happen. So maybe I moved down to B+, but I came in with an A-, but maybe B+ because to me I thought it was night and day, kind of where you're saying how he handled the pressure. And I thought he was absolutely fantastic when it came to that, not really turning the ball over in terms of interceptions and putting it. Maybe he put it in harm's way a couple of times, but not really.
Yeah.
And I was impressed that as you said, he didn't lose his cool. I heard you talking about that on the post game as well, and that he still made plays. Last week it was 86 yards passing off of the pressure. This week he was flirting with 300 yards, like the throw to Mechie at the end when he got out. Best throw of the game,
to my opinion.
Throw to Mechie, him finding Diggs down the sideline, not getting frazzled there at the end where they were going quick, and the Colts were more confused, came up with the big play there. I thought the touchdown throw was a great throw to Tank Dell. He was under pressure on that one. So I think, and this is what it's going to have to be. Let's just be honest. You know about this, Clint, but if we look around the league, this is Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow didn't have and hasn't had great offensive line play. He has had to figure out and deal with pressure, right? Josh Allen at times has not had great offensive line play. He's had to deal. Now, Josh and Lamar, they're a little different because their ability to scare you in the run changes how people kind of defend and rush you. But like Mahomes hasn't had good tackles for years. And they're able to find ways to be consistent, like CJ, to play the way CJ did Sunday. Some of those guys have found ways to be consistent with that. Matt Stafford, I'd throw into that too. So that's going to be big to see if he can continue to do that. But I give him a lot of credit. I was really, really impressed how he handled the pressure and handled that coming in constantly and still made big time plays in that game.
I think that's. I could be fair with that. There's. The misses and then the toss, which by the way I'm watching it is the toss is not ideal, but blocking.
I guess it was a little up on the shoulder.
Yeah, it was a little behind and on the shoulder, but really the problem is you're blocking. Robert Woods is blocking that defensive end, and that defensive end shoots upfield and just gets in the way of the pitch. But again, that's a play that I don't know what the hell Bobby's thinking calling this play. Even now, looking at it, watching it again. It's a cluster in the backfield because you got Stover in motion doing a yo-yo motion going back. You got You got Woods trying to block a defensive end that's set up hard inside of him. It just none of it makes sense. I mean, why you would call that play? But it's just again, for me, there's going to come a day when C.J. Stroud is going to be like, nah. And this is exactly why. Because this once in 4 years, but this can happen. Whereas you turn around and just hand that thing off to him, let Stover kick that defensive end out, and you may have something, you may not. You kick a field goal. It's actually only second and goal, so you have another play. I hate the play call. I hate the execution. And I'll be honest with you, I expect CJ at some point to get the hell out of that before it ever happens.
Yeah, I hear you. That's the next because we do know that he does have the ability to change plays because he did did in the game. So with you on that, some people texting in Stroud A, Mixon A. I'll give him a B. Someone said B is generous for Stroud's performance.
I obviously think B is fair.
Yeah, I'm not going to read the rest of what this person said because I believe they're just trolling. It involves bite the bullet of drafting Quinn or Milroe in the text.
Oh, wow.
How we get there, Tyler?
Gross.
How we get there? I was impressed.
Those guys. I mean, the timing of that text is very interesting.
Yeah,
both of those guys' draft stock is plummeted the last couple weeks.
Which end was he looking from?
But yeah, CJ, I was really impressed in how he handled that thing coming up. All right, man, we were talking about him a little bit today, Clint, earlier, but the other side, it's hard. He deserves an A+++ compared to what his counterpart did in this game for the Colts. We've seen this a little bit, and yes, it is before he came in that he hadn't played a lot of football, Anthony Richardson. You think he's ever going to figure this out?
Not at the rate he's going. Not at the rate he's going, no. He's going backwards, Ryan. I mean, this is it is a frustrating watch. And it's not, to me, I know a lot of people think, oh, you're always blaming the coaches. Like clearly the player is not developing and progressing in a direction that you want him to, right? But when you look at what they're doing offensively, it just doesn't make any sense. Had they come out and said, after he got injured last year, had they come out and said, look, we're just not going to run him the way that we were running him in the regular season in an effort to protect him. That would make sense. What they're doing now is asking him to win from the pocket, even though I would argue they're not giving it to Jonathan Taylor enough, even if that were the case. The flip side of that
I thought Shane Steichen was horrible.
Awful. The flip side of that is they came out and said, oh, no, we're not shying away from running Anthony Richardson. And what they've done since then, at least that I've watched, is shy away from running Anthony Richardson, asking him to ultimately play the way C.J. Stroud plays, and it's not going to work for him. Not right now.
And then yesterday to start the game, they came out and said, "Nah, man.
Yeah,
we're going." Their first 11 plays, they threw it 9 times.
Well, again, like I don't. If Joe Flacco's in the game, and I don't know what they did with Flacco, but if Flacco's in the game and he's part of that game, says, "No, we're going to ride Jonathan Taylor. We're going to hand this thing to Taylor as much as we can." Right? I mean, I don't understand. I'll be completely honest with you. I don't know which offense was worse in terms of the plan and the approach,
especially
yesterday.
Yeah.
The offensive plan and approach and play calling for both Indianapolis and the Houston Texans yesterday was in my opinion atrocious.
Well, the Texans, especially when Kenyon Green re-entered the game. And when he re-entered the game, I think they finished out the half with 15 plays and 10 were passes.
Yeah. So they take that. Like, I'll say it again in 2 seconds. They start the game after what we watched last week. They start the game. 12 of the first 16 plays were passes. At some point, Kenyon Green gets benched. They put Patterson in. It goes one series. They score. Insert Kenyon Green back in the game, and what they do?
And then the finish it out. They're the last 15 plays of the half. 10 were passes.
And that would be one thing if this were the previous run game that we've seen the Texans. You got a guy out there that's eating. You got a guy out there that's the best player on your offense. Instead of turning around.
And this does not include some sort of a long 2-minute drive. Because you remember they that got the ball at the 10 and threw one pass to Tank.
I don't. It was very obvious early on that you were going to struggle protecting again. It was obvious because of the play calling, which I don't know why. I don't know. Like there is a false sense of security. There is a. What am I looking for, Ron? Like there is. You think you're a lot better than you are. Like at some point, you got to look at the tape and go, all right, we are just not a good pass protecting football team. And to me, I don't know why you need to play more games and generate more film of bad protection to realize that. Like the Green Bay game was blatantly obvious, along with the previous games in the season. To come out and throw the football 12, take the football after you win the flip. Is that what you said happened? Mm-hmm. Win the flip, take the football, and then throw it 12 of the first 16 times. And it's so bad that you've got to bench your left guard. That's how bad your pass protection is. Like that, like clearly you think you're better than you really are, and you just don't want to fess up to, hey man, we're just not very good in that. Let's turn around and feed this monster we got, number 28 in the backfield. How about that? Which they ultimately get done, and he eats and he scores touchdowns, and that's fine. I just at some point they've got to start owning this fact, the fact of who they are.
Yeah, and it was crazy. The crazy thing about Richardson though, these jokers, he makes just enough plays that they're always in these games.
Yeah.
It's crazy, and his presence creates so many opportunities in the game. He just flat blew Alec Pierce deep in the middle of the field twice. He got behind last year twice, just completely. He had Pittman down the field once and completely threw it way behind him. It's and they're still in these games. Every one of their games, Clint, have been one possession. Every one of them.
Yeah, I'm out that phrase, and I know it may be accurate in that sense, but can we ban that phrase from the show?
Like 3 points.
I looked up there a while ago, and one of these sports talk shows is talking about, single score games. Like obviously, when a team gets a two score lead, and there's like 4 minutes left, they're A-okay with you scoring and making it a one-score
like
game.
The Chiefs Raiders yesterday.
I think that's the game that they were talking
27-13 with.
They don't give a damn. The Chiefs don't care if you make it a one-score game. Just don't do it in one play, right? I mean, it's like so. This one-score game thing is just like, golly, I'm exhausted with it, man.
Coming up, our Man Eye Institute players of the game, and there are several options. We'll let you know those coming up next. But before we get there, guys out there. Listen, I'm one.
Livestream, a new way to experience Houston's sports leader. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to our good friends as we will get our Man Eye Institute players of the game. But real quick, guys. Brett McMurphy, Colorado wide receiver cornerback Travis Hunter becomes the first player in Big 12 history to win the league's Offense and Defensive Player of the Week award.
I think it's safe to say the Heisman's a bit locked up.
It's a lock.
You think it's a lock?
Absolutely.
I don't think
it should be. It should be without a doubt. We've never seen anybody in the sport do what he's doing.
We'll see. That kid in Miami.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's great. But unfortunately, he come along and had a great year at the same time that we got a guy doing
like we've Charles Woodson. Have they won enough? They won enough games. Are they bowl eligible?
I think they are. Yeah, they're bowl eligible now. I think they already have.
Yeah.
Like I think it's come on, man.
And he's missed some time too.
He missed a game or two, but it's still the number of snaps he's going to average per game when it's over with.
153 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns. Did he get a pick in the game? I think he did.
It's unbelievable, man.
He probably played 130 snaps.
I mean, it's unbelievable what the kid's doing, man. It's
He won Offensive and Defensive Player of the Week.
Has that ever been done?
Not in the Big 12. I don't know.
Has it ever been done anywhere?
I wonder if Charles pulled it off in the Big 10. Did he ever pull that off?
I mean, that would have to be a monster one play on offense. He didn't play enough on offense to put the numbers up he's putting up.
Yeah. That's insane. All right, let's hit it. Our Man Eye Institute players of the game. We do it every week. Who are our players of the game? Clint, I'll go first. This guy here has taken a lot of bullets. Some deserve, some I don't know how fair it is. I got to give mine to Eric Murray. They tried Eric Murray. Like, clearly they were game planning, clearly trying to get Eric Murray in coverage. It didn't matter with receivers, with tight ends, whatever. They were trying to get him, and it was early. And like the first scripted plays, it seemed like it was one-on-ones, at least 3 or 4 of them. And he made plays by himself in coverage. He knocked the ball down, had multiple pass breakups, and I thought he played the game. And there's something, boy, when you could tell, hey man, they're trying to pick on me. Like, they've come with a game plan, and he did not allow any big plays there. So Eric Murray, I thought he was fantastic. Congratulations to him. He played his tail off, and they tried his ass, and he was there for the challenge. So shout out to Eric Murray. I'll give you mine.
Yeah, look, that's he deserves every bit of it, Ron. You're right, man. Eric Murray was a big, especially a guy that's been picked on all year long. A guy that I speak for myself. I'm concerned when he's caught up in coverage. I'm concerned that the opponent is going to get him matched up on somebody that he shouldn't be covering. And boy, he went out there yesterday and made me look like a fool. That's for damn sure. I got to go with Will Anderson, boys. I have not seen the coach's tape has not dropped yet.
Your Mad Dog pick.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's just he is at I know about a month or so ago, Ron. I think it was when you were out. We had a couple of segments over a 2 or 3 day span where I just had a point where, look, you paid Danico Autry a boatload of money. Will Anderson, you've been talking about how great he is since you drafted him number 3 overall. And he had a good year last year. Obviously won Defensive Player of the Year. Rookie of the Year. I get it. But I need to watch Texans football and watch the defense in particular. And I need to see T.J. Watt, Aiden Hutchinson. Like, I need to see some of that level play.
We said, like, the play on the field wasn't manageable that they
it just hadn't caught up yet. And now look, I do realize, and before everybody, all you sensitive sunbucks out there start getting on a text line, I'm talking about going from great to elite, like going from a top 20 to a top 5 type. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I ain't seen enough of it to put him in the same breath with those guys, but I'm damn sure starting to watch about 2-3 games in a row now where he damn sure jumps off the screen like Aiden Hutchinson was when he was healthy. He damn sure jumps off the screen like T.J. Watt does. He damn sure jumps off the screen like Bosa does. I mean, I don't know if he can do it game in, game out the way those guys do. Like, it's a foregone conclusion. But
fun fact for you, I can't remember what number of games this is. Right now, off the top of my head, I should have made a note of it. But I heard a fun fact that through Will Anderson Jr.'s first whatever amount of career NFL games that he's at right now, he is tied with J.J. Watt for number of sacks.
He had a slow. Yeah, he didn't. He wasn't going off at first.
He's at 7.5 right now, which was what he had all last year in 2023.
Gotcha.
He's on pace for over 15 or 16 sacks, and there's no reason to think that he's going to slow down. And I don't know what the number looks like, Tyler, but if you take, because Sean Pendergast said, like, he had 1 sack up until like week 9 last year, and then he just started killing it.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, he literally at this time a year ago had 1 or 1.5 sacks or whatever it was, and then just went off. So, I mean, Will Anderson is on his way, both from a statistic standpoint as well as turn the tape on some extremely elite company.
Like, listen, I like what Azeez Al-Shire has done. He's missed some games. By the way, an update on him coming up here in just a bit, but Will Anderson has by far been this team's best defensive player. And this has been a team that when we look at it, the Texans, they have been sitting around 20, 23 points, 24 points.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what they've been more led by their defense and running game. And especially when they play better opponents. And he has flat out been the best defensive player they have on this team.
Is Slovic losing it?
No, he's not. Who is he may be a little bit. Who is
I got you.
I just can't believe he called that many pass plays after Kenyon Green went out. That one caught me off guard. But
real quick, my player of the game from the victory for the Texans. I'm going with Joe Mixon, 25 carries, 102 yards rushing, and the touchdown. And another fun fact for you as we wrap things up on our Man Eye Institute players of the game. This is the only NFL player now, Joe Mixon, this season with 3 consecutive games of 100 yards on the ground. Only guy.
There you go. So Joe Mixon continues rolling there as well. Great touchdown run. That is Eric Murray for me, Will Anderson Jr. for Clint, and Joe Mixon for Tyler. Those are our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Man Eye Institute. See life better. All right, coming up, as we said, the Texans, they got to get going. So the first injury report is already out as it is game week. It's time to go. They play on Thursday on the road in New York. The initial injury report is showing right now. And we talked a little bit at the beginning of the show. I think it's time to start taking it serious that not only is A&M SEC potential SEC champs, they're in the conversation for that big time. They are potentially right there for a college football playoff spot. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, D'Amico Ryan's over here talking about them Texans on the show. Sagamore Rye Whiskey. It's a match made in heaven, y'all.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, with it being a short week, a lot moves up. And we will, like tomorrow, will feel like a heavy practice day. And I'm really curious now with how the week goes. Maybe tomorrow we'll have to see, Tyler, when we hear from D'Amico again, when we hear from CJ. We normally hear from them on Wednesdays. I will have to keep on. I wonder if that will be tomorrow since they play on Thursday.
It will be.
It will be tomorrow. So we will hear from CJ and D'Amico. Normally we would hear from them on Wednesday. It will be tomorrow because they got to travel.
I imagine they'll be flying on Wednesday.
They'll be flying. They'll be traveling on Wednesday to get ready to play the New York Jets. And also with that, the injury report. Now, as Tyler said to me prior to us coming back on the air, this is this injury report they have to put out because the game is Thursday. They did not practice, but this is what the practice designations would have been had they practiced today. And so we'll see what it looks like tomorrow, if it's similar to this when they actually do. But Azeez Al-Shire, knee, did not practice. He has not played the past 2 weeks. Would not have practiced today. Stephon Diggs with that knee, don't have very much more info with that. Even D'Amico said he's still being evaluated. He would not have practiced today. No surprise there. Jarrett Patterson, who has the concussion, it'd be shocking if he found a way to play in the game on Thursday or be ready to. But he did not practice and would not have practiced. Dameon Pierce, who had the hamstring earlier, now has a groin. He would not have practiced today. And Jimmy Ward, who has missed the last 3 games with a groin, would not have practiced today. Henry To'oTo'o, who's missed the last 2 with concussion, would have been a full participant today. Kamari Lassiter, who came back with the shoulder, he would have been a full participant as well. Looks like Kalen Bullock has and would have been limited. So that is what things look like here on a Monday going into this short week against the Jets. Concerns there, Al-Shire, Diggs, Jimmy Ward, and Jarrett Patterson with Dameon Pierce as well. So those are the ones to watch to see, and hopefully we hear and learn more about what's going on with Stephon Diggs and that knee. He did not return. But there's some guys, important guys on that list that you would need to go face the Jets coming up on Thursday.
Yeah, get Henry To'oTo'o being full, or at least would have been full had they practiced. That's a big step in the right direction. I mean, that's a big plus. Kamari beat my face mask after I get a good tackle. Lassiter, him being full and having gotten through a game and not hurt himself. Long nickname, but very fitting, very fitting. That's big. So you got a couple of guys right there that are trending in the right direction, which are I mean, look, you've got to get Henry To'oTo'o back. I mean, the depth linebackers have played well, but at some point, those guys are big on special teams, and you need those guys there. You need some depth to be able to roll through. They felt the need to bring
in Devin White, and he played a lot.
He played a lot. So, that's big. Kamari Lassiter and Henry To'oTo'o. Look, I think the non-contact injury to Stephon Diggs, I think it's going to be bad news when it does come around.
You think so?
Yes.
He walked off?
Yeah.
I know he walked off, and I know that not always. I'll never forget Darrell Reeves. Like, it's not as bad. And he tore his ACLs, what they said the next day. Yeah. He walked off, but you think it's going to be significant?
Yes, indeed. You got to think of the kind of guy he is. I mean, there's got to be something pretty bad for him to agree to be like, all right, I can't go back in the game. Take me to the locker room.
Yeah, he walked right to the locker room.
Yeah, I mean, if it weren't something that was serious, he strikes me as a guy that would have been, at the very least, would have thrown a fit because they took his helmet from him. So yeah, I don't think the non-contact, the fact that he willingly went to the locker room, never returned. Yeah, I don't think it's good with Diggs, man.
Yeah. I hope not with that. We'll see what happens. This is a big year for him and was a big move for the Texans. But hopefully we'll find out about that again if you're just jumping in. And D'Amico was on In the Loop earlier today, and what he said about that was not much, just said he is still being evaluated. Didn't give anything past that. All right. It is a Reaction Monday, but not just in the NFL and with the Texans. It's a Reaction Monday to Saturday. And look, I think we knew that there was going to be a team in Texas that was going to be talked about as a potential chance to win the SEC championship, to have a team potentially be right up there as one of the favorites to potentially win a national championship in this new 12-team format. This is still in the running for all of that to happen. But Texas A&M is in a better spot right now for those things to happen. And
ooh, that sounds good.
I think we've officially, and maybe you two have done it prior to this, but to me, I think we're officially at the point where we got to take A&M serious as potential SEC champions and potential college football, have a college football playoff spot right now. 7-1, their only loss is to top 10 Notre Dame at home, and it was a tight one. And they just got their second win against a top 25 team, including Saturday against number 8 LSU. They beat 38-23. You talk about your one-score games. That wasn't a one-score game. They got after them. What was it? Outscored them 17-3 in the fourth quarter. And to me, Clint, even including the final game of the regular season at home, to me it wouldn't be surprising if A&M was favored in the rest of their 4 games that they have left. And then they got Auburn in there. They got a couple of
South Carolina, can't sleep on them.
South Carolina, Auburn, and then another cupcake. And then they have Texas. I think they should be favored in all of those games, Clint. And I think you got to start taking it serious. 7-1 and how they're playing. This looks like a team that might eclipse a lot of the dreams that guys like Tyler had.
Let's go.
First time since Johnny Manziel was on the field that I felt like A&M is a true contender. There's been a lot to watch that team. They were never as physical as everybody hoped they would be. They were never as talented as everybody thought they would be. Not on the field. Clearly, with stars and the recruiting, they always were. But you watch that football game, and the way that they dominated LSU, particularly in the second half, it was bully ball. It was in the trenches. They completely overwhelmed everybody in an LSU polo or in an LSU uniform.
Aggie ring, baby.
That defense was suffocating. You look at the turnovers, one might say, oh, well, Nussmeier turned it over and just gave a bunch. No. They went out there and took the ball. They were big-time defensive plays. On top of that, Nussmeier was under pressure the entire time. When you look at how that defense, from the turnover that Nussmeier had, the one that I'd say is probably inexcusable, more of a bad decision, the first one, from that point moving forward, the entire LSU program was overwhelmed with Kyle Field and the Aggies. It's the first time that I've watched that football team and said they can get on the field with anybody in the country and they got a chance of winning.
How many teams in the SEC? Because Tyler can't answer this, not fairly, not without a little bit of extra juice behind. How many teams in the SEC right now have you seen that's better than A&M?
That I would confidently say is better?
Is it just Georgia?
Oh man, that's
or Texas.
No,
too?
look. I think I would probably ride with Georgia and Texas right this second. And the only reason I say because I don't know what A&M's going to do with their quarterback situation.
Yeah,
that's the thing for me is that's a
they playing them both
a bit. You didn't see what happened?
No, I'm sorry. They're going to play them both.
I don't know how you don't ride the kid. Was it Reed?
Yeah, he had 3 touchdowns.
Yep, Marcel.
Yeah, but Ron, if you look at, I mean, he play. I said this before. Like I'd have never benched him. I mean, I liked what Connor Wegman did the first game. He came back. It was nice. But I like, to me, when you watch the kid play, he's moving fast and he doesn't have a ton of experience, so he's not real like extremely, extremely polished from the pocket, but you watch him, he's never overwhelmed. You know what I mean? And is from a pocket passer standpoint, does he got a little bit of work to do? Sure. But boy, the way
Connor does too.
But yeah, Connor does too, clearly. But the way that he fits Colin Klein's offense, the commentators were talking about it in the game. It's just he is a great fit, and I just think they're much more dangerous with him in the game. And he's going to get better every time he plays. And if he starts from here on out, he's got a little bit of wiggle room to make some mistakes, and this football team is good enough to win all the way out to Texas, and you hope that at that moment now he's developed and he's matured and he's playing his best ball, and you got a shot. I just don't know what they're going to do with their quarterback room. That's the only reason that I would say that from as good as anybody SEC, including Georgia.
Yeah, from a team
perspective, I think they're as good as anybody out there. Yep, it's at one position.
Text line coming to Connor Wegman is still the best option according to Ocho. Reed gives them the best chance to win out. Someone else on the text line.
Well, here's the problem with that, Ron. Is I don't doubt that Wegman would win a quarterback competition, but the truth of the matter is, if you're going to beat Texas, if you're going to beat Georgia, because you're going to play them in an SEC championship potentially. Like if you're going to win a national championship, your quarterback's going to have to deal with pressure. And Wegman's been under pressure big time twice this year. The two times that I saw him, and it wasn't pretty. Like when the first game he came back, man, he was protected nice. It was easy, boom, 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 and it's pretty now.
Was that Missouri?
Yes, that was by far Wegman's best performance of this year. And what Clint's saying is right. I mean, I think it's clear cut, far and away, that Connor Wegman is, light years better as far as a passer right now. Like, maybe I'm exaggerating, maybe I'm inflating that, but to me, what I've seen, Wegman is way, 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 way more developed as a passer. But when you have a situation like Saturday night's game against LSU, and Wegman was running for his life, looking like C.J. Stroud out there, then you gotta pivot, and Elko thankfully did so. Got the guy in there who can use his feet.
What a ballsy call, Tyler. You guys should be. He knew it, and he went straight to it, and he didn't care. But here's the other thing:
Connor doesn't seem to meet the moment to me. Yeah. That kid, he may not be as developed as a passer right now, but
I'll tell you what he does. I'm gonna tell you what he does. He is a more. This is crazy to think this, but he is a more natural quarterback. Like his stroke, the way he strokes the ball, his arm action is better than Connor Wegman's. His movement in the pocket in terms of dealing with chaos is better than Connor Wegman. The difference is Connor Wegman, and I know he ran around in high school and stuff, but he has learned how and has experienced and done a lot of winning from the pocket. First and foremost, don't hit the eject button. Reed's always had the ability to hit the eject button, and it's always been about his feet and his arm. That's going to catch up at some point in terms of, in a good way, it's going to catch up. Reed's arm action and his movement in the pocket is actually better than what I'm watching on games. I don't know about practice and all that, but on games, it's actually better. So, I would go with Reed, and I would ride it, and hopefully by Texas he's locked and loaded.
Yeah, someone texted in, don't stop sleeping on Tennessee. All right.
When do they got Tennessee?
They don't play Tennessee.
Oh, I got Tennessee as a potential college ball playoff team too now.
Yeah, there you go.
That's about 4 SEC teams.
4 or 5. I was just about to say.
Come on, dog. It's fluid. It's a fluid situation. I got new evidence, as you like to say, Ronald. I got new evidence. Hey, look, the offense for the Texans was I said it earlier. I think it's atrocious. I think there's real problems, and I'm not buying into how easy it is to fix that. Nick and D'Amico and Bobby Slowick keep talking about, obviously, with what we watched Sunday. But I'm gonna y'all, that defense has got a real chance, y'all. Injuries, cover defender issues, be damned. Are you buying that this is one of the top defenses in the NFL? Schedule's fixing to get tough. Are you buying that the D'Amico Ryans defense at this point in time, the stats will tell you so, that the defense is one of the best in the NFL? We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
What's up, Clint? How y'all doing, man?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. Texans get another W, 6-2. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a victory reaction Monday, victorious reaction Monday. And there is a lot of cussing that needs to be done around the offense. Another performance that left a lot to be desired by the Texans. Other than Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon ran it well. They are definitely getting this running game rolling with Joe Mixon out there. 4 straight. Four games that he's played this year that he started and finished have all been over 100 yards?
3. Is it 3 or 4?
It was 4.
I guess so. Yeah, game 1. It's the Colts. He's got 2 games against the Colts with it. Yeah, 4.
That's a huge plus. Now, will Bobby Slowick embrace that and lean into it, or are we going to keep throwing the ball 12 or 16 times out of the gate?
Is Slowick losing it?
I don't know what they're going to do offensively. We'll get to that. But some big time positive guys. And I tell you, I've been I've been trying to poke holes in this from the beginning of the year, but now I'm bought in. DeMeco Ryans' defense. You know, it's hard at this point, Ron, for me to say, boy, well, you know, Shane Steichen just got away from the run game, man, week 1, and just I bet he's really shooting himself in the foot, you know, just really worried about this. He wishes he would have stuck to the run. We've seen 2 games now where he's decided to make some questionable decisions. You know, I'm at a point where I'm over with the Texans defense making excuses to why what I've expected to happen isn't happening. I'm just going to is we've got a large enough sample size with the Houston Texans defense right now to believe that they are what the stats tell us they are, Ron. They are the second-ranked defense in the NFL as it pertains to total yards allowed per game. They are second in the entire NFL with yards allowed per game. They are third in the league in passing yards allowed per game. When you get to rushing yards allowed, they drop a little bit, 10, 11 area. And then you get to points that they've given up, they drop a little bit, that 11, 12, 13 area. But you're talking 2-3 points that separate the 8th best defense from the 13th best defense. So point being, like, this defense statistically is significantly better than I thought they were going to be. This defense, when you just go down the schedule and you look at how many games the defense dominated an opponent and allowed the offense to really be comfortable and really play pissy poor at times, and the team still get a W. When you talk about this football team being 6-2 right now, it's all at this point in time due to the fact that the defense, for the most part, in 8 ball games, the defense, with the exception of the Minnesota Vikings game, has played what I would say expectations for me all year long, Ron. I'm through talking about, well, Kamari Lassiter. Why is nobody throwing the go routes on Kamari Lassiter? Why is nobody trying Kamari Lassiter the way that they went at D'Angelo Ross? How come people keep getting away from that inside run when you really don't have the presence on the inside to be that run stopping team?
No, now that you bring this up, I am wondering a little bit now that you bring it up. Why won't teams?
I don't know. I don't have the answer. Ron, I don't why are teams not having more success against Eric Murray instead of Eric Murray going out there and having a great game? Like, why are teams Like, yeah, Jalen Petrie got picked on a crossing route yesterday. Yeah, he got beat by Downs on the corner route that was down to the 1 yard line or whatever. But, like, it's not hurting this team's ability to win ball games. Why are teams like Jonathan Taylor and the Colts and Anthony Richardson, why are they not running the ball downhill between the tackles to the tune of just blowing the doors off of people? Why did Josh Allen and Cooks not stick to the run and run it downhill more? And why did he only complete 9 passes? Why did Anthony Richardson only complete 10 passes? I don't know how and why it's all happening, Ron.
You're to the point like, hell, it's happening.
I'm just to the point where I'm through discrediting them, right? I mean, look, the schedule's going to get significantly tougher moving forward. And there's some offenses that may or may not give them some trouble, and we'll see what happens there. But I know I've seen 8 ball games, and I've watched it through a very critical lens of, man, this team ought to just run it right down the throat of this team. And they'll do it for a quarter. They'll do it for a drive. And then for some reason or another, comes up some kind of scheme that gets a quarterback to throw the football into coverage or gets a quarterback against the Green Bay Packers. The only reason they were even in that game is because the defense turned them over 3 times. Or I guess the defense turned them over twice and special teams turned them over 1 time. Right? I mean, the only reason that they're in that game, they're not in the game yesterday, but the only reason that game is as evenly matched yesterday as it was with what I think was bad on offense is you turn them over and they hand you 7 points right there at the end of the game. Right? You somehow bottle up Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor and only give them spurts in the game where they were really getting rolling. Like I can't help, Ron. Once I've seen this level of a sample size, I've got to at some point just buy in. I mean, to the defense. Where are you guys at with this defense? I mean, you think this defense is going to stand the test of time as the schedule gets a little bit more difficult? You think it's going to get ugly, or do you think they get healthy and get guys back and they can keep on keeping on the rate they're going right now?
Listen, I think they're obviously, I think in many things, and I think this is a case where it's warranted, like multiple things can be true. I still do have concerns of the amount of guys that they have running free in the middle of the defense. The amount of guys down.
Getting behind them.
I mean, in this game in particular, and it's twice against the Colts, and there could be something about Anthony Richardson and what they do that allows this. But, I mean, they had big-time opportunities that they didn't. And like you said, boy, and there was just odd stuff why they didn't run the football, why they didn't, why they didn't keep doing that. And to me, the 2 teams that we've seen kind of take advantage of it were obviously the Vikings and the Packers. But especially in the Packers game, though, you could see the positive and the concerns, right?
Yeah.
They gave up some of the big plays and they gave up some of the stuff with loose coverage, but it still resulted in them, 23 points, 22 points?
Yeah, you play the end of that game better, and it's a different outcome.
I think my biggest thing with the defense, and that I don't know that I've given them enough credit for, anybody's given enough credit for, is they're like big moments and big parts of the game, with the exception of maybe that last drive against the Packers. They show up. Like their fourth quarter scoring, and all these games they've been in have been tight for the most part. Their fourth quarter score, they're not giving up points to teams, right? Like the Packers only scored 3, I think in the second half, or no, I'm sorry, in the fourth quarter. Like they hold it down, big moments, just like yesterday, getting off the field when they need to against Buffalo, getting off the field and creating. So I think that's which is a good thing, especially when you get in the playoffs and games that are important. In big possessions and big moments, Will and Hunter and Petrie and the rest, they seem to rise up ball in those moments.
Yeah.
So I think that's the biggest.
That's a great
biggest thing that impresses me about this defense. Like if you just go track fourth quarter scoring in your mind and think like these games are all tight ball games except for the Vikings and the Patriots game, and then you just start looking at how much they gave up in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
They're
giving the offense opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to either win the game or to make it not a one-score game. I'm with you. Like the receivers and pass catchers getting behind the secondary scares the hell out of me. But then you look at it and you go, well, guys are missing it, and they're missing it because they're under so much pressure. There's so much chaos in the pocket that they're creating. I don't doubt there's going to be moments where, whether it's Aaron Rodgers this week or like somebody's going to set their feet and make one of these throws, and it's going to be a big play. But as long as it don't come in 3s and 4s and 5s, then you're going to make more plays than not. So I don't know. I'm just like my thought of this defense. Like I don't know why teams aren't running the ball inside better than they are or more consistently than they are. Right? I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer for the team wide receivers and tight ends getting behind the coverage. I don't have the answers, but we've seen it time and time again for 8 games now, and it's somehow when the game ends, the defense is over and over again giving this offense a chance to go win, and they're just going to get healthier, right? They're going to get their linebackers back. They're going to get one of their safeties back. They just got Danico Autry back. He's going to get it. You got to think that he's going to be, up to speed soon. They're going to get more time. I'm not so sure that defensively they're not going to be active at the trade deadline, and so there's just that this defense. I am more of a believer right now than I ever thought I would be of this defense, and I'm buying into what the box score says, what the stats say, man. So we'll see how that ages as this schedule gets a little bit more difficult. But I like what I'm seeing from these guys right now. Ron, there's something out there, boys, that. This may be petty of me. It's in the spirit of what's my man's name for the Bears that decided to wave to the fans and all that and then get a Hail Mary thrown in his ass?
Tyreek Stevenson?
Yeah. In the spirit of just distractions and talking trash and all that and dancing and jive, D'Amico Ryan's got to put a stop to the first down celebrations. Did y'all notice that? Tyler, did you notice that? Ron likes it. He's not going to be honest with you.
I'm going to be honest with you.
I noticed after Diggs went down, though, and I don't know how many celebrations in total there were. After Diggs went down, I saw 2 or 3 of the Texans players, after they would get a first down, doing almost like a tribute to Stephon with the...
Doing it 2 different ways.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. This was not brought on. I've never been a fan of that kind of crap. The look at me, we got a touchdown. Just get your ass in the huddle, right? I mean, just get back in the huddle, and we can do all the dances you want when the game's over and we win. I'm cool with that.
We can do them right there, but I hear you.
I've never been a fan, but
every week though.
Bobby Slowick came out last week, and Bobby Slowick, and I think D'Amico Ryan's echoed it. Both of them said in and out huddle quicker, so we got more time at the line of scrimmage, so we got more time to pre-snap to figure things out. And I'll be damned if Diggs don't catch a ball down the sideline. Him and Xavier Hutchinson, now they're dancing together. Now they're doing the first down thing together.
Hell yeah.
At the same time. And while that's going on, Juice Scruggs, of all people, Juice, your ass ought not be dancing, that's for sure. Juice Scruggs is running down the middle of the field doing it. And I'll be damned if now to be clear, to be fair, it was not that snap, but the next snap, it ends up being a high snap because everything's being rushed because the play clock's running out. How in the hell does Bobby Slowick talk about get back in the huddle? That the whole focus is the answer to the problems of the pass protection are we've got to get in the huddle. We got to huddle up quicker so that we can get to the line of scrimmage and have longer to process what's going on. And we got guys like choreographed together doing the first down and a center running down the field doing the same damn thing.
I just answered this one also, but
no, Bobby, you answered it to the media, but then your guys went out there and did the exact opposite of what your ass is talking about. Like I'm gonna be honest with y'all, it chaps my hide.
Yeah, I think Bobby should have shut up and not even said it, because Bobby, the 5-second celebration is not what's hampering your offense.
Well, I don't know if that's what I don't know if that's what Bobby was even talking about. I don't think that's what he was originally. I think he was just talking about their process is too slow. But I'm just if I'm going through a game and I'm watching my quarterback get the hell beat out of him, and in any way, shape, or form, I'm thinking my process is too slow offensively. I got to get this thing where we got to pick this thing up a little. Guys standing up and doing the little first down, and when it gets choreographed and offensive linemen are stopped, what if we want to run tempo? What if we want to get on the ball? What if we want to get on the ball right now and go, and we've got to wait, even if it's 2 or 3 seconds, we've got to wait for you to get your attention back on football and get where you're supposed to be. I'm just out on it, man. I hate it. It's silly.
I enjoy it.
And then when you follow it up with a play clock running down to 0 and snapping it damn near over the quarterback's head, that's precisely why.
Yeah, their first down celebrations aren't to me, the least of the issues. Is it first off least of the issues? I don't even think it is an issue. They're just having fun, and I don't think that is taken away from their struggles. Offensive, they're not taunting people. They're not doing it. It's just the first down.
If the coaches, both of them, say we got to hurry up and get back in the huddle, and it becomes a problem after two of them are choreographed dancing, it clearly has a chance to be an issue. I mean, it's not just like having fun is one thing, but
do you think that do you think it prevented them from getting into the huddle, like getting the playoff where they wanted? I don't think so.
Well, I mean, if the play clock runs out on you and it took you an extra 2 or 3 seconds to process get the play, it potentially could. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a specific.
You're talking about the snap. You said that was a different play.
I don't know. Just to be transparent, I'm not sure if it was that exact play or the very next one. The point is that there's clearly not a focus on getting your ass back in the huddle. Like that, there's clearly not a focus on speeding things up. I'm so agitated that I broke the damn mic over here again.
Yep, Aaron, get up in here. That's what. Mike was telling you, chill out, man.
No, I can't do it,
man. You ain't that old.
Because what you do is you chill out, and then you got dudes when there's a Hail Mary being thrown playing with the crowd instead of doing having your head in the game and doing your job. That's
a hell of a leap.
No, that's what it goes. That's what it gets to. That's exactly what it gets to.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that the Texans fellas in important moments would be focused and ready to go because they generally are. It's now they may be confused. Kenyon Green. Speaking of Kenyon Green, let's hear from the head coach because the head coach spoke earlier today about Kenyon Green and what went in to the moves that were made with Kenyon Green. You got to hear that. You'll hear that coming up.
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on it's a Mad Dog Monday. We had a little Mad Dog, a little Victory Monday, had a little Victory Monday, a little Reaction Monday as well as the Texans. Through their first 8 games, they are now 6-2 with a commanding lead that is 2, but really more than 2, really 3 games over the Colts because they have won the season series. They did what they needed to do despite some issues there. And when we say some issues, I mean, you got issues within after the first 3 drives on offense. We're still in the first quarter. You bench one of your offensive linemen. And it was interesting because through the week, Clint, we heard D'Amico say, hey, we got to get it fixed. Everything's on the table.
It's all fixable.
It's all fixable. Everything's on the table. Got a little better with it more as the week continued. It's all fixable. But we wondered if there was going to be anything, major that they would do that would show like, hey, all right, this is something they're talking about when they say everything. We really didn't see anything until Kenyon Green got benched after three drives. Now, unfortunately, for Jarrett Patterson, he had to go right back in after Patterson got injured with a concussion. But he had to go back in, and he had to play him again. D'Amico Ryans, who was on In the Loop as he spoke to the media today, he addressed this very thing about, 1, replacing Kenyon Green with Patterson, and then coming back in to have to replace Patterson with Kenyon Green.
Jared did a really nice job when he went in and had some good plays. Unfortunately, he was out. Then Kenyon was back in. There was no overthinking it. Kenyon got a lot of reps throughout the week, and he was the guy to go in, and he has a lot of good reps as well. A lot of people want to, focus on the bad. Everybody has bad reps here or there, and we can all focus on that, or we can look at the positive. I think he has some really good plays as well.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, we're going to focus on the bad. You benched him after 3 series. And I don't care what you say, you weren't. I would assume you weren't exactly fired up about having him run back in there. And I would imagine, Clint, there was at least a conversation potentially. You think we might want to go Kendrick Green? We might want to go somewhere else. So yeah, we're going to. Yeah, he's not been playing well. He's a number 15th overall pick that you drafted, that you essentially shut down last year, and now he comes back in. And you didn't bring any competition straight off the bat in here for him, to be honest with you. And now it has caused you to help. So, no, I don't have the thoughts to go look at the positive plays. But when I'm looking at this, Clint, clearly they wanted to make the move. Clearly, Clint, if Patterson didn't get hurt, Kenyon Green would have not entered that game again. And I don't believe he would be playing or be in line to play Thursday against the Jets, since I would be surprised if Patterson made it back with a concussion. It is at least got to be on the table, Clint, that one, it doesn't seem like they're very comfortable right now with Kenyon Green getting the start. And should they be working it up even with this short week, working it up, maybe looking at other options, Clint, and not having them out there?
Yeah, look, there's no doubt they've made it loud and clear that they should be and they will be.
And by the way, they're right by his play.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, there's several guys up there that deserve to be in more of a competition instead of just a week in, week out starter. I mean, replacing Kenyon Green with anybody on this roster is not going to solve your problem. It'll help your problem because it's addressing one of the issues that's been rough of late. And now the fact that they put in a backup center that is not a guard, he's a center. It tells you that clearly they needed somebody that had gotten reps throughout the week, and the center, Jarrett Patterson, had got a bunch of reps throughout the week. And now moving forward, the question is, Jarrett Patterson is out this week. There's not room for a ton of reps, but there is room for a guy to know every day before they take the field in New York. And so, look, I think they should definitely consider making a move at left guard. There's to your point, I think you made the most valid point of all earlier, of just like, he appears overwhelmed, not just getting beat here or there. He appears overwhelmed, chasing his tail. And when, as a coach, when you're watching that, it's your duty to replace him. It's your duty to get a better option there for the team and for the player, if we're being completely honest. The thing here for me is, like, what is the move, right? And obviously right now the move is not Jarrett Patterson because he's in concussion protocol. But Jarrett Patterson's a center. Like, that's not the move. That's not a longer-term move for this football team.
Is there a move on the roster? Because Juice is a center who played over there last year.
As bad as he's been in pass protection, I would give any of those guys an option. I think you got Kendrick Green, and I think you got Broker. Those are the two guys that I think are real potential there. And when Patterson comes back, there's a chance that we see Patterson at center and Juice Scruggs at guard. I understand why they didn't make that move in a game, because you don't want to change the quarterback center in the middle of a game, and you'd rather just keep the continuity there and make that change during the week where you can get some run with it. But right now, I would think that one of those backup guards has a real good chance to get some run this week.
Yeah, it's that bad.
I agree.
Bad that and we'll explore this week, because November 5th is the trade deadline. But there's got to be some conversations about that spot, multiple other spots on the roster. But listen, I thought Kenyon Green had passed all the tests leading into training camp. During training camp, his body was different there. But this isn't, to me, as much about a physical thing. This is, you said, it's upstairs. It's like they're running him out there, and I'm not going to say nobody else is confused, because it kind of takes two to tango with some of these games and stunts that they don't seem to pick up. But it was clear, like, every time, like, it was him. It was clear he would go and help Laramie Tunsil and just leave leave Buckner just all by himself.
He's in panic mode way too often. Now, look, I'll say this: this shouldn't take away from the progress the kid made in the offseason. He's played a lot more football this year than I think anybody expected him to. Just the fact of the matter is, right now, this team feels like they need to go out there knowing that you're going to get one of two guys. Either, what's Big Grover's name? Stuart Grover or DeForest Buckner. You're going to get that, who are the two best players on that defense. You're going to get one of those two every snap, and this team thinks the best plan is to go out there and throw the ball 12 of the first 16 snaps. I don't understand that. I feel like there's a certain degree he got set up to fail, but of a tech, and that's going to be how he performs. They have no choice but to make a move. So if anybody has an excuse to play bad and to play bad enough to get pulled out, it's the one guy that him and Juice Scruggs are the two, and I'd say those are the two guys that are struggling more than anything. And Kendrick Green got to yank this weekend.
And they got Kinlaw and Quinnen Williams.
You got some dudes coming now.
And we saw what Quinnen Williams, I think, was the one that led to CJ's injury last year.
Yep. And if you're going to go in there and you're going to throw it 12 or 16 times in first 16 snaps, good luck to whoever's playing that left guard position.
But the other part is, Clint, though, they're going to throw it. You know what I mean? I understand what you're saying.
You're going to throw it,
but they're going to throw it.
The mindset of taking the football after you win the toss and then going out there and throwing it 12 of 16 snaps it is hard for me to understand how Bobby Slowick got there.
No, I hear you. I'm just saying, at some point, like, in the game, we know they're going to throw it 20, 25 times.
Sure.
And if it's not just Quinnen Williams might just whip your ass straight up.
Sure.
But there's a thing where Quinnen Williams and Reddick, who they'll get back, does stunts, and then, I don't know what's going to happen with Quincy Williams and C.J. Mosley. What are they got? Like, the confusion stuff. It's one thing, like, if we can't even drop back 5 times without.
Right.
It seems like 4 of the 5, there's some sort of confusion where it's just a free person coming like that. Like, it's got to be fixed at some point. All right, the Texans are 6-2, but lot of people around leaving the stadium. It didn't feel like a team that just got to 6-2 and was winning. We'll discuss how people are feeling and T-Mill's best bets coming up next.
All right, football fall and Sagamore rye whiskey, y'all. I'm telling you, it's a match made in heaven. Throw me in there. I'll be a match as well. It's that time of year.
Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As someone here on YouTube and Twitch is, remember, coming up behind us, D'Amico Ryans, the coach's show. We are out early. He will be here at 5 right after us. The coach's show, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Tommy, my man, said, unfortunately, any move this week won't help Thursday's game. We're looking at the Kenyon Green thing because clearly they were ready, at least yesterday, to move off of him. Well, I don't know if I'd rather you to just have somebody completely confused or somebody that's just that has potential to get their ass kicked. I mean, I just don't.
Oh my God!
I don't know what's worse.
Well, the interesting thing, and I haven't. I mean, I hadn't really viewed it from this point, but the interesting thing that happened in that game is they thought that he wasn't, but they were at a spot where they'd seen enough of Kenyon Green, because you don't make that move and then bounce back after halftime unless there's some kind of injury like there was.
Unless you're Steve Sarkisian.
Right, you're at a spot which they knew throughout the week in prep that they were at a spot with Kenyon Green that if he struggled, they were pulling the plug.
I'm going to do it. Yep.
And to think that their answer was a backup center that's light in the ass, that in no way, shape, or form is a long-term answer at guard.
Well, what else would it been, though?
That's what I'm saying. A guard, preferably. I mean, I don't know if it's broker. I don't know what that looks like. I'm not opposed to it for one game, right? But the thought would be that we need to be a little like you're telling me that you've got two guard positions. I mean, guard, center, guard. Jarrett Patterson was your second string guy.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
ultimately
center. Yeah,
like that's all. I mean, that's okay for an emergency situation like that. But like moving forward, I'm curious what the plan is there at that guard position. Are any of the guys that you have as depth? Are any of those guys actually able to play guard? Do you have confidence in them, or was Jarrett Patterson just almost like by default because he's the best communicator of the bunch, because he's a center, right? I mean, so you wonder, like, what's the long-term answer with Kenyon Green? And is it going to bite them in the ass that they didn't go out there and get somebody, an offensive lineman, that is some level of depth, right?
Or they may have to try to make it up now.
Yeah, I mean, you got Nick Broker, who they've got listed as a right tackle, but he's actually a guard. You got a couple of guys that are hurt, and then you've got Kendrick Green and Kenyon Green, and so you're limited there, and it's going to be interesting how they move forward. Going back out there against New York, you said it earlier. Going back out there against New York and calling plays as if everything's fine up front, when you got Quentin Williams across the football from Kenyon Green, if that's your answer, that's a scary matchup. It's a scary matchup, and it's once again, say what you want about the kid, but at this point in time, you know he can't handle that. So to go out there and get pass happy from jump is, like you said, you got to throw the ball at some point in time. I understand that. I'm okay with that, but like to go out there and get pass happy from jump with that matchup, I mean, you're asking to get your quarterback waylaid consistently.
Well, that's what I'm saying to me, and I said, would you rather be confused? Would you rather have somebody that's confused or somebody that's got their ass kicked? Like, if your game plan is gonna throw the football, which you have C.J. Stroud, I think it's going to be. Now we'll see what your receiving corps looks like, so maybe that might pull you off a little bit. But they wanted to come out and get C.J. Stroud the ball and get him to do this game. That's what they want. I'm sure at some points will want to do. And to me, if he just, because that's what it seemed like consistently, he did not seem to understand exactly what his assignment was. And if you have that, I think you have to go to somebody that you feel some level of confidence that at least will know what their assignment is.
Yeah.
Because that's what it seems like. Because I think Quentin Williams can whoop anybody's ass in front that the Texans can throw out. We watched him do it last year. But when you combine that with they may do their two linebackers, they may send blitzes or they may send games or stunts, and he's going to miss out on that too.
Well, they've got to figure out, Ron, and we've mentioned this a couple of times today, they've got to figure out, you've got to have at least enough sense, awareness, calmness, whatever you want to couch it as, is, if you're Kenyon Green and you're playing and you got Quentin Williams in the A-gap, and you got to have enough awareness and enough sense that you're going to stick with Juice Scruggs and help him with Quentin Williams instead of turn out and block air with Laramie Tunsil. You got to eliminate those types of issues just from jump. That's got to be something that even if you put a lesser player in there or a guy with a lower ceiling, so to speak, you at least eliminate those kinds of issues. Leaving Juice Scruggs when he's got his hands full to help Laramie Tunsil. That can't be in the game plan. Right? I mean, that can't be what your left guard does. Right?
I mean, to me, it seemed like everything we talked about and worked on all week long just went right out the window when he got out there.
Yeah,
that's the feel of how quickly they moved off of him. That's the feel of it. It was just this is what we talked about.
It was the fear I spoke of last week, Ron. This is not a. You can bench Kenyon Green and get a better communicator out there and get a guy that knows who he's blocking, and hell, he can even go out there and at the left guard position do a really good job. Your problems are still not solved. You still got some serious issues up front. So
this is the biggest issue that the Texans have on this team.
I agree.
Not just Kenyon Green. I mean, up front, he's not. It's not him by himself.
No, but I mean, even if you want to boil it down to Kenyon Green, I think it is the biggest problem on the offensive line
because they looked much. It was just one drive, but it looked like it was more smooth.
Yeah. You look. I mean, there is the problem with this schedule moving forward is there is no time for a guy that is overwhelmed like Kenyon appears to be. You can't catch your breath. I mean, it's just one after another moving forward with this schedule. So. We'll see, man. That is something to keep an eye on to see what they do at the guard position. Obviously, not Jarrett Patterson in that concussion protocol. We'll see if Kendrick Green gets in the conversation, and see what that looks like.
All right, yeah. Coming up behind us, remember, as we said, the coaches show. D'Amico Ryans, he will join the fellas, and he will be live right here as soon as we get done here. And a little Monday Night Football follows them, a team that is looking to have the same record in the AFC as the Texans. The Pittsburgh Steelers with Russell Wilson behind center is hosting the New York Giants.
That's right.
This looks like a matchup of which the Steelers and the Giants are heading in different directions. We'll see what happens tonight, but that game will follow D'Amico Ryans and the coaches show. So that's coming up behind us. And speaking of that, Clint, as we head to Tyler's best bets, T. Mills' best bets, I gotta believe tonight's game is running prevalent through here. No, you got a lot to pick from. You got a big Monday Night Football game. You got some NBA. You got the World Series tonight. It is being very, very difficult to continue. I know not for you, Tyler, but difficult to watch Aaron Judge just continue to suck.
What's he batting, 150?
I don't know, man. It's
so great, though.
In any kind of situation with runners on scoring position, it feels like I'm watching Maldonado. That level of confidence that he's going to come through, it feels like Maldonado.
Yes.
But what's your best bet?
I got 6 for you. That's been the trend lately. 6 best bets. I want each of you to pick one of the quick. I'm on the Steelers -4.5 tonight against the Giants. I'm on the over for this game. It is set very low. 36.5. I'm on the over. I'm on 4 props for you. Daniel Jones over rushing yards. Believe that's at 25.5. I'm on Russell Wilson over rushing yards, which is at 15.5. I'm on George Pickens over 4.5 receptions. That might be my favorite one. And I'm on Russell Wilson over 18.5 completions tonight. Which ones y'all like?
I like Pickens over.
Yes, sir.
I like George Pickens over. And I'm going to ask you to look at Najee Harris's total yards tonight for me when we get off the air.
Okay.
Yeah, and I like the Russ 15.5 rushing yards. The Giants have a decent pass rush that you can see flushing him out of the pocket, and he just Russ does a little deal where he runs towards the sideline and always sticks the ball out forward, and he finds his way to 5-6 yards.
Yeah,
I feel like he may do that 2 or 3 times.
That's right. Let's win some money.
Tonight. So I like that. Go ahead, check out Tyler's best bets as he posts them. You got a chance to win. D'Amico Ryan's coming up behind us as they got a short week. Get ready for the New York Giants. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. I am Ron Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
Then I look at you, and the world's all right.
The Texans bounce back to beat the Colts.
Mixon starts right, cuts left, 10, 5, Mixon still going, takes out a defender, and takes the ball into the end zone. Mixon has 6 for Houston.
We're a heck of a football team, and we got to keep putting on film. And, once we, figure out the little kinks and things that we need to figure out, I think, we're going to be rolling.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, did you wake up with chronic joint pain? Is it keeping you down, man? Does it hurt when you do even the most routine physical activity? If that's you, I need you to listen up, man. I'm sure there's people out there that have told you it's time for a knee or hip replacement surgery. I need you to listen up. Don't bite that bullet yet, man. Clint Stoerner here. Stop what you're doing and listen. You deserve a life of comfort and ease, and you deserve that life with no surgery and no meds. And QC Kinetics, they can get you there. Without a doubt. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative cellular treatments that address, that attack chronic joint pain. This is an all-natural approach that harnesses your own body's healing properties to treat the root cause of that arthritic pain. Everybody's talking about this in Houston. It is so cutting edge, y'all. This is big time, man. The protocols developed by QC Kinetics are life-changing, have been life-changing for so many people, tens of thousands of satisfied patients, and you can be next right here in Houston. You can get real, lasting relief from chronic joint pain without drugs, without surgery, and without downtime. But you got to call QC Kinetics to make it happen, man. Your consultation is absolutely free. Call 713-913-5285. That's QC Kinetics, 713-913-5135.
And your traffic report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. I-45, the Gulf Freeway, northbound before El Dorado. It's a stall that sits on the entrance ramp. Kirk Holmes, Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year winner, is building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country. Discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Cowboys lost to the 49ers and are now 3-4. After the game, before he could even take off his pads, Trayvon Diggs was seen confronting Mike Leslie for a tweet that happened during the game when the reporter asked what Diggs was doing during a specific play. And this typical Cowboy behavior should surprise no one because Jerry Jones values making headlines over winning, but just maybe instead of showing that passion off the field, Trayvon and his teammates should try showing that fight on the field one of these days. I'm Zach Gelb.
A cancer diagnosis can be overwhelming, but when you choose MD Anderson Cancer Center first, you'll have the nation's leader in cancer care with you every step of the way. Our world-renowned subspecialists collaborate across teams and disciplines to develop personalized treatment plans for every patient and their cancer. This unmatched expertise, delivered with the utmost compassion, brings hope and healing even in the most complex cases. Choose MD Anderson first at mdanderson.org.
As Americans, we share our voice every election. It's our chance to be heard, but not my brother Josh.
Not my mother Martha.
Not Layla. Daniel. Or the thousands silenced by killers let out of jail by bad judges. We don't all share the same politics. What we share is the same pain.
So however you vote for president, please
vote out soft on crime Democratic judges.
Political ad paid for by Stop Houston Murders PAC.
I'm sitting here with Jeff Jr. of Trajan Wealth. And Jeff, I'm concerned because we're in an election year, which is going to shake things up. Last year was a great year in the market, and it's just not looking so good this year.
Well, yeah, the market is cyclical, and that's why it's a perfect time to diversify and lock in some of those gains. You may even qualify for an upfront bonus of up to 30% just for opening an account and up to 12% guaranteed growth for your retirement income.
Oh, up to 30% for just opening an account and up to 12% per year, all guaranteed?
Yeah, and you probably won't hear many other advisors talking about this because they don't have access. I will say it's because of the high interest rate climate we're in, and this probably won't last long.
If you're concerned about what this messy election could do to your finances, call Trajan Wealth today and learn how to get up to a 30% bonus and up to 12% growth per year for your retirement income. Call 346-371-3330.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Paid advertisement.
Hello, this is Precinct 5 Constable Ted Heap with a message about the November 5th election. I've served in law enforcement for 40 years, the last 8 as your constable. It's been an honor. I'm asking you to go down the ballot and vote for Terry Albritton for Precinct 5 Constable. Terry Albritton is a 30-year law enforcement veteran who will work tirelessly to make our neighborhood ballot. Vote Terry Albritton for Precinct 5 Constable. Voting is going on right now.
Paid political ad, Terry Albritton campaign, Ted Heap, treasurer.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, sports fans, if you're not calling John Anthony, you're simply missing out. To prove it, I'm releasing your Monday Night Report absolutely free and recorded message line. 1-800-244-5506. New York at Pittsburgh tonight is going to be a monster game, and I've got the side and total. New York-Pittsburgh confirmed analysis, pro hoops, and special prop action. That's 5 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. I love to sweep the board. Call now. Hear him for free on recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Was John Anthony Sports #1 against spread. Call 1-800-244-5506. You want the information? I've got it. New York, Pittsburgh, plus hoops and special prop action. I love to go 5-0 the season free. John Anthony Sports #1 against the spread. 1-800-244-5506. That's 1-800-244-5506, or go to johnanthonysports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The D'Amico Ryan Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amity Bank.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the D'Amico Ryans program. After the Texans defeated the Colts on Sunday, another close game, 23-20, and the Houston Texans run their record to 6-2. First place in the AFC South by 2 games, plus the tiebreaker over the Colts. Very cool stuff. Jags and Titans losing over the weekend as well. And the Texans in a very short week to play the New York Jets Thursday night. It's live 7:15 wherever you're listening to this right now. If this is a podcast, well, then go to Sports Radio 610, the Odyssey app, and catch the game there. Let's catch C.J. Stroud before we get to the head coach, as we often do. This is all presented by Amity Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. Stroud, after the game, he had his best passing total in 3 weeks. In fact, he
passed for past 2 games combined. He talked about losing Stephon Diggs and Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie, everybody stepping up. Robert Woods was back. That was nice.
Yeah, prayers go out to Steph and, him and, God isn't making any mistakes. So, I hope he's okay. I don't know what's going on yet, but, I'm praying for him and, hoping that, he starts to feel better. So, and just want to give all glory and praise to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, first and foremost. I forgot that part. But, man, it's not easy seeing him go down like that. I hope he's okay. But, I thought Metch and Hutch did a great job trying to, be better. I mean, not be better, but step up to the plate and play really well, just like Steph was. So I just, I'm really proud of those dudes. And, they got to step up big for us in a couple of days here.
Here's C.J. Stroud on the magnitude of the victory over the Colts.
It's huge. It's they're always a tough opponent. Divisional games are some of your hardest games. So when you can find a way to win, we clean up some things. We got a lot of other things to clean up as well. But I definitely, know that, we're a heck of a football team, and we just got to keep putting on film. And, once we, figure out the little kinks and things that we need to figure out, I think, we're going to be rolling.
Tank Dell had a good game. 4 catches, including a touchdown. Stroud on Dell.
I think, he had a great mindset coming into the week, just getting better, owning his ops, and I thought he did a great job of that. He ran a lot of good routes today, and, really close. And we just, want to feed off one another, and it was good, just to get our mojo back going. And, I'm just super proud of him and, what he's been able to do. And, he's going to have to really step up big for us.
Mojo, a word that's interesting because the Texans felt like they were on low in the mojo category with a 10-3 deficit, but they got going, couple of touchdowns, including the Petrie pick setting up the Dell touchdown reception off the arm of Stroud, who also gave us more takeaways from this victory.
Yeah, I would say, just trust ourselves, stay aggressive, and, I think we can do a better job of getting 7 and not 3, and scoring touchdowns in the red zone. I think that's a big thing. I think, I thought our defense played really well, and, I'm not the coach, so I'm not going to sit here and I don't know everything. I haven't watched the film yet, but positive things, I feel like we can, keep running the ball really well. I think that's huge for us, and our play action pass is going really well. We can work on our drop back pass and things like that. But yeah, there's a lot of things to learn from and, to get better at. So yeah, we got to just get ready because, we're playing a really tough New York Jets team on Thursday.
One more from CJ. As you're listening to this right now, less than 72 hours before the Texans have to be warming up to play the New York Jets on Thursday night.
Yeah, I would say, this is my first time playing on Thursday. So, I'm leaning on, leadership from older guys, and their biggest thing is recovery and, mentally straining on the game plan. So, it's a short, part-time football. Got to be ready to play at a high level. And, yeah, I believe that the Jets are going to be very highly motivated. They got a lot of weapons over there. One of the best quarterbacks ever to play, a big fan of his. Their defense, they have some really good corners. The D-line is really good. And, I think C.J. Mosley and Quincy Williams are 2 underrated defenders in this league. So, they're a great defense. We got to, be able to withstand the surge early and, just keep building and keep rolling.
There's your quarterback, C.J. Stroud. Now, your head coach, D'Amico Ryans, visiting with John Harris and myself in studio. Coach, we appreciate the visit. Congratulations on the win over the Colts. I know you have a busy week to get ready for the Jets, but let's start with the Colts game. Congrats on beating them and sweeping the season series.
Oh, thank you. It was an exciting game. Happy to sweep the Colts. I know it's been a long time since we've done that here with the Texans, so it's always great to beat your rival. And that was a tough matchup like we knew it would be. I knew it would be a tough game, and I'm happy our guys just relentlessly finished. Like even 1 second on the clock, our guys strained and they were able to finish. So, man, feels good to be 6-2.
Yeah, it does feel good. I asked you that after the game, Coach, 6-2. So I'm going to ask you kind of a similar question. What was the overall key yesterday? I mean, there are a lot of different things when we dive into the details, and we will. But just overall, what do you think was the key to getting that win yesterday?
Yeah, the key for that win, and I mentioned it throughout the week, it was strain.
Yeah.
And I wanted our guys just to know, it wasn't going to be easy, but you just had to keep straining. And in the run game, the way our guys receive. You watch them block in the run game, like that's what it looks like. And Joe was able to get over 100 yards. Like in the passing game, our O-line needed to strain and protection, and they did that. CJ was able to go through his progressions. I mean, sometimes going through full field progressions and getting the ball to the backside check down, that was straining. CJ straining in the pocket to keep two hands on the football, right, and hit the open guy. Straining versus the blitzes to hit the hot answers. Defense, like the way our rush, Anthony Richardson, probably one of the toughest quarterbacks to bring down. He's so strong, right? The way our D-line strained and we were able to get 5 sacks on him, it was just so much effort, so much strain. Eric Murray, right, I mean, straining at the catch point to defend 3 passes there. Kamari Lassiter coming back, and it's just guy after guy after guy. You talk about the key as well. It was just nobody flinched, and it was nobody. We didn't have to rely on one person. Every man stepped up. Every man made plays for us, and nobody flinched.
So no strain, no gain. That's what you said in the post game.
Yes,
I don't know if that's trademarked or not, but maybe we can make something happen here, Coach. But your defense really has performed so well here at home in particular. Johnny, what's the stat?
Okay, you ready for some numbers?
Here we go.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Last 2 weeks, or last 2 games at NRG Stadium, the quarterbacks you have faced, 19 of 62.
Wow.
That's 37. And if you take all 4 games that you played, Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence, Josh Allen, and then yesterday Anthony Richardson, they've completed 47% of passes for just 163 yards per game.
Wow.
And you sacked them 3.5 times on average.
Wow. Can we play at home every game?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially the last 2 games, Coach, because you face guys in Allen and Richardson. Those guys are often compared because of the way they came out of college, et cetera. But to hold them to 19 for 62, I mean, again, what's the key to being able to do that, especially here?
Yeah, I mean, the key start when you're on defense and you're playing at home, it's going to start with the crowd noise. And our crowd was really live yesterday. You felt the noise, you felt the energy, right? And that makes it difficult for offenses to communicate. That's the first thing. That's the advantage to playing at home. And our fans, we have to continue to lean into that and be even louder. And, and it also helps snap count wise, like our D-line is able to tee off. You can't hard count when you're on the road, so we're able to tee off. We have an advantage there. And the way our defensive backs, the way they covered is pretty good. There's a lot of passes that were contested. Kamari, Stingley, Jalen, E. Murray, a lot of guys making plays on the football with the rush and the tight coverage. That's what makes it difficult.
Yeah. Will and Daniil, really great game yesterday for both of those guys. I know it's about the entire group, but they really helped the cause.
Yeah, you watch those guys get after it. I'm sitting back and I know I have to move on to the next game, but I can't stop watching the way that they rushed, and it's just so impressive. Like, it's so many passes that I think Daniil doesn't get credit, but he had so many pressures, so many passes that he affected where he's so close, right, to Anthony Richardson, not allowing him to complete the follow-through on the passes, which resulted in, inerrant throws. It resulted in PBUs. It was just impressive to see how he just stayed after it, right, and how confident they were. I see those guys again pregame. I tried to dap Will up pregame. He was just zoned out. He's didn't even know. I was like, okay, this is going to be a great day. So it was, I want to see that every pregame with both of those guys.
So Devin White yesterday at linebacker, Coach. I don't know if you expected him to play as much as he did or you wanted him to play more than he did. What were kind of your thoughts when you went back and you looked at the film of what Devin was able to do against the Colts?
Yeah, first off, credit to Devin. This guy was in the building more than anybody this past week. He was hungry to understand our terminology, what we wanted from him, and for him to step in on a short week, really sharp guy. And once I seen how locked in he was, and with the reps that he only got a few reps at practice, but I seen how locked in he was like, I told Coach Davis, we got to get him in there as much as we can because, his athleticism and his just playmaking ability from his time in the league, he's made a lot of plays and he knows the game inside and out. So I wasn't afraid to put him out there. in that situation. Yeah, I had a couple pressures there on the quarter. I call them pressures, a couple missed sacks.
Yeah.
I got to get him a little bit, a couple missed sacks, but that happens versus Anthony Richardson. But I liked how active he was in coverage and rushing. So he stepped up. Wasn't expecting him to play as much as he did, but he was very effective with the reps that he had.
Coach, we talk about how everyone seems to feed off Joe Mixon when he's running like that, making people miss tackles. He carried a guy into the end zone with him. That has this infectious quality about it, doesn't it?
Oh, it jumps off the tape. Man, you talk about an energy giver, right? When Joe runs the football, and when I seen him run the guy over on the Colts sideline, it was like, hey, Bobby, give it to him again. It was just like, whatever you call, just make sure he gets it again, because just watching the way he finished, how physical he played as a running back, it's not many backs who play that style anymore. Right, Joe is the one guy who plays with that mindset where he's going to run you over, and I mean none other than the one. Then he's running the touchdown in, and he's really dragging a guy in the end zone. And I love his mindset every day. He wants the ball 30 times every game, and I just love when a guy's that confidence and he has so much swagger about him. Like even if he has a negative play, like he's able to shake it off. Come right back. Give me the ball, Coach. I want to be the reason why our team is successful.
Coach, I asked you about CJ yesterday. We talked about a little bit in the postgame. After you got a chance to go back and just taking the game into view and then looking at the film, what did you think of the way that he played? Like, getting banged around a little bit. And second half is like, man, he's starting to bounce back, and he's starting to get some better protection. He's making some really nice throws. What did you think of the way that CJ played?
Man, I was so impressed going back and watching the film. Just you talk about the command that he had in the pocket. And, of course, we had some pressures. Gus did a great job of designing some stunts and things that got us. They make plays, too, on the other side. But I thought our guys, they handled it well, and CJ was able to step up in the pocket, and you could tell he was just in command and control. He didn't let, even if he got hit in the first half, he didn't let that fluster him or throw him off of his game, where I felt like in the previous week versus Green Bay, it kind of threw him off of his game, which we understand that. But for him to come back and grow from week to week and to show, like, I'm going to stay in the pocket and I'm going to find my answers, right? And he found, whether they want to blitz him, he was able to hit Dalton, right? They want to, sit back in coverage. He was able to pick the coverage apart where they were sticky. He was able to progress. If it wasn't there, I'll take my reads and get it to the backside guy on the check down. When you're able to do that and have such command and stepping up in the pocket with two hands on the football, keeping your eyes downfield, not looking at the rush, that's how you know a quarterback is in command and he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's confident in everybody around him.
When he found Diggs on the right sideline for the big gain, that's one of those things, right, where it's just football players making plays, right? It's off script, but let's go.
Yes, and that's what you love to see. It was right after the big third down conversion to Hutch, and CJ is able to, scramble and find Diggs. That's where his game is evolving. Seeing him be able to, see what's there. If it's not there, seeing his escape ability and how he's able to create. He had to play with Diggs down our sideline and also to play to Mechie, right, on their sideline, where he was able to escape out of the pocket. Mechie was able to, connect with him, and they had a big play for us as well.
We have a lot more coming up on the D'Amico Ryan Show. Will Anderson Jr. on the post-game show from yesterday, plus D'Amico on TV, D'Amico with Johnny on Texans Radio after the game. A lot of D'Amico Ryans in advance of the Texans and Jets getting it on Thursday night. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
Texans fans, do you know a deserving small business in the Houston area in need of a boost? The Houston Texans and Amegy Bank are awarding 4 small businesses with a $5,000 grant, access to event opportunities from Amegy Bank, and marketing and promotional support from the Houston Texans. Since 2020, 21 small businesses have received grants totaling $85,000 from this program. Nominations close on October 25th, 2024. Visit HoustonTexans.com/small business boost to nominate your favorite small business. Official rules apply. Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swag. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field Because tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Spicy food doesn't need to hurt or be scary. Just look at Whataburger's new Bacon Blaze Jalapeno Double. It's got an approachable, friendly kind of heat, not a terrifying kind of heat that melts your face off. Jalapeno ranch, pickled jalapenos, and cool, delicious jalapeno cream cheese all balance each other out for a delicious hot, but not too hot burger that keeps your face on your face, right where it belongs.
New Whataburger Bacon Blaze Jalapeno Double. It's just a little hot.
Available for a limited time.
What could be better than watching your Houston Texans from the stands this season? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Plus, get exclusive benefits like discounted ticket prices, recognition for your group on the video board, and more. Experience the sights and sounds of NRG Stadium with your squad and secure group tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390 to learn more.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the try and decide?
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
The Texans bounce back to beat the Colts for a second time.
Handoff, Mixon, starts right, cuts left, 10, 5, Mixon still going, takes out a defender, and takes the ball into the end zone. Mixon has 6 for Houston.
We're a heck of a football team, and we got to keep putting on film. And, once we, figure out the little kinks and things that we need to figure out, I think, we're going to be rolling.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the D'Amico Ryan Show.
Before we get back to the head coach here on the D'Amico Ryan Show, information for you, not that this is the be-all, end-all, but certainly worth noting that after the 6-2 start, the Texans right now, if the season ended today, which it doesn't, of course, they would be the 2 seed in the AFC. Pittsburgh plays tonight against the New York Giants. C.J. Stroud in passing. He is 7th in the league right now. A couple of sub-200-yard outings against the Patriots and the Green Bay Packers, respectively. In fact, yesterday's total beat the total of those 2 games combined, but that's where he is right now. In rushing yards per game, Joe Mixon 3rd in the league behind Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, who goes tonight. I'm not going to look at the receiving stats because injuries, and we'll get back to that when the guys get healthier, especially Nico Collins coming off IR, maybe in a week as he has to sit out at least 1 more game. What about sacks? Will Anderson Jr. had another yesterday. Now he's tied for 3rd in the NFL, and Aiden Hutchinson, as you know, is out for the season. So Will really occupies that spot by himself behind Will McDonald from the Jets, who we will see this Thursday night, and Dexter Lawrence. What a year he's having from the New York Giants, getting those sacks from the interior. Good stuff there for him. Texans will not face the Giants this year. But let's get to the team stats now. In offense, the Houston Texans are 9th in total offense heading into Thursday night's game. And in total defense, they are 2nd in the NFL. That's not in points, but that's in yards. And that's certainly notable. are fourth in total defense. So get ready. The Jets know how to stop people. We've been talking about them. They have a whole lot of weaponry on both sides of the ball, even though it doesn't get reflected in their record. Don't underestimate the talent in Gotham and the fact that they are capable of putting together a great performance for themselves on Thursday night. Now, whether they get it done, whether the Texans can prevent that, that's why we watch the games. We also listen to the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. Let's get back to the conversation.
Coach, we talk about this all the time. We talk about it in theory. Next man up. Next man up. There's always that theory, but a lot of times next man up doesn't always step up like he's supposed to. But when Steph went out yesterday, X has that diving catch. Mechie makes the catch on the big over route. When you have young guys in particular that step up and truly are the next man up, and then the team benefits because of the way they played. I would imagine as a coach it's A, fulfilling, but also B, help lead to a win. Did it not with X and Mechie stepping up?
Oh, that's why this win was, I was so proud of the guys for this win, because it was just, as I'm going through highlights and our team meeting, it's just so many different guys. Cade on this block, Dalton on this catch, Mechie, Hutch, Tank, Rob. It's just, when I can step in a meeting and name multiple guys doing great things and making big plays with third down conversions or blocking in the run game, like that's the makings of a good team, right? Where you're not heavily relying on just one person, right? And it starts with, of course, CJ and him, one person. He truly goes through, and I know I said this a lot, but who's the number one receiver, whoever is open. Right. And he finds the open guy time and time again, and it's him having trust in Hutch, in Metz to make those plays. It just shows the work that they do out on the practice field every week. Like, it shows up in the game. And those guys, Hutch and Metz, they've been working their tails off in practice, making plays, and it resulted in showing up on Sunday.
And they've been in the system for a while now, right? Is that starting to show? And Robert Woods, you have a veteran there to help out. These younger guys really coming around.
Yeah, it is starting to show. They're confident in what they're doing. They know what we're asking them to do, and they're playing faster. That's one thing I see from Mechie, Hutch. They're playing faster, and when you know what to do, you know how to do it. That allows you to cut out the thinking. You can play fast and let your God-given abilities take over, and that's what we're seeing.
All right, Johnny's probably going to ask you about the Jets, but
Go ahead.
Before he does, I want to ask you about this.
I'm going to.
When Dio has the ball, all right, running up the left sideline, Dengo has the ball. What is going through your mind at that point? Were you thinking, please have him be down, or were you not sure? What were you thinking? Because I had flashes of 2008 running through my head against the Colts, and I don't even want to mention what that was.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, I saw when the ball was pitched and he took off, I was just like, there is no way this is happening. This is a nightmare. And I was like, man, I got to stop saying this is going to be hard. I got to stop saying that. But when I look back at the replay, I'm like, oh, he had to be down.
Yeah.
Like that he's down.
Right.
Please, I'm trying to talk to the ref and plead with the ref that he has to be down. But, man, you talk about I had no words for a while watching them run down the sideline. Just knowing where we were in that game, we were about to close it out, like just running the ball, running time off the clock, and then see such a swing happen and you see their sideline just going crazy. I was just like, there's no way.
But I have to say, it says a lot about the attitude of your guys that, all right, mistake is made, let's deal with it, and they dealt with it very well.
Yeah, I love it. That's the resiliency that you see from our team, like no matter what. And I always tell our defense, it doesn't matter where you are. When you step on the field, it's just about one snap at a time, doing your job and doing it to the best of your ability. So to see how our guys responded in that manner, our entire team, like – nobody was head down or nobody was worried that, this game is going to get away from us. That's the confidence that you need each and every week that you step out there. And defense went out and they shut them down 3 and out right after that play. So that was Daniil's big sack.
Yep,
that was huge.
And it felt like when it got overturned, it felt like there was almost this juicer energy that your defense picked up. Like, okay, we still got the lead. Yes. All right, we got this now. And it was kind of felt that way. So it's the Jets.
Yeah.
Let's move forward. Put this one in the rear view.
All right.
The sweep of the Colts, it's awesome. Mark was really excited. We're all really excited. Yeah, because it doesn't happen, like you said, very often. But now it's the New York Jets. So I'm going to start in a bad place, but I want to get to a good place. Up there, they did a little number to us last year up there. I know that's probably not revenge and all that kind of stuff, but is there anything you take out of that you move forward into the preparation for this year, Coach, especially because it is a short week?
Yeah, that's the first thing that's on my mind. Like how we went up there last year is probably one of our worst games that we played, especially defensively, going up there last year. And so that's the first thing that sticks out to me. Like, man, we have to be locked in. When we step in this place, we have to be locked in, know what we're doing, and we have to make the plays that we're supposed to make. So we didn't do that last year. That sits with me. It still sits with me. I know I need to let it go, but it's hard. So I'm fired up for this one. Right, I'm fired up for this one, and they're a talented team, talented roster. We know their record kind of doesn't say that, but I know the players that they have. Starting their defense, top 10 defense. They got playmakers all over the field. They're aggressive at the corner position. They're aggressive, fast linebacker. Quincy Williams, their front. McDonald, their rusher on the edge, and Quentin Williams on the inside. Very talented defense. There you go to the offensive side. I mean, Aaron Rodgers. He's made a lot of plays in this league, right? So having him, and he's teaming back up with Devontae Adams. And by the way, they do have a guy, Garrett Wilson, who's pretty good as well. Right. These guys have talent all across the field, right? And there's going to be a great matchup for our guys.
Yeah. How much extra pre-work did you have to do? Because I know you have some coaches getting ready for the next one even before you play the game on Sunday, because you have to be ready to go Monday and Tuesday for your game planning. But how do the coaches handle it?
Yeah, our coaches were able to get some work in over the weekend, and towards the end of last week, they were able to get work and get a head start, on the Jets. For me, I can't. Yeah. My mind doesn't work that way.
You guys have that.
I say, man, you guys got it. I'll be ready for the information on Monday, whatever you guys have. But for me, it's just locked in strictly on the Colts. So now, it's full court press all on the Jets for me from now all the way up until game day.
So it's a short week from that standpoint. So, Coach, what is it from a practice perspective? I would imagine no pads, but kind of how do you handle practice over the next few days before we take off?
Yeah, practice-wise, we have to kind of squeeze in like our Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We have to squeeze in all those days in the 2 days of preparation. So on like tomorrow, we'll come in. Our players are off on today. They'll come in tomorrow. We'll be here a little longer than normal. We'll get our first and second down in the morning, come back in the afternoon, work on our third down, short yardage goal line type things. And then the following day that's Tuesday. That's Wednesday. That'll be our travel day. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So on that travel day, we're trying to squeeze in our Friday and Saturday. And then we go travel to New York. And the good part about playing on Thursday night is we're actually playing at 8:15, so you have a little more time in the day on Thursday. So we'll have time there in the morning for final preparations, for meetings, special teams, and offensive and defensive meetings.
How did you like these as a player, and how did that influence how you deal with these as a coach?
Yeah, it's I would say it is just honestly, it's very tough as a player to, you exert so much energy on Sunday, and then you pour so much into the game, and then to have to get your body recovered in such a short time to play for Thursday is very hard, is very demanding on players. And so it was difficult for a player to get back, and that's why my biggest thing is just rest and recover. So I feel like the team that's recovered the best and well-rested, then you have your best chance on Thursday. Coaches, it's not, you can't, I think, waste time on, are we doing this, doing that? Like, you have to be decisive in what you're doing. Like, so when the players come in tomorrow, hey, this is the game plan, and we have to go forward. So coaches have to be confident and decisive. You have to kind of shrink things down so guys can play fast. Don't want guys overthinking on Thursday. And the best thing about Thursday is winning and having a weekend off. Right. So you crunch all this preparation time into 2 days, and you hope your players go out and play well and finish with a win and say, hey, have a great weekend. See you Monday.
You have almost 2 decades of Aaron Rodgers tape to go through, but video. But do you use the most recent because that's the most relevant, really?
For sure. The most recent for these guys, and with them changing play callers, so to be more seeing how Downing has called it. these past, seeing what they changed. But most of it will be it's about us and our guys just playing our defense, playing our offense the right way, making sure we know who we're blocking, make sure we know who we're covering, and being sticky and challenging and making plays. That's what this game will come down to. It won't be a lot of, tricking the opponent and their offense. They don't do a lot offensively or defensively. They kind of have the same mindset kind of as us, as we're going to rely on our fundamentals and let the playmakers make plays.
All right, Amagi Bank Ask Coach question of the week. Some Halloween-related stuff, Coach. I know we've addressed some of this before, but you've got kids, so how are they going to handle Halloween? They're going to go trick-or-treating without you, they don't get to do that on Thursday, but I think they'll get over it, right? Yeah. But for you personally, what is your favorite holiday? And let's take away Christmas and Easter or whatever, any kind of religious stuff, but just sheer enjoyment. Is it, say, 4th of July, barbecue? Yeah. Is it Christmas or Thanksgiving or something like that? What is your personal fave? My personal favorite would be Thanksgiving. I love Thanksgiving. It's just such a joyous time. All the family coming together, having dinner, watching football all day. That's always been one of my favorite holidays. I remember as a young kid just growing up, going out and playing football in the yard. That's when it's a little colder, so you can get out. And so that's always been, a joy of mine. It's just that family time, having that bond, the laughter, excitement in the air. That's the one I love the most.
When you were at Alabama, did you guys play iron ball on Thanksgiving ever? It was all right after. Okay.
Do you remember Sean Cody dressing up in the pilgrims?
Sean Cody, he's always comic relief.
And speaking of, Coach, you had did you get a chance to see? I asked you about this. Did you get a chance to see some guys after the game? Was that kind of cool?
A few. I saw Arian after the game. Of course, saw Travis, my guy Travis. Saw him and Andre. It was cool to see all those guys and to see those guys here supporting Andre and what Andre means to everybody. Everybody loves Dre. It was cool to see a lot of former teammates.
Was it ever? I love seeing the legends come in and fraternizing with them a little bit. Saw Joel Dreesen and his son. Saw so many. I don't want to leave guys out, but it was a fun weekend indeed as Andre Johnson gets an addition to his name next to it on the Ring of Honor, the Hall of Fame emblem, and he gets his Hall of Fame Ring of Excellence. All right, coming up on the show, more from the head coach with Johnny after the game. Greg Bailey on Inside the Game. We'll have that conversation for you. And also, Will Anderson Jr. on the postgame show. How about Tank Dell on TV with Greg Bailey? That's all coming up here on the D'Amico Ryan Show. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
At Hyundai, we make a big deal about the little things, like the little fact that 9 Hyundai vehicles have earned IIHS Top Safety Picks this year, and offering a little thing called America's Best Warranty, because delivering safety and quality, pretty big deal. Visit your nearest Hyundai dealer today. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Right now, for a limited time, get 1.99% APR for 60 months on the Hyundai Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. First, call 562-314-4603 for details.
Something amazing is happening. Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the quality of life. That's what happens when you partner with CDW. Our experts help you get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at CDW.com.
It's football season, and you know what that means. Time for tailgating and grilling. Texas Star Grill Shop is your headquarters for everything barbecue, grilling, and smoking. Step up your game with incredible deals during the Napoleon Grills truckload sale. Whether you're tailgating at the stadium or grilling in your backyard, Napoleon Grills deliver the performance and precision you need. Experience the perfect sear, consistent heat, and innovative features only Napoleon can offer. Texas Star Grill Shop, where you'll find the best grills at the best prices. TexasStarGrillShop.com.
The Texans bounce back to beat the Colts for a second time.
Here's the snap. He steps to his left. Richardson in trouble. And Richardson's going to be sacked. Game over. Bye-bye, Colts. 23-20 Texans.
It's a team-first mentality. Like, it doesn't matter who makes the play. It doesn't matter who gets the credit. It's about the entire team, and today it took everyone.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all. You. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 9th consecutive year. This program is designed to help 6th grade students learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge, presented by SLB, makes math fun for everyone. Last year, over 340 teachers and 4,500 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com. Go Texans!
Check this out, the new iPhone 16 built for Apple Intelligence. At Verizon, you can get it when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands.
Any?
Any.
Even if it's 4 years old?
Yeah.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk?
Yep.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk, then a scooter runs it over, so now it's not just old and cracked, but shattered?
With Verizon, the answer is always yes. Trade in any phone from one of our top brands for the new iPhone 16 with Unlimited Ultimate. Plus, get a new iPad. Trade in terms apply. See Verizon.com for details. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
The excitement is building for the 2024 Houston Texans season, and as a Lux member, you can access the Texans like no one else. Clients, employees, in a Texans Lux Game Day suite while cheering on C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Texans. Limited memberships are still available, but going quickly. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com now to schedule a private tour with our Lux team and secure your ticket to the best game day experience available.
Now, more Texans Radio, the D'Amico Ryan Show.
Back to it here on the D'Amico Ryan Show. All right, more coming up with the head coach. First, Inside the Game is a show you need to be watching every Sunday night. It stars Greg Bailey and Spencer Tillman. They go over the Texans game in great detail and have cool interviews like this one we're about to play for you. And the lead-in is a touchdown. I'll say this is one of the Amegy Bank amazing plays of the game, brought to you by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. It's the touchdown pass to Tank Dell. I think Mixon's touchdown degree of difficulty might be a little harder, but that was no easy piece of work. Dell, back line of the end zone, and Stroud able to thread the needle and find him with the football. So it's that highlight and Greg and Tank afterwards.
CJ to throw, looking. CJ steps up, fires right side of the end zone.
Yes!
Caught, touchdown, Houston, Tank Dell. The Texans take the lead.
It is homecoming weekend for the University of Houston.
When you got to fight for a win against a division opponent and you guys find a way as a team to get it done, what can that do for you?
First off, God get all the glory, but man, they do everything, each week, we harp on being 1-0 and things like that, but a division win it feels good. Come out there. We knew we had to come out there with the dub, so that's what we did. We executed. Defense held us down at the end and got out of there with a dub.
Sequence of the day is Petrie's interception. You turn it into a touchdown in 6 seconds. Kind of take me through that, the emotions of it, and how that all worked out for you guys.
Thank you, Petrie, first and foremost, but thank you, God, too. But, Petrie went out there and made a big-time play, and we capitalized off that play. Seven do what he does and threw a great ball, and, I got my feet down, and that was a successful drive.
What was the play call there, the objective, because you got just enough of an opening and you really had to concentrate to get your feet down?
Just a little shimmy route, a post and back out, and it just worked out in our favor, so that's all I can say.
Talk to me about having somebody like Joe when it's time to close games out, and he not only wants the ball but delivers and then delivers punishment along the way. How fired up does that get you guys?
He almost ran me over today, but man, hell of a running back, man. He back there asking for the ball. He want the ball, and we know he bring a lot of energy to the team, and y'all see what he do week in and week out when he touch the ball, man. I feel like he is one of the best running backs in the league, if not the best. So he's a great running back, and he doing it every week, and he's showing it on every week, so it's good.
Tank, you guys stood up and answered a lot of questions last week after a little bit of a rough offensive performance in Green Bay, man. What did you show yourselves with what you were able to do today to get back in the win column?
Just bounce back, man. Let last game be last game and focus on what we can focus on, and that's the next game. That's all we kept harping on all week, so just focus on the next game. And we knew that the Colts was a division game and we needed to win, and that's what we came and do.
Quick turnaround around, how do you take care of your body, get ready to play on Thursday?
I just got done doing BFR, but just making sure that you get the massages, you get BFR recovery, you just get all the recovery you need, needles, anything you need to feel your best for Thursday. That's all you can do.
It's great to see you, man. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Also after the game, that was Greg Bailey and Tank Dell from Inside the Game, Sunday nights on ABC 13. Greg had a chance to catch up with the head coach himself, D'Amico Ryans.
The theme of your post-game comments seemed to be find a way, and you're very proud of your team for getting that done.
Yeah, that's, after a tough loss last week, it was just getting back to just the basics, the fundamentals of the game, and everybody just executing. And it doesn't matter who makes the play. If we just execute, everybody's where they're supposed to be. They're different guys will step up, make plays. I don't know who it's going to be, but we had a lot of different guys who stepped up. They strained, they worked to the end, and they finished. And that's why I'm really proud of this game, because it was just a lot of different guys who stepped up and made plays for us.
Daniil Hunter had a huge impact late. How have you seen him kind of progress with his work on detail? Every time we see him work, it's that detail, and it paid off late.
Yeah, the details definitely paid off for Daniil, and he's been applying a ton of pressure this entire year now. He was able to get him down 2 times a day, and Anthony's a tough quarterback to get down. He's so strong, and so hadn't been sacked much all year. So for us to go out and get 5 sacks and Daniil to get 2, that was a great effort. When we needed the most there in that 2-minute situation, the D-line stepping up, applying pressure, getting the quarterback down, that's what our defense is built.
Petru play of the day, the interception. You turn into a quick touchdown, like a 6-second touchdown drive, which is beautiful. What has he done to really adapt to the way you use him so well, both close to the line of scrimmage and then when he's asked to play in the defensive backfield?
Yeah, Jalen, he's one of my smartest players I have, so he's able to handle a lot. And I put a lot on his plate, probably too much, but he does a great job, whether it's blitzing, playing in coverage, playing back deep. He does a great job of just these past 3 weeks. I just saw him just truly lock in on the technique, fundamentals, things we're asking him to do, and he's shown that he's made a lot of plays for us just when he's locked in and focused, and he'll continue to get better. So no bigger play than that interception. So then we go back, and CJ and Tank were able to connect and score a touchdown.
What do you think of the way CJ played today?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome to see him just deliver the ball, right, even though he got a little pressure, but he didn't let it fluster him. Mm-hmm. Today he was still calm, he was confident, went through his progressions really well, and he hit the guys that were open.
We obviously see Stephon go down. You had a couple of guys make huge plays that led to scores. Mechie made a huge play for you. Hutch made a huge play for you as well. How'd those guys kind of step up, and what will you need from them going forward?
Yeah, we need all those guys to continue to step up, right? We're still evaluating Steph to see where he is with the knee. Hopefully we can get him back as soon as possible, but all our guys need to step up. It's still all about the team. It doesn't matter. The team first, and whoever it is, whoever's number is called, just make the plays you're supposed to make, and that will lead us to victory.
We'll see you in New York, D'Amico.
All right, see you.
Post-game conversation with Greg Bailey and D'Amico Ryans to a post-game conversation between Will Anderson Jr. and Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner on the Texans radio post-game show.
Will Anderson, black cowboy hat and all, leather jacket, shades. In the Hyundai Texans studio, Will Anderson, leading tackler on the day, big sack, big play at the end. Him and Daniil Hunter getting after Anthony Richardson. And the Texans are 6-2 in first place in the AFC South. And, Will, it is great to see you, man. Congrats on the W.
Appreciate it. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all are 6-2. Hell with that W. You got 6 of them. We're used to it. Tell me about them boots, man. Hey, tell me about them boots. Everybody's been on my boots, man. Hey,
right to the fashion.
Man, I ain't seen them. You got your big toe. I told Nico, I said, if I wear boots and my big toe and the rest of my toes, stay together too long, they cramp up. Right. So I had to find something to spit it so that my toes can breathe a little bit, man. So, no, but I don't know, it's just a little fashion statement, man.
Is he your consultant? Because I saw an interview you did last week. You say he's country. Is he your consultant?
I said, he country, man. He got mad at me. I said, I got these boots from North Carolina. He said, no, hell no, you didn't.
That is beautiful. We were just talking about the defense, Will, and you guys are 6-2. Yeah. I don't know if it's how we all drew it up on the chalkboard. I think it was the expectations on both sides of the ball. It really seems like this team through 8 games is leaning on you guys in the big time. So can you talk about what that feeling's like for you guys to be coming up with as many big stops as you have throughout the course of this first half of the season?
Yeah, we would love to play complementary football. Sometimes it's the offense doing really good and defense we're lacking, and sometimes this defense, and we just have to do a really good job of, playing complementary football. But I think we take it as a challenge. Every day we step on the field and practice in the game, like, hey, defense is on us. Like, no matter what the outcome is, like, hey, we got to get off the field. We got to go give Old the ball back. We got to take the ball away. And that's something that I think we strive for every day. And it starts in practice with our preparation, taking shots at the ball, being lined up where we're supposed to. And I think, man, like, it's awesome being 6-2. You never want to take winning for granted. But we starting to get into, bigger plays and bigger games and stuff like that. Like, we got to do a better job of executing and being detailed in our jobs.
Hey, talk to us a little bit about that last play, man. That was wild. I know y'all brought pressure off of the quarterback's right, your left. But take us through how you saw that play unfold.
So it was so weird because we never practiced that before. We've never practiced that before. And coach was like, we're just going to overload to one side and y'all play off of each other. And so Daniil got into like a wide 5. Danico was in a 3. And I was behind Daniil and I was just playing off of him. And all I know is Daniil went high, Danico went high, and I'm running behind Daniil. The guard comes to me and I just wrap around and me and Daniil just meet right there at the quarterback. So, man, it was awesome. Hopefully we can do that on a regular down instead of, last minute of the game.
Man, just stumbled into something, right? That's crazy. So it was almost like y'all just drew it up on the back of a napkin or something.
Just fast. Like, not even on the whiteboard. Just everybody overload and y'all play off of each other and see what happens.
That's wild. That is wild. Man, Anthony Richardson's a different type of creature, man. Yeah, can you take us through what it's like to so you guys did a great job in the passing game defending him today. But he's a beast. Can you give us a defensive player's perspective on what it's like defending him?
Most definitely. You got to give credit to where credit is due, man. He's a phenomenal player, man. The Victor stopped 28-5, man, and what he can do with his legs and also his arm is very special. He's going to be a good player in this league. He just keeps learning and taking it one game at a time. But he's a big joker, man. It's hard to bring him down. Like, he's explosive. He can run through contact, man, and we have to do a really good job of game tackling him and making sure that it's 11 hats to the ball.
Hey, talk to us about the ending of the game, not the last play necessarily, but the ending of the game. It seems like, I want to say that D'Amico Ryans made an executive decision and said, hey, run the ball 3 times. They're going to waste their timeouts. We're going to get them under a minute, and then our defense, we're going to let them boys hunt. Did y'all feel like at that point in time in the game, like, hey, man, as long as we're on the field, we're gonna win this thing?
Yeah, I think Coach does a really good job of putting us in those situations during the week, 2-minute situations and stuff like that. But I also think, and what I love about D'Amico and what I love playing for him is he trusting his players, man. He believes in us 100%. He knows, like, if this person number is called or the defense got to go out there. He knows, like, we're going to go handle business. And I think it just shows, how much he cares about us, how much he trusts us and believes us to go out there and do our job and close out the game.
Will Anderson joining us here on Texans Radio. Can you talk about some of the guys, particularly the linebackers? You guys have been missing Aziz the last couple weeks.
Yeah.
Henry hopefully coming back pretty soon. But it's been Neville Hewitt and Jake Hansen out there. And once again, it feels like from where we were sitting, this was another really good game for both those guys.
Yeah, most definitely. Like, it's no drop-off. Like, when your number is called, take advantage of your ops. And Coach Ryan's always talk about that. But I can say those two guys, man, the way they work, the way they prepare, the way they fly around, man, is like none other. You know what I'm saying? Like, I watched them on special teams, and I watched them have to come back, and Nev have to get the call and get us a vet. He's a great vet, and he does it the right way, and I'm happy to have him.
What about Joe Mixon? And I know you're on the other side of the ball, but I think if there's one thing that you and the defense can greatly appreciate is not only his physicality, but the intensity. There's a lot of on offense. A lot of times we can't play with the same intensity you got. Like, we can't play with our hair on fire.
Yeah.
Joe can.
Most definitely.
Just how does that, when y'all see that? That's got to be something that you love to see on that side of the ball.
Yeah, we found out about that a little bit last year when we played the Bengals and we had to go against them. We had to tackle them, and everybody was get out Joe way now. But man, we're happy to have him on the side on our team, man. And we were just talking, like, he brings a different type of juice to this team and to the offense, man. Like, he really gets those guys going. Like, he's going to show you, like, why he deserves to be the number 1 running back in this league. Like, he runs angry. He runs like his hair is on fire. And I think that's just who Joe is. Like, he wants the ball all the time, and he just wants to go out and dominate. Yeah.
What's it been like for you? We were breaking this down during the week on our weekday shows. Like, man, I don't know. There's a lot of vets in each of the rooms here that I think are exactly what Nick and D'Amico were looking for when they put this team together. Maybe more than any other young guy on the team. You got so many older guys in that room, obviously with Daniil and Danico at the defensive end and Derek Barnett, and then the guys on the interior. Man, what's that like for you being the young guy in a room like that?
Yeah, man. Being the young guy in the room for a second year in a row, man, it's just crazy, man. Like, but it's awesome. Me and Foley was sitting down in the our recovery room, and I was telling him, man, like, I'm so grateful for you, bro. Like, I have all sisters. So, like, when I come here, I'm like, I'm finna be a little brother. I'm finna get on y'all nerves. I'm finna ignore y'all. Like, everything. And they respect me and I respect them, and they allow me to do that because they know, man. And they've taught me so much, and I just, like, they tell me, like, other rooms around the D-line is not like this, and we're a special group. And I always tell them, like, God brought us here for a reason, man. Like, let's really take advantage of this opportunity and keep growing together.
Do they stick you with the dinner tab a lot when you guys go out as a position group?
They respect me. Like, they was like, no, like, you're a young guy, man. Let us handle this. So, and I haven't even had a rookie dinner. Like,
Really?
I've been blessed. Like, yeah, like, I got
You
away
are
with
blessed.
Look, I got a couple away with some stuff. I haven't paid for no dinners in 2 years.
Beautiful. That is beautiful.
Yeah, you're lucky, man.
He did.
Yeah. Hell, I was a free agent too. So